How many times do I have to tell you, Seiji, no cursing? A voice told me from the side while I continued staring at the ceiling as I lay flat on my back like a well-laid corpse, contemplating on how fucked I was. My head lifelessly rolled to the side to look at the person who had just reprimanded me. He was sitting on the floor with one of his knees coming up to his chest. There was a small table in front where different Japanese dishes were set and he was eating a bowl of rice with chopsticks. He wore a black traditional Japanese dress and there were many scars on his face that hinted at the violence he had seen. But underneath such scars was a young face that could not be older than 20. Come and eat your food before it gets cold, he told me while shoving lumps of rice into his mouth. He did not even bother to look at me, his eyes were closed while he enjoyed his food. Of course, he would be enjoying his food peacefully, because unlike me, he was not absolutely fucked. Wait, that's not exactly correct. He was just as screwed as me, but unlike me, he was blissfully ignorant of what the future held. You might be wondering why I was in such deep trouble and even contemplating killing myself right now. The answer was simple. Currently, it was the year 1910 and somehow, I was living in a rural village in Japan. And if it wasn't obvious already, I had somehow traveled back exactly 110 years into the past. How it happened? I did not know. The last thing I remember was sending a leave letter to the principal, faking sickness so that I could skip school that day. I did not die, I did not get hit by a truck, nor did I fall into a rabbit hole like Alice. One moment I was there and in the next, I found myself here. There was no hint, there was no warning, and there definitely was no logic. Actually, I found myself in this situation yesterday, but being hopeful that it was a dream, I slept. But the next day, I was still in the same situation, trapped inside some kid's body in an era that was known to be the worst. For people who are not well versed in history, let me tell you some of the future event that awaits me, a person living in Japan during the early 1900s, World War I, the Great Kanto earthquake that killed around 150,000 people, World War II, which was known as the bloodiest war in human history with 85 million casualties and 2 atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yeah, what a remarkable future that awaits me. Did I also mention that Hitler would be coming into power soon as well? Fantastic. I am so screwed. Are you going to lay there all day like a dead fish? If you don't come, I am going to eat your share, the young man said after a while. I continued lying on the floor for a few more seconds before I pushed myself up. I looked at the man whom I recalled to be Kenshiro, the eldest sibling and my big brother. Since coming back to this era yesterday, I have slowly been gaining the memories of this 4-year-old body that I inherited. There were a total of 7 members in our family, but all of them were away to work for the day except for me and my brother. They thought I was sick since I refused to act right yesterday and slept the whole day. So they made my brother stay at home to watch over me at home. As the youngest in the family, I was quite spoiled. I'm not hungry, you can have it, I said, and my brother simply shrugged. Suit yourself then. I got up and walked out of the room to wander around aimlessly while gathering my thoughts and processing the entire situation. Everything still felt unreal to me. I walked out into the courtyard and a pleasant breeze came to relieve my not-so-unpleasant mood. The leaves of the trees fluttered in a flushing sound and the air, which was still untainted by pollution, filled my lungs. The sun hung high in the sky and its gentle warmth caressed my skin. The greenery seemed to reflect this warmth as it glazed like jade. It was a beautiful summer day and the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects was what really made this felt like a dream to me. I was born deaf back in my original life. So this was the first time I was hearing things. If not for the memories I was slowly gaining, I would have had a harder time adjusting. So I listened closely to the different sounds of the world and the melodious music of still nature. I thought to myself, maybe everything was not so bad. I had no family back home as my mother ran away with a guy when I was 10 and my father passed away due to alcohol the following year. I had no real siblings as I was an accident my parents won't allow to happen twice, and I have been passed around between relatives like a chore. My social life was not good because I was deaf. I couldn't afford hearing aids either, so I remained completely deaf for the 13 years I had been alive. Instead, I had to adapt to reading people's lips for the most basic level of communication. I was bullied in school as well because I was sent to a government school where all the poor and lowlifes of society went, and they were more than happy to bully the small kid more unfortunate than themselves. I actually kicked one of them in the shin not too long ago, and I was trying to skip school in fear that they would get revenge before everything happened, and I traveled to the past. So there was nothing much to miss from my other life. So maybe even though I was born in a really bad era, this could be a great chance to start over. I had a proper family now, and judging from my memories, they were all great people. With my future knowledge, I could escape all the upcoming disasters and maybe even thrive in this world, so maybe this was not such a bad turn of events. Scratch that, this was a great turn of events. This was a new start for me, and I was finally able to fulfill my dream of hearing sound as well. That's it. Maybe I am not fucked. I fucked. // we're home. My mother was the first to announce her return as my small body quickly got up to run up to my new family. My brother Kenshiro followed behind with a small smile. He was a cool guy who actually fought in the Russo-Japanese War and survived to tell the tale. I spent the entire day with him, and in doing so, I was able to gain back all of my memories. Yes, my memories. I realized after recalling everything that I had not taken over the body of a small child. Instead, I was born as such, and I recalled my memories only now. Welcome home, I said with a smile on my face, feeling giddy at not just seeing my mother but also hearing my own voice. I liked talking, even in my past life when I was deaf. It always felt like magic to me how people could share their thoughts, feelings, and intentions with just a movement of their lips. Oh, was my baby feeling well today? She chirped at me while picking up my small body and rubbing her cheeks against mine. She smelled like grass and soil, which made sense since my family were farmers. Why yeah, I replied with a blush and a smile on my face. It was awkward as a 13-year-old to be handled like a baby, but at the same time, it felt good to be loved by your mother. That other bitch could never. Where's father and the others? I asked, and my mother replied with a smile. I came home early to prepare food since your brother can't be trusted with the task. They will be home soon. My brother had an awkward smile and rubbed the back of his head under my mother's faux disappointed gaze. Do you want to help mommy cook dinner, Seiji? My mother turned back to me with a beaming smile. She was beautiful. She wore dull clothes tainted with dirt, and her hair was tied into a messy bun. By all means, she wore no flattering clothes, but she looked beautiful to me, like nature's greatest gift. HN. I nodded with a small smile. And that was the start of my new life. It was easy for someone who never had anything to start over. Demon attack, Seiji's POV. 3 years elapsed even before I knew it, and I had lived more than I ever did in my past life. I was happy. Some people might find that hard to believe, given my prior reaction to the situation I found myself in. But happiness comes from the people you surround yourself with, not from the world surrounding you. I experienced that firsthand. Because in this second life, I was lucky enough to be surrounded by a real family who truly loved me. Now how could I possibly be sad even if I was living in the worst era of human history? How could I stop smiling when I finally had a family? There was my father, my mother, my older brother and 3 older sisters. Including myself, we were a loving family of 7. Quite a small family actually in this era. We were wealthy as both my father and brother were army officers who retired after the Russo-Japanese War. We moved from the city to the rural areas after their retirement. They bought a large piece of land for farming and a small mansion with their pension money. There, we lived a slow and peaceful life just like they always wanted. I thought I was blessed to have been reborn into such a family. My father and brother were tough men, but they had a very soft side for their family. My mother and sisters were all beautiful and loving women who couldn't help spoiling me every moment of the day. I would get passed around like a teddy bear and I was more than happy to oblige. I was the youngest in the family and by a lot. There was an 8-year difference between me and the second youngest sibling. I was what they called a late-in-life child. I was a pleasant surprise addition to the family. But this happiness did not last long. And I would have expected it if I had known the world I was living in at that time. I was 7 years old when it happened. Who would have thought a Gen Z soul like me could ever enjoy farming? I said with a smile while wiping the sweat from my face. As a 7-year-old and the little jewel of the family, I was of course not allowed to do hard work on the farm yet. But I was in charge of watering all of the plants. They said I had a nurturing touch and the plants I watered grew healthier. Of course, I knew they were just over-exaggerating, but it was enough to make me take my job seriously and try my best. Which was exactly why I was the only person in the crop field right now. It was late in the afternoon with the sun shining deep orange as it was about to set. But I still remained in the field because I was watering the crops. The best time to water them was in the afternoon because that way, the plants would be able to absorb the water properly without the sun evaporating the water. I did not mind staying behind as the field was right next to our house and it also allowed me to witness my favorite scene every day. It's truly beautiful, I said while gazing at the horizon, specifically at the sun which was slowly sinking between the peak of 2 mountains. I liked beautiful things. Since I was deaf in my past life, I had a strong love for anything that was visually stunning. From arts, sculptures and pretty girls, I loved them all. I resumed my work after a minute of just watching the sunset and quickly finished watering the plants before it got dark. If I was late, my mother would be worried, so after I finished my work, I hurried home. I thought it would be like every day. I thought my mother would welcome me with a bright smile on her face, I thought my brother would praise me for working extra harder than everyone else. But that day, it was different. That day was the end of it all. What is that smell? I asked myself. It was the smell of blood so thick that it made me want to fall down on my knees and vomit. There was a metallic tang to it that stuck in my nostrils. I quickened my steps and head towards my house. The closer I came to the house, the stronger the smell got, and then I heard the sound of sobbing from inside. Mom? Dad? I ran to the door and slid it open. My blood froze when I saw it. The image was forever imprinted on the darkest corner of my mind. Inside, I saw the walls of the house I called my home, painted with blood and intestines. I also saw littered corpses and pieces of flesh sprawled around from the entrance to the living room. My stomach twisted at the sight and then my heart when I realized it was the pieces of my family. I couldn't help myself and emptied the content of my stomach right then and there. I vomited violently in the doorway. My vomit was mixed with tears that fell down like a broken dam. I did not feel anything at that time even though I was bawling my eyes out. I felt too many intense emotions all at once, so I think my brain just numbed everything. Then I heard a piercing scream which made me look up. I stumbled and then crawled towards the sound. The blood and pieces of flesh on the floor made it so slippery that I fell down numerous times. But I did not care. Because I knew whose voice that belonged to. Mieko. I called out. My juvenile voice was overflowing with fear and panic. When I reached the kitchen I finally saw my sister, but I also saw something else. A monster I could only describe as ugly. He looked like an old man with a hunched back. His body was full of wrinkles and dirty white hair fell down his balding head like webs. He was also extremely pale and he was pinning my sister to the ground. My eyes shook when I saw them. My sister was completely naked, her clothes were torn off by the sharp claws of the monster. She was crying and her face twisted with pain and despair. One of her breasts was gone, eaten by the monster who held her down. A side of her stomach was cut and her insides were spilling out with blood that was so red it looked black. I also noticed that her thighs and her buttocks had gaping wounds, most of her flesh there was gone. The monster's face was covered in blood and it was not hard for even my panicked mind to conclude what was happening. My sister was being eaten alive. And the way she was being eaten felt like a picky child eating his food, choosing to eat only the good parts first. The scene was a raw and unadulterated show of violence. It was demonic. I screamed. Ah! My throat ripped due to how loud it came out. And then I charged at the monster who had killed my family and was eating my sister. My 7-year-old body moved as fast as it could and adrenaline pumped in my veins. I still haven't felt anything yet. But before I could even reach the monster, he turned towards me. His face looked like an old man and he opened his mouth. He released a sonic boom that ruptured my ears and froze my adrenaline. My small body was sent flying away from the shockwave and I crashed into the wall. Pain. Pain coursed throughout my body and it was the first thing I felt. I clutched my ear with both hands and it was bleeding endlessly. I felt warm liquids inside my head and I felt dizzy. I tried to get up but I couldn't. For a brief moment, I forgot up from down and right to left. My body was in shock and I broke many bones when I crashed into the wall. The only thing I could do was look up and stare as the monster continued devouring my sister. I still did not feel anything other than pain. But I remembered I was glad when she finally died and her screaming stopped. I remained on the ground and watched until the end where my sister became a lump of intestines and bare bones. I saw everything. I just curled up on the ground and wiggled like a worm. Helpless. After the monster was done, it looked at me and then he came near me. I could no longer hear what he said, it felt like I was underwater. But I could read his lips. He said something along the lines of me being too small to be eaten and that he was full. But strangely enough, I could vividly hear the last thing he said to me. His lips curled up into the cruelest smile I had ever seen and then with eyes filled with amusement, he said to me, "Thank you for the meal." I was helpless. I couldn't do anything. The demon left, but as I watched him leave, I was filled with anger and hatred I never knew was possible. Was a child even capable of bearing such hatred? Out of pure spite, I pushed myself off the ground and then ran after him. When he was in the doorway about to leave the house, I caught up to him. I ran at him with mindless abandon. My body functioned only through anger and my action was filled with spite. But I remember, my main objective then was not to kill the monster. I knew I could not kill him even if I wanted to. I only attacked because I was filled with anger and because I wanted something else. I wanted to die. I wanted to die before my mind stopped panicking and this nightmare became a reality. I wanted to die with my family. But the monster did not kill me. I think it knew what I wanted and was refusing to grant me my wish. He merely swung his arm at me and I felt my shoulder and ribs breaking under his inhumane strength. And then for the second time, he opened his mouth and released a sonic boom that sent me flying away like a rag doll. I lay sprawled on the ground, along with the pieces of flesh which I once called a family. I could not even differentiate who was who. They were all just mingled remains of bones and intestines. The monster left and I was alone in the house. My home had turned into hell. It took some time but then it eventually came, pain. And it was not the physical pain I got from being injured. It was something else, something that came from the deepest part of my soul. Reality sank in and the nightmare finally became vivid. I started brawling and I felt my heart being crushed by an invisible hand. It felt like I was being strangled. Grief, sadness, pain, despair, guilt and every negative emotion I know of and some I never knew existed. I gathered the pieces of flesh and bones and hugged them in a bloody mess of gore. And the whole night I stayed in that hell, trying to find the final worth of comfort from my lost family. I think I cried the whole night but everything was silent because I lost my sense of hearing. That night, after 3 years since regaining my memories, I was robbed of everything I was blessed with in this second life. My family and my hearing. I mourned in the silence. The transparent world, Seiji's POV, I said the time and place I was born in could not have gotten worse. I jinxed myself because it got so much worse. Demon Slayer. That was the world I was living in. That was my new reality. A manga/anime that was based in the Taisho era of Japan. The main villains of the anime were the demons who fed on human flesh and were vulnerable to sunlight. These demons were hunted by demon slayers who were the good guys. It was a dark shonen where almost every named character had their families slaughtered by demons one way or the other. So if I was being honest, it was not surprising that I suffered the same fate. But God, was it a hard fate to swallow? I couldn't accept it. I remember crying and mourning for days after losing my family. I cried until everything felt numb. But after a week passed, I was fully at peace with my situation. I was lucky because other than the initial grief I felt, I did not bear any lifelong traumas. Because my mentality was fundamentally different from everyone else, I had known my family for only 3 years while I lived 13 years in my past life without a family. So what did that mean? It meant that deep down, I knew I never really had a family. The family I got in my second life were all blessings that I did not deserve. It was like a privilege that I was even able to live with them and enjoy life for 3 years. So instead of mourning over what I lost, I learned to be thankful for what I had. You could say that I was dealing with their death much better compared to a child who knew his family his whole life. To them, it must have felt like someone had destroyed their whole world. But to me, it felt like someone stole everything from me after I won the lottery. 2 different feelings from the same event. The mind was a powerful thing. After a week, all I felt was hatred for those who had stolen from me. I despised the beings who robbed me of the warmth of a family. I would never forgive them, especially that old demon who refused to kill me. Fuck that ugly piece of shit. It has been 8 days since that night and life had been silent for me ever since. With my hearing completely destroyed by the blood demon art of that old demon, it was just like my past life. I was deaf and without family. Talk about going back to square one. In a short time, I got used to being deaf again. I even regained my old skill of reading a person's lips to hear what they were saying. I guess old skills die hard. But even though I was living in perpetual silence, I was far from being lonely. In fact, it was the opposite, as I was never left alone since the incident happened. All the villagers came together to care for and comfort me. It got to the point that people were actually fighting over whose house I was going to stay in and take care of me. Not only that, the villagers were quick to clean up the mansion and prepare a big funeral for my dead family. And I kid you not, people I had never even met before cried harder than even myself at the funeral. What could be the reason? Was it sympathy? Was it the pity for the small child who lost his whole family in one night? Or was it human kindness? It was none of them. The real reason was greed. As I said before, my family was exceptionally wealthy due to my father and brother, so these people were trying to get on my good side so that I would choose them to be my legal guardian. I was still a child in front of the law, so I could not inherit the wealth of my family until I came of age. Until then, my family's wealth was to fall into the hands of my guardian. Normally, a relative of mine should be my guardian, but as I did not have other relatives, it would have to be one of these villagers who would become my legal guardian. Although eventually I would regain full ownership of my inheritance, there was still many benefits people could gain while I was young. For example, they could use our land to cultivate crops, live in our mansion, and even launder my money with the excuse of using it to raise me. Truly disgusting, but that was just human nature. You do everything to thrive. Especially in a time like this where war and poverty were constant. I knew all of this because they did not hold back what they said in front of the kid who they thought had completely lost his hearing. I might be deaf now, but like I said, I could still read their lips easily. Can you understand me? A stupid question to ask a kid who just lost his hearing, but okay, I could entertain you, random villager who acted like my favorite uncle since I lost my parents. At least he was nice enough to feed me good food and let me have my own room until now. I nodded. Really? Then do you remember what happened that night? Did a demon really attack your family? he asked with exaggerated body language. I just stared at him with the most blank face I could give. People of this age were truly insensitive. Or maybe it's just a boy thing. Did he not realize I could be traumatized and I might break down again if he kept bringing that up? I was not, but still. I guess they couldn't help being curious as demons and gods were in the line between myth and reality. They just assumed a demon attacked because of the gore, but some argued that it was a wild animal from the mountain, a bear maybe. I don't know if anyone has told you this, but you have a really creepy stare. He said that part to himself, but I saw it. Actually, no one had told me such things. But I guess it was reasonable for my gaze to change after I gained what I did. I continued staring at the man's face and focused on my eyes. Then my gaze pierced right through his head and I saw his brain. Literally. I saw his brain and his skull. My eyes traveled down and I saw his expanding lungs and pulsing heart. I clearly saw how his heart was pumping blood throughout his body and I saw his muscles twitch with every movement he made. I was also able to discern the minor muscle tear in his biceps, quads, and shoulder, which hints at the work he was doing in the fields. It felt like I had an inbuilt X-ray vision in my eyes. I could see everything I wanted and hadn't desired. I could also read his body language like an open book, and predict his movements by the breath of his lungs and the contraction of his muscles. At first, I thought I was merely seeing things. I thought that it was the result of a trauma I got from seeing my loved ones eaten alive. But soon enough, I realized that it had nothing to do with trauma. Instead, it was one of the rarest powers in the Demon Slayer world. It was called the transparent world. People with this ability were able to see the inner workings of any creature. They could perceive the flow of blood, breathing, muscular contractions, and joint movements of the creature they are looking at. They could then use this ability to predict the movement of said creature, find their weaknesses, and even discern their genetic makeup, which helped them distinguish demons from humans or even trace back their descendants. Not only that, the transparent world also boosted the perception of the user and gave them faster reflexes. There might be other things that were not mentioned in the manga as well. There were only 7 known users in the whole world, and the only way to attain the transparent world was after activating the Demon Slayer mark, another unique power of the Demon Slayer world. It was truly odd how I got this power without awakening my mark. My only guess was it had something to do with me being deaf, because as we know, the loss of one sense could enhance other senses. To be honest, I was not worried about how I got it. Only how I was going to use it. I will leave you now, the man said with nonsensical hand gestures. Call me if you need anything. He went out of the room and slid the door shut. I was left alone in the room, sitting upright on the futon. Somehow, the perpetual silence became heavier after I was alone. I wondered why I had not killed myself already. I did not have a reason to live any longer. I already died in my past life and everything after that was just extra. As I said, the time I was able to spend with my family was already a privilege. And this world was not even my own. This was the world of Demon Slayer, a world where I did not belong. A place where I should not exist. I looked around the room and observed every difference between this life and my past life. The sliding doors, the decoration of the room, the futons, the age, the culture, etc. It was all something vastly different from my first life. I felt like an outsider. My family was the only anchor I had to this world. They were the ones who made me feel like I belonged here, but with them gone, I felt like I should not be here at all. So why had I not just killed myself? What could I possibly expect from continuing to live? I was deaf and I was an orphan. Was this not exactly as I was in my first life? No, scratch that. It was worse with the presence of demons and the upcoming world wars and disasters. It would be easier to just kill myself right here and finally rest or fade away to nothingness. Such thoughts were loud in the silence of my world. I contemplated for a long time until I eventually came to a conclusion. Hope. That was the biggest thing that made me want to keep living. The hope was that everything would not remain as it was. Maybe I would eventually find a new family to live for, maybe I would make friends, fall in love and find a reason to fear death again. Hope became a pillar of my world. And there was one more thing that prevented me from committing suicide right then and there. Demons. Fuck those ugly pieces of shit, especially that old demon who took everything from me. I would slaughter every last one of them. My hatred created a goal for me and I found a reason to continue living once more. That goal became my driving force during the darkest moments of my life. I knew I was capable of realizing this dream with my future knowledge and the transparent world. So I got up from the futon and walked towards the mirror in the room. I stood in front of it and looked at my reflection. A young boy with dark circles around his eyes stared back at me with purple eyes that glowed eerily. His eyes looked dead and alive at the same time. He wore a black haori and he had a messy purple hair on top of his head. His skin was pale and he was quite big for a kid his age. So that was me. Not bad. I thought to myself. I haven't seen my reflection in a week, but I still looked good as ever. I was handsome in my past life and I was sure to grow up to be just as beautiful in this life as well. Well, another reason to continue living, I guess. I focused my eyes and then I looked at the inner workings of my own body. It was kinda gross as my brain, lungs, muscles, heart and all of my organs revealed themselves under my gaze. This was it. This ability would be extremely useful to grow stronger. It was every science-based bodybuilder's dream ability and it would allow me to train with the utmost efficiency. Not only that, it would help me immensely in learning about breathing styles. Well, what am I waiting for? Another demon attack? I thought to myself when I saw that the injuries I got were mostly healed. Then I got down and I began doing push-ups while carefully looking at my own reflection. Emmanuel_Capricorn Path to Strength, Seiji's POV, can you recall what the demon looked like? Why was everyone so insistent on traumatizing me? If they kept on reminding me like this, I might actually start crying to make sure they never bother me again. I took my eyes off his moving lips and looked at the board he had in his hands. On it, the question he asked was written in bold hiragana. I knew how to read Japanese even though it was not my native language in my past life. I was kind of a language freak back then, I knew how to read and write 12 different languages. It had something to do with being deaf and writing being the only form of communication I had with others. I did not go to school in this second life of mine, but my past life's knowledge translated into an actual skill, so even though I was 7, I was probably the most educated person in this village. I looked up at the man who was holding the board and I analyzed his dress. He wore a black jacket which buttoned up to his neck along with black pants. He wore a white belt on which a katana was tightly strapped. All in all, it was the standard Demon Slayer uniform. Why does it matter, dude? You are 10 days late anyway. Wait, what did you say? Oops, did I say that out loud? I reminded myself to be careful as I occasionally had slip-ups like that after going deaf again. I would blurt out my own thoughts and I wouldn't be aware since I couldn't even hear my own voice. The demon really fucked up my ear. I said you won't believe me anyway. No one does. I said, and he gave me a look that screamed that was not what you just said. But what was he going to do, argue with the 7-year-old who just lost his whole family? No, he shook his head and his eyes became gentle instead. I promise I will believe what you say. Do you trust me? No, dude, we just met a few minutes ago. He moved closer to the futon where I was sitting and he gently put his hand on my shoulder while he supported his body with his other hand. He leaned towards me. I understand you, kid. I experienced the same thing you did when I was a child. He started, and now, I am a demon slayer. I hunt those monsters so that they won't ever harm anyone again. So I need you to tell me what the demon looked like and what his powers were. His eyes found mine and for the first time since I got the transparent world, someone was able to hold eye contact with me. I wondered, did he remember I was deaf or did that fact completely cross his mind in his emotional state? After a few seconds of silence which was awkward only for him, I replied. He looked like an old man with a hunched back. His skin was pale, almost blue, and he was very, very ugly. They all are, he chuckled. And for his powers, I said, he could shout really loudly and it even caused my ears to bleed. The demon slayer went mute in thought and he muttered to himself, so a sound-based blood demon art, huh? After that, he focused back on me and flashed a smile. Thank you for your help, kid. I will make sure your family rest in peace by killing the demon. He stood up after that and fixed his uniform. He had come to the village today and was able to get permission to talk to me alone after asking permission. But now that he got what he wanted, he was going to leave. But I didn't let him. Wait a minute, sir. I called out and crawled out from the futon where I was resting. He turned back to look at me, he tilted his head in question. Yes? How can I be like you? I asked bluntly. How can I be a demon slayer like you? He paused at the question and with my sharp eyes, I was able to see his hesitance to reply to me. On one hand, he did not want to give an answer to protect me, but on the other, he knew what it was like to lose your loved ones to a demon. He understood the feeling of hatred and the need for revenge. Please. I added. He was a good dude. I never learned his name, but I hoped I meet him again. He really gave me a proper answer to my question. Although it was not as detailed as I would have liked and what he said was mostly what I already knew, I appreciated the help. Especially for telling me the location where the final selection would be held. The way to become a demon slayer was simple. Firstly, you had to find a mentor to teach you sword skills and train your body. They could be any demon hunter, but mostly, the mentors were veteran demon slayers or retired Hashiras. After passing the training, you had to get your own Nichiren blade. This was why it was necessary to get a mentor because you could only obtain one through them. And then, you must go to Mount Fujikasane to attend what was called the final selection process. After passing that, you would become an official demon slayer. Pretty straightforward if I am being honest. The only problem was how to find a demon slayer to mentor me. It's not like demon slayers were common in the first place, but a veteran or a retired Hashira were even rarer. But then again, I could just go to the final selection directly and steal a Nichiren blade from one of the participants. Scratch that, I wouldn't even have to steal. If I remember the show correctly, many trainees die every year in the final selection, so I could probably loot their dead body. My main priority should be getting stronger. I laid back on the futon and relaxed my body for a much-needed rest. I thought since my body was already healing, it wouldn't be a problem if I trained. I was wrong, and after a couple of days of training, doing push-ups and other exercises, my injuries got worse. Basically, I couldn't heal when I was constantly using up all my energy and creating muscle tears while training. I got so engrossed with getting stronger that sound logic slipped my mind. It was kind of embarrassing, but in my defense, I thought it would be fine since it was a shounen world where breaking your limits with determination and friendship was the average Tuesday. Alas, this was not fiction anymore, it was real. And even if it was, I was not the main character. So with all those thoughts swirling in my ever-silent world, I closed my eyes and focused on resting. If I had to rest, I was going to rest like no one ever rested before. Such was the path to strength. So I slept. Training arc, Seiji's POV, the next phase of my life was full of hurdles and self-discovery as I walked the path towards strength. It was not an easy road. If my life was a book, I would name this chapter of my life, the training arc. Firstly, I was adopted by the community leader of our village. Contrary to my expectation, we did not move to our mansion due to fear that it might be a bad omen or haunted, especially with the way my parents were brutally slaughtered. But they did use our field to cultivate like I expected. It was at this point in my life that I realized greed was only a small fraction of human nature. Just because people were greedy, that did not mean they were bad people. Humans had flaws, but they also had a soul. With the help of my enhanced eyes, I could see lies and deceit from miles away, so believe me when I say there was no lie, humans were kind. They were good people. Although I could never love them like I did my previous family, I was glad they were there for me. It must have been tough to handle me in my early days when I wouldn't open up to anyone and live an isolated life with the excuse of being deaf. But they were persistent. So at one point, I gave in and I was happy I did. The family who adopted me were two old couples. They were 40, but it was considered old when the life expectancy was 42 years old. They had no more families as their two daughters already got married and moved out to their husband's household. But even though it was only us three, we always had guests as uncle was the leader of the village. They could either be travelers or traders, and since there were not such things as hotels, they would stay in our house or any other house they could find for the night. So we were never lonely. My training started after I was fully healed from the injuries, and at first it was mainly about building muscles with the help of my past knowledge and fully utilizing the transparent world. Other than building a stronger body, I also did everything I could to gain strength. That includes swinging wooden swords, sticks, many times to get myself familiar with the action. The transparent world became vital in sharpening my movements. I could see how my muscles twitched and worked when executing a specific action, and even without any prior knowledge, I was able to teach myself to move perfectly. I called it perfect movement. Since it barely cost me anything to use the transparent world, I always had it active, and with it, I was able to monitor each action I made every day. I would then correct my own movements until I moved with perfect fluidity. I never wasted movements in any action I did. I made sure only the right muscles were working when I executed and used just enough power. Having the transparent world virtually active also made me extremely familiar with the human body. After 2 years of living in that world where I could see everything, I was capable of predicting future actions with ease. I learned the hidden pattern in movement, and I was able to predict future actions by analyzing the current state of a body. At one point, it felt like people were talking to me with their body. I could understand everything by just looking at their body. Movement itself became a language to me. Correct, I had learned the language of the body. One more interesting thing to note was that having the transparent world perpetually active made me sleep a lot due to obvious reasons. My brain worked overtime to process all the information I got from my eyes, so it took a toll on my brain. I had to sleep at least 12 hours every day. This would be even worse if I was not deaf. Luckily, the part of my brain which should process my sense of hearing was free, and more of my brain was able to focus on my sight alone. I hoped this minor drawback would be fixed by the time my brain fully matured. So 3 years passed just like that, and during that time, my improvement could be summarized into 3 things: enhanced physique, perfect movement, and body language. At the age of 11, I realized I was no longer making much improvement other than my physique, so I started looking for other ways to get stronger. That was when I learned that there was a kendo dojo in the city of Tokyo, which was not too far away from our village. It was only around half a day travel on foot. I asked my uncle to buy me a bicycle to go back and forth from Tokyo to the village every day. He did not protest, as I rarely ever asked for anything, and it was bought with my inheritance money anyway. That was also why I was never expected to work on the farms to help them. Not only were they cultivating the fields which were legally mine, but they also used my inheritance to buy everything I needed. So they left me alone to do what I wanted. At the age of 11, I joined the Noma dojo, which was located in Tokyo. This was also the first time I realized just how strong I was. So, how strong was I? One word: overpowered. It might not seem impressive at first, but the 2 skills I had developed, perfect movement and body language, were an absolute cheat. Coupled with my physique, which was apparently as strong as a 15-year-old, then you have someone who could beat the master of the dojo with ease. On the first day, the master of the dojo and I had a spar on my request. We fought, and that was when I realized that fighting was different for me compared to everyone else. How so, you may ask? Well, fighting to me was a conversation. When we started the spar, he did not move his lips, but the master spoke. His first attack was a straight vertical slash, and he told me how many times he had practiced that one single swing, over 10,000 times. The way the muscles on his right arm tensed much more than his left told me that he was right-handed. His eyes that were looking at the left side told me that normally, his attack would be blocked and countered from the left. His feet were planted firmly on the floor, showing his absolute lack of fear towards me. And it also told me that he had no interest in fighting aggressively, he was only trying to demonstrate his skill. His tight shoulders told me exactly where the swing was going to end and how much force was put into it. His bent elbow screamed his next move to me, a horizontal slash from the right. It was overwhelming. He talked a lot. The master told me everything without opening his mouth. The craziest thing was that it happened in under a second. I dodged his swing with perfect movement. I was like water which found the easiest and most effective way to flow. After I dodged, the master had a surprised look on his face and then he used another attack. Just like I expected, it was a horizontal slash from the right side. I also blocked that with minimal effort. There was no waste of energy when my bakken slammed against his. His attack barely slipped off mine when the wood met. Then it was my turn to attack, and right when I thought of attacking, the master spoke again. This time, he told me about every weakness he had and how he was going to protect himself. His hesitance to step back told me of his arrogance, his greatest weakness. The middle finger on his right was not gripping the handle properly, it was injured. The tight movement on his hips told me of the back pain he had, a combination of old age and many years of training. His right eye was better than the left, which caused an imbalance in sight, he most likely wore glasses to read. He shifted his body weight to his right foot and that told me how he would have a hard time moving to the right. He blinked and I stepped in. I was not fast nor did I put power in my footstep, but the ease at which I moved made me twice as fast and looked triple as fast. I was in front of him and I swung at his right side. He quickly took a step back in a show of expert footwork and then he tried to block. But here's a thing about perfect movement, I only used the necessary muscle group and strength in my actions. So it made it extremely easy to discard said action and make changes midway. So in an instant, I changed my swing to an upward slash that would cut his hand which held the bakken while he tried to block my first attack. But he was experienced, he saw through my attack. With a body superior to mine, he leaned back, almost in a falling motion, to dodge the slash. But he told me he was going to dodge like that even before he did. The way his muscles were currently working and tense told me exactly what he could and could not do in his position. So I changed the slash again to a stab. I took a step forward and lunged at him. The master could no longer block and right when he stumbled to a stop. My bakken hit him, stabbing not at his heart but his pancreas. I could see exactly where I was hitting and without a doubt, he would have died. There was a long moment of stunned silence from him. His body completely froze in shock, then he said with a strained smile, "Stabbing is not allowed." Right. Kendo was a sport and I remembered the referee talked about the rules of the spar before it started. I didn't look to know what he was saying. I dropped my bakken and bowed, "I'm sorry. It's my loss." That day I realized the full extent of the skill I had mastered with the help of the transparent world. Although it was nothing to boast about compared to people like Muchiro Takito who became a Hashira after 2 months of training when he was the same. But I think I was decently strong enough. I did not know the limit to my skills, but if I could easily read a master kendo like a book, I suppose I would not have a hard time slaying weaker demons. After the spar, I was immediately deemed a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium genius. In this part of my training, I did not use my transparent world and I learned sword skills from the master and learned how to fight without the help of my eyes. Perfect movement was always there, so I still easily became the strongest in the dojo without the transparent world. It only took me half a year. I would learn sword techniques in the dojo and then, after going home, I would completely master that technique and even make improvements with the help of the transparent world. Cycling back and forth every day from the city to the village built my body to be stronger and also increased my stamina many times over. I was able to carry baggages and other objects in my travels after a while. The villagers used me like a mailman, but I did not mind and used it as strength training. I entered many competitions during my time in the dojo and obviously, I emerged victorious in every competition. I even got some fame to my name and added wealth to my inheritance. And just like that, 2 years passed and I was 13 years old. This was when I experienced the hardest part of my training. Status name, Seiji Shigan. Age, 13. Physique, trained adult. Height, 5 feet 5 inches. Main power, transparent world. Skills 1. Perfect movement, this gives him the ability to move perfectly with no wasted strength or movement. It allows him to move by working only the necessary muscle groups so he can conserve energy but also make changes in his action midway. It is exactly as its name suggests. This no longer requires the use of the transparent world and remains passive unless he learns complicated movements or techniques which he has never seen or done before. 2. Body language, this requires a transparent world and using this skill, Seiji literally understands body language. Even the tiniest twitch of your muscle or your breathing pattern and even your heartbeat tells him everything. Seiji can perfectly predict movements before they ever happen, but this depends on how experienced the fighter is. If the opponent is top tier, Seiji might only be able to predict their next move. You are telling him everything basically. Seiji's POV, the next phase of my life was full of hurdles and self-discovery as I walked the path towards strength. It was not an easy road. If my life was a book, I would name this chapter of my life, the training arc. Firstly, I was adopted by the community leader of our village. Contrary to my expectation, we did not move to our mansion due to fear that it might be a bad omen or haunted, especially with the way my parents were brutally slaughtered. But they did use our field to cultivate like I expected. It was at this point in my life that I realized greed was only a small fraction of human nature. Just because people were greedy, that did not mean they were bad people. Humans had flaws, but they also had a soul. With the help of my enhanced eyes, I could see lies and deceit from miles away, so believe me when I say there was no lie, humans were kind. They were good people. Although I could never love them like I did my previous family, I was glad they were there for me. It must have been tough to handle me in my early days when I wouldn't open up to anyone and live an isolated life with the excuse of being deaf. But they were persistent. So at one point, I gave in and I was happy I did. The family who adopted me were two old couples. They were 40 but it was considered old when the life expectancy was 42 years old. They had no more families as their 2 daughters already got married and moved out to their husband's household. But even though it was only us 3, we always had guests as uncle was the leader of the village. They could either be travelers or traders, and since there were not such things as hotels, they would stay in our house or any other house they could find for the night. So we were never lonely. My training started after I was fully healed from the injuries, and at first it was mainly about building muscles with the help of my past knowledge and fully utilizing the transparent world. Other than building a stronger body, I also did everything I could to gain strength. That includes swinging wooden swords, sticks, many times to get myself familiar with the action. The transparent world became vital in sharpening my movements. I could see how my muscles twitched and worked when executing a specific action, and even without any prior knowledge, I was able to teach myself to move perfectly. I called it perfect movement. Since it barely cost me anything to use the transparent world, I always had it active, and with it, I was able to monitor each action I made every day. I would then correct my own movements until I moved with perfect fluidity that I never wasted movements in any action I did. I made sure only the right muscles were working when I executed and used just enough power. Having the transparent world virtually active also made me extremely familiar with the human body. After 2 years of living in that world where I could see everything, I was capable of predicting future actions with ease. I learned the hidden pattern in movement, and I was able to predict future actions by analyzing the current state of a body. At one point, it felt like people were talking to me with their body. I could understand everything by just looking at their body. Movement itself became a language to me. Correct, I had learned the language of the body. One more interesting thing to note was that having the transparent world perpetually active made me sleep a lot due to obvious reasons. My brain worked overtime to process all the information I got from my eyes, so it took a toll on my brain. I had to sleep at least 12 hours every day. This would be even worse if I was not deaf. Luckily, the part of my brain which should process my sense of hearing was free, and more of my brain was able to focus on my sight alone. I hoped this minor drawback would be fixed by the time my brain fully matured. So 3 years passed just like that, and during that time, my improvement could be summarized into 3 things: enhanced physique, perfect movement, and body language. At the age of 11, I realized I was no longer making much improvement other than my physique, so I started looking for other ways to get stronger. That was when I learned that there was a kendo dojo in the city of Tokyo, which was not too far away from our village. It was only around half a day travel on foot. I asked my uncle to buy me a bicycle to go back and forth from Tokyo to the village every day. He did not protest, as I rarely ever asked for anything, and it was bought with my inheritance money anyway. That was also why I was never expected to work on the farms to help them. Not only were they cultivating the fields which were legally mine, but they also used my inheritance to buy everything I needed. So they left me alone to do what I wanted. At the age of 11, I joined the Noma dojo, which was located in Tokyo. This was also the first time I realized just how strong I was. So, how strong was I? One word: overpowered. It might not seem impressive at first, but the 2 skills I had developed, perfect movement and body language, were an absolute cheat. Coupled with my physique, which was apparently as strong as a 15-year-old, then you have someone who could beat the master of the dojo with ease. On the first day, the master of the dojo and I had a spar on my request. We fought, and that was when I realized that fighting was different for me compared to everyone else. How so, you may ask? Well, fighting to me was a conversation. When we started the spar, he did not move his lips, but the master spoke. His first attack was a straight vertical slash, and he told me how many times he had practiced that one single swing, over 10,000 times. The way the muscles on his right arm tensed much more than his left told me that he was right-handed. His eyes that were looking at the left side told me that normally, his attack would be blocked and countered from the left. His feet were planted firmly on the floor, showing his absolute lack of fear towards me. And it also told me that he had no interest in fighting aggressively, he was only trying to demonstrate his skill. His tight shoulders told me exactly where the swing was going to end and how much force was put into it. His bent elbow screamed his next move to me, a horizontal slash from the right. It was overwhelming. He talked a lot. The master told me everything without opening his mouth. The craziest thing was that it happened in under a second. I dodged his swing with perfect movement. I was like water which found the easiest and most effective way to flow. After I dodged, the master had a surprised look on his face, and then he used another attack. Just like I expected, it was a horizontal slash from the right side. I also blocked that with minimal effort. There was no waste of energy when my bakken slammed against his. His attack barely slipped off mine when the wood met. Then it was my turn to attack, and right when I thought of attacking, the master spoke again. This time, he told me about every weakness he had and how he was going to protect himself. His hesitance to step back told me of his arrogance, his greatest weakness. The middle finger on his right was not gripping the handle properly, it was injured. The tight movement on his hips told me of the back pain he had, a combination of old age and many years of training. His right eye was better than the left, which caused an imbalance in sight. He most likely wore glasses to read. He shifted his body weight to his right foot, and that told me how he would have a hard time moving to the right. He blinked and I stepped in. I was not fast, nor did I put power in my footstep, but the ease at which I moved made me twice as fast and looked triple as fast. I was in front of him and I swung at his right side. He quickly took a step back in a show of expert footwork, and then he tried to block. But here's a thing about perfect movement, I only used the necessary muscle group and strength in my actions. So it made it extremely easy to discard said action and make changes midway. So in an instant, I changed my swing to an upward slash that would cut his hand which held the bakken while he tried to block my first attack. But he was experienced, he saw through my attack. With a body superior to mine, he leaned back, almost in a falling motion, to dodge the slash. But he told me he was going to dodge like that even before he did. The way his muscles were currently working and tensed told me exactly what he could and could not do in his position. So I changed the slash again to a stab. I took a step forward and lunged at him. The master could no longer block and right when he stumbled to a stop. My Bakken hit him, stabbing not at his heart but his pancreas. I could see exactly where I was hitting and without a doubt, he would have died. There was a long moment of stunned silence from him. His body completely froze in shock. Then he said with a strained smile, "Stabbing is not allowed." Right. Kendo was a sport and I remembered the referee talked about the rules of the spar before it started. I didn't look to know what he was saying. I dropped my Bakken and bowed, "I'm sorry. It's my loss." That day I realized the full extent of the skill I had mastered with the help of the transparent world. Although it was nothing to boast about compared to people like Muchiro Takito who became a Hashira after 2 months of training when he was the same. But I think I was decently strong enough. I did not know the limit to my skills, but if I could easily read a master kendo like a book, I suppose I would not have a hard time slaying weaker demons. After the spar, I was immediately deemed a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium genius. In this part of my training, I did not use my transparent world and I learned sword skills from the master and learned how to fight without the help of my eyes. Perfect movement was always there, so I still easily became the strongest in the dojo without the transparent world. It only took me half a year. I would learn sword techniques in the dojo and then, after going home, I would completely master that technique and even make improvements with the help of the transparent world. Cycling back and forth every day from the city to the village built my body to be stronger and also increased my stamina many times over. I was able to carry baggages and other objects in my travels after a while. The villagers used me like a mailman, but I did not mind and used it as strength training. I entered many competitions during my time in the dojo and obviously, I emerged victorious in every competition. I even got some fame to my name and added wealth to my inheritance. And just like that, 2 years passed and I was 13 years old. This was when I experienced the hardest part of my training. Status name, Seiji Shigan. Age, 13. Physique, trained adult. Height, 5 feet 5 inches. Main power, transparent world. Skills 1. Perfect movement, this gives him the ability to move perfectly with no wasted strength or movement. It allows him to move by working only the necessary muscle groups so he can conserve energy but also make changes in his action midway. It is exactly as its name suggests. This no longer requires the use of the transparent world and remains passive unless he learns complicated movements or techniques which he has never seen or done before. 2. Body language. This requires a transparent world and using this skill, Seiji literally understands body language. Even the tiniest twitch of your muscle or your breathing pattern and even your heartbeat tells him everything. Seiji can perfectly predict movements before they ever happen, but this depends on how experienced the fighter is. If the opponent is top tier, Seiji might only be able to predict their next move. You are telling him everything basically. End, Training Arc 2. Seiji's POV, 2 years passed and I was 13 years old. This was when I experienced the hardest part of my training. Studying. Yes, apparently I had to study even in a fictional world where breathing was a superpower and in the year 1918. It had something to do with my inheritance. There were real estate, business, money and other investments which were part of the inheritance. And in order to have them legally at the age of 16, I had to have at least a high school level education or chigako, as they called it. It was either that or I would only be able to access my inheritance at the age of 20. Which was bloody ridiculous because I might not even live to see 20 in my line of work. I was more than aware of just how dangerous the job of a demon slayer was, more than anyone else probably because I watched a demon devour my sister alive and because of my past life knowledge. Even strength could not assure your survival because it was the Hashiras and the strongest people who died in the end. That was why I was so careful and not rushing into the forest blindly to fight demons, unlike a certain wind pillar, even though I was already more than strong enough. Some may call it cowardice, but I call it not leaving my life to the whims of luck. Calculating the timeline of the canon with my age. I would be 20 years old when we fight Muzan. That meant I might die even before I saw a penny of my inheritance, so passing high school was a must. So when I was the age of 13, I spent most of my time studying while also training my senses. I was deaf, and that meant I relied heavily on my eyes, and I had blind spots. So in order to make up for that, I had to sharpen my instincts and other senses to an extremely high degree. So other than studying, I worked on my spatial awareness. Luckily, I already passed middle school in my past life, so I did not have to start from scratch, and other than history and Japanese, I did not have to study much. Education in the 21st century was undoubtedly superior after all. The exam for high school was nationwide. That meant that even if you didn't go to school, you could study by yourself and pass the exam. It was the eve of the First World War, so no one had time to waste a whole day going to school, so people mostly took this kind of exam. I was among them, and after a total of 4 months of preparation, I passed high school successfully on my first try. My uncle and aunt were so happy with my achievement, as even high school level education was impressive during this time. After I was done with my exams and got my results, I finally focused on the most important aspect for demon slaying. Breathing styles. I figured I would pick up the skill easily, especially with the transparent world. If people like Inosuke could invent their own breathing style, why the hell should I not be able to? This will be a piece of cake, I said, and looked at my reflection in the mirror. My gaze pierced through my flesh and bones, and I focused on my lungs, which were noticeably bigger than average. Lung training was obviously part of my physique training schedule since I knew how important it was. I trained using a gourd like it was shown in the anime, and I also came up with my own method of training, which included holding my breath for long periods of time. Now I had a powerful set of lungs which should be able to support even the sun breathing, hopefully. I had covered all of the basics. I had trained my body, and learned how to swing a sword, which was an understatement as I was the under-18 national kendo champion, and I had gotten familiar with my eyes as well. The only thing left was to have my own breathing style. Long story short, I was able to learn the skill, but I failed to get a breathing style. I could enhance my body thought breathing, I was probably the best at it since I had a massive advantage, but I failed at creating my own unique breathing style. The concept of breathing style was simple: take in huge amounts of air in your lungs and absorb the oxygen. That would increase the amount of oxygen in your bloodstream, giving you superhuman abilities. I was able to do that. What I was not able to do though was find the pattern which differentiates every breathing style. I realized this soon enough, but I think I would be able to succeed after seeing someone use any breathing style in action. This was why after the initial failures, I stopped instead of trying to find the answer myself. Why waste time when I could get my answer by seeing a demon slayer fight once? So, that's how I learned the basic breathing style. I called it steroid breathing, because it's true and funny. Everything you need to know is in the name. It was an incomplete breathing style that did not have any particular special attribute but worked well in enhancing every stats I had. After that, I finally decided it was time to end the training arc. I was exactly as old as I was when I died in my past life. I was 13 years and 7 months old. It was also the exact age Tanjiro was when his family was killed, so I thought it was the perfect year. Both I and the MC would start our story at the same age. So at the age of 13, I began my journey. My main goal was to travel to Mount Fujikasane for the final selection this year, and on my way. Hunt some demons. That's right, you ugly sons of bitches. Revenge time. Status name, Seiji Shigan. Age, 13. Height, 5 feet 5 inches. Physique, highly trained adult. Main power, transparent world. Breathing style, incomplete. Basic enhancement. Steroid breathing. Sword skill, easily Hashira level in sword skills alone. But he is still below Hashira when it came to fighting with sword as he lacks experience. Meaning if it was swordman versus swordman, he would rival any Hashira in pure skill, but in swordman versus demon, his sword skill may prove to be more ineffective. Skills 1. Perfect movement. This gives him the ability to move perfectly with no wasted strength or movement. It allows him to move by working only the necessary muscle groups so he can conserve energy but also make changes in his action midway. It is exactly as its name suggests. This no longer requires the use of the transparent world and remains passive unless he learns complicated movements or techniques which he has never seen or done before. 2. Body language. This requires a transparent world, and using this skill, Seiji literally understands body language. Even the tiniest twitch of your muscle or your breathing pattern and even your heartbeat tells him everything. Seiji can perfectly predict movements before they ever happen, but this depends on how experienced the fighter is. If the opponent is top tier, Seiji might only be able to predict their next move. You are telling him everything basically. End. First demon, Seiji's POV. At the age of 13 years old, I began my journey. The plan was to direct all of my teenage spite and rebellious phase towards the demons. Since I died at the age of 13 in my past life, the demons were in for 2 lifetimes worth of teenage angst. I pity them. I'll be leaving now, I said to my uncle and aunt who had been taking care of me for many years now. I know nothing we say is going to make you stay, so what else can we do? My uncle sighed. Good luck in your travels, my boy. Take care of yourself, Seiji. Make sure you send us letters. And always remember you have a home with us, my aunt said while wiping tears from her eyes. I gave them a deep bow to show my respect and appreciation. They were the closest thing I had to a family. We might have even been closer and happier if I just opened up during all these years. But ever since what happened that night, I put a certain distance between myself and other people. It was because of fear of losing a family again and because of what I wanted to do. My heart was still too bitter for that kind of love. Thank you for taking care of me, I said and bowed just a tad bit deeper. I hope they live for a long time. I hope they single-handedly increase the average life expectancy of a Japanese, which was 45 years old. After saying farewell, I left the house and then the village. I did not tell them what I was going to do exactly, only that I was going to leave to travel by myself and that it was an important thing to me. I had told them about it since I was young, so they couldn't refute and knew it was inevitable. In addition, traveling alone like this from village to village was not a rare thing. There were many people who did it for adventure or to find a permanent village where they could settle. So I was able to leave with their blessing. I had a katana strapped to my side. It was forged by one of the most famous smiths in Japan, and it was given to me as a gift when I finally beat the master of my dojo fair and square when I was 12. I also carried a bag with me that had essential tools like first aid, clean water, tools and a few utensils if I ever wanted to camp in the forest. I think there were some canned foods as well that my aunt packed for me. I bought a map from the city so I was half aware of where I should go. The journey to Mount Fujikasane would take me roughly 2 weeks if I traveled on foot, but I expect to reach the mountain in a month. This was because I wanted to hunt demons and get experience before entering the final selection. Another reason would be that I just wanted to enjoy the journey. A question to all my 21st century readers: did you know how beautiful Japan was? Especially during the early 1900s when nature was still virgin, mostly untouched by humans and pollution. It was insane when I thought about how much we ruined nature in the span of only a century. But for now, the world was beautiful. And I really like beautiful things. My eyes could fully comprehend the beauty of nature in all its glory. I could see the air rushing through the forest, a relieving breeze. I could see every reflection of light from the leaves and every moss on the rocks. I saw colors that had names and those without, colors which a normal person would never see. If people saw beauty like I did, I think everyone would fall in love as well. It would have been even more beautiful if I was able to travel during the day, but alas, I was not perfect. I slept during the day and traveled during the night. One of the reasons I did it was because I wanted to be attacked by a demon. But the main reason I slept during the day was because I was deaf. Imagine I slept during the night when demons were roaming around. I hate to admit it, but I was a deep sleeper. I was more vulnerable than anyone else when I was sleeping. So I could only sleep during the day when I knew for certain demons won't attack me. I could only sleep when I knew they were hiding in some dark caves or in a hole. Not to mistake this to be an absolute weakness though. I trained all of my other senses, especially my sense of smell and touch, to be extremely sensitive, so I was still not completely defenseless. Anyways, during the day I slept and at night I traveled. People were kind and there were many huts or small villages all over Japan, so I would just ask nicely for a place to sleep and they were happy to say yes. I was not sure if I was lucky or unlucky, but I did not encounter any demons in the first 2 days of my travel. It was only on the third day, while I was trekking up the mountain of Akihara, that I encountered my first demon. And oh man, was it an experience. Mount Akihara was cold all year round, but since it was not winter, there was no snow. The mountain was a named one, which meant that it was significantly larger than the usual mountains. People rarely visited the mountain due to its high altitude, harsh condition, and because it was not the only route. Actually, it was the longer route compared to the bridge route which led to the same place. But I remember I chose the mountain route because of 2 reasons: the hope of encountering a demon and the desire to catch sunrise at the peak of the mountain. How beautiful that must be. The air was extremely thin and it only got worse the higher I climbed. The air was frigid and each inhalation would freeze my lungs and cause a slight discomfort on my nasal cavity. Nevertheless, I was well trained, so it barely bothered me. I did not know if there were animals or insects, but I imaged them chirping loudly in the silence and isolation of the night. There was a small and rugged trail up the mountain which was covered in vegetation because it was rarely used. The trees in the mountains had thick roots and barely any branches in order to endure the strong winds that undoubtedly blew on the mountain all year round. It was absolutely dark with no light other than the stars and the moon. But the dark never bothered me because, with the transparent world, the world was perpetually visible. Therefore, I noticed immediately the sudden change in the wind. There was something rushing at me from my side and the smell of blood and rotten corpse filled my nose. I stopped. And right then, a demon came out from the forest to my left. His body flew across the trail and right past me at a speed that made me raise my eyebrows. Had I not stopped, his body would have crashed on me and probably break every bone I had. His action was calculated and it also took my footsteps into consideration. It was like a predator leaping at its prey. Well, that was embarrassing. I commented at his monumental miss as his body sprawled to a stop at the side of the trail. But don't worry, no one else saw that. I said, but he did not appreciate my words. He growled at me like an animal with his veins popping out on his face. I promise I won't tell a soul. I said, and he lunged at me. It was a pity, if he had not revealed himself he might have stood a chance. But the brief instance already allowed me to study his body in detail. I already knew how strong he was, what his main strength was and everything in between. He told me everything already. His body disappeared in a burst of speed and force, leaving a shockwave behind as he shot at me like a cannon. A series of actions that was painfully slow with my eyes though. Short burst of power, that was his whole gimmick. He looked like a middle-aged man wearing a white haori and with a pale skin. He had thick powerful legs and bulbous forearms to which spear-like fingers were attached. I took a single step, bent my knees and leaned back to dodge his second attempt at taking my head. It was a swift and precise dodge and he missed again. But he did not stop and he landed on a tree horizontally before he quickly pushed himself off the trunk of the tree. Then he bounced around the trees in the mountains at blinding speed, for normal eyes of course. I think he was trying to confuse me and make it harder to dodge. But it was still painfully obvious to me. He might not speak with words, but actions speak louder than words. The directions he was looking at, the way he placed his feet after landing, the way his neck muscle tensed, and the position of the tree itself told me exactly when he was going to lunge at me or when he was going to jump to another tree like a monkey. I could easily telegraph his movement. At last, he shot at me again. His body became a blur of fluttering white and I positioned my body sideways to make him miss me by a hair's breadth. An explosion of air and dirt followed as the demon planted his hand on the ground. When the dust settled, he was crouching down with a shocked, almost fearful look in his eyes. He was mere inches beside me, so I playfully chopped at his head with my hand. That was also when his eyes fell on my katana and I saw in great detail how his muscles tightened in fear and his heartbeat took a stark turn. His heart previously beat rapidly in excitement, but now it was thumping loudly in fear. He must have mistook me for a high-ranking demon slayer. He was smart enough to realize that he was in danger. He pushed himself off the ground in an attempt to flee. Too bad he told me of his plan to run a second before he even moved. I finally pulled out my katana and right when he thought he had successfully made an escape, I sliced his ankle, and when he tried to take another step, his entire foot came off. With the sudden imbalance and misdirected force, he rolled like a doll. He was weak, pathetically so. He talked a lot as well. But one thing that was infinitely interesting to me was the difference between a human body and a demon's body. The difference was not obvious, but if you looked closely, you could see how they were two entirely different things. Demons' muscles were thicker and way more active than a man's. They were extremely tight and they moved even at the cost of being ripped apart. That was only the start, as demons also had thicker bones and their blood flow was unnatural. Their blood did not rely solely on the heart to travel throughout their body. At a glance, I could tell that with their healing factor, the limiter in their brain was effectively removed. It was said that humans were only able to use one-third of our true strength so that we do not harm our own bodies. But that was not the case for demons. They could use 100% of their strength at all times. That was one of the reasons for their superhuman strength, other than the obvious magical factor, of course. Incredible, I said when I saw the way his wound closed. I could see his body heat increase rapidly and his ankle release smoke while it regenerated. I have to know more about this, I said, and the demon turned back to look at me with evident fear on his face. But there was also a newfound anger and relief. Your sword, it's not a Nichiren blade, he said. I tilted my head. Yes, believe it or not, no blacksmith or weapon dealer in Tokyo knew about the Nichiren blade. I couldn't find them at all. Then you can't kill me, he said, and a crooked smile came onto his face. I nodded, affirming his statement. Indeed. His foot healed and then he rushed at me with incredible speed and a newfound confidence at the fact that I didn't have a Nichiren, the bane of all demons. After all, why should he be afraid when I couldn't kill him? He probably thought he was being sneaky, but his body language revealed his sneak attack long ago. I leaned back slightly and tilted my head just enough for his claw to nick the first layer of my skin. Then I took a sharp breath and used my incomplete breathing style. Steroid breathing. Yes, I was serious in naming it that. My speed doubled and I pulled out my katana with swiftness that the demon could not even behold. My attack was perfect, without any unnecessary energy or movement. It aimed true and it did its job just precisely. Under his shaking eyes, the demon saw his arm literally being peeled off by my blade. Cutting them or chopping them would take necessary energy and more than one movement, so I simply carved out his flesh from the bone with a circular motion. It was effective but brutal for the enemy. Luckily, I was deaf, so I did not hear the shrilling scream of agony released by the demon. He fell on his back, watching in horror at his arm, which was only white bone. He was healing, but the regeneration seemed extremely painful as he writhed like a worm. Yeah, I cannot kill you, I said, and slowly approached him while he tried to crawl away. But you said that like it's a good thing for you. A swift death would have been preferable to what I did to him next. The demon became my first victim. I used him as a way to vent out years of hatred and bitterness. I also used him as a way to get myself familiar with a demon's biology, which was vital for the transparent world, and test the limits of fear healing factor. At one point he prayed for sunrise. Mount Fujikasane, Seiji's POV, please, please, please. No more, no more. I wonder how many people have said the same thing to him as he tore them apart, limb by limb. If I were to guess from his strength and from how my sister cried and begged while the demon ate her alive, I would say at least hundreds. Stop talking. Move. Run. I said to his dismembered body, which was not healing anymore. I needed him to move to get myself familiar with a demon and learn the language of fear unique body. There was blood along the small trail and pieces of his demon flesh splattered everywhere. He had made a great effort to run away and fight back at first, but after a while, he gave up. Now his body did not even heal when I cut him. He just laid on the ground, dismembered, like a useless corpse. The only movement in his body was on his lips, which moved to form incoherent words. I stood over him and watched. His face stopped morphing into agonizing shapes while ago and he had stopped crying. He just stared ahead like a dead fish with a blank sheet for a face. It was no longer stimulating. The sun rose not long after and the demon finally had a reaction again. His face stretched in relief and tears fell from his eyes. He was happy to see the sun. The sunlight shone on him and his body dissipated like ash. His blood and splattered pieces of flesh also disappeared. In just a few seconds, there was no longer any evidence of the demon ever existing. That was definitely an experience, I told myself. I might have gotten a little overboard since he was the first demon I encountered. Recalling the helplessness I felt that night, the power I had over a demon now was intoxicating. It was like a drug that filled the bottomless rage and hate I had inside. It was not a good thing, I knew. I could not just blindly hate demons because I knew there were many good demons like Nezuko, Tamayo, Yashiro etc. and demons who were just as much of a victim as human. I also knew feeding such negative emotions and walking the path of endless revenge was not wise. I watched Naruto okay. But I was only 13, so allow me to be childish and petty. I still have time to grow. I continued my journey after that. I had enough time to reach the top of the mountain and I watched the sunrise like I wanted to. Then I head towards Mount Fujikasane again. I was not in a mood to sleep, so I continued traveling the entire morning and only slept after noon. Days passed and to my silent delight, I encountered demons every night since then. They were not as powerful as the first one, but they were enough for self-training and research. I also practiced my breathing style a lot during this time. I realized the huge gap between the physical prowess of a demon and a human, so it highlighted to me the importance of breathing styles. The mountains and the forest provided great training as well. It tested the limits of my endurance and gave me the perfect environment to train my senses. To get stronger, I had to rewire my mind and accept that the logic of my past life did not apply to this world. I often struggled with that while I was young. At one point in my journey, I encountered a village that was plagued by a demon with blood demon art. It was during the final week of my travels. The demon was a beautiful woman who could hypnotize and brainwash people with the sound of her voice. Her blood demon art worked similarly to sirens from what I could understand. The demon realized that if she acted smart, she could have unlimited food supply instead of hunting for human every night. So she brainwashed the villagers and managed the village to suit her need. The whole village was under her command and she was rearing the humans like cattle. The women's population in the village was more than the men's by around 10 to 1. The village had a weird customs and other practices that would ultimately increase the birth rates. Mostly males would be eaten and women were kept like breeding tools to give the demon an infinite food supply. The men in the village were just enough to maintain the farm and get the women pregnant. Honestly, it was a fucked up village and rarely visited by people because when they did, the visitors would be hypnotized and eaten. It was the demon's personal human farm. Obviously the blood demon art of the demon did not work since I was deaf. At first, I did not even notice it and I thought it was just a really strange village with strange traditions. But when I heard the women talking about how proud they were of their sons sacrificing themselves to the gods, I knew there was something wrong. Honestly, my experience in the village could be an entirely different book on its own, but we shall not tell that story today. Maybe in another volume, I would tell about my experience in the village in detail. So I fought with the demon who was controlling the villagers and it was my most challenging battle yet. The demon had many years to feast on human flesh so she was powerful. But she fell swiftly like everyone else because she was at a disadvantage. Her blood demon art did not work on a deaf person. After the demon's control over the village was gone, the villagers almost went mad. They still retained the memories of what happened so they knew the horrible things they were manipulated into doing. Be it sacrificing their children, killing travelers and offering them to the demon or committing many acts of debauchery. I did not stay long in the village. I left after telling them what happened was not their fault and to blame the demons for everything. And to start anew. The village would be the last one I visit in my journey because there was no way in hell I wanted to get into another mess. At last, after more than a month of traveling, I reached the base of Mount Fujikasane. I did not even have to look at the map to confirm I was there because the sweet scent of a particular flower filled the air. Beautiful flower trees covered the mountain to give it a distinctive look compared to the rest of the surroundings. I did not have to be told that they were wisteria trees. They were the color of lavender and they covered most of the mountain. I was truly stunned by their beauty, especially when they released a faint glow in the dark of the night, almost like they had magical properties within them. There was a small village at the base of the mountain. They were the people from the Demon Slayer Corps, but they were not demon slayers. Instead, they were people stationed in the mountains to maintain the wisteria trees. They were gardeners essentially. Some of them were retired demon slayers while others were workers who used wisteria to create different products like the wisteria incense. There was a whole industry for wisteria products at the base of Mount Fujikasane. When I went to them and told them about why I had come to the mountain, I received the unfortunate news that the final selection was still a few weeks away. Oh! The horror of being forced to wait. But my time at Mount Fujikasane the following weeks would not go to waste as I met someone who would become one of the most important person in my life. I thought I will be the only one who came early for the final selection. It seems I was wrong. There are still people whose hearts are burning hotter than mine. I was deaf, but even I knew the guy was loud. It was only the second day after I reached Mount Fujikasane, the place where the final selection would take place. He came up to me while I was sleeping under one of the wisteria trees, their beauty casting drowsiness on me. That was when I met him. Hello comrade, my name is Kyojiro Rengoku. It's nice to meet you. Eminul_Capricorn Rengoku Kyojiro. Seiji's POV, hello comrade, my name is Kyojiro Rengoku. It's nice to meet you. I still remember that day so vividly. The warm sunlight peeked through the wisteria trees and caressed my skin. The brightness was no longer a bother that stopped me from sleeping, instead, it had become comfortable out of habit. He came up to me with all the loudness of a day. For a moment I thought I had regained my hearing. His presence was like the sun, unapologetic for shining so brighter than everyone else. I lazily opened my eyes to give him a look and I was awestruck. He was beautiful. In an artistic way, of course. If God were an artist, he would be considered a masterpiece. A tall frame filled with muscles that were designed solely to fight and swing a sword. There was a wild aura, a fighting spirit if you will, that surrounded his body at all times. His organs were healthy and fresh, like the parts of a brand new car. They were free of blemishes, no drugs, no tobacco or unhealthy lifestyles had affected them. His body proportion and bone structure spoke of his genetic blessing. From his great-grandfather, they were a swordsman, and his existence itself was the result of many generations of selective reproduction. Not arranged marriage but more so that he was the direct line of the strongest sons. He was bred to be a powerful swordsman. Hi! My name is Kyojiro Rengoku, nice to meet you. He announced for a second time. He was a tall young man who seemed to be about a year older than me. He had long bright yellow hair with red streaks akin to flames along with 2 shoulder-length bangs and 2 chin-length bangs on the side of his head. He had black forked eyebrows, and golden eyes that faded to red with white pupils. He wore a yellow haori with flame patterns. He had a very unique pair of eyes and I found myself staring at them. Hi. My name is Kyojiro Rengoku, nice to meet you, and that was the 3rd time he said the same thing. I got the feeling that he was the type of person who would never stop unless I replied. Hello Kyojiro Rengoku, my name is Shigan Seiji. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I said to the future flame Hashira. He laughed, what a plain voice you have for someone who seemed to burn with passion. It was funny because I got that lot. They said my voice had absolutely no intonation and it sounded completely flat as if I was speaking in the same octave. I guess I came to you at the wrong time. I apologize for waking you up. He said, but the wide smile on his face told me that he was not really sorry. But may I ask why you are sleeping on such a beautiful morning? I didn't sleep last night. I said and got comfortable leaning on the tree again. Rengoku hit his palm with a fist in a gesture of realization. Oh. I see you were hunting demons all night. I should have guessed. It was interesting to meet one of the most beloved characters in Demon Slayer. Unfortunately, like many characters beloved by the fans, he died at the hands of the demon Akaza. I actually cried when I saw his death as well. Wait, who died? Oops, did I say that out loud? Nothing. I said and closed my eyes. Although it was an exciting experience to meet him, I was too tired and sleepy to care. Maybe after a much-needed sleep, I would interact with him more. He said he was here for the final selection, so it's not like he would disappear soon. Seeing you resting so peacefully makes me want to rest as well. Would it be a problem if I rest beside you? He asked, but I had already closed my eyes so I didn't hear it. But apparently, Rengoku was the type of person to take silence as consent because he sat down and leaned against the same tree I did and he closed his eyes. He had also traveled day and night to reach the mountain and he needed rest even more than I. So the first time we met, we both rested under the same tree, tired from our fighting and journey respectively. The wisteria tree provided a calming shade which was perfect for a nap. From then on, Rengoku would stay by my side and quickly take the position of my first friend. A question from the readers: how do introverts like you make friends? The answer is we don't. An extrovert found us, liked us and adopted us. And that day, Kyojiro Rengoku found me. We woke up in the afternoon and I met with an odd realization that Rengoku was actually dead tired when I first met him. After the nap, he was smiling brighter and became visibly louder than before. But his smile and thunderous character were not annoying by any means, instead, it was an endearing trait that people liked about him. His charisma was off the charts. In just a few hours, he became closer to the people living at the base of the mountain than I was ever able to get in 2 days. He saw me as a kindred soul, a fellow swordsman who wanted to do good in the world and become a demon slayer who protected the innocents. So he stuck close to me and tried to get me to open up to him. Well, good luck with that. My uncle and aunt failed to do so even after 6 years. And I think he took that as a challenge. Something about his charisma and extrovert personality wanted to get close to me and become friends. There was nothing wrong with me per se, I was not some edgy motherfucker who strived to be alone just for the sake of it. I just never bothered putting effort into connecting with other people except for being acquaintances. I believe that was enough. There was also another reason. I was extremely bad when it came to people. Being deaf in my past life, I never had a meaningful relationship. And the people close to me in this second life were all brutally killed by a demon. So you could not exactly blame me for my flaws. Rengoku knew this and he made sure to be vocal about it as well. Hey, do you know it's really creepy when you stare at people whenever they talk? The workers told me that's why they didn't like talking to you. Rengoku said. I learned that he was honest like a child and he could also be quite blunt. I liked that about him. Is it? I mused. Yes, and the fact that you never respond to most people who talks to you. You seem to ignore everyone else except people who confronted you face to face. He said with a nod of his head as if to affirm his own words. I had to use my eyes and red lips to know what people were saying. And if they were out of my sight, I could not even notice them when they spoke to me. Well, tell them I'm sorry for being deaf, I said, and his eyes widened and he stopped walking. You are deaf? He asked, but since he was behind me I didn't know it. He put his hand on my shoulder and I turned to him. You are deaf? Yes, I am deaf in both ears. I lost my hearing from a demon. I said, and I could see he was stunned. I could also see the apology on his face. Since I had such incredible eyesight, people rarely noticed that I was deaf. And I never liked advertising my disability either, so there were often misunderstandings. I see, I should have noticed. He said. It's fine. It happens all the time. I said and continued walking. Rengoku took a few seconds to collect his thought before he followed behind me. We were currently on our way to another mountain close by. Mount Fujikasane was filled with wisteria trees, so it repelled demons. In order to hunt them, we had to move to another mountain. Rengoku said he wanted to join me, and since I also had an interest in seeing him fight, I allowed him. Now it was the both of us, moving through the mountain road to hunt the creatures of the night. We had sleep in the morning, so we were filled with energy. We did not encounter any demons during the night. Apparently, the demons knew to stay the fuck away from Mount Fujikasane. So Rengoku and I spent the time just wandering around under the bright moonlight. We talked quite a bit during this time. It was mostly about how I was able to talk when I was deaf and other related things. Like I said, he was a charming man, so I quite enjoyed the time. It was only near the break of dawn that we encountered a demon. I was able to see him while we were at a high altitude, and I saw him running at the base of the opposite mountain. The demon had blood all over his body, which told us that he just had a successful hunt and he was now running back home to who knows where before sunrise. We ran down the mountain immediately, and with my eyes focused on the demon like a hawk, I led us to a route that directly crossed paths with the demon. When we caught up with the demon, Rengoku's aura changed and his smile faded away. He ran past me and with his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, he said, "Leave him to me." And that's what I did. I watched Rengoku rush at the demon, who tried to run away the moment he saw us. I didn't remember the Flame Hashira to be a speedster, but he was extremely fast even at his young age. I took the chance to observe in detail how breathing style worked. This could be what allowed me to complete my own breathing style. Rengoku caught up with the fleeing demon with ease, and when he did, he sucked in huge volumes of air. So much so that a small vortex formed near his mouth. My purple eyes released an eerie glow as I used the full power of the transparent world. Then all of the secrets in the world were laid bare in front of my eyes. I saw the way Rengoku's lungs expanded to a ridiculous degree. His body started producing an insane amount of body heat, and that gave him a boost in strength. I also observed in detail the pattern of his breath. Unlike my breathing where I inhaled to maximize each breath, he did it in a well-formulated pattern. His yellow haori with flame patterns lit up, and I was stumped when I witnessed the next scene. There was a trail of fire coming out of his mouth, and then his katana caught on fire. The edge of his sword released a trail of fire that lit up the darkness of the forest. "Flame breathing, first form," he said. "Unknowing fire." He swung his blade horizontally, and it created a perfect arc of deadly flames. His blade met the neck of the demon with a raging roar of fire, and the head was sliced off in an instant. The headless demon fell on the ground, and a few seconds later, his body disintegrated. I stopped in my track and just stared while Rengoku sheathed his katana and the flames died down. I was confused. I remembered reading somewhere that the elemental visuals were only put in the anime for imagination, and that in reality, there were no flashy scenes. But what I just witnessed was exactly like the anime. Was it real or was I able to see it because of my special vision? Emmanuel_Capricorn flame breathing, Seiji's POV, it was beautiful. I have to learn that. Rengoku slowly sheathed his sword while releasing air from his lungs. I remained rooted in my place until he turned to me with his signature smile that burned even brighter than his flames. It's done, my friend. Our night patrol was not a waste, he said, and then followed up with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, I stared at him with a blank face but with many thoughts swirling in my mind. It was clearly stated that breathing styles could not actually achieve supernatural powers like encasing a sword with fire. But I clearly saw it happen. Hey, did you see the flames? I asked. Huh? What flames? He tilted his head in confusion, and that proved my suspicion that it was only me who could see the flames when he used his breathing. Do you mean my breathing style? I used flame breathing, he said, and then his eyebrows lifted up. Wait, how do you know what breathing style I used? I never told you. So it was my eyes. My eyes enabled me to see the effects of breathing when normal eyes couldn't. It was similar to how I was able to see the colors of gas in the atmosphere if I tried. The transparent world was more than just having X-ray vision and better eyesight to me. I didn't know if it was the case for everyone else or if it was just me, but I could see impossible colors. I could even ultraviolet rays, infrared, radiation, etc. My eyes allowed me to perceive the world as it truly was, without limitations. I have seen a flame-breathing user before. I lied, but due to my perpetual flat tone, no one could tell. Oh, I see. I wonder if it was my father that you saw or anyone else, he hummed to himself. Should we return? I feel like the sun is about to rise soon, he said. Seeing how the demon was wildly trying to run back to his hideout, it was safe to assume that the sun was rising soon. Yes, I said, and we both returned to Mount Fujikasane. My thoughts returned back to my eyes and what I could do with its capabilities. Being able to see breathing styles was quite an advantage, especially if you go up against another breath user. It could tell me exactly what type of breathing they were using, when they were using it, and even differentiate what form they were using over time. It was no different than a boxer telegraphing his opponent's move by looking at his shoulder. If I could see breathing styles, then I must be able to see the blood demon art of demons as well. This could be an absolute game changer. When Tanjiro was fighting against the lower moon Yahaba and Susumaru, he was able to deflect Theer attacks only when Tanjiro could see the arrow, Theer blood demon art, with the help of Yashiro. I smiled at the thought. I just added a new vocabulary to my dictionary for the language of fighting. The next day, our blades collided and released a spark of impact and friction. My eyes saw everything in detail, from the condition of both our swords to the vibrations released by them. If I had ears, I would describe the vibration as the sound of steel clashing steel. His Nichiren blade was well made, but it couldn't compare to mine, which was crafted by one of the greatest smiths in Japan. I could see that his sword did not get enough heat and hammering when it was made. It was made by a smith who put no effort or passion in its creation, it was just one amongst the mass-produced. An ordinary Nichiren blade. If my eyes were telling the truth, I could break it after a couple of well-placed strikes, exactly 4 inches below the tip. The sword was not only ordinary, but it had seen a lot of uses. The weakness at the tip told me that it was sharpened more times there, since that part of the sword was mainly used for slicing, and made it thinner than the rest. We pushed each other away when there was no winner in the clash. It was just a split-second observation, but I had already learned a way to win if this was a real battle. Ha 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 ha. What a strange experience it is to fight against you. Rengoku said and gripped his sword tighter. It feels like I am fighting against my own shadow. We were currently engaged in a spar he initiated after we woke up from our morning sleep. He said he wanted to see how well he would fare against me, and I was more than happy to talk with him, or should I say fight. Nevertheless, I wouldn't give up that easy, he said, and pushed off the ground with such force that he disappeared to the untrained eyes. Rengoku was a talented fighter. As the future Hashira, he was already a monster even before he became an official demon slayer. It was just as you would expect, every Hashira was built different. I took a step back to throw off his attack. He expected me to remain in place or charge at him for another clash, so he was thrown off when I stepped back. His sword came at me still, but it was not at the correct distance and his body was leaning too much. He threw a flurry of slashes at me and I easily deflected them with minimal ease and a placid face. He might be strong, but he was still inexperienced, especially when it came to fighting another swordsman. He had trained all his life not to be a proper swordsman but to be a demon slayer. Therefore he was not familiar with fighting another swordsman. After all, you could count the number of demons using a sword with one hand. He had more experience fighting demons who mostly used their bare hands, claws or other weapons, which was rarely a sword. On the other hand, I was a master of kendo, which was a discipline restricted to only fighting other swordsmen. So he could not compare to me when fighting each other. There were levels to these things. But then he was physically stronger than me because of his age. He was 1 year older than me, and that might not seem much when you were an adult, but it made a huge difference when you were in your teens. It was a time when your body developed the most, so 1 year allowed Rengoku to be much stronger than me. But in the end, the sheer difference in our overall combat power boiled down to my special eyes. Now imagine this. Imagine you were seeing the world and everything in slow motion. Imagine your eyes had the ability to zoom in and observe every little detail of the world. Imagine you had X-ray vision and you could see your opponent's muscles so you could predict his every movement. You know his body better than him. And then imagine your opponent talking to you every moment of the fight. He tells you his every plan, and every course of his action. Not only that, he tells you about his fighting style and how he had trained and more. He tells you about how he feels, what he thinks, and even things he did not know himself. Of course, he was not actually talking, but actions speak louder than words. That was my world. A transparent world where you could see everything. That was what it felt like to be me. To me, fighting was not fast, fighting was not violence. It was a conversation, and if it got tough, a debate. My opponent said things with his action and I replied with my own action. Every movement held meaning and we exchanged them, we matched them. Flame breathing, first form. Unknowing fire. Rengoku never opened his mouth, but he said that. I knew because the pattern of his breaths, the expansion of his lungs, the grip on his swords, and everything else matched what he did last night. He released fire from his mouth and his sword caught on fire. That was another giveaway. It seemed he had finally decided to add a new word to our fight. I smiled because the conversation was getting quite dull, so it was a pleasant change. I tightened the grip on my sword and took a deep breath as well. Then I utilized my own incomplete version of a breathing style that boosted my physical stats to the limit. Steroid breathing. His burning sword came at me faster and more intense than ever before. Maybe it was because of the visual, but I felt heat coming from him. Our swords became blurs of images and we exchanged lethal blows at each other. The ground underneath us shook and we stirred up dust that covered the entire vicinity. I could break his sword, but I decided not to be an asshole. His attack hesitated when the dust blinded his vision. He still knew where I was and where to strike, but without his full vision, he was afraid of accidentally hurting me. So his sword faltered. What a nice-ass dude. I swept his feet off the ground with the blunt side of my sword and he fell on his back. When the dust settled, he was on the ground and my sword was pointing at his neck. I guess I lost, he said, but still smiled like a winner. You hesitated. I told you I have good eyes, I could see through the dust. I said. And I could not. Winning was not worth even a small chance of harming my friend, he said. He sure knows how to take the joy out of winning. Now I couldn't even gloat about my victory. I offered him a hand before pulling him up to his feet. I helped him clean the dust off his haori before he started laughing. You are quite amazing, my deaf friend. But I can't help but notice your horrendous breathing form. Tell me, who taught you that? He said and patted me on the back. No one. I made it myself. Aha. No wonder it's so horrible, he laughed. Hey, I worked hard on it. I don't mean to discard your efforts, Seiji-san. But you missed the fundamentals of breathing styles itself, he said. If you truly did not have anyone to teach you, how about I teach you my breathing style, he said with a wide grin on his face and eyes shining with excitement. I was honestly not prepared for such a statement. I was already trying to copy his breathing style, but it would be even better if he could teach me. But why would he? I thought he would be a bit more reserved with spreading the flame breathing. Was he okay with offering such power to a random stranger he met a few days ago? Why? I couldn't help but ask. If it was me, I wouldn't go around teaching every random bloke I see. Just look at what happened to someone like Kaigaku when they got power. Why not? You are my friend, he said. It was strange how such a simple answer like, why not, could make so much sense when said by the right person. Rengoku was not like me. He did not have an evil bone in his body, so thoughts like mine never even crossed his mind. It was honestly a stupid naivety in a world of evil and demons. But I couldn't help but be captivated by such innocent naivety. Right. I said. Friends, huh? I smiled. Breathing styles and training, Seiji's POV. Here's an interesting fact about the future Flame Hashira. Did you know that he learned his breathing style mostly through the diary and manuals left behind by the previous Flame Hashiras? It shocked me at first because I thought he would at least get some training from his father, but no, other than a few guidances and a beatdown where he told his son how pointless his training was, the father was a useless bum. Don't let him catch me saying that though. He still had deep respect for his father and wouldn't allow anyone to badmouth him. He admired his father for all he had done, and Rengoku did not blame him for how he turned out to be. A profession like his could really break any man, my friend said. His father had been strong for long enough. He had saved enough lives. Now it was his turn to do so, it was his turn to carry his father's burden. That's what he told me. Anyway, let's shift the topic to more interesting matters. Breathing styles, just like Rengoku said, I had been going horrendously wrong this whole time. It was no wonder I wasn't able to use it properly, much less complete my own breathing style. The problem lay in my simplistic thought and lack of creativity. I was too caught up on logic and what I remembered from the show. You take in huge amounts of air and increase the amount of oxygen in your blood so that your muscles have a boost in energy and performance. I lived by that statement and it was wrong. I am not sure how I could compare it, but let me try it this way. Imagine a breath could be any number and my capacity for one breath was 10. So I go, 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 is equal to 50. I took in as much air as possible and forced my body to absorb all the oxygen it could get. But that was a primitive way of doing it. I learned that using unique breathing patterns and correct forms could have huge effects in the way my body got enhanced. So I could go like, 10 times 5 is equal to 50 using a proper pattern, and knowing exactly what I wanted to achieve allowed me to increase the efficiency of my breaths many times over. What took 5 huge breaths could be achieved using 2 if proper technique was applied. Then there were many other things that could be taken into account as well. There were proper ways to exhale and the way you matched your breaths with your heartbeat. And posture could have a significant impact. Take the negative number as an exhalation. 10x 9 plus 10 is equal to 100. It's all about the patterns. And just like how you could have a positive effect, if you did an incorrect form and pattern, you could have a negative effect. 9 plus 10 plus 10 times 0 plus 5 is equal to 5. I hope this comparison made sense as it was the most simplistic way I could explain. In conclusion, breathing style was not about your lung capacity, it never was, it was all about forms and the pattern with which you breathe. When I learned this, I almost leapt up and started dancing in joy because if there was anything I was good at, it was learning and observing the pattern of things. After all, breathing styles were also a movement, all under the language of the body. Stop it, that's enough. I said to Rengoku, who had a giant boulder on his back while he did push-ups. You are only breaking your body. Rengoku was a training freak. His training was so intense that it almost scared me when I first saw it. It was scary for me because I could see in detail how his body was working and tearing apart with each set of training he endured. I had never seen anyone training so hard and barbaric before. It reminded me of Might Guy from Naruto. In fact, I believe they were the same person in different universes. Instead of shouting, "Youth!" Rengoku yelled, "Set your heart-a-balls," while breaking his body and forging it like a sword. That is the whole point, Seiji. How about you come join me instead? Let me show you everything is possible if you put your mind to it. He said. No. I was not going to endure such hellish training for literally no gain. I could see how my muscles work and I trained just enough to simulate them and then allow them time to grow so that I could make the most progress at a period of time. What Rengoku did was actually counterproductive. He was overtraining himself, and in terms of increasing muscle power and building the body, he was cutting his own gains. I tried to tell him this multiple times, but he did not listen. In the end, we just came to a mutual agreement that we had different type of training styles. I utilized my gifts to get the most progress out of training, but he was using his determination to not only sharpen his body but his mind as well. Each of our styles had its pros and cons. Looking objectively, my training style was superior and I made maximum progress. But on the other hand, Rengoku was not only training his body but also the endurance of his mind. It was because of his freakishly intense training that he was able to go beyond his limits and achieve the impossible when it was needed. Like it was the case when he was fighting Akaza. In the end, it was just a matter of choice. Which one would you prefer? This reminded me of the scientific training versus ego lifting in the gym. Which one was a better method? By the way, this did not mean I was not training hard by any means. I was training as hard as my body could handle, but Rengoku was just another level. He was a freak. And I believe he would get stronger his own way. Who am I to try and stop him when I clearly knew that he would grow stronger? 100. Rengoku yelled, and then he stood up with raised hands. I cringed when I saw the muscle tear on his tricep and chest muscles. That would take at least 2 weeks to heal properly, but he would probably train again the day after tomorrow. I guess we are persisting through sheer shounen power with this one. Seiji. Let us go for a run around the mountain, he said, and I released a sigh. I shook my head and relented. I guess I could go for a run. A few minutes later I had to struggle to catch up with him. He said let's run around the mountain, but what he meant was, let us sprint as fast as we could around the mountain. Fucking freakish bastard. We trained like that for a week. We would spar against each other whenever we had time, with the victor always being me. But the thing about winning against Rengoku was that he never even went close to going all out. His body just couldn't go full power on someone he held close. I learned flame breathing with Rengoku as well, and he was even kind enough to let me read the manuals of the previous flame Hashiras. I managed to learn all of the forms in a week. I made huge progress, especially when Rengoku was always willing to demonstrate them for me, and my eyes saw everything, so it made it easier to learn them. Although I was far from mastering them, I think it boosted my overall combat power many times. We would hunt demons during the night as well, and it became a lovely bonding time between us. It was times we spent under the moon that I would remember forever. Then a week passed and it was finally upon us. The final selection. The final selection, Seiji's POV, beautiful. The world was beautiful. But demons corrupted this world. Fear, ugly existence and evil hearts were a stain on this beautiful world. Such beauty did not deserve filth. So I shall drive them to extinction. I would rid the world of its blemish. And I would start from this mountain. Such was my thought process as I climbed up the trail and steps of Mount Fujikasane. The mountain was covered with beautiful wisteria trees from the base till halfway up the mountain. The flowers released a beautiful glow of pink, purple, and lavender, and it felt like I was in a different realm entirely. There were wisteria trees at the base, but halfway was where they were most plentiful. The place was so bright. It was brighter than day. The wisteria flowers released a sweet scent that made the simple act of breathing an enjoyable experience. They were soft when you touched them, and their beauty made you hesitant to even blink. It was a feast to all the senses. I wished I had working ears because I was sure they would make such soothing sounds when the winds blew on them. Ha 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 ha, Seiji, you look drunk. Rengoku tapped my shoulder and said. Yes, my friend, I was drunk. Drunk from beauty. My eyes felt like they were having an orgasm just looking at the beautiful scenery. No joke, it was squirting tears. The steps were covered with a thin layer of algae, yet it was extremely clean and maintained. Red pillars with kanji words written on them stood at the edge of the steps and gave a unique Japanese vibe. In conclusion, I was going to attend the final selection every year. At last, we reached halfway up the mountain and there was a small clearing there with a platform. Rengoku and I were the first ones to reach the place, so we decided to stand under the biggest wisteria tree that also provided a perfect view of the whole compound. We waited as the other participants slowly made their way up the mountain. Rengoku and I judged everyone who came up the mountain. We gave our thoughts on which one of them was strong and which one had the potential to pass the final selection. I had my eyes to judge them, and Rengoku claimed that his gut feeling was never wrong. That one looks strong. Look at him, he is covered with scars. Clearly, his heart is burning with determination. He will definitely pass. Yeah, and it's not just scars. He has 3 of his fingers missing. He wouldn't be able to hold a sword properly. He fails. Look at that giant of a man. He looks strong. That's just his genetic. His tendons are weak and his muscles show a lack of proper development. Also, he is too fat. What about that guy? His eyes give me the chills. He's blind in the right eye. Look at that guy carrying a long sword. It's too long, he has to put it on his back. He looks like he knows how to fight properly. That might be true. His muscles are certainly developed in the perfect way, that tells me at least he knows how to swing. He might pass. Oh. I know that mask. He is a disciple of Urokadaki, the retired water Hashira. They all have that distinctive mask. He's dead. What? Why? Don't ask. Oh, that girl has inverted nipples. That's rare. Seiji. Oops, did I say that out loud? In a few hours, the small compound was filled with young warriors who wished to become demon slayers. They all had that look in their eyes, like a student who were about to face the final exams. Most of them were looking at each other like they were enemies, and that was not a good thing. We were not going to compete with each other for the final selection. Instead, it would be about survival, and you might need to work together. It would not do you good to glare at everyone. After all participants had gathered, a lady with white hair guarded by 2 demon slayers walked towards the platform and stood on it. Good evening, everyone. The lady with white hair started and everyone turned towards her. My name is Lady Amain Ubuyashiki. Welcome participants, to the Demon Slayer Corps final selection, she said. Holy shit, it really is her. The badass wife who did not tremble in front of the Demon King, aka the perfect wife. God, she was beautiful. Her beauty stood out even in the garden of beautiful wisteria flowers. Let us not waste time and get straight to the point. Here in Mount Fujikasane, there are several demons that were captured alive by demon slayers. They are kept there for this event, and the wisteria flowers prevent them from leaving the mountain. She said. They bloom on this mountain each year round, and they cover everything from the base to halfway to the top. But the wisteria ends here, she said, and signaled behind her which no longer had wisteria. There are demons beyond this point and they are very hungry. For the final selection, you must survive for 7 days beyond the wisteria's protection. Good luck, everyone. Your trial begins here. After she said what was needed, she left the platform immediately and left us to go beyond the safe point. Hey Rengoku, what did her voice sound like? I asked. Huh. She sounded normal to me. Although some might say her voice was quite stoic, he said with a shrug. Then we were all separated into a few groups. These groups would go up the mountain from different locations. Rengoku and I had to separate. Good luck, Seiji, see you in 7 days. Rengoku said with a smile that outshined the glowing flowers for a good second. Of course. Be sure you don't hurt yourself trying to save a stranger, everyone who came here is prepared to die. I said because I knew he was strong enough to easily pass this test. The only way he could get hurt was if he tried to act like a hero and save everyone as Sabito did. We can do anything we want, even the impossible, as long as we believe in it, he said, and then his smile turned wider. So I can save everyone without getting hurt. I'll just have to kill every demon then. I said with a smile, and we separated. I was amongst a group of 10 people and we went up the mountain from the west side. The atmosphere immediately turned gloomy and a sense of danger prickled my skin when I left the protection of the wisteria trees. This should be fun, I said, and my eyes glowed in the new darkness void of wisteria light. I could see the demons ahead and they were sharpening their teeth. Let the final selection begin. Hand demon, Seiji's POV, let the final selection begin. But first, I needed a sword. I only had a normal katana with me, but I required a Nichiren blade if I wanted to pass this trial. So I did what every rational person would do. I looked around for someone to rob. My eyes did a quick scan of the people in my vicinity and I locked on the weakest of the bunch. It was a thin young man who seemed to be around 20 or so. His body told me that he barely trained, and from the slight shiver of his legs, he was afraid. I didn't know why he even attended the final selection, but he was doomed to die here. So I did him a favor and walked up to him before chopping his neck, effectively knocking him out. You can try again next year if you are truly determined, I said while dragging his body down the mountain and back to the protection of the wisteria. I pulled out his Nichiren blade and inspected it for a bit. It was in good condition other than a small chip here and there. This will do. The other participants who saw what happened chose to shut up and stay away from me. I took the blade and started climbing up the mountain with the rest of the group. It did not take long to encounter demons as the place was infested with these vile creatures. 3 demons appeared in front of me. One came up to me with a confident stride and a wicked grin on his face, another was on top of a tree, and another suddenly leapt at me from the side bush. It was a roughly planned ambush, but from the wicked smile on their faces, I could tell that it had always worked out in their favor so far. Why fight a participant by yourself and risk dying when you could overwhelm one of them 3-1? It was less risky and they would share equally with each other. Demons were intelligent creatures. That was what made them all the more disgusting. They were able to strategize and they knew exactly what they were doing. I spun the Nichiren blade in my hand and even without sparing a glance, I cut off the head of the demon who leapt at me. There was a pause while the demon fell to the ground with a thud and his body quickly disintegrated. The atmosphere changed in an instant and the demon felt that maybe it was not such a good idea to target me. Meanwhile, I looked at the sword in my hands. It was effective, but in my mind, it was too effective. The demons died too easily. It felt like they did not suffer at all while I ended their filthy existence. I could understand now why Shinobu would prefer using poison to kill demons. It was not satisfying at all. I shook my head, putting aside the unhealthy thought. Let's just assume they have a sad backstory so that I wouldn't be so pissed about their easy deaths. I looked at the 2 remaining demons and realized they were talking to me. I'm going to enjoy ripping out your insides, and I stopped reading their lips just then. I preferred silence to nonsense. I shot towards the demon and before he could even react, I cut both of his legs and appeared behind him. He released a guttural scream that I could feel from the vibration alone. I changed the grip on my sword and then swung the Nichiren blade up so that it went between his legs and I cleanly sliced him in half. I could get creative with my kills to make it more satisfying. The demon on the tree immediately turned around and started running away, but my eyes never lost him. I smiled when I saw the desperation on his face. It was the face of someone who realized they fucked up. I sprinted through the forest and followed the demon in silence. I made sure to hide my presence and I avoided leaves and twigs to remain unnoticed. After running several meters away, the demon finally came to a stop and jumped down on the ground. He was a demon, yet his chest rose and fell like he was tired. I picked up a rock and threw it in the opposite direction. The sound immediately caught his senses and he looked towards the sound with a spooked face. I closed the distance between us while he turned away, and then I stood right behind him. He froze. He sensed my presence behind him. I did not kill him just yet as I let him suffer in fear and terror. There was sweat dripping down the side of his face, and after several seconds, he slowly turned his head back to look at me. That was when I ran my blade right through his neck. My eyes captured every detail of his fearful face and his head fell to the ground before quickly turning into ash. The night was still young and I still had 7 more days to go. How delightful. I started moving through the forest again in search of other demons. They must have enjoyed the final selection as it was the time of the year when they could hunt humans. In fact, I was sure it was a much anticipated event for the demons in this mountain. But not this time. During this 1 week, I would show the demons what it felt like to be the victim. What was the trial again? Survive in the mountain full of demons for 7 days? Let's rephrase that. Try and survive me for 7 days, you foul creatures. 2 days later, I moved through the forest non-stop during the night and slept during the day. The mountain of Fujikasane was vast, and with the frequent demon attacks, I had not covered the whole place even once, but tonight, things were quite different. I had not encountered even a single demon as they learned to run away from me. They could not even think about trying to hunt for participants as they ran from me. Demons had great senses, so I could not do much when they were actively trying to avoid me. I wondered how Rengoku was doing. Strangely enough, I haven't met him during these past 2 days, and I wouldn't say I was worried, but it would bring me much relief to see him. I walked through the forest at my own pace, but I was brought to a halt when I saw blood all over one specific clearing. My eyes analyzed the broken terrain and the blood. I could somehow recreate what happened here in my mind from the clues. I turned to my right and then saw broken trees and displaced bushes, which clearly indicated that something big walked through that path. The blood also followed the trail, so I decided to investigate. A couple of minutes walk later, my eyes finally caught the demon who caused all of it. The smell of rotting corpses filled the air, but I did not even show a reaction due to what my eyes were seeing. A gigantic demon the color of green vomit sat down in a clearing that he made. His appearance could only be described as an abomination, with many hands protecting his neck and acting like a scarf and many other arms protruding out of his body. But what really caught my attention was the dozen of dead corpses that lay in front of him. I watched as he picked up one of the dead participants and slowly tore off the clothes. Then one of his hands enlarged and ripped off the core's head. He peeled back the head to completely rip out the spine as blood spurted out non-stop. The demon then threw away the head connected with the spine before he opened his wide jaws and ate the human in 3 bites. The demon was having a meal. And from the way he was savoring the taste of the humans, he was having a very peaceful meal. I walked out of the forest and came out to the clearing he had made to have a meal. His head immediately turned towards me and I could see him shake and chuckle. Another one just delivered himself to me, how convenient. I was going to kill him. Sorry Tanjiro and whatever plot this world had, but I would not allow this creature to live for even a second longer. Rest in peace, Seiji's POV. What do you think you're looking at, brat? I don't like your eyes, they give me the creeps, the hand demon said with a mock shiver. It was a little tricky to read his lips since, well, he didn't have one. But I was able to decipher what he was saying from the vibrations and the movement of his giant throat. His form was an abomination, it was ugly put together. Its grotesque physical features felt like a psychopath created something even he would find revolting. What a bad day to have eyes. The scent of 2-day-old corpses mixed with the stench of the demon made me want to puke. For the first time, I regretted training the sensitivity of my other senses. I hate it. I hate him. Not answering. Well, that's just fine, the hand demon said, and the arms around his body moved. My eyes had some trouble keeping up with it because his body was so different from a human's. Muscles started forming out of nothing and bones snapped into unpredictable directions, and the blood flow was also unnatural. It did not feel like I was looking at a living thing, it felt like I was looking at water. For the first time in a while, I could not read body language. Fighting was not a conversation. Actions talked, but it was gibberish. I guess I finally found a new weakness I always had. It was demons like him with no concrete form and were in an ever-changing state. I will make you scream, the demon yelled, and then 5 hands shot towards me at ridiculous speed. My eyes widened, and my brain tried to make sense of the hands that were somehow reaching out to me. They were still connected to the same body, but they were elongating at incredible speed. Nevertheless, the world was still moving in slow motion for me. I reacted quickly, without wasting a single movement. I spun the blade in my hand, and with the swiftness of the wind, I cut all of his hands in different joining angles. That was not the end though. From where I cut one hand, 2 took its place and they reached out to me. I was forced to move away, so I rolled to the side and ran away as the hands followed me. They were incredibly fast. I could see how the demon was controlling the hands and forcing them to push forward, but it did not make sense. I conclude that it was his blood demon arts, something along the lines of flesh manipulation. I placed one foot on the ground and turned towards the incoming hands. I counted 13. I took a deep breath and used my own breathing to enhance my physical stats. Learning from what happened before, the demon did not reach for me blindly. Instead, his arms became whips, without bones, and they lashed at me from all directions. But my enhanced body was more than capable of matching his speed, so I parried the flurry of attacks that came my way. My arm became an afterimage as I parried 50 attacks in 5 seconds. You are strong, but not strong enough. The hand demon yelled. I was deaf, yet the sharp gust of wind that came from his shout sent a tingle down my spine. The hands morphed into one giant hand that was able to cast a shadow over my entire body. I leapt back and the hand slammed on my previous position, leaving a hand crater where I once stood. Then the hand demon tried to be sneaky by sending his hands underground. I could see his barely hidden grin as the hand finally reached right under me. They popped out from the ground, trying to grab my feet, but such attempts were honestly pathetic to my eyes. I did a backflip and cut the hands with ease. Huh. You saw that coming. That's new, the hand demon said. My feet landed on the ground and I straightened my back and took a bold stance. I was afraid of many things. But an ugly piece of shit like him was not one of them. You got some pretty tricks up your sleeve, and you look young. His eyes turned into slits, like the eyes of a playful cat. You have a bright future as a demon slayer. This will make it all the more satisfying, he screamed, and he turned himself into a ball. His hands wrapped tightly around his body. More arms started growing from his body and wrapped around him until he became a sphere like a ball. That's new, I said. I didn't know he could do that. Then he rolled towards me at incredible speed. His body was huge, so I had to push myself off the ground with all my strength. I jumped above his rolling body, dodging him. A hand shot out from his rolling body, but I saw it. I swiftly cut it off before it reached me. His body rolled into the forest and felled any trees that were on his way. The ground shook and a trail of dirt was left behind in the wake of his unorthodox attack. You can't run no more, he screamed, and then he rolled towards me again. He had gained enough momentum and he was even faster than before. My eyes released a purple glow while I analyzed his body. I learned the pattern of his rotation, and in a split second, I calculated where and when he would leave an opening. A scene of the future played in my mind, and I was able to cut off his head in one clean strike. I acted on that future. I gripped the sword in my hand. It was getting brittle and would surely break if I did not land a clean slice. I took in huge gusts of air from my mouth and they turned into flames. I felt my body heat up. Here's a thing about learning breathing style with eyes like mine. After you learn each form, you become familiar with them like you would with words. After learning the meaning of a word, you can use it in different sentences. Similarly, after you learn the concept of one form, you could apply it in different attacks. Flame breathing, esoteric art, first form. My legs pushed me off like a bullet. Unerring fire. The timing was impeccable. My eyes and my perfect movement allowed me to slice the demon right when his head was on top while he was still rolling rapidly. The top of the ball his head was neatly chopped off. A trail of fire followed my perfect movement to create a mesmerizing display of light. The demon's body immediately lost strength and it stopped contracting into a ball. His head fell on the ground with a thud, eyes widening to the limit in shock while he watched his own body stumbling into a pitiful fall. What happened? He asked himself, his final words. I released a long breath and I watched the Nisaran blade break into pieces after my attack. I figured the old sword was not going to hold on for long, especially after executing my own technique. Esoteric art, it literally means secret or unique art. A breathing user was able to accomplish such arts after fully mastering Their breathing style. They created Their own forms or versions of an attack. Rengoku's flame-breathing 9th form and Ju water-breathing 11th form was such an example. However, I was able to shortcut that and create my own different forms of a breathing style after learning just one. I was just special like that. The flame-breathing first form, unknowing fire, was an attack in which the user dashes towards the enemy and delivers a horizontal slash at the enemy from a blind spot. It required great timing and situational awareness to attack the enemy's blind spot. My own version of it, esoteric art first form, unerring fire, was just that but even more deadly as I predicted the future with my eyes and then I attacked based on that future with impeccable timing. The perfect movement also helped me achieve this as there was literally not even a millimeter of mistake in my attack. I attacked at the right place, at the right time, without flaw. It was certain death. I threw away the sword hilt on my hand and relaxed my body. The aftermath of an adrenaline dump was always exhausting. I stood in my place for a minute before I walked to the dozen corpses the hand demon had stored for his meal that I swiftly checked their body and took their Nicaran blade off their dead bodies. Then I spent the rest of the night digging a hole to bury their bodies. By sunrise, I was able to bury all of them and after holding a short funeral and giving respect, I left the barren clearing. I hoped they rest in peace, knowing that I had avenged their death. A demon slayer, Seiji's POV, the rest of the trial went by pretty easily as the hand demon was probably the strongest demon on the mountain. It was just a test, the final selection, so of course the demons on the mountain were not that strong. I learned that I was too overqualified for this trial. Which was to be expected as even Tanjiro did not have such a hard time with it and he only trained for 2 years while I trained for 7. But I did not fuck around for a week. Instead, I actually made use of the test and all of the training opportunities that it presented. A demon's body was hard to read compared to a human's. This could not be any clearer from my fight with the hand demon. The history of a man was etched into his body. You could tell what kind of movements he had done most through his muscle constitution, which in turn tells you what his job was. Farmers had strong backs and forearms, smiths had large shoulders and triceps, artists had long nimble fingers and unique tendons, etc. Even in the case of a swordsman, you could tell a lot of things such as how strong he was, which was his dominant hand, his weakness, etc. But demons were a little trickier than humans with their regenerative abilities and the way they could simply get stronger by eating humans. Then again, there were demons whose bodies surprisingly told me that they trained, but these demons were 1 in 100. So I utilized the opportunity to learn more about demons and their bodies. I looked upon Yorichi as an example. He too was born with the transparent world and it was his deep understanding of the human body that gave birth to breathing styles. He was also able to develop sun-breathing forms made to kill Muzan by seeing his weakness. This kind of research, acquiring a deeper understanding of my own body and my enemies, was just as important as your standard training. Other than learning about the demon's body, I also learned a lot about their behavior and habits this week. Specifically, I learned how to hunt demons when they were doing everything to avoid me and how to find their hiding spot during the day. Here's a fun fact: most demons usually have a cave or a shady place where they would hide during the day. But there were also many demons who had no such places or could not reach them in time. What did these demons do? Well, apparently they buried themselves underground. Like this dude. I said while looking at the freshly dug and closed soil. I put a little focus on my eyes and I was able to see through the ground. Lo and behold, a demon was sleeping underground like a corpse. Sometimes, they would even dig out whole tunnels to stay away from the sunlight. I took out my Nichiren blade and stabbed the ground. He was buried very shallow, so my blade was able to pierce him right at his throat. His body soon disintegrated, and he died even without realizing it. I eventually stumbled upon Rengoku as well on the 6th day. We decided to stick together from then on and we hunted the demons together. On the last night of the final selection, we did not even have to hunt demons as most of them were annihilated and the survivors hid very well and refused to ever surface again even during the night. And just like that, the trial came to an end. I passed. With flying colors, might I add. Welcome back to all the remaining participants and congratulations to all of you. I am glad to see you are safe. Lady Amain said while the sun slowly rose on the horizon. The final selection had ended and other than Rengoku and I, there were a total of 12 more participants who were able to survive through the week. The number surprised me quite a bit as I remembered only 6 or so people passed when Tanjiro took the test. But then when I thought about it, it made sense that there were more survivors, considering I went on a demon-killing spree. From today onwards, all of you are officially demon slayers. First of all, we will all issue uniforms for you, so we must take your measurements. So please, be patient with us and stay put. Secondly, all of you will have your rank engraved on the back of your hand. I'm sure most of you are not familiar with the Demon Slayer ranking, so let me explain. Lady Amain said, and she went on to explain how the ranking works and what must be done to reach each rank. The rank goes like this: 1. Kino 2. Kinoto 3. Hino 4. Hinoto 5. Tsukino 6. Tsukinoto 7. Kano 8. Kanoto 9. Mizuno 10. Mizunoto. All of us were assigned the rank of Mizunoto and we would have to climb up the ranks from there. There were also the Hashiras or pillars as they called them, but those were said to be impossible to achieve for most people. Well, not for me though. Ha 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 ha, I would be sure to reach the rank of Hashira and take my father's duty upon my shoulder. And him too. Now on to the next topic. Lady Amain said, and she clapped her hand. Her action made me alert and focused, so I was able to see the disturbance in the air. I followed it and turned around. I saw 13 crows flying towards us and they all flew down to each of the participants. Except me. A bird did fly near me, but it was not a crow. Instead, it was a strange sparrow with the color combination of red, white and black. There was also a notable feature about it that immediately attracted me. It was the absolutely dead eyes. They looked like the eyes of a dead fish and the bird radiates a lot of attitude. I turned to Rengoku, who had a normal crow on his shoulder. He had his usual radiant smile on his face while he told the bird he was looking forward to working together with him. Hey, I think mine is broken. I said while pointing at the sparrow that was flying just above my head. Rengoku gave me a look before he bursted out laughing. He said, "It fits you." If I didn't know he was so nice, I would take that as an insult. I finally offered a hand to the bird, but instead of perching on it like a normal bird, it sat on the palm of my hand like sitting on a nest. I spent a minute just staring at its dead eyes, expecting the sparrow to at least say something, but it was never-ending quiet. Fuck. Did they really give me a mute bird just because I was deaf? I mean, it won't really make a difference, but come on, how am I supposed to use him as a messenger? The fact that it was not a crow did not bother me since I knew there were demon slayers with different birds as the messengers. Zenitsu also received a sparrow instead of a crow. But hey, at least give me a working one. Is that too much to ask? Wait, is this what discrimination feels like? These are your Kasugai crows. They will be your valued partner as a demon slayer and will act as messengers to facilitate communication. Lady Amain explained. I observed the other participants and their crows. Although I expected it to be tricky, it was not difficult to read the words coming from the crows. The throat contraction and tongue movement were almost the same as humans. So, what is your name? I asked and looked at my sparrow's dead eyes. You don't have a name. I replied, and that raised two issues. 1. My sparrow did not have a name. It was a she, and she was asking me to name her. 2. How the fuck was I able to communicate with her? I knew the world of Demon Slayer had many supernatural elements with ghosts teaching the character and demons basically having magic spells, but I really wanted to know how I was able to understand her completely. She was staying so still, so maybe it was something about her eyes. Nope, they were as dead as ever. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, I used my brain to come up with a name for her. How about I call you Crow? I said to the sparrow. She looked me dead in the eyes and said it was too lazy and she would not appreciate being associated with her annoying colleagues. Raven then. I said. It was close to what she was, which was a Kasugia crow, and her dead eyes and attitude reminded me of Raven from Teen Titans. From now on, you are Raven. I said, and she jumped on top of my head and made a nest on my hair. Now for the final task, all of you shall select an ore to create your Nichiren blades, often referred to as color-changing katanas, she said. It will take anywhere from 1015 days for your blades to be ready, but you shall choose the ore now. The workers living in the mountains came out and brought different ores with them. The participants were made to select their preferred ores one by one. When it was finally my turn, I raised a question. Lady Amain, will it be possible to write a letter to my smith so that they can make a few changes on my blade? I asked. Lady Amain nodded, that will be possible. Just make sure you do not ask something outrageous. I said thank you and then proceeded to pick the biggest ore in the pile because what I was about to request would undoubtedly take a bigger ore than others. You may all leave the mountain as official demon slayers. Lady Amain said after everything was done. And that day, at the age of 13 years and 10 months, I became a demon slayer. The Wandering Swordsman author. It's Saturday, literally the worst day of the week for faithful readers because most authors took break today as well, making it so that there are barely any updates of books. So here is a long chapter to make up for it. Seiji's POV. After the end of the final selection, Rengoku and I had to part ways. He had a home to return to and a father who was awaiting for his return. He seemed enthusiastic about breaking the news to his father. He left the same day the trial ended and I was left to my lonesome self, again. You truly feel the value of someone's presence in their absence. Rengoku was loud, so it was too silent when he left. Which was strange coming from a deaf. I contemplated what to do for the next 10 days. I could return to my own home, but that felt like a bad idea when my house was around 14 days away. I did not have any relatives nor a friend whom I could visit. Heck, I did not have a sensei who trained me to become a demon slayer, or else I would have ran to him for an embrace and pretend like I accomplished something significant. In the end, it was just me and Raven who, by the way, had decided to make my hair her permanent nest. Luckily she was smart enough to be not shit and stuff on my head. I will shave my head if you get too annoying, I said while walking along the path that led to somewhere I did not care enough to know. Raven gently tapped on my head and said I would never shave my head because I cared too much about my looks. It was true. As I said before, I like beautiful things and I wouldn't like myself if I were not beautiful. And I did not mean that on a genetic level but on how I maintain my looks. I was always clean and neatly trimmed. I wouldn't like it even if the tiniest hair was out of order in my body or the smallest blemish marked my clothes. All of which might seem redundant to most but not for me and my eyes. I was also quite picky with how I dressed, preferring to wear things that suited me. Whatever I wore must be neat and tidy and fit me perfectly. I was also called a poor fashion enthusiast in my past life. So yes, I would never shave my head because I looked better with wavy exotic purple hair. Where are we going? Raven asked by tapping her small feet on my head. Nowhere. I said, we are going to roam around the mountains and forests like a ronin while waiting for my first mission and Nichiren blade. And of course, we will also kill any demons we encounter. I said, continuing my journey. Now a question might pop into your head. How could I communicate with Raven? The answer was Morse code. I learned Morse code way back in my past life and in this life as well. When I was facing the examination of Chigako, which I took out of necessity for my inheritance, I actually chose Morse code as a substitute for Viva Voice, which was an exam I was not able to take due to being deaf. It was a special privilege to select any subject of my liking in place of Viva Voice due to my disability. When I first met Raven, she sat on my palm and communicated through Morse code. I did not realize it at first but I quickly caught on it later. So yes, it had nothing to do with her eyes or her being a psychic. I was kind of surprised the Demon Corp thought that far ahead. They not only selected a bird that would be able to communicate with me but they also knew informations about me, like the fact that I knew Morse code and took it as a subject in my exams. When I asked Raven about it, she said it was only a natural reaction. I was quite famous in Japan as a prodigious kendo master, so when the master heard I was going to become a demon SLAYER, he took special consideration for me. The same goes for promising demon slayers recommended by Hashiras or retired Hashiras. What else could I say? I was impressed with Ubuyashiki. I spent days roaming around the mountains, sleeping during the day and traveling during the night like the demons I was hunting. There was this universal rule about not finding something when you were actively searching for it. The same went for demons. When you searched for them you couldn't find them, yet when you were most vulnerable and did not want to encounter a demon, you found them. I was only able to slay a total of 5 demons in the span of 10 days. 3 of them I encountered in the mountains, but I found the other 2 terrorizing a village and I slayed them while I stayed in said village. There was nothing notable to say about these demons. They were strong for sure, likely in the same level as the hand demon, but they were not strong to me. And they were not tricky to fight like the hand demon was. The 2 of them who had blood demon art had very basic powers like the ability to grow blades in their body and hair that could turn into sharp tentacles. Nothing I couldn't handle. But it was the 6th demon that was somewhat remarkable because he was able to completely hide his presence, and I also learned in this encounter the true value of my bird companion. I did not have ears, and although I had sharp senses, they were limited. My eyesight was my greatest power and I could see everything in front of me, but that was also limited to my field of vision, 180 degrees. That meant I had a very wide blind spot behind me. I could tell when something was coming close to me by the movement of the air, but by then, it would usually be too late. But luckily, I had another pair of eyes on top of my head. _. It meant the letter D. But the way she tapped on my scalp told me everything I needed to know. D. Danger. I pivoted on my heels and turned around just in time to pull out my katana and block the demon who tried to plunge his claws into my back and take out my heart. His claws met my blade and a bright spark lit up the darkness. With the alertness of a person close to death, I quickly redirected his hand and sliced at his neck. My movement was ever so perfect and swift even in times of panic. But a weird sight greeted me. My sword went right through his neck, but I didn't slice him. It was like cutting through a phantom. It was a blood demon art. I did not know how it worked, I was clueless, so the best action to take was running and making distance. That was what I did. I quickly leapt to the side and I swung 3 warning slashes to stop him from closing the distance. I stopped when I was around 5 meters away from him. You blocked that. The demon said and tilted his head in an odd mix of anger and confusion. No one has ever blocked that. I fear the day I have to be in an ugly competition with a demon. I would never win. Because what the fuck was that? Can you wait for me while I vomit? I said, my plain voice laced with disgust. I felt bile rising up my throat. In front of me stood a demon with crossed eyes with mucus in his eye sac. He had spiky hair, the color of sand, and he only wore an obi and a torn yukata that covered up to his knees. Putting aside the ugliness and the triggering asymmetrical shape of the demon, I analyzed him to determine his strength and blood demon art. It was not difficult to see him for what he was. All truths laid bare before my eyes. His body is intangible. I could tell this instantly because many indications point towards that. The first thing was that I could not see the inside of his body, and my X-ray vision failed. The air was phasing through his body, I could see it clearly with my eyes. There was also this weird aura surrounding his body which told me something was going on with him. His blood demon art was intangibility. That would explain the lack of sound in his steps and his non-existent smell. Both senses which I trained to make sure no one could sneak up on me from behind were meaningless to him. I don't like the way you are looking at me, human. Do you think you will survive just because you are a demon slayer? He asked. I got news for you. I have a thing for demon slayers' flesh and I have killed countless of them. He burst forward with incredible speed. He left cobweb cracks on the ground due to his powerful legs pushing him off. The air exploded out and so did he. The action was predicted but only at the last few seconds. The fact that I could not see inside of his body was clearly a disadvantage. But when he pushed off the ground, that was when his intangibly ended and his body became visible. I learned many things from that, and he also told me many things about himself. He could become intangible but he could not attack while doing so. He also could not make parts of his body intangible, it was either all or nothing. He had 2 beating hearts in his chest, which was not uncommon for strong demons as it boosted their physical strength and made them a bit more durable to piercing. A peek at his muscles told me that he was exceptionally fast and was built for speed. But he lacked the sheer strength of most demons his caliber. Flame breathing, second form. My breath turned into flames and my sword left a trail of fire as I swung vertically upwards. It created a perfect arc that went up like the sun. Rising scorching Sunday. The demon's smile widened and he turned intangible. His movement became even bolder and he phased right through my attack and through me. I immediately turned around to see him shoot towards the forest. He landed horizontally on a tree before he launched himself at me again like a cannon. The branch of the tree was blown apart due to the sheer force. You're dying, he screamed. I turned my blade sideways and threw a horizontal slash at him, but just like before, he phased through my blade and right through my body. Ha 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 ha. He laughed like a hyena. He thought he had gotten to my head. He was infinitely amused seeing my attacks become void in front of his blood demon art. My lips curved too. This must be his usual strategy. Normal people could not differentiate when he was intangible or not, so he would attack multiple times from different angles like this. He constantly put the opponents on edge until he found openings he could take. Or better yet, he let his enemies tire themselves out. Humans were not like demons, exhaustion was a big issue for them. And it's not like they could ignore his bluff either, since they couldn't tell if he was intangible and he was literally too fast to even get a thought across. And in the case that they let their guard down, thinking he was about to fake another attack, he would make them regret that by taking their head. It was a flawless strategy, as the enemy would inevitably fall. Unless they're me. Because I had an advantage, I could tell exactly when he was going intangible and when he was real. He swiped his sharp claws at me and I barely had time to dodge it by moving to the side. The lack of air resistance made him move at extreme speed. I drew my sword and managed to cut his leg as he shot past me, but that was a minor injury for a demon like him. Be careful, fighting me is not the time to be lost in thought, he said with glee before he sprang at me again. But this time, it was a fake attack. He bounced around the forest, destroying many trees in the process. He faked another 3 attacks which I pretended to respond to. Then he decided that he had a chance and he went for the kill. Die, he screamed, it was stupid to give out your location like that if you were truly to attack your enemy. Which was exactly why someone other than me would expect the demon to fake another attack. But I saw it clearly. I saw how his body turned into a physical body and resisted the air. He launched at me with the boldest and fastest movement. Everything was so exaggerated that you would think it was another fake. But I tightened my grip on the hilt of my sword. Flame breathing, esoteric art, first form. My legs pushed me off like a bullet and my body left a trail of yellow fire that lit up the darkness with hope, as if to signify the victory of light against dark. Unerring fire. It was the ultimate attack of both precision and timing. My action was so smooth and perfect it looked like water breathing instead of flame breathing to spectators. The demon could only stare and witness his own death upon the reflection of my blade. His ugly eyes met my purple eyes at the last moment and he found no mercy. Even the tiniest fiber of my muscle did not hesitate while I chopped off his head in a single swing. It was at the perfect moment when he was not intangible, the exact angle from where he wouldn't see it coming and the right distance that gave him enough time to despair but not enough room to act. Disappear, vermin. My final words, and then his body disintegrated without even hitting the ground. Flame breathing was extremely effective not only because it boosted the user's strength but it also made the Nichiren blade more effective. I sheathed my sword and I sank the last of my breath with the gentle click of the sheath. Then without another word, I continued my journey. It was already 11 days since the final selection so I should be getting my first mission and Nichiren blade soon. And just like I thought, a swordsmith arrived in the morning. Nichiren blade, 3rd POV. Your sword has arrived, young man. Get up. I was able to barely make out his words due to a mixture of drowsiness and the sudden brightness after closing my eyes for too long. I did a quick scan of where I was, under the shade of a giant tree in the Kabujitsu mountain. I remembered going to sleep under the shade after the sun had risen up. Good morning, sir. I said with a yawn while stretching my limbs. I rubbed my eyes to reduce the heaviness of my eyelids while the person in front of me released a sigh. It's afternoon, he said, and a quick peek at his attire told me that he was a Demon Slayer Corps swordsmith. He had the signature mask as well. Then good afternoon. I know you young demon slayers are working hard but it's not healthy to live like that. A man is made to work during the day and rest at night, he said, and looking through his mask, I saw that he was on the older side. I'll keep that in mind. I said, although I was not sure if I would follow the advice. I didn't believe I would be able to sleep peacefully at night. Anyways, here is your Nichiren blade, he said, and revealed the giant long sword he was carrying behind him. I stood up and took the sword from his hand. It was just like a normal katana except it was twice as long and the hilt was also longer, allowing for a two-handed use. Never thought someone would order an odachi for demon slaying. I have only made such swords for ceremonial purposes so I was unsure, but I really lucked out on that one, he said with a proud smile on his face. It should be deadly if you can use it correctly, odachi. A Japanese equivalent of the claymore. It was a long katana made to be wielded with both hands and was rarely used in combat due to its inefficiency. The length of the sword reached past my shoulder. I pulled out the sword from its sheath and admired how the sun reflected on the sharp blade. It's beautiful. I admired. I could see in vivid detail how well crafted the blade was. It made me take another look at the smith who was able to create such a marvelous blade. What is your name? I asked. I needed to know his name. Hattori Kanazuka, he answered with a nod. Thank you for making my blade. I said with a respectful bow. His smile widened and he waved me off. No, I was simply doing my job. I should be the one thanking you since your request gave me a new thing to work on instead of crafting the usual swords. Enough pleasantry, come on, take out the sword. You know the reason why us swordsmiths always deliver the Nichiren blade personally is because we want to see the color changing, so don't keep me waiting, he said. Right. I replied and withdrew the blade completely from its sheath. I was able to hold it in one hand with ease, and when I did, the sword started changing its color. It started from the base until the color spread to the tips. A dark purple blade. That's magnificent. Purple swords are rare, he said, and then revealed a satisfied grin behind his mask. Coming all the way here was worth it. About that, how did you find me? I asked. Well, you definitely did not make it easy, he said, and gave me the stink eye while I replied with an awkward smile. I was always moving, so it must have been quite a challenge. The bird led me to you, he said, and that was when I noticed the absence of Raven on my head. She was not on the trees nearby either. A sparrow? Shaped like one at least, he replied, and I chuckled. Raven was black and red, unlike any other sparrow. She must be busy with her job at the moment. I was supposed to have my first mission after getting my Nichiren blade. How about you show me how you plan to use the sword, young man? I was incredulous ever since I got the letter, he said, and walked back to give me some space to show him. I gave a polite smile and nodded. The reason why I specifically asked for an odachi was not only to look like a cool anime character, it also had a real practical use. One thing I noticed whenever I found myself in battle was that I was not meant to be a close combat fighter. My fighting style relied too heavily on my eyes, so I needed my opponents to always be in my field of vision. If they got too close to me, it was harder to see every part of their bodies. I would have made for an excellent marksman, but since that was not a viable option, I had to look for an alternative to increase my range. The solution I came up with was wielding a long sword. That way I could always keep my opponents at a good distance where I could see every part of their bodies. The long distance would also allow me to anticipate their moves better. All in all, it was an advantage for me. I wielded the sword in one hand. The weight was almost 3 times that of a normal Nichiren blade, but since I was stronger than most, it did not affect me much. There was also puberty. I planned to capitalize on this phase of my life to get stronger. I would develop my strength to the point that wielding an odachi would feel like wielding a normal blade. The odachi was not only heavier but longer than a katana. That usually made the wielder slower and sometimes even weaker. Not for me though. I had perfect movement, which allowed me to easily wield the odachi. It reduced all the waste movements that came with using an odachi. I was also able to balance the weight of the sword perfectly, which made the heavy weight nearly irrelevant when swinging. My eyes allowed me to perfectly read my opponent and the rhythm of battles. With this, I had impeccable timing, which should make up for my lack of speed. In short, I had perfect precision and timing to make up for the disadvantage that came with the odachi. And as one warrior once said, precision beats power and timing beats speed. Ready? I asked, but I did not look to see his reply. I brought my sword up above my head and I swung down at the tree that once provided me shade. I took in a gust of air to boost my body, and I used all the fiber of my muscles to apply torque on my blade. I sliced the tree with deadly precision. A small whirlwind erupted from my attack, and then the tree neatly slid off its trunk and fell on the ground. But that was not all, because I also cut 2 more trees which were behind the one I aimed for. My swing was so perfect that it created a wind blade that was able to cut down 2 more trees. The sound of the trees falling on the ground released a deep vibration on the ground. Wow! Hattori exclaimed and clapped his hands. I see, you have mastered the wind-breathing style. No wonder you would dare wield a longsword. Thank you, I still have much to learn, I said, finding no reason to correct him that I was not a user of wind breathing and I did not use any breathing style in my attack for that matter. After that, I did other movements, and just like I expected, I did not struggle much to wield the sword. Although it would take some to be as familiar as a normal katana. Hattori and I chatted for a short while after that. I asked him in detail how made the sword. I also inquired if it would be possible for him to make a bow and Nichiren-tipped arrow for me in the future. It was a genuine idea I had for a weapon. In return, he asked me if he could look at my normal katana. I said yes and handed my katana to him. It was made of normal steel, but it was crafted by one of the greatest smiths in Japan. This is truly a work of art. Who was the swordsmith? He asked while inspecting the sword. Gassen Sadakazu. He was given the title, Imperial Artist, which is the highest title the Japanese government can give an artist. I said, if not for my kendo master's request and my victory in the nationals, I would never be able to even hold Gassen's work. They are in great demand. I said. I'm sure it is. Wow, he said while inspecting the tiniest detail of the katana. It felt like he was able to see just as much as me at the moment. If you want you can hold on to it since I no longer have use for the sword. It will just be a heavy burden in my travels. I said. Well, if you say so, he said with shining eyes. He was excited. Hattori left soon after that since he also had other deliveries and a ton of work back at home. I was left alone in the forest, so I took the time to train with my new sword again. I also strapped the sheath on my back since I was not able to the sword on my waist like a normal katana. The afternoon sun slowly started falling on the horizon and Raven returned after disappearing the entire day. She immediately perched on top of my head upon her return and she brought news from the Demon Slayer headquarters. My first mission was that I had to travel to Tokyo and investigate the recent disappearance of demons in different wards of Tokyo. I was also told that I was sent to Tokyo because I was knowledgeable of the city and its areas. I spent most of my time in Tokyo when I was young since my kendo dojo was located there. The master also said that I could take the chance to visit my home if I wished to. Talk about being a great boss. And there was also one more news. Tsukinoto. Cool. I was promoted to the rank of Tsukinoto. Apparently, they were counting all of the demons I slayed after the final selection. Raven also reported back to the headquarters, so they thought it was only fair that they promoted me to Tsukinoto since I killed 6 demons, half of them even had blood demon arts. It seemed reaching the rank of Hashirya won't be too hard. A smile graced my lips as I got a new interesting idea. How about I beat Mucher's record of becoming a Hashira in the span on 2 months? Well, what an interesting challenge. My Gen Z blood boiled just from thinking about it because this was literally what we grew up with. Speedrunning. Watch me speedrun to Hashira. Sounds like the title of a YouTube video, or in this case. First mission, Seiji's POV. The journey to Tokyo was not long as it was the first time I was traveling with a destination in mind. I traveled through day and night without stopping. I also used steroid breathing constantly to increase my running speed, so in just one day, I was able to cover a distance that would have taken other people a week. I did not stop to hunt demons, nor did I stop to even eat or sleep. I just ran and ran until my body felt like it was on fire. It was almost as bad as the time I trained with Rengoku. Many would criticize my stupidity. Why was I overexerting myself when I was about to face demons when I reached Tokyo? Was I not just reducing my chance of survival? Absolutely true. But that was the difference between a speedrunner and the rest. While everyone saw stupidity, I saw the 6 days I saved. In all seriousness, I knew myself and my body the best. I would never tire myself out to the point where I was vulnerable. So when I reached the city of Tokyo, I was out of breath and tired, but that was about it. I did it, Raven. What did I tell you about not underestimating the insanity of a speedrunner? I said with a smile as I looked upon the bright streets of Tokyo in the evening. It was truly a marvel to see the bright lights, the trains, and the bustling streets in the early 20th century. The buildings were tall and they stood side by side along the busy road. It would take a bit more to impress a modern guy like me, but I could see how village boys like Tanjiro would lose their shit when they see Tokyo. I looked at my reflection in one of the windows of the building to see Raven. She still had the eyes of a dead fish in front of such a spectacle. She gave 0 fucks about the city. I shook my head in defeat and began walking along the roads with the pedestrians. I may have reached Tokyo, but I still did not know exactly where I was. I saw a bright light in the distance and just ran towards it. The first thing I should do was find out which ward I was in. Then I would head towards the ward with the missing people. The people of the city were mostly dressed in Japanese traditional clothes, but there were also plenty of people either wearing suits or dressed in Western-style clothes. Modernity was still associated with Western countries, so there were people who wanted to live and behave as Westerners. World War I did not affect Japan much, so there was a sense of prosperity in a big city like Tokyo. There were lots of foreigners in the city as well, and business were booming. I walked through the crowd, and my demon slayer clothes along with the huge sword strapped on my back attracted lots of gazes. I just gave a creepy glare to the men who stared too much while I winked at the ladies. What can I say, I was an attractive bloke. Just like some ladies were appreciating my good looks, I was also appreciating theirs. Now a question, what would you do if you had X-ray vision built into your eyes and you met attractive Japanese ladies, housewives even? I would not reveal what I did as my lawyer kindly advised me to, but let's just say some bazookas were sealed under the modest yukatas. Their shapes were deformed, but they yearned to be set free. But bazookas were not the only weapon of destruction, because while some lacked bazookas, they had cake. Huge cake. Jiggling cake that was perfectly cut in the middle, vanilla flavor. But could you believe that that was not the end of it? Some had long flowing legs. Few of them had wide hips and small waist, perfect love handles. And one of them had 7 hearts and 5 brains. Wait. Pause. My body froze and I became a statue. All bodily functions ceased to work as they stilled for a moment. My jolly mood completely vanished and the rest of the world faded away as my eyes remained stuck on her. She was a stunning beauty on the outside, but I was unfortunate enough to be able to see through the ugliness inside of her. No, it's not her. Him. His outer flesh was a mere disguise he put on. Underneath that lay the most cursed being in this world. The source of all my hatred. My breath hitched as I struggled to even breathe in his presence. There was something big, that was swelling endlessly in my chest. Rage and bitter hate. They nearly took over my body and chopped off the head of that stain on the earth. It took everything in my power to stop. Doing nothing had never been so hard. I stood still as he walked towards me and right past me. I will kill you, the sentence managed to slip out of my lips, although I was unaware of it. It was only when she turned around to glare me in the eye did I realize I had blurted the sentence out. He knew that I was a demon slayer from my outfit, and he knew what I meant with that word. He realized I knew what he was. Then a great pressure decided upon my shoulder. Killing intent so thick I could taste blood in my mouth assaulted my senses. My body shook. It was the same feeling I got that night. He was so much stronger than me it hurts to even exist in front of him. My eyes saw how his nails extended into a claw and he swiped at me. My body moved to dodge the attack and it was successful. It was the fastest movement I had ever witnessed, even though it was a causal swing of his hands. But I could read him. He seemed to be caught off guard by my action as his feminine features morphed into something sinister. Yet we were in the middle of the street, so he decided to leave me alone for now. He walked away. I remained in my place, my heart was a beating mess of fear and anger, panic and hatred. My body was covered in sweat at the encounter. Fuck. 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 I grabbed the skin of my chest and continued walking again. It was a short yet valuable encounter for me. It opened my eyes to how strong I still needed to get. I finally fell down and vomited on the ground. My heart pounded in my chest and my vision got blurry. What was happening? It was an anxiety attack, but why? Was it because meeting him reminded me of that night? Even so, why was I on the ground and writhing like a worm? Though I had grown past this, I thought I had become stronger. No, no, no. The images started appearing in my mind. I closed my eyes to stop, but I couldn't stop seeing them. I will kill him. I will kill him. I swear. I swear. Musen Kibutsuji. Seiji's POV, holy fucking shit. If I got a penny for every time a demon came into my life and made me want to roll over and die, I would have too. It's not much, but fucking hell, why'd it happen twice? What were the chances that in my very first mission as a demon slayer, I would encounter the literal demon king? The chances were so slim that it was a clear indication of my remarkable fate in this world. For real, this was the type of shit experienced only by the main characters. Or the side character who would soon die to show just how scary and brutal the main villain was. Hopefully, I was neither, and I haven't realized the third option yet. The Asakusa ward of Tokyo was the place I found myself in. It was also the place where the Demon King was hiding in plain sight, blending in with the thousands upon thousands of humans living here. I'd assumed it must be quite easy to do so since he could shapeshift on command. Heck, he was in his woman form when I met him, but I was sure he would have changed that form by now. I quickly went to the direction opposite to where Musen went, and I also prepared myself to leave the city. Honestly, fuck the mission. The culprit behind the missing people was obviously Walmart Michael Jackson here, and I was like, 5 years and 10 more training arcs away from being at his level. So I decided to leave the city as soon as possible, which was about the easiest decision I made in my life. I put a hand on my heart and felt my heartbeat calming down. It was embarrassing to say, but his simple presence reminded me of the most traumatizing event that happened in my life. I completely lost my cool because of that, which was totally not cool. I knew I had serious unresolved issues from both lives, but I did not like confronting them. Instead, I found a loophole of ignoring all of those problems or traumas, and I learned that if ignored them long enough, most wounds heal with time. This one would too. When I am the strongest demon slayer and when I drive the demons to extinction, all of these traumas will be solved. Like I said, I just need time. Time will heal me. Watch where you are going, idiot. I saw a man on the train scream at me as I barely crossed the rail. I wanted to scream back that I couldn't help it, I was running for my literally life right now, but I chose to keep my mouth shut and continue to leave the city. Third POV, Musen Kibutsuji walked into an alley and quickly changed his form into that of a man. He put a hand on his face while grinding his teeth in anger. He was found out. He thought he had hidden perfectly, but that boy was able to tell instantly that he was a demon. How the boy did it, he did not know. But he knew he needed to remove him before he revealed the information. He snapped his finger and immediately, 2 of HS loyal servants appeared kneeling beside him. They were high-ranking demons he kept around them to run errands, whether that be killing people or bringing him humans. They were not as strong as the 12 demon moons, but together, they had the potential to be one. There is a demon slayer in the city, purple hair and eyes. He is a lower-ranking demon slayer, so quickly dispatch him and bring me his head. He said, and immediately, 2 demon disappeared to complete their mission. It was not often that Their Lord gave them important missions like this, so the 2 demons, Susamaru and Yahaba, ran on top of the building to look for Their prey. It did not take them long to find Their target. In fact, Yahaba did not even have to use his eyes to track Their prey. Watch where you are going, idiot. They heard a scream, and when they looked towards it, they saw their target, a demon slayer with purple hair. He was running out of the city, he was trying to escape them. Not a chance. Hey Yahaba, do you think we will be able to become 12 Kakezuki after this? Sasamaru asked in a giddy tone. She was too obsessed with being one of the 12 Kazuki that she was ready to do anything. She even went as far as calling herself one due to her obsession. Maybe, but I know the Lord will reward us with his blood if we complete this mission, said Yahaba. They both had smiles on their faces as they followed the demon slayer outside of the city. They planned on attacking him then. And so they walked to their deaths. Seiji's POV, I was being followed. Which was a lot creepier than it sounds. Especially when it was a bird on top of your head who told you that you were being followed. At first, I thought it was Musen, but then she told me that they were 2 demons, a girl and a boy. Relief instantly washed over me as I realized it was not the demon lord. Instead of coming after me himself, he had sent 2 of his underlings to deal with me. And from the description, I think I know exactly who they were. Susumaru and Yahaba. They were one of the earliest demons Tanjiro encountered in the series. If I remember correctly, they were one of the lower moons. But I was not too worried since they were pretty weak, being killed by Tanjiro before he even acquired sun breathing. If I had to rate my current straight, I would put myself in the same rank as a weak Hashira. I was at the level of strength where I was not really afraid of the lower moons. So when I finally reached far enough from the city, I stopped in my tracks. I slowly pulled out the sword on my back and then I turned around to gaze at the 2 demons who were following me. Weak. The word left my mouth unintentionally. Just from looking at them, I could tell that they were nowhere near the level of a lower moon. Maybe they were even weaker than when Tanjiro met them. But it was not a bad thing. At least with them here, I could have an excuse for claiming that the mission given to me was indeed accomplished. They remained on top of a tree, their faces were in the shape of confusion. They wondered how I could see them in the darkness and whether I really noticed them or I was just bluffing. Nevertheless, after a minute, a temari ball shot towards me and I smiled. It was a good time to vent out all of the shitty emotions I just went through. Who knows, this could be like therapy. Let's talk. First mission accomplished, Seiji's POV, let's talk. I started the conversation. I vent my frustration, anger and hatred with my first words. It was a violent, direct and bold way to start a sentence. My body sliced through the air that was resisting my speed and then I swung my sword horizontally. The sharp sound of metal slicing wood rang out in the quietness of the night before a hurricane roared. 7 trees were cut down in an instant, including the tree where the demons were on. My eyes glowed purple in the darkness as I carefully observed Thea reply to my daring action. The demon boy, Yahaba, was calm and collected. He activated his demon art and a red arrow carried him away as the tree collapsed. On the other hand, the demon girl, Susumaru, was easy to anger. Her eyebrows knitted with rage and she conjured a temari ball in her hand. She threw the ball at me while she was falling. She was the type to disregard her own safety if it meant she could hurt her enemies. It was a very typical trait for demons who had great regenerative abilities, so it did not surprise me. The temari ball shot at me with the speed of a bullet, which sounds scary, I know, but I dodged the ball with an effortless tilt of my head. There was no difference between the speed of a bullet and a crawling baby in front of my eyes. I allowed the demons to land on the ground while I took that time to examine them more closely. In that short instance, I was able to discern Their blood demon art. It might have taken longer if I did not know Their abilities before, but since I watched Demon Slayer in my past life, it was simply a confirmation more than a real analysis. Susumaru, the demon girl, can conjure many temari balls which she could then throw and kick towards her enemy at the speed of a bullet. Her balls were capable of penetrating cement walls. Yahaba, the demon boy, has eyes on the plan of his hands. These eyes are extremely sharp and capable of tracking even footprints. His blood demon arts allows him to conjure invisible red arrows which interfere with the vector of matters. The object affected by the arrow is pulled to the direction of the arrows. I'll have your head for that, Susumaru said with an angry face. But I noticed that, although she was short-tempered, she was doing it a little too much. I will rip out your heart and feast on it, she said with a creepy grin and veins popping out of her forehead. She was trying a little too much. A distraction then, I thought to myself, and gave a side eye to Yahaba, who was sneaking away before he hid behind a tree. They must have done this a lot because they were experts in it, too bad I caught on quickly. But then again, I could see through trees, so there was no hiding from my sight. If I remember correctly, Susumaru and Yabe worked extremely well together. Yahaba would control the temari balls of Susumaru to create projectiles akin to a honing missile. The combination of Their two blood demon arts made them quite a tricky adversary. Yahaba was the weaker physically and acted as a support of Susumaru. That was why he his immediately. Susumaru conjured temari balls out of thin air with a huge, nasty smile on her face. She pulled her arms back and they blurred as the balls shot at me. But this time it was different. The balls had invisible arrows guiding them. It was the blood demon art of Yahaba, and with it, the balls swerved and moved with impossible angles. Boom, the sound barrier was broken. It seemed the arrows increased the power behind them as well. How neat. Luckily, the invisible arrows were not invisible to my eyes. Instead, they act as an obvious indicator of where the balls are going to hit. Prediction had never been easier. Flame breathing, third form. Blazing universe. Inferno wrapped around my blade and I felt my body heat up to an unnatural degree. My breath turned into flames and I leapt into the air. The temari balls followed me, but with a twirl of my blade, they were sliced in half. The temari balls were part of the demon, so they disintegrated upon making contact with my blade. Then I crashed beside the enemy with wide eyes. Susumaru was clearly surprised that I was not caught off guard by the honing attack like most people. My blade created a burst of hot air that sent a shockwave through the surroundings. Everything was lit up in golden fury as my blade bit into her body. I cut diagonally across her chest. Her body could not even put up resistance to my blade, it was like carving a cake. Hitch, the demon girl released a shriek that would surely burst my eardrum if I was not already deaf. I smiled and jumped back as 12 invisible red arrows came at me with brilliant speed. They were quick, and although they had no piercing power, they could drag me around like a rag doll if they catch me. So I twirled my long sword to create a protective barrier. The flames took the form of a flower and I deflected every incoming arrows with ease. Flame breathing, fourth form. Blooming flame undulation. Flame breathing was known to be an aggressive fighting style that required explosive strength and inhumane stamina to burn forever. But the fourth form was created solely for defensive purposes. I flicked my sword to clean the blood off and I watched as Susumaru healed herself. I observed her body closely as her body healed, and not just that, she grew 4 more arms from the side of her torso. "I will burst your head for that," she screamed at me. I brought up my sword and a smile tugged my lips. The enemy spoke. 6 temari balls with an inbuilt aimbot in the form of arrows rushed at me at the speed of sound. It was surely a sight to behold, anyone else might have shat their pants. Their action was desperate and angry. They took me as a weak opponent at first, but now they realized they were the ones who should be scared. They were giving everything they had. I could tell at a glance that they were inexperienced. It was probably not long ago that they turned into demons. They had solid teamwork and they found a genius way to work together, but that was it. They didn't really know how to fight. Nor the dangers that came along with it. I'd assumed that all of the opponents they faced till now were too busy dealing with their combine's attacks, so they were never confronted head-on. Multiple battles such as that had given them false confidence. My arm and sword became one and they blurred into multiple afterimages. I focused on my breath to maintain deep concentration and maximum reflex. My eyes and my mind were quick, it was just my body that had to catch up. 6 deadly balls bounced and swerved in a way that defied physics. Yet their objective was the same: put a hole in me. But under the shocked gazes of the enemy, I deflected the incoming projectiles with ease. My arm completely disappeared with rapid movements as I blocked every attack coming at me. I also used the shiny, reflective side of my sword to look behind me, so I was able to block all attacks that came from every angle. I liked the expression on their faces while looking at the scene I was painting. Despair. Because no matter how angry they were, no matter how frustrated they were, and no matter how much they desired strength, I was always angrier, I was always more frustrated, and my thirst for power was far greater. I just learned how to control them. I mold them into a blade that cuts down demons unfortunate enough to encounter me. I am Male Nia, Blade of Miquella, and I have never known defeat. I said with an amused smile on my face while I slowly walked towards Susumaru. The sound of a blade moving at incredible speed in the air and the clanging sound of temari balls getting deflected rang through the surroundings. Sparks surrounded me. What are you doing? She screamed. Can't you see? I'm entertaining myself because truthfully, your strength is, my legs propelled me forward faster than sound. Boring. In an instant, I was behind her and the deed was already done by then. Susumaru's head slid off her neck and I crushed her head with the soles of my shoe. Her body disintegrated after a few seconds. I disappeared again right after, my movement was untrackable by the naked eye. Years of training and perfect movement allowed me to achieve feats of incredible speed. You have good eyes, I said from behind Yahaba. He was sitting on top of a tree, trying to hide from me. Yahaba leapt off the tree and put his hands forward. His palms had eyes and they blinked. Then multiple arrows shoot towards me. Let's see who has better eyes, I said and easily cut through the invisible arrows. He was telling me everything, his strategies, his fears, and even things he had not realized yet. I spy with my little eyes, something red, I said, lunging towards my left and swinging my sword. I was just in time to catch Yahaba who with the help of his arrows was trying to fly away from me. He was trying to escape to the city because he knew I wouldn't return. But alas, he could not escape me. His body was bisected at his waist. While his lower body continued flying towards the city, his upper body fell to the forest floor. Blood splurted out, painting his vision red. He started regenerating his legs and while he was trying to push himself back up, I cleanly cut off his head while landing. He died like an animal in a sacrificial ritual. Well, that was therapeutic. Don't you agree, Raven? I asked her while she flew towards me and perched on top of my head. That is mission accomplished, I said with a smile, watching Yahaba disintegrate to ash. Now let's get the fuck away from Tokyo and continue our speedrunning elsewhere, I said, and I continued my journey. I had accomplished my first mission. But there was no rest for a speedrunner. In less than 2 months, I had to be a Hashira. And I won't accept anything less. Familiar face, Seiji's POV, it has been more than 3 weeks, nearly a month since I completed my final selection. And it has been a week since my first mission where I encountered a demon none other than Michael fucking Jackson. Speaking of which, he wasn't in his Michael Jackson form when I met him, was he? Thinking about it, I felt scammed and robbed. Why did I have to encounter Zesty Demon King instead of Michael Jackson? My disappointment was immeasurable. On a positive note, it would seem that I was no side character who would die a dog's death just to show how cruel and bad the main villain was. It's been a week and I was still alive and sending demons to hell. Do you guys remember those 2 dudes who died after knocking Musen's shoulder and the woman whom he tortured by injecting his blood into her until her cells melted? Yeah, I was glad not to be one of them. Anyway, the missions I got afterwards all went extremely well. In fact, I had completed a total of 9 missions in the span of a week. Let that sink in, 9 missions were completed in a single week. For reference, Tanjiro took days to complete 1 mission. On the other hand, I completed more than 1 mission every single day. Truly, it was a feat worthy of a speedrunner. However, the main reason I was able to complete missions so quickly was my eyes. Of course they were my special cheat. Now imagine this, you are a demon slayer and you have a mission that said to investigate a village which had missing people recently. Now you go to this village and strangely enough, you find nothing wrong with it. Then you have to stay there and investigate for days upon days until the demon act up again. Only then could you slay the demon and save the village. I need not go through such things. I went to the village and with the help of my eyes, I could see the marks of demons and their blood demon arts. You usually find blood demon art in such villages as it is only demons with that kind of technique that would stay and terrorize a village. So I was easily able to find these demons and what was going on in the village. I did not need days to investigate. And even if the demon left no mark or used blood demon art, they usually have tunnels underground or a hideout. I was able to find such places with my eyes. Then I would slay the demons, which proved to be quite easy since I was already above lower moon level, I think. No demons have posed a serious threat to me. The only thing that took time was the traveling part and getting new missions. Speaking of which, I had a new Kasugai crow. Raven had proved to be too valuable as a companion to constantly act as a messenger. She sat on top of my head and she became another pair of eyes I had at the back of my head. That, and also because I was getting missions too rapidly. Raven could not be bothered to go back and forth like that, so I got a new crow. An actual crow this time. In the end, Raven became a service animal for me, which was funny and fitting since I was deaf. A new mission. A new mission has arrived. The Kasugai crow said while circling above me. I think the higher UPS have realized my true strength and my desire to climb the ranks, because missions have been coming at me non-stop. You would think at one point they would decide to give me a break, but nope, they came endlessly. Which honestly put a smile on my face. They said do something you love and you will never work a day in your life. It was true. I was doing just that, so there was no mental exhaustion for me. Where to? I asked the crow above. You need to slay the demon living in Mount Terumi. The demon has been hunting humans who walk through the mountain, but he is very adept in hiding, so this will require some tracking, the crow said. Complete the mission as quickly as possible and I will return. Caw. The crow flew away. Well. Shit. It's a mission that requires tracking down a demon. I hated these kinds of missions since it took a little longer than going to a village and killing the demon living there. I was adept at tracking as well with the help of my eyes and the experience I had in Mount Fujikasane, but it still took longer time than I would have liked. But the Demon Slayer Corp seemed to realize how well I performed in these kinds of missions to others, so they have been giving me similar missions these days. Whatever, I will make do with it. How many demons would this make? Counting Yahaba and Susamaru, it will be my 15th demon. 35 demons more to go before I become Hashira. Oh, I can see it happening in less than a month. How exciting. Raven, do you know the way? I asked and I received one short tap, 2 long taps and the final 3 short taps on my head. Yes, indeed she knows the way to Mount Terumi. Lead the way. I said and disappeared under the bright sun of midday. I aimed to reach there by night and quickly slay the demon. If it haunts humans going through the mountain, it should attack me as well. Or at least get close enough for me to chase after him. Let's go. Seiji's POV, Mount Terumi, oi. I called out. Not to bother you, but that is my demon you are killing. I said, my usually plain voice was displeased this time. Did I really travel all the way here just for someone else to steal my kill? I thought I wouldn't experience such things after coming to this world, since League of Legends has not even been created yet. But here he was, an old man who was so short you would mistake him for a child. He had a prosthetic leg made of wood in his right leg. The prosthetic was a little longer than it should be, which hints that the old man wanted to look taller than he actually was. He had white hair and he was balding, but I would agree that he had a gorgeous mustache. All in all, I wouldn't say he was ugly, but he was definitely funny looking. Ah! A demon slayer, the old man said and took a huge breath that released streaks of yellow lightning. Would you mind giving me a hand? I have a hard time reaching his neck. He asked me while holding out a small Nikrin blade. It was a wakizahi. In front of him was a demon who was likely my target considering where I was. The demon was a tall demon with a thin frame, as if he had not eaten in years. His bones protrude out of his sickly body in a horrific way. Like every other demon, he was ugly. But what really caught my attention instead was the old man. I think I know him. I racked my brain while the old man and the demon engaged in another fight. The old man was winning, but he was too short to reach the neck of the demon, which was pretty funny. He only had one leg, which kind of prevented him from leaping, and there were no trees around to use as a foothold. When the old man took a deep breath and lighting came alive around him, the memory finally popped into my mind. Right, it was him. The master of Zenitsu. What was his name again? Jigoro Kawajima. New sensei, Seiji's POV, Jigoro Kawajima. I totally read that off his Haori because there was no way I could have remembered the name of such a vague side character for that long. Young man. Jigoro called out while dodging the attacks of the demon who had somehow turned his arms into long blades. Was that his blood demon art? Turning parts of his body into blades? I observed the demon's biology carefully and concluded that he was not a threat. He could turn his body into steel blades, which required his blood gathering in parts he wanted blades, so he should not be able to turn any part of his body into a blade, much less simultaneously. But the thing that put him into the harmless category was his simplicity. You don't want to be simple when facing me. I took out my sword from my back and with a crack of my neck, I blitzed towards the demon. The enemy immediately took a step back as his instinct screamed at him. He pulled up his arms, which were blades, and shielded himself. But I had seen such a reply coming from miles away. I cut at the exact spot in his arm where steel connected flesh. My blade cleaved through his arm and then his neck. The enemy had no time to react. My action was resolute and it said, "Disappear." And so the demon's head hit the ground along with both his arms turned blades. By the time I sheathed my sword, his body had disintegrated to disappear from the face of the earth. One less demon in the world was a step towards a perfect world. Fuck them. Oh. You are quite the swordsman, young man. Jigoro said, I totally misjudged you, ha 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 ha. The same goes for you, old man. You might be tiny but you sure can fight. I commented plainly, which made the small jab I made more effective. He visibly reeled back. He might be small but the old man could really fight. Even if I had not intervened, he would have slayed the demon one way or another. I would expect nothing less from the former Thunder Hashira. Tiny? I will have you know I used to be average height when I was young. It's just that old age has shrunk me, he said in defiance. My eyes see through all lies. Not only that, I could construct how his body would look like in its prime by observing its current state. He was at most 2 inches taller when he was young. Right. Why do I get the feeling you don't believe me, he said. I do, sir. Really? Of course. You do then, ha 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 ha, he said with a laugh and twirled his long mustache. What's your name, kid? He asked me while he strapped his short sword back to his belt. Seiji Shigan. I said. Seiji Shigan, what exactly does it mean? Seer of Turth? Ruler of Will? Jigoro analyzed the meaning behind my name, but there was no exact meaning. My name could mean many things in kanji. I'm not sure what my parents intended as they died before I can ask them what my name means. I said. A demon killed them, he guessed. Yes, how did you know? Bah. Whose families aren't killed by demons? You see, it requires a unique kind of hate that can only come from having lost loved ones to become a demon slayer, he said with a nod. I see. Enough about that, what I want to know is which one of us old goats managed to create a monster like you, he said and rubbed his chin. He analyzed me up and down. I'd say you are already at the strength of a Hashira. How old are you? 14, well, 13 years 11 months to be exact. God damn those poor demons, ha 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 ha. I am certain you will be their greatest nightmare 10 years from now, he said, amused. So do tell, who trained you? No one. I said, I used to train kendo under Master Nato Takaharu in Tokyo, but that was it. I never had someone to train me in the ways of a demon slayer. You are not messing with me, young man. Positive. Well, that puts you in a completely different league again, he said thoughtfully, and also disprove my speculation that you are as strong as a Hashira. Without a breathing style, you will never cross that threshold. I wisely decided not to mention how I learned and copied flame breathing successfully in the span of a week. After a long silence, the old man suddenly revealed a wide smile on his face. My eyes also detect greed under his harmless smile. He wanted to have me all for himself, like a jeweler's smith who finds a diamond in the mud, ready to be polished. Tell you what, kid, my name is Jigoro Kawajima. A former Hashira, also known as the Lightning Pillar or the Roaring Hashira, he said with no small amount of pride in his tone. And if you want, I will be more than happy to become your trainer and pass down the secret art of thunder breathing to you, he said and grinned at me. So, what do you say? He asked. I would love to. I replied. It was a no-brainer. In my opinion, thunder breathing was one of the strongest breathing styles even in the context of the 5 original breathing styles. Not only that, I had already mastered flame breathing, so thunder breathing seemed like the next step since, fire and lightning always have similar affinities in fiction like in the Avatar. It will also add more weapons to my arsenal. It meant I would have more varied ways to kill a demon. The thought of killing a demon so quickly that it had no time to pray and ask for forgiveness put a smile on his face. Without such a chance, it will make sure they go straight to hell. But, I said, I won't be able to do it now. Huh? And why not? He asked. I stayed silent for a while before I decided to tell him about my plan and my goal of becoming a Hashira in less than 2 months. At first, he thought it was ridiculous, but when he realized I was serious, he had a change in mind. He said it was always good for someone to challenge themselves and he respected my goal. So, can I come back to you in a month or so? I asked. There will be no need of such a thing, he said. I am actually quite free myself and have no student under me at the moment. So I can follow you in your missions. You are already physically more than capable, so I will only need to teach you thunder breathing. If you spare me 3 or so hours every day, it will be enough, he said. I remained silent and took a look at him again, this time in a new light. He was a nice old man. The reason why he wanted to follow me was not because he was desperate to teach me. In fact, it made no sense why he should trouble himself and follow me around just because he could get a few hours of teaching every day with me when I said I will seek him out for training in a month. The real reason was that he wanted to make sure I lived. The goal I had was a reckless one, even though Jigoro decided to respect it. To go on multiple missions consecutively without allowing myself time to rest or grow just for the sake of reaching a higher rank quickly was not a very wise choice without knowing the whole context. It screamed of the reckless, burning passion of youth. And Jigoro wanted to make sure I lived by accompanying me. He could help me in fights or advise me against my actions if he realized that I was putting myself in too much danger. In the end, he wanted the new generation to be safe, especially someone with talents like mine. Are you sure, Gramps? Can you even keep up with me? I said and glanced at his prosthetic leg. Nonsense, I was the fastest Hashira and would leave you to dust even today. He waved his hand. Well then. I said and bowed, thank you, I will be in your care. Same to you. Jigoro said with a smile. Something feels wrong. Bowing was a sign of respect because you basically put your head lower than the person you are bowing to. It was a sign of humility. But Jigoro was too short that my head was still higher than his even when I bowed. So I lay face down on the ground. Stop insulting me, brat. Thunder breathing, Seiji's POV, thunder breathing was fast. Fighting was like a conversation, where me and my opponent exchanged words in the language of the body. With my eyes, I was able to perceive and most of the time, predict the movements/words of my opponents. Movement has patterns, actions tell the past and the future. But all of these went down the drain when I went against a thunder breather for the first time. I was caught completely off guard due to the sheer speed at which Jigoro moved. It was like arguing with a rapper. I could see his future, I could predict him and I know how to reply as well, but my body was too slow to react. In the end, I find myself dead every single time. You saw me. Jigoro said from behind me, but I did not know because my eyes were fixated on the residual lighting which was the aftermath of his attack. Eventually, I turned towards him with wide eyes and an open mouth. That was way too fast. I said. If he was still that fast now, I could only imagine how much faster he would be in his prime. It was a humbling experience, to know that there were people other than Muzan who could pose such a great threat to me. I was sure that if he attacked me from behind, my head would roll off with ease. I would have no time to react. Stop acting surprised like I was the one who just did an impossible feat. Jigoro yelled and pointed his finger at me. I tilted my head. Your eyes followed me. How is that even possible? He said. That was the first form of thunder breathing and it was supposed to be the fastest form. I don't understand. If you know that my eyes followed you, it means that you can also see me while moving at such speed, right? I asked. No. Everything was over in an instant for me. But I have fought for more than 4 decades and I have performed the first form of thunder breathing thousands of times. The one I executed just now was different. I could feel your eyes on my body. It was a feeling I had never experienced before, he said with sweat falling off his face. Yeah, well. I scratched my cheek. I told you I have very special eyes. No, you said you have special eyes which allowed you to read people's lips even though you are deaf. You never told me anything about being able to see someone move at the speed of sound, he said. This changes a lot of things. No, this changes everything. Ha 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 ha, he said and started laughing. Should I be concerned that he was this happy in our first training session? Kid, I will turn you into the strongest thunder breath user in the history of demon slaying. Ha 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 ha. And so my training began after Jigoro demonstrated thunder breathing to me. 2 weeks later, perfect movement. It was the ability I gained after many years of constant training. It allows me to move my body perfectly, engaging only the necessary muscle group in my movement to conserve energy. Couples with motor skills so incredible that each move I made was with extreme precision. This skill allows me to change my movement midway like someone changing the meaning of a sentence even after already saying the first words of the sentence. Even though I had no superhuman strength like Jyomi or Mitsuri, I was able to accomplish feats of strength equal to them by having perfect control of my body and the force it generated. But thunder breathing was kind of opposite to that. You have to use every fiber of muscle in your leg to explode out in an instant. Utilize all your strength in one moment. That was the concept Jigoro gave me. To be completely honest, that was a stupid way to fight. It was also the major downside of thunder breathing. I could not stress enough how much injury that could cause. Even if you were not injured, your body would fatigue extremely quickly and you will find yourself unable to fight for long. In a battle of attrition, thunder breathing was the worst while water breathing was the best. That's what Jigoro told me. Honestly, the more I learned about water breathing, the more I wondered if I should have started out with water breathing. It seemed to match my style perfectly. Instead, I seemed to start from breathing styles completely opposite to my nature. Fire breathing and thunder breathing. It was fine though. They were both powerful breathing styles and my goal was to learn all of the 5 major breathing styles anyway, so we will get to water breathing soon. I would learn all of the 5 major breathing styles and finally create my own, taking the best out of every style and creating the ultimate breathing technique. That was the end goal. And I will ruin Muzan Kibutsuji's whole career with said style. Anyways, we are straying from the topic. Thunder breathing, although a direct contrast to my style of fighting, proved to be not so difficult to learn. It took me 2 times longer than learning flame breathing, but in the end, I think I was able to at least get the hang of all 6 forms. Learning the unique pattern of thunder breathing was not difficult with my eyes. I basically did the same thing I did with Rengoku. I copied the breathing patterns of Master Jigoro. The only thing I struggled with was the concept of thunder breathing itself, which contradicted my style of fighting. Get ready, Jigoro said, and I nodded. I crouched down and lowered my center of gravity as much as I could. I folded the muscles on my legs and tensed them, ready to explode out like a spring. My head was tucked under to avoid air resistance as I took a deep breath. Blue lighting came alive around me and the air vibrated from the strength coursing through my legs. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash. It took me quite some time, but I finally understood the concept. Thunder breathing itself was based on the principle of impulse. The first form of thunder breathing was the best example of it. Impulse refers to the impact force exerted upon a surface in a specific amount of time. The lower the amount of time needed to deliver the force, the higher is the impact. Now imagine you push someone with 100 newtons of force slowly over a large period of time, they will probably not feel much. But if you push them with the same force within a millisecond, they will fall and you will likely break their ribs. In the same manner, with thunder breathing, you apply all of the force your leg can generate on the ground in a short amount of time. This allows you to explode out at incredible speed over a short distance. The keyword being a short distance, around 10 meters. If you want to go further, you will have to execute the technique more than once, which Zenitsu did in the series. Anyway, I pushed myself off the ground with all of the strength my leg could produce in the span of one fickle moment. I engaged every fiber of my muscles and perfect movement allowed me to accomplish such feat. Then I blitzed towards the stick Jigoro held on top of his head. The sound of my leg pushing me off the ground rumbled like thunder. In an instant, I cut the stick in half and appeared right behind him. I released steam for breath while I slowly sheathed the sword on the side of my waist. Incredible, Jigoro whispers in awe. The first form of thunder breathing was the most important form. It encapsulates the very principle of thunder breathing, so if you master the first form, you master the rest of the forms. The power behind the rest of the forms also depend on how well you mastered the first form. I am happy to hear that, I said with a twitching face because my legs felt like buckling and falling on the ground. They were fatigued beyond belief. And it was not just because of one attack either. I have been in constant training for over 2 weeks. You mastered it, Jigoro said while looking at the bisected stick in his hand. Then he turned to look at me. You mastered thunder breathing in 2 weeks. That is an incredible feat which I don't think I will ever see again in my life, he said, but ultimately, a smile crept up to his face. I am glad to have witnessed it, he said and looked at the rising sun in the distance. I think if anyone is going to end this war and kill the Demon King, it will be you, Seiji, he said. I am truly glad to have been a part of it, he said as tears pooled in his eyes. I gave him a bow. Thank you for all your teachings, Master, I said with sincerity. I could not hear my own voice, but I hoped my voice reflected my feeling. I have nothing more to teach you. From here on out, it is entirely up to you on how you will advance your skills, he said. Goodbye, young man, I guess this is where we part, Jigoro said with his back facing me as he walked away. The sun was slowly climbing towards the peak of the sky. He waved his hand as goodbye. Thank you for all you have done for me. I hope we meet again, Gramps, I yelled out, which was very out of character, but I had to because he was walking further and further away from me. Ha ha ha, no. Thank you, Seiji, he said and turned to face me again. The smile on his face matched the brightness of the sun above him. I could not point it out, but his smile was so much more brighter than when we first met. Thank you for giving this old man hope again, he said and started laughing. I got lost in thought. I see. So that's what it was. His smile had hope in them now. He never truly believed that the war between demons and humans would end soon, but after seeing my talents and training me for 2 weeks, that outlook has changed. Now he had genuine hope that it would be over soon. He believed that I would be the one to finally put an end to the demons. I inspired such hope in him. I felt my breath hitched while looking at his disappearing figure. Hope was such a powerful thing. It was hope that made me persist through the difficult times in my life. When I lost all of my family, my hearing, and when I was in a completely different world, hope was the only thing that drove me towards tomorrow. Hope that things will be better. Hope that I will find a family or love again. I hoped I would be happy again tomorrow, just as I was yesterday. That's why everyone keeps fighting every day, isn't it? Hope. I will create a better future for this world with my blade. I swear. Shinobu Kocho, Seiji's POV, total concentration breathing or constant breathing. It was when the user of a breathing style constantly used their technique to enhance their body at every moment. Be it night when they are sleeping, or day when they are eating. They practiced a constant purposeful breathing pattern which allowed them to stay superhuman. They heal better and they become stronger as well. There were few even amongst the demon slayer who could use this advanced technique. It required a powerful set of lungs which could only be achieved through hard training. I remember even Tanjiro, the main character, struggling with it in the beginning. But believe it or not, I never had trouble with constant breathing. In fact, I have been doing that since the beginning with my incomplete breathing. This was mainly because even though I never learned a breathing style, I trained my lungs from a young age since I knew how important they would be later on. Most of the time, I used my own breathing style, steroid breathing, as it enhanced all aspects of my body. Although it may not have forms, steroid breathing was the best when it came to constant breathing. But in the case of speed and traveling, the thunder breathing constant proved to be superior. My senses and aspects other than speed were not improved, but it made up for it with the sheer increase in speed. So with the help of thunder breathing, traveling proved to be much quicker and easier. That meant I was completing my missions even faster than before. While I trained for 2 weeks with Master Jigoro, I did not slack on my mission either and often used the demons as a dummy practice. This was why, right now after 9 days had passed since Jigoro left, I was already on my last mission to become a Hashira. I have killed a total of 49 demons. I said with a smile, after completing this mission, I will finally be promoted to the rank of Hashira. In total, it has been 47 days since I passed the final selection, which is roughly a month and a half. With that, I have broken Jiomiai and Michiro's record of becoming a Hashira in 2 months. To be honest, I was a little excited. I mean, who didn't love pushing ranks? The sun was slowly setting in the western horizon, its bright yellow light had turned into a warmer orange. The people finished up their work to get back home before dark while demons waited impatiently for the hunt to start. But as the demons hunt in the night, so do I. The mission I got this time was pretty straightforward. The mission was to slay a demon living in the Aya Valley. Many lower-ranked demon slayers had died trying to slay the demon, which was why they were giving the mission to someone they considered as strong as a Hashira. The demon was apparently bold enough to remain in the valley even after 3 attempts at slaying him. Which told me that the demon was pretty confident in his strength. I should expect a strong one. This would be fun. After a few hours of traveling, I reached the Aya Valley. It was a very narrow valley located in the middle of 2 mountains. The valley had thick vegetation and the Aya River ran through the mountains, providing a fresh water source for the plants and animals. However, due to its steep gorges and dangerous landscapes, the valley was isolated. Which puzzled me quite a bit. Why would a demon live here? There were no nearby humans on which it could feed. I stood at the top of a mountain and I looked down upon the land. It was dark, but my eyes easily pierced through the darkness as I searched for my prey like a hawk. But before I could locate my demon, my eyes caught something else, or should I say someone else. Is that? I asked myself while narrowing my eyes. Then I leapt off the mountain to fall into the valley. Raven pecked at my head in anger before she flew off my head. The wind rushed past my body as I descended into the valley. When I neared the ground, I used the tall trees to decrease my momentum and landed gracefully on the ground. I landed close to her. "Little girl, why are you here?" I asked the girl who caught my eye. "It's dangerous," I said plainly while observing her. I was finally able to confirm my suspicion now that she was so close. She had dark black hair that faded to lavender at the end. Her eyes were hazy purple with no pupils, which made her eyes look like that of an insect. She wore a white and purple haori and she tied her hair into a bun while 2 strands framed her face. She had a small body but with her youthful face, it made sense. Huh? Who are you calling a little kid? You look the same age as me. She said and turned to face me. I paused abruptly. Damn. She's pretty. I stared. I think I stared too much. What the fuck are you looking at, creep? Your eyes are creepy as hell. It's amazing how personality can drag down one's beauty. That wasn't a very nice thing to say, but understandable, I guess. For the record, I did not use X-ray vision. She had nothing worth peeking at yet as she was just a small girl. But she had potential. Pause. I am a demon slayer and I am on a mission to kill the demon living here. But who are you? I asked the girl. She seemed taken aback by my words, a demon slayer. She did not see a sword strapped on my waist, so I had to show her my odachi, which was sheathed on my back. Then I showed her my uniform under the haori. I see. She said, well, my name is Shinobu Kocho. I am a Tsuguko of the flower Hashira and a medical expert. I was sent here in case you get injured. The valley is quite isolated, so the master wanted me to come here and give you medical help immediately if you need it. Wow. Talk about prodigal privilege. I assumed the higher UPS did not want to see a young talent like me die, so they sent her here to make sure I survived in case I suffered an injury in my mission. Since many lower-rank demon slayers have died, there was a chance of the demon being strong. And this mission was particularly dangerous because even if the injury I suffered after the fight was not fatal, it could have led to death since there was no nearby help. I understand, I said. If that is all, I will immediately get to hunting the demon, I said and disappeared. I see him. The demon. I ran towards the place where I saw movement and smelled the scent of a demon. I pulled out my sword and my heart roared in my chest, preparing for a fight. Debate of death, Seiji's POV, I'm scared of pretty girls. So I ran to the less scary being, which was the man-eating demon living in the Aya Valley. I swiftly ran through the thick forest while Raven flew overhead. The demon I was hunting put absolutely zero effort into hiding himself. I could sense his bloodlust so clearly that the logical conclusion was that he wanted people to find him. I could also see him. My eyes pierced through the thick vegetation and locked on his demonic form. I would say that he was awfully human-like for a demon. In just a few more minutes, I finally reached the demon. He wore a yellow haori with a white scarf on his neck. His clothes were neat and tidy, unlike most demons, which gave the impression that he was a human. But I knew for certain he was not. Your time is up, demon. Your arrogance had led to your end. I said, my voice echoing in the small clearing I found myself in. It led me to this place. I concluded in my mind when I saw the marks of previous battles in the surroundings. This was likely the place where he fought with the demon slayers that tried to slay him before me. The demon laughed. I could not see his face since he was turning his back on me, but I knew he was genuinely amused. It is so convenient this way, I don't know why I haven't thought of this sooner. My prey delivered themselves to me and I do not even need to hunt them down, the demon said. It was hard to tell, but I could make it out from the movement of his throat. You have it all wrong, demon slayer, it is you who rushed to his own end, he said and finally turned to face me. He had the face of a young man with 3x scars on his forehead and cheeks. But the thing that instantly caught my attention was the kanji in his eyes. The number 4 in kanji, that was written on his left eye. Lower Moon 4. I muttered in surprise before I looked down to hide my face. Oh, are you scared, demon slayer? You people have been a bother to my master, so he gave us all an order to kill as many demon slayers as possible. I have been staying in this valley, calling them with my presence so that I can slaughter the lots of you, he said, even though I never asked. I'm sorry, the demon said with a crooked smile, veins popped around his eyes and his human teeth turned sharp. His face abandoned all humanity and finally turned demonic. Actually, I'm not sorry. Then he shot at me with a burst of speed. I finally looked up to meet his eyes and I pulled out my sword before swinging at him. His claws met the sharp edge of my blade with a spark of friction and he halted in midair. His body tried to overpower me, but with refined technique, I resisted. My usually stoic face scrunched up to show anger. Because at that moment, I was absolutely pissed, livid even. Why? You just couldn't show your ugly face sooner. I said and pivoted on my heels to deliver a back kick at the side of his body. Steroid breathing enhanced my physical strength and my kick broke his ribs and tore his liver. A small shockwave erupted and sent the demon flying to the side. I had every right to be angry at that moment. I had worked so hard to become a Hashira as fast as possible, which required me to either kill one of the 12 Kazuki or slay 50 demons. Since I did not know the location of the 12 Kazuki and because I was still not strong enough to take on the upper moons, I decided to become a Hashira by killing 50 demons. I nearly succeeded. I had slain a total of 49 demons and he was supposed to be the final demon. But he turned out to be one of the lower moons. If I had met him earlier, I would become a Hashira instantly without having to grind so hard. He just had to show up when his death would least benefit me. The feeling was exactly the same as that time in my past life where I studied the whole night for a test, only to find out the teacher was absent the next day. It's silly, I know, but goddamn was it frustrating. You're pretty strong, that's a surprise. I guess they would send someone decent after the third time, the demon said, and a demonic smile split his face. Blood demon art, velocity burst. That's new. I have never seen a demon use blood demon art like my eyes shone bright and opened wide in absolute shock. It was because somehow, the enemy who was at least 5 meters away from me had suddenly appeared in front of me, arms pulled back to deliver a punch. His eyes were demonic red and his smile was straight out of a nightmare. The wind caused by his sudden appearance blew my hair and dried my eyes, making me want to blink. I could predict movements perfectly. I knew the language of the body better than anyone and my enemies spoke to me before they even made a single move. But what I couldn't see were spells, blood demon art. And the demon had just used some form of spell to appear in front of me. Time had slowed down to a crawl as my brain and eyes worked overtime to make up for the shock. I brought my sword up just in time to block his punch. I would block the hit and the demon's arm would be split in half since the sharp edge of my sword was shielding me. But then something happened again. A shockwave. A powerful shockwave erupted from his fist and the force sent me flying away like a ragdoll. I blinked and time resumed like normal. Everything happened in an instant. Asterisk boom. Asterisk I planted my feet on the ground and slid to a stop. I could not feel my arms properly. My eyes immediately fell upon the enemy and this time with all the seriousness in the world. All silly thoughts were cast aside and emotions were discarded. It was no time to joke around. The enemy was strong. He was easily the second strongest being I ever encountered. I could tell that much with a single exchange. So this is the power of a lower moon. I thought grimly and took a stance with my sword. Good, I like that face better, the demon said and chuckled before he shot at me once more. This time, I was ready so I could see everything that I missed before. He was fast. He was easily 3 times as fast as Jigoro, whom I had trouble keeping up with. How was the demon able to gain such speed with such minimal effort? My eyes revealed the truth to me and answered my question. Shockwave. The demon was able to create a shockwave on the bottom of his feet and from his hand, maybe even with other parts of his body, but his feet and hand were the only parts he used so far. A powerful shockwave strong enough to shatter the earth pushed him off. The speed at which he moved was so fast and sudden that his own body suffered internal injuries. Blocking was out of the option since the enemy could also create shockwaves with his hands, so I dodged the body which was coming at me like a meat cannon. But as the demon flew past me, I could tell from his body language that he had no intention of missing. Instead, he was readying his muscles to deliver another attack instantly. The twitch of his arm, the rotation of his hips and the side glance he gave me, all of these things told me of his next plan. I pivoted on my heel and leapt to the side and dodged the following attack before it even happened. Just as predicted, the demon exploded shockwave at his feet again and changed his trajectory. The sudden change in vector absolutely crushed his body, but he was a demon, he didn't care. But by the time the sequence of action was executed, I was no longer where I was supposed to be. The demon was forced to stop his attacks abruptly, his face told me he was surprised. I can still read him. That was strange, the demon said, but then shrugged his shoulder, thinking what I just did was luck or a fluke. He casually healed all of his muscle tears and internal injuries while cracking his neck. I also decided to get serious and I took a deep breath. Blue lighting sizzled as I inhaled and flames came out of my mouth while I exhaled. 2 of the 5 major breathing styles mingled inside my body. Fine, let's talk. And so, the debate of death starts. Slaying Lower Moon 4, Seiji's POV, fine, let's talk. Let's not, the demon yelled and he exploded out towards me. He came at me with endless momentum, but this time, I was ready. Flame breathing, second form. I said as my eyes glowed bright and flames wrapped around my blade. Rising scorching Sunday. I swung my sword up in a perfect arc, like the sun rising to the sky. A trail of fire followed my blade. The sound of 2 consecutive shockwaves rang out, its vibration shaking the air itself. The demon produced shockwaves from his hands to stop his momentum and he halted right before my blade reached him. His rows of sharp teeth smiled at me as if he had predicted my attack perfectly and dodged in time. I bit down a smile. One thing you should never do when you fight me is try to out-predict me. It was a battle that assured defeat. So I changed the grip on my sword, holding the blade horizontally, and the pattern of my breath also changed abruptly yet seamlessly. Thunder breathing, second form. Lighting came alive around my body and my muscles tensed up, preparing to explode out with every fiber of strength at one moment. Rice spirit. I declared, and the following action exploded in one moment. My arm blurred and my blade became 5, slicing from different angles in one moment. That was the concept of the second form. It was to deliver 5 consecutive slashes at the enemy from different angles in one moment. The shocked demon did not even have time to react as I cleaved at his limbs one by one. I sliced off his left hand, and then his right arm. In less than a millisecond, I sliced off both of his feet as well. 4 slashes. With all his limbs cut off, he could not use his shockwave anymore. The last swing was aimed at his neck. But right before I decapitated the demon, he opened his mouth and a terrible shockwave shot at me. My head would have exploded in a gory mess it hit. So I stopped my swing midway and tilted my head to the side. The shockwave went right past my ear and left a dent on the ground. I had seen the way his throat contracted before the attack, so I had ample time to dodge. The shockwave also pushed the demon back and he escaped my range in an instant. But I was determined to capitalize on the opportunity. He let his guard down and it cost him 4 limbs. Now I had to cut off his head before he could regrow them. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash. Lightning wrapped around my body and I pushed myself off the ground at the speed of sound. A sonic boom shattered the ground and roared like thunder. I became something akin to a streak of lightning. The demon's face pinched together to paint a nasty expression of fear and anger. He focused all of his regenerative power into one hand and managed to use his shockwave to shoot himself up the sky. By the time I reached him, my blade could no longer slice his neck, but I bisected his body just below his armpits. My blade cut through his demonic flesh like a cake. But the moment was lost. The demon used his shockwave to propel himself high in the sky where I could no longer reach him. He healed his body in the safety of the sky. You insignificant bug. The demon roared in the sky, I will kill you. Blood demon art, meteorite fall. The demon said, and just by the name, I could already guess what was about to happen. Words and actions spoke to me. The end of all 4 limbs exploded multiple times with shockwave and the demon shot down to the ground like a meteorite. I used thunder breathing to move away from my position quickly and the demon shattered the earth in his crash. A huge dust of smoke rose. My eyes pierced through the smoke and locked on the demon who thought I would have trouble seeing. He launched himself at me again, his body cutting through the smoke at sonic speed while I gripped the handle of my sword and took in a huge gust of air. Blood demon art, shockwave dance, the demon yelled. Thunder breathing, first form. I replied to his action. It was an exchange of words, an exchange of meaning and violence. Thunderclap and flash. I said, and after careful analysis of my enemy, I determined the amount of move required. 12-fold. Our body moved at supersonic speed. Our image became a blur of flash and shockwave as we exchanged 12 consecutive attacks in a matter of seconds. We were equal in speed, but he was stronger and more durable. On the other hand, I could read him like a book and predict his moves. Then I replied in such a manner that nullified his superior strength and durability. The sound of our exchange was like thunder and explosion, bringing chaos to the thick forest. Animals fled while trees were uprooted due to the shockwave and due to being used as a foothold. We were equally matched. By the end of our clash, we were already miles away from the previous clearing where we fought. I felt my body ache due to the exhausting nature of thunder breathing. To attain victory, I needed to end this quickly. Although it might look like I was at a massive disadvantage right now since I was tired and my enemy was a demon who knew no injury or exhaustion, it was actually the opposite. The end for the demon drew near because through our exchanges I finally had a grasp of his fighting style. I was now familiar with the rhythm of his movement and the patterns of his attack. What attack did he prefer? Which angle is his favorite? Which part of my body did he always target? What are the timing of his attacks? How did he react to an opening? I had the answer to all of these questions. He told me himself through our battle. And now it was time to end this. I intentionally created an opening. It was a bait which I knew he would take without fail. He was desperate, angry, and humiliated. Die. It was oh so simple. I got him used to thunder breathing and its fast nature. So the sudden change in breathing style was more effective than it should be. Flame breathing, 5th form. I whispered as I fell from the sky. Our final clash took place high in the sky, so we both fell. But unlike me, who was seemingly helpless while mid-air, the demon could use his shockwave to maneuver in the air. That was the fake opening I created. I lied with my action, Flame Tiger. Flames encased the entirety of my body. Those flames wrapped and folded around me until it became the shape of a tiger. I sucked in huge volumes of air in my lungs and my body reached a supernatural temperature. I was in overheat. Flame breathing was not like thunder breathing. It was not fast, but it was explosive and it burned with intensity that was completely unmatched. My purple eyes bore down on the demon with disdain. Only a fool would run into flames. The flames around my body, which was in the shape of a tiger head, swallowed the demon and chomped down on him. The canines of the tiger were my blades and they chopped him up into pieces. Flame breathing was more effective than other breathing style due to its close relation with sun breathing, so even a slash to his body damaged him greatly. The demon let out a guttural scream. It was times like these when I wished I was not deaf. Was his scream as helpless as the screams of my family? Was it as sad as mine on that fateful night? I hope so. No. I made sure it was so. Boom. On that lonely night in the valley, at the young age of 13 and 11 months, I slew the lower moon 4 and became eligible to become a Hashira. Heaven and thighs, Seiji's POV, good talk. I said while sheathing the sword on my back. I might not suffer any visible cuts or injuries, but I was beyond tired and I was sore all over due to the shockwave that the demon threw at me like candies on Halloween. Definitely going to feel worse tomorrow. I thought while taking a closer look at my body. Although I did not kill the demon with one strike like Jude did in the anime, I was still happy with the strength I displayed against the lower moon demon. Now I had a clear picture of just how strong I was. I was probably strong enough to take on any lower moon, although the first and second may prove to be extremely difficult, and I was definitely at the level of Hashira. A Hashira who was on the weaker side, but a Hashira level nonetheless. I suppose if my body developed for a few more years, I would be able to fight against the likes of Upper Moon themselves, of course, excluding the top 3. Coupled with the improvement in skills and the breathing styles I would eventually learn and master, I would hopefully be even stronger than that. Raven flew down and landed on my head. A small smile tugged at my lips as I asked, "Did you see me, Raven? Was I cool?" She gave me an answer by tapping on my scalp. Indeed, I was pretty cool. Her words, not mine. My smile got wider at her answer. It was already great that I got to slay demons, but looking cool while doing it? That's double great. Raven tapped at my head with her small little feet again, telling me that someone was approaching me from behind, so I turned back. You really did it," Shinbu said as approached me. There was a hefty amount of surprise and awe on her face. "You killed the demon by yourself," she said and bit her lips. "Even though you are the same age as me." Then she carefully looked at me up and down before saying, "You're hurt." "No, I'm not," I said, and a small trail of blood flowed out of my mouth. I blinked and then took a detailed X-ray look at my own body. "Oh," was what came out of my mouth. I actually suffered quite the injury internally. I sat on the ground and Shinobu quickly ran up to me. I guess all of the shockwaves that hit my body, although not a direct hit, caused a lot of trauma internally. Coupled that with the overabuse of thunder breathing, this was the result. "Don't worry, I have some medicine that can help you," she said and rummaged through the small bag that she was carrying before she took out a few pills. "Here, this will stop the pain and this will stop the bleeding," she said and came close to me. Too close, too close. I panicked in my mind as she brought her pretty face near my face. As you would expect from someone like me, I was not good at dealing with the opposite gender my age. Especially if they were someone I find extremely attractive. I did not show that on my face though. Outside, I was stone cold. "Your face is heating up," she said. I could feel the heat in her breath. She put her hand on my forehead to check my temperature. "Is it a fever?" Luckily, Raven came to my rescue as she shooed Shinobu away like a protective girlfriend. I took a deep breath and relaxed my body as much as I could. "I'll be fine after some sleep," I said. The constant use of my eyes in such a high-intensity fight also caused mental fatigue. Although it was getting better, the main drawback of my eyes was always mental exhaustion, which caused me to need more sleep than normal. I laid down on the ground. "Shinobu, can you stay with me for a few hours, thanks?" And I was out cold. When you have eyes as good and as sensitive as mine, you learn to truly appreciate the beauty of the sun while also loathing its glaring rays. And this was one of those moments when I absolutely loathed the sun. The bright rays of the sun fell on my eyes and my lids were too thin to stop them completely. It woke me from my slumber and its unforgiving light made sure I never returned. Shit. It was uncomfortable since the rays were falling right on my face, yet I did not move a single muscle. I did not turn my head or cover my eyes to stop the brightness. Why? It was because of the soft, supple pillow I was sleeping on. They were not actually pillows, and if you've read as much as me, you would know instantly what they were. Thighs. No, you read that wrong. I didn't say heaven even though it's pretty close. I said thighs. Or maybe you're not wrong, because aren't they the same thing? Tomato, tomata and all that jazz. So as much as it was uncomfortable on my face, it was extreme comfort on the back of my head. And right now, the comfort eclipsed the discomfort. So let me stay like this for a while. No, fuck that, I should stay like this forever. Should I just die like this? You're awake. Shit. Don't move, she might just be saying stuff. I know you are awake. You're deaf, you're deaf. You're deaf. I can see you peeking, she said, and it was then that I realized indeed, I was looking up at her and reading her lips. I did not know when I opened my eyes, but I instinctively did, and now it was over. I can't get up. My back, it hurts. I said, and she stared at me with a dead face. There were no injuries on your spine or back. I checked, she said with a closed-eye smile. So it's really the end. I sighed and sat up. I cracked my bones and stretched my arms before standing up and checking my surroundings. We were still in the same place, the only difference was that Shinobu dragged my body someplace under a tree. How long was I asleep? I asked. 9 hours, she said. I felt bad instantly, sorry for the inconvenience. How long did I use you as a pillow? Oh, don't worry about that. I only let you rest on my lap after the sun had risen. You were talking in your sleep and seemed to be having a nightmare, you see, she said. You said something about demons robbing you of everything and something about your sister. Shinobu said. I could see a hint of pity on her face. As someone who loved her sister, she felt sympathetic. Is that why she was giving me a lap pillow? Well, thank God for my unresolved issue. Whoever said traumas were bad? Like all things in the universe, even trauma had good and bad. I laughed at my own thoughts while looking away from Shinobu. It never felt good as a man to see pity from a girl he finds attractive. Speaking of which, is it weird that I find her attractive? She's like 13, and although she was more developed and mature than girls in my past life, she was still not a woman. Is it because I never crossed the age of 13 in both lives? Or am I just Drake? And this was not like a physical attraction I felt for a random beauty I saw on the street. This was more like, oh, I can see us marrying and having kids kinda attraction. Whatever, let me shelf that feeling for a moment and say it's due to my budding teenage hormones. This world infested with demons was not a good place to fall in love. Especially with a character that I know is going to die in her pursuit of revenge. Love comes after I wiped the demons from the face of the earth, never to take my love again. You never told me your name. Shinobu said, bringing me out of my thoughts. Oh. I said, feeling a tad bit embarrassed at my mistake. Well, my name is Seiji Shigan. Thank you for taking care of me. To the headquarters, Seiji's POV, well, my name is Seiji Shigan. Thank you for taking care of me. I said, finally giving a proper introduction. She smiled, no worries. You barely had any injuries to begin with. It seems that it was due to fatigue or mental exhaustion that you passed out instead of an actual grave injury. Yeah, I feel much better now. I said. Shinobu was a kind girl. She was much bolder and straightforward than I initially expected, or at least how she was shown in the anime. She was still not that alluring Wanisan I remembered. Right now, she was simply a young girl of 13 years old. She was curious and showed lots of different emotions, but most of all, she was still very innocent. I could see this instantly from the way she spoke and from the way she behaved. My best guess was that her sister was still alive. She was yet to harbor endless hatred and pain in her heart. We had a short talk while we gathered up the supplies and the things Shinobu had taken out to treat me last night. Although she was not yet a demon slayer, she had already attained her genius in medicine. She asked me lots of questions due to her curious nature, which I appreciated because I could not keep a conversation. She asked me how the fight went, what my breathing style was, and how strong the demon was. I answered her as well as I could. So Seiji, what rank are you again? She asked. Hopefully after this fight, I will be a Hashira. I said, and she blinked. She turned to look at me, her face changing to different expressions because at first she thought I was joking. But then my face and the tone of my voice told her that I was serious. A Hashira? That would mean. I have already slain a total of 50 demons. I nodded. And the demon I fought last night was one of the lower moons. What? A lower moon? She asked in surprise. It was probably the first time in my life, but I was secretly happy to show off. But I kept it cool because a cool guy does not freak out while showing off. I acted like such feats were nothing, although secretly, I was extremely proud of my hard work and achievement. Yes, lower moon 4 to be exact. I see, no wonder, she said, and her odd eyes glazed in awe. I think she was impressed. You are like, super strong then. I rubbed my nose. I guess I am. Just then, a crow flew above our heads and started cawing. Raven immediately came down from the tree she was perching on and sat on top of my head. Caw. Caw. Seiji Shigan, go to the Demon Slayer Corp headquarters. Caw. Caw. Seiji Shigan, go to the Demon Slayer Corp headquarters. Caw. Caw. Seiji Shigan, go to the Demon Slayer Corp headquarters. Well, I guess that's my promotion. I don't know where the Demon Slayer Corp headquarters is. I said, and the crow replied. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. The crow flew away, trying to lead me to the headquarters. I did not move yet and looked at Shinobu with a smile. This seems to be where we part. I should return to the flower mansion as well. Shinobu said before standing up. It has been pleasant knowing you, Seiji, she bowed. The same goes for you. I hope we meet again, Shinobu. If you don't mind, you can visit the flower mansion anytime, she said, and gave me a bright innocent smile. I am going to assume that she enjoyed my company as I did hers. I will keep that in mind. I said, and then disappeared from my place. The crow flew ahead and I followed him right behind, chasing his tail. I have come a long way since the night I lost everything. But now, it was finally time to take another leap. Here I come. Third POV, Shinobu watched as the boy ran after the Kasagi crow. His destination was the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a place she herself had never visited even though her sister was a Hashira. She made an educated guess. Seiji was probably summoned there to affirm his rank a Hashira. It was still hard to wrap that fact around her head. A boy her age had not only killed 50 demons, but he had successfully slayed a lower moon by himself. He was incredible. There was something special about him. His presence alone oddly calmed her heart, and the more she learned about him, the more she was drawn to him. For example, the fact that he was able to accomplish everything he did while being deaf. At first, she did not realize he was deaf, and she truly panicked when he didn't wake up no matter how much she called out to him. It was only when she did a thorough check of his body that she realized he was deaf. Speaking of checking his body, the image suddenly came to her mind, and with it, red came on her cheeks. Apparently, he had an extremely attractive body even at his age. His body looked more sculpted than natural. The ratio, the shape, and the amount of muscles and fats were just right. That was to be expected since Seiji built his body with the help of his eyes. As someone who loves beauty, Seiji built his body not only to be strong but to look good as well. And Shinobu was educated enough in human anatomy to appreciate his hard work. A deaf swordsman, she hummed. He reminded her of the strongest person she knew, the stone Hashira Jyomiai. Maybe he would grow up to be as strong as him. Whatever the case was, Shinbu felt an odd peace in her heart. With people like him fighting alongside the Demon Slayer Corps, maybe this war would finally end. Meeting him gave her a brighter hope for the future. Seiji being cool and stuff, perfect welcome. Seiji's POV, I followed the crow for half a day. It proved to be quite a fun challenge as it flew over rivers, mountains, and valleys while I had to do everything I could to catch up. But in the end, I never lost the crow, and right at noon, I reached the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This place is nice, I said while looking at the huge mansion and compound. The place was hidden between a range of mountains with barely any forest. The trees surrounding the place were all cut down. I assumed it was to get easier view of anyone who approached the headquarters. A demon would be spotted before he got too close. There were also many Kusagi crows who acted as security. There were walls surrounding the compound and they perched on top of that. Raven flew off my head and decided to join her fellow Shikusagi crows. I shrugged and entered the headquarters through the main gate. I head inside and before long, I noticed 6 people who were kneeling down in front of a house from afar. My eyes could easily tell who they were, so I immediately went there. "You are finally here, Seiji, we were waiting for you." I stopped when the master addressed me. Kagaya Ubuyashiki. He was sitting on the narrow wooden strip that ran along the Japanese traditional house that served as a transition between the interior and the compound. He was much younger than I remembered and the scar on his face extended only to one eye. He looked quite healthy as well. But my eyes saw the true condition his body was in. He was very ugly. Like a demon. "What are you doing, dumbass? Greet the master!" screamed someone. It had no effect on me as I was deaf, but his angry body language made me do as I was told. I got on one knee and greeted Ubuyashiki. "It's fine. I'm happy to see you, my boy," he said. I looked up and observed the 6 people who were also kneeling in front of Kagaya. Jyomiai, the stone Hashira. Kane, the flower Hashira. Ju, the water Hashira. Yuzui, the sound Hashira. Shinjuro, the flame Hashira and father of Rengoku. And finally, the person who just screamed at me. Sanemi, the wind Hashira. These people were the existing Hashira today. The first thing I noticed about them was the sheer aura of strength oozing off them. Just one glance and I could tell that no one was inferior to me. I guess things were quite different at the top. I'm getting excited. Okay, so now that everyone is here, shall we begin our meeting? It has been only 3 months since the last Hashira meeting, so you must all be confused why I had summoned you again. I'm sure you are curious. Ubuyashiki said. I could not hear his voice, but I assumed it must be quite lovely and charismatic because every single Hashira present listened very closely. "We, the Demon Slayer Corps, finally gained a new pillar today," he said, and all of the Hashira were caught by surprise. They all turned to look at me. "Allow me to introduce you to the new Hashira, Seiji Shigan," Ubuyashiki said with a gentle smile that held unveiled wisdom. The Hashiras present eyed me up and down. I could feel their analytic eyes as they tried to gauge my strength. The more experienced ones like Shinjuro and Yuzui nodded, acknowledging my strength, while the young ones continued to be incredulous. Especially the weakest of the bunch. "Him. Master, are you sure he is qualified?" Sanemi asked while glaring holes at me. The guy got serious anger issues, but he looked fun. "I am sure, Sanemi. If anything, Seiji here could not have been more qualified. After all, he succeeded in killing 50 demons while also slaying one of the lower moons," Ubuyashiki declared, eliciting gasps from them. The wind Hashira shook in his place for a while before he looked up, eyes even angrier. "I'm sorry, master, but I don't believe that. Please grant me permission to test his strength." The others looked at him with wide eyes. They were surprised at how daring Sanemi was to say such things in front of their master. Does he mean to accuse the master of lying? Respect has always been a major virtue for Japanese people. So they all had ultimate respect to Ubuyashiki, who was their benefactor and their master. Especially since they were basically samurai and Ubuyashiki was their lord. Ubuyashiki had a small frown on his face. "Sanemi, that was when I cut in, I accept." They all turned to me again. "I accept his challenge to test my strength." "Are you sure, Seiji, you just fought a lower moon last night?" he asked me, his face concerned. "Yes, it will be fine, Lord Ubuyashiki," I said and turned towards Sanemi with my eyes releasing a purple hue. "Besides, I am not the only one who had a tough fight last night," I said. I could see fresh wounds, broken bones and a few other internal injuries on Sanemi. It seemed he had a tough fight just recently as well. But after hearing the summon, he came to the headquarters immediately. Huh? Why do you accept? Are you looking down on me, boy? Sanemi said, veins popped on his face to show his anger and agitation. He stood up and walked towards me with slow, intimidating steps. I could almost see fire and volcano behind him. He stood in front of me. He was around 2 years older, so he towered over me. While I stood at an impressive 5 feet 5 inches feet, he was 5 feet 10 inches feet. I said, "Are you looking down on me?" He repeated as he towered over me. I ignored him and moved my head to the side. I gave a look to Ubuyashiki, and after a while, he gave a helpless smile and nodded. Yes, so it is decided. I always wanted to fight against a Hashira. This will be a good time to test them, especially Sanemi, who was one of the strongest character in Demon Slayer. Let's see the level of my future allies. I can't let you get close, I said, and pushed Sanemi as hard as I could. Perfect movement allowed me to push him with perfect technique, so he fell on his butt. I created distance between us and I heard the sound of something cracking. Sanemi's face was stiff with anger and I saw steam coming out his nose. "You bastard," he yelled and pulled out his katana. I replied to his action by pulling out my long sword, Odachi. "Let's resolve this through talking," I said, and Sanemi exploded out. His body easily cut through the air, as if the atmosphere was making way from him. Not a chance. Wind coated his body and he exploded out like a hurricane. Since he was only using constant breathing, I did the same. Steroid breathing. Power flowed through my muscle, boosting the overall performance of my body. Then my eyes read every little details about my opponent. I learned a lot from one attack, but one thing was certain, he was likely the weakest amongst the Hashiras present, and I suspect that it wasn't even long since he became a Hashira. I swung my sword at him. Our swords clashed and created sapraks. I smiled. A perfect welcome does exist. Sanemi vs Seiji, Seiji's POV. Here's an interesting fact. I was 10 times better at fighting humans than I was demons. If I were to fight against Yorichi or Muzan, I believe my chances of victory against Yorichi would be higher. This was because of 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because humans could not use spells and they could not manipulate their flesh on whims. This limitation of humans made my eyes extremely more effective against them compared to demons. And also because I have spent more than 5 years fighting against men. It was only recently that I learned to fight against demons. This was a direct effect of not having a demon slayer as a master. So as Sanemi rushed at me with his sword, I did not feel any pressure. My eyes saw him as less of a threat than the demon I fought last night. Our swords clashed and produced sparks. My muscles tensed at the weight of his raw strength. As someone who was older and hence bigger, he was physically stronger than me. But if someone looked closely, they would notice that I was overpowering him. You might ask how that was possible, and the answer lies in the difference between our techniques. To put it bluntly, I was in a completely different realm of mastery over the sword compared to him. In Kendo, we used wooden swords, so pushing against each other using our swords was one of the most important techniques. I knew exactly which muscles to engage and the location of the sword where I should apply my strength. Sanemi gritted his teeth as a new vein popped in his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot with anger and hatred for the world. He put more strength into his sword, reversing the situation as his overwhelming raw strength overpowered me. I revealed a small smile. Another thing I should mention is the difference in our swords. The katana is primarily used as one-handed sword in this world, while the odachi is a two-handed sword. So I calmly put my other hand on the hilt of my sword using 2 hands, and in an instant, I overwhelmed him. A small shockwave erupted and I pushed Sanemi back, sending him sliding away. "You bastard," he yelled and charged at me. But he was stopped on his track when the end of my blade suddenly found his neck. My sword was longer than his, meaning I could cut him into pieces where he could not. "Ha!" He roared and knocked down my sword and came charging at me again. I calmly took a single step back and pulled my sword. He tried to dodge my blade by ducking, but as if I could see the future, the tip of my blade was already near his neck again. He leapt back immediately to collect his thoughts. He did not charge at me afterwards and simply stared at me from a distance. He slowly walked around me like a predator sizing up his prey. I also walked away from my location, not underestimating him since he was a Hashira. We walked around each other in a circle. We didn't stay still because going from motion to motion was faster than going from being still to motion. His muscles tensed, and his grip on his sword tightened. There was also slight twitches in his quad muscles and his arms, but he never committed to an action. Each attack hesitated until they ultimately died down before even being executed. He started sweating while I smiled. He has excellent instincts. I thought to myself. He had attempted close to 100 attacks during the short time, but all have failed. He could feel instinctively that each attack would be met with failure. He found no openings in me, there was no way to approach and cut me down. Fighting me was like fighting against your own reflection. With the help of my eyes, I could read every twitch of your body and predict your attacks and movements. Then I would change my own posture and position to perfectly counter those attacks. The closest thing I could compare our current situation was two boys arguing in the park, trying to find out who could count bigger than the other. One boy said 1,000,000 and the other said 1,000,000 plus 1. Then again he said 1,000,000,000 and the other boy said 1,000,000,000 plus 1. 1,000,000,000,000 and 1,000,000,000,000 plus 1, 1,000,000,000,000 and then 1,000,000,000,000 plus 1, and so on. The point was that it was impossible to beat me in this game. No matter how well you plan, I would use those same plans against you. Like how the little boy used what was said to him and only added plus 1. I did not need to plan, I did not need to strategize. I would simply read you and then use your own plan against you. It must be truly frustrating to fight against me. I wish I never had such an unfortunate fate. Third POV, I've never seen anything like this before. Kane, the flower Hashira commented while gazing at the ongoing standstill. She may not be the one fighting, but her incredible eyes allowed her to decipher exactly what was going on. On the other hand, Ju remained silent and pondered on the similarity of Seiji's fighting style with water breathing. Seiji couldn't be a water breathing user because Ju would know, especially if he was strong enough to be a Hashira. So he wondered if Seiji had a breathing style that was derived from water breathing. That boy, Shinjiro said and narrowed his eyes, is quite dangerous. On the other hand, Yuzui merely shrugged. He was not as impressed as his fellow Hashiras were because in his opinion, it's not flashy at all. You. Sanemi said through gritted teeth, I'll kill you. Then he swung his sword at Seiji even though he was completely out of range. Seiji tilted his head in confusion, he predicted the movement but didn't know how to reply to this one. Is he stupid? Why did? Seiji's eyes widened and he leaned to the side, just in time to dodge the wind blade that cut strands of his hair. His eyes could see the movements of the air and even the vibration, but this attack caught him off guard due to how natural it was. It was like a breeze, natural and not man-made. Whoosh! That was the opening Sanemi had been searching for all this time. The moment he saw it, he took it and came at Seiji like the wind. Wind breathing, first form. He took in huge volumes of air and dashed towards Seiji. Dust whirlwind cutter. At least this time, Seiji was able to predict that he was going to use his breathing style. The expansion of his lungs, the increased flow of his blood and his heart which roared like an old engine coming to life were all indicators. Sanemi spoke. But then Sanemi disappeared from his eyes and instead, what came at him was a horizontal tornado. The wind wrapped around Sanemi and he violently blew forward like a whirlwind. All of the winds produced were as sharp as blades, ready to mince anything that crossed their path. Seiji's eyes locked on the wind Hashira as he came like a green blur of sheer speed and tornado. Flame breathing, fifth form. Air turned into flames as they entered his mouth. Flame tiger. His long sword was wrapped in flames, and a yellow aura clashed against violent green. Flame was not like the wind, it was not violent or rushed at the enemy to destroy them. Instead, a flame burned bright and hot in its place, ready to destroy anything that dared approach its flickering presence. The heat was a warning, growing more intense the closer you get. To charge into flames was to charge at certain death. Shinjiro dropped his folded arms and stepped forward in shock. His eyes lingered on Seiji as he executed the textbook perfect fifth form. It lacked the determination, rage and intensity, but the movements were the epitome of excellence. Who is he? It was a question that stayed on his rarely sober mind. Sanemi appeared in front of Seiji. He swung his blade horizontally, sending wind blades from every direction. A green wave of energy wrapped around him and put him at the center of a tornado. Seiji on the other hand brought his sword in a high guard before performing a series of slashes that created the image of a fiery tiger that dashed towards the wind blades. A shockwave erupted as the two Hashiras met in another clash. This time they both utilized Thayer breathing styles. The attacks nullified each other. Take this, Sanemi said, pushing through his limits, and he swung his blade upwards. Seiji predicted it and took the best course of action. He blocked the blade and used his body weight to resist the upward force. But the swing was powerful enough to send him flying. It looked like a powerful wind had taken him to the sky. Wind breathing, fourth form. Sanemi yelled and his arm turned into blurs. He released multiple whirlwind slashes from below Seiji. Rising dust storm. The place was engulfed in dust, blocking the scene of what was happening. Green blades made of wind rushed at Seiji. It was unbelievable how sharp the wind could get. Flame breathing, fourth form, Seiji said calmly from above. Then he performed circular slashes that whizzed through the wind blades. Blooming flame undulation, he painted the image of a beautiful red flower while blocking every single wind blades that came at him. His movement was elegant and each stroke served a deep purpose, directed by his purple eyes that saw through the world. As if they were rivals by birth, the fourth forms of both breathing styles perfectly countered each other. Amidst the rising dust, the onlookers only heard the exchange of blows as yellow blade and green blade met in a flurry of attacks. After multiple exchanges, both Sanemi and Seiji emerged from the smoke at opposite directions. Their eyes were focused as they slid to a stop. Then they exploded out again. Wind breathing, first form. Sanemi turned into a tornado again. His form was wrapped around by a green swirling tube of violent energy and he burst forth like the wind. Dust whirlwind cutter. Seiji also grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand and lowered his center of gravity. He closed his eyes, his greatest weapon, to focus and control his leg muscles. Then he burst forth with every strength in his body. His step was so loud that it sounded like thunder. The force shattered the ground and he turned into lightning. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash. No one expected the boy they thought was a flame-breathing user to pull out thunder breathing. But no one had time to react as the two Hashiras crossed paths and exchanged powerful /*BOM. Star. It happened in the span of 1 second. The two of them found themselves in the starting place of their opponent. Seiji sheathed his sword on his back before turning to look at Sanemi, who collapsed right after. His blade snapped in half and there was a wide cut on his chest. It was not deep, but blood seeped out of the wound. The winner was clear. Seiji Shigan. Becoming a Hashira, Seiji's POV, that shit was so cool. I mean, swinging a sword to kill demons was one thing, but having a spar like real samurai? That's another level of awesome. What kind of boy had not dreamt of having a cool sword fight? With my eyes, I was able to see the special effects of breathing styles as well, which made the experience even more awesome. For real, this was a cool anime type shit. If there are people watching me, please make a cool edit of that fight with those trending songs in the background and let the beat sync with our clash. That should be enough. I hope you are satisfied. I said. The tone of my voice was dead, as usual. Whatever it was I was feeling inside, I did not let it show. My outer appearance was stone cold because it was cool only as long as you didn't acknowledge it. That was the line between being cool and cringe. You. Sanemi said through gritted teeth, but he stopped when Ubuyashiki spoke. That is enough, Sanemi. He threw his head to the side and clicked his tongue, but otherwise, he obeyed the words of Ubuyashiki. The outcome was just as I expected, he said with a knowing smile. Seiji here is the national champion of kendo. He was hailed as a one-in-millennia genius and his swordsmanship is said to be unmatched. The Hashiras acknowledged his words and even Sanemi was forced to accept the fact. My swordsmanship was undoubtedly superior to his. Well, if there is no more opposition, let us officially welcome our new pillar, Ubuyashiki said. Seiji? I blinked, and when I noticed everyone's eyes on me I got down on one knee. Do you, Seiji Shigan, accept the title of Hashira and promise to become a pillar that supports the Demon Slayer Corps? He asked me with a fond smile. Yes. The title of Hashira is proof of your strength. Do you, Seiji Shigan, promise to use your strength to protect the weak? Yes. Then rise, Hashira, he said, and I rose. Stand firm on your beliefs and never falter like an unshakable pillar. From now on, slay the demons in front of you not only out of hatred but also to protect the people behind you, he said. The title of a Hashira comes with heavy responsibilities. But I know you will do well to carry them, my dear boy, he finished with a proud smile that reminded me of my father. That is all for now, I will give you time to get to know each other. And Seiji, please meet me after you are done. Ubuyashiki said weakly before he disappeared into the house. Now that left all of the Hashiras in the courtyard. The situation reminds me of when parents leave their children who never knew each other before in a room and tell them to play with each other. The rest of the Hashiras started talking amongst each other. Yuzui approached Jyomiai with a friendly smile before they engaged in some kind of gossip. Ju went to Sanemi but the Wind Hashira yelled at him to leave him alone. Ju was yelled at and ignored, but before things escalated, Kane got in the middle of the two. Saname behaved like a well-mannered kid in front of her. And that left me with the only remaining Hashira and the one I least wanted to interact with. Tell me, kid, where did you learn flame breathing? It is Shinjuro Rengoku, the flame Hashira. But I know him as the asshole father in my mind. I immediately did not like him just because I was friends with his son. Your son taught me. Kyojiro? He asked, his face showed surprise. You know him? Yes, I do. I said. We participated in the same final selection, which is where we first met. He taught me the flame-breathing style while I taught him swordsmanship. I see. He said and looked down, so you are telling me that you learned flame breathing only recently and you are already that good with it? Yes. Some people really are born with unparalleled talents people like us can't hope to match no matter how hard we work, he said with dry chuckles. Yeah, I did not like him. He stayed silent and took a swig of alcohol from the gourd he had at his side. But then I saw something flash in his eyes and his next words came out hesitant. So, how is Kyojiro? It started off low but with each question asked, it grew expectant. How is he compared to you? How did he do in the final selection? What is he like when fighting a demon? I did not answer instantly. My eyes carefully observed his face, trying to read his emotions, and I was only met with genuine curiosity. So I replied genuinely. He is incredible. My voice didn't falter because it was the truth. I wish my spirit could burn half as fiercely as his. Unexpectedly, Shinjuro laughed. It was a genuine laugh that came from irrepressible joy. You jest, he said, but my eyes could not ignore the pride on his face, pride for his son. Be careful in your missions, kid. We don't want to lose a talent like you, he said with a tap on my shoulder before he took another swig of his alcohol and walked past me. That was weird. I looked at the back of the veteran Shira. He was just a broken man barely held together by his sense of duty. But at one point, he used to be the strongest of his era. Maybe, I was wrong in my judgment. After Shinjuro was gone, the other Hashiras came up to me one by one to introduce themselves. It was quite the experience meeting people whom I once thought of as a fictional character. Since it was our first time meeting, there was not much interaction. They said their names, their title, and how they looked forward to working together with me. I imagined this is what it would feel like when there was a new worker in the office. But amongst all of them, one Hashira in particular stood out to me. And surprisingly, it was not the flower Hashira. It was Jyomiai Himejima, the stone pillar. It's a pleasure to feel your presence, he said in a voice I imagined to be as firm as a boulder. He was absolutely stunning. And I swear I'm not gay. He was easily the strongest Hashira, heck he might be the strongest human alive. His body was a sculpture, a masterpiece created by the greatest mason. Thick fibers of muscle wrapped around his gigantic skeletal frame. His muscles are far more than mortal flesh. If gods were real, they would be made of the same thing as Jyomiai was. Even demons did not have the monstrous physique that he had. Even Muzan himself could not compare to the sheer raw power emanating from his body. A god of war. If Rengoku's body was bred to fight, Jyomiai was built to demolish everything that stood in his way. Normally, I would find such a monstrosity ugly, but there was a weird beauty in him. It was the charm of the pinnacle of strength. White eyes, blind and unseeing, stared down at me. I felt like those eyes saw more than normal eyes could ever see. I could feel his gaze into my soul. If you need any help, be sure to come to me, he said before he walked away, all 8 feet of him. After all the introductions were done, I headed into the traditional Japanese house to meet Abuyashiki. The moment I entered, I found him lying down on a futon and Lady Amain was beside him. The thing Abuyashiki wanted to talk about was regarding last night. He wanted to know in detail about the 4th lower moon demon since the 12 Kazuki were the strongest demon. I briefed him about how the battle went, the strength of the demon, and the abilities he possessed. I also informed him about what the demon said to me. Muzan Kibutsuji was giving orders to the 12 Kazuki to kill as many demon slayers as possible. He promised his blood as a reward to the demon who did a good job. That would explain the sudden loss of my children. We had more causality in the past 2 weeks than we ever did in a month, he said. The spike in his blood pressure displayed his grief. Then he asked me an unexpected question. It was regarding my encounter with Muzan in Tokyo. I was surprised he even knew about it since I did not make a report. He said it was good that Muzan was blending with the humans instead of committing genocide. But he still thinks that we are not ready to face him yet, so he has done nothing to provoke him. He said the information they got because of me was invaluable, and so was my ability to see through his disguise. When he asked me what I thought of the Demon King, I said, even if all of the Hashriyas here fought against him at once, we would only be slaughtered like pigs. The Demon King has power beyond your expectation, I said. Abuyashiki showed a mirthless smile, so we really stand no chance. Give me 5 years, I said after a long stretch of silence. He looked towards me, his face colored in surprise. After 5 more years, I promise to be strong enough to slay the Demon King, I said, my heart resolute, and I hoped my voice reflected it. Abuyashiki simply stared at me for a while before he burst out in a chuckle. But there was no ridicule or amusement in his laugh. Those are strange words coming from someone who was shaking just by mentioning Muzan's name, he said. Was I trembling while talking about Muzan? But, he said and smiled, it's strange that I believe your words. You have a unique soul, Seiji, one that is capable of inspiring hope in the people around you. He said, did you know that Jigoro sent me letters after years of isolating himself from the Demon Corp? He had been in a downward spiral since he lost his leg, but meeting you had given him a brighter hope for the future. All he could talk about in his letter was you. Never lose that part of yourself in the long journey that awaits you. Please keep on fighting against the evil demons as the pillar of hope, Abuyashiki said. He really had a way of charming people with his words. I could see why he was so respected even by the strongest people in the world. After our discussion ended, I headed towards the exit to leave, but he said one final thing to me. "Oh, and happy birthday, Seiji." I paused. Did I get that right? Was it my birthday? I wouldn't know because I never celebrated my birthday since my parents died. The birthday celebration was also not a huge thing in Japan yet. "Thank you," I said and left. And so, at the age of 14, I became a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corp at recorded time. Rest, Seiji's POV. "Oh, you're done already." A face without flaw was a rare find when you have eyes like mine, and she was one of those rare finds. Even the parts you thought were flawed, when they came together on her, they made a very pretty face. She was beautiful. She greatly resembled Shinobu from the anime, except she had different eyes and she was taller. Her mannerisms and behavior were also similar. She was hot, in an Wani-san kinda way, if you know what I mean. And also, "She's going to die." "Excuse me?" Kane said. "Shit, did I say that out loud? Sorry." "It's nothing," I said before whispering, "I won't let it happen anyway. The whole point of my existence was to change destiny for the better. The story of Demon Slayer won't end as tragically as it did, and I won't let everyone die. That's one of the reasons why I fight to create a better and brighter future." "Can I help you with something?" I asked Kane. There was no one else in the compound as all of the Hashiras had left to continue their missions. Well, everyone left except for Kane, who for some reason was waiting for me. She giggled softly. "No, not me. It's you that needs help." She then walked towards me, much to my nervousness, and only stopped with an inch separating us. She was so close that I could feel the aura of beauty and sexiness from her. She was 5 feet 6 inches tall, and that meant she was taller than me. She simply smiled, not only with her lips but somehow with her eyes. She was expecting me to say something, to ask for help, I'd assume. But what came out was far more honest. "Step on me." That threw her for a loop. It was a bit perverse of me, but honestly, who could blame me? She was a beautiful Wani-san and she was taller than me. Many people paid for these types of things and I was just asking, no harm done. I'm not a simp. Besides, she won't get it anyway. "You need medical attention as soon as possible," she said, shrugging off the nonsense I have been spewing till now. What she said was true. I might act fine, but in reality, I couldn't be further from being okay. I still had internal injuries from last night and my fight with Sanemi definitely did not help either. "How did you know?" "Well, first of all, I am a doctor," she said, "and I have a special set of eyes, you see, just like you." I stared into her pale violet eyes. They shone with a dim magical light and the pattern in her eyes almost resembled a flower. I remembered that flower breathing had a lot to do with the eyes of the user. The final form of flower breathing even enhanced the user's vision so that they could see the world in slow motion. So in a way, there was indeed a similarity between us. What I was born with, she achieved a fraction of it through her breathing style. That makes me wonder how effective the flower breathing would be coupled with my eyes. "I want you to follow me back to the flower mansion so that I can give you treatment," she said, but her body language and the way she phrased it made it seem like I didn't have a choice. She seemed to be the type to take her profession seriously, not allowing to see people hurt without lending help, as a perfect doctor would do. Regardless, why in the world would I refuse? "I'd be very thankful, Lady Kane," I said with a bow. "Please don't call me that, just Kane would do. We are colleagues after all." "I'll keep that in mind, Kane." "Well then, let's leave immediately," she said with a smile. It seemed I would fulfill the promise I made to Shinbu sooner than expected. I'm sure she won't expect to see me again so soon. Kane and I left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and headed towards the Flower Mansion. The place was not that far away from the headquarters. It took us only a few hours to reach the mansion. If I had to guess the distance between them, it was only around 25 kilometers at most. The flower mansion, unlike the headquarters, was hidden inside the thick vegetation of the mountains. The computed itself was also smaller, but the mansion was bigger. The place had a very peaceful and calming vibe to it, perfect for recovering patients. My eyes pierced through the walls of the mansion and I noticed many injured demon slayers inside. I guess the mansion was like a hospital of sorts for the Demon Slayer Corporation. The workers greeted her warmly, with smiles and respect, as we entered the compound. Kane led me to the patient room of the mansion where she herself immediately gave me treatment. Most of my injuries were internal, so I was given pills and medical herbs to help my recovery. She also applied ointments on my arms which were apparently fractured before she wrapped them up in bandages. She was extremely professional while she worked, prompting me to not strike up a conversation, which was not really an issue since I wouldn't be able to start a conversation anyway. After all the treatments were done, Kane told me to rest on the bed and she advised me not to be in action for a few days. I had no problem with that. I had been constantly fighting due to my speedrunning, but since I finally accomplished my goal, I think I deserve rest. Although I would like to go around the compound and search for Shinobu, I put the task for my future self. Right now, I just want to sleep and rest. And so I did. Third POV, the chapter was short but it ended with a satisfying conclusion without any cliffhanger. It would be awkward to add more content to the chapter, but it is still way shorter than the average chapter. So let us take this chance to see how people thought of our boy Seiji. 1. Ubuyashiki Kagaya. He thinks Seiji Shigan is a boy with a good heart who was greatly wronged by the world. His story and his disability reminded him of Gyomii, and he also believed that Seiji has the potential to be as strong as the stone Hashira, if not more. He had been keeping eyes on Seiji since he became popular as a kendo prodigy because Ubuyashiki was madly on a lookout for talents. So he also knows about his incredible feats. The fact that Seiji was able to master breathing styles in a matter of weeks made him think that they might be seeing the second coming of a genius like Yorichi. If Seiji was not going to join the Demon Slayer Corp on his own, Ubuyashiki thought of inviting the talented swordsman after he had grown up. He knew about how his parents were killed by demons as well. 2. Shinjuro Rengoku. He is jealous of geniuses such as Seiji Shigan. He thought that maybe if he was as talented as them, he could have saved so many more people. But overall, he had a good impression of Seiji since he was friends with his son Kyojiro Rengoku. He wished to see these two boys lead the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. 3. Gyomii Himejima. He is saddened to see yet another young boy becoming a demon slayer. He thinks it is his job to protect everyone, especially children, and he wishes to create a world where kids do not have to fight. He acknowledged Seiji's talent and strength. He was the only person amongst the Hashira to realize just how special Seiji was. Gyomii noticed immediately the perfect movements Seiji had. His presence was unlike anything he had ever felt before. It reminded him of the vibrations of rhythmic music. 4. Ju Tomioka. He doesn't really care much, but he admires real Hashiras like Seiji. He is greatly impressed by Seiji's fighting style and thought of inviting him to learn water breathing if he truly is able to learn multiple breathings. Maybe the Demon Slayer Corp would finally have a worthy water Hashira then. Seeing someone nearly 3 years younger than him be that strong and reaching Hashira inspired him to train harder again and made him realize he couldn't slack off while he held on to the title of Hashira. 5. Yuzui Tengen. He likes it better when Seiji used thunder breathing because it is flashier. He is impressed by Seiji's speed. But other than that, he thinks Seiji has darkness in his heart. He seems to have quite a lot of unresolved issues and he was running away from the past by rushing to the future, kinda like what he was doing. He thinks it's too bad Seiji did not have 3 amazing wives to help him like he did. 6. Kane Kocho sees him as a younger brother since he was around the same age as her sister. It was too soon to judge him yet, but she thinks he had guts to be able to endure injuries like he did. She was quite shocked to learn that he was deaf and wanted to know how he managed to live so normally and even become a great warrior with such a handicap. She wondered if she should teach him flower breathing due to his enhanced eyes, but also thought that it might not suit him since he would lack the lightness and flexibility of a female body. 7. Sanemi Shinazugawa, he really doesn't like the dude. Seiji reminds him of Jewel with his calm demeanor and his aloof attitude as if he was above the rest of the world. He doesn't think he could trust someone so stoic. But he respects Seiji's talent and strength but also wants to beat him and humble him. Future plans, Seiji's POV, the only drawback my eyes had was mental exhaustion. This was completely reasonable because seeing so many things in detail and many others that normal eyes were never meant to see, any human brain would be overloaded with information. When I was young, I would have to sleep at least 12 hours to deal with the mental exhaustion. But as time went on, the requirements became less and less. Still, surviving on barely 5 hours of sleep a day would be harmful to any human body, much less a body that has special eyes such as mine, which was exactly what I had been doing in the past 2 months. I forced myself to fight and work with only 5 hours of sleep every day. And clearly it had taken a toll on me because right now, I felt incredible. I did not know how long I slept but I felt so amazing and good that I hadn't even opened my eyes yet. In a world of complete silence, deep sleep was guaranteed. And even though I had woken up, as long as I did not open my eyes the world was completely silent and still. It was a great time to have an internal monologue. The question is, how do I plan to move forward from now? What was the plan? What was the next goal? I had become a Hashira and I now held the most influence and power a demon slayer could get. So, what's next? Killing Muzan Kibutsuji was the main goal, but thinking about that time when I encountered him in Tokyo, I knew that it was still too far away to even consider. I should at least be the strongest Hashira alive first to even think of slaying Muzan. In the story of Demon Slayer, the Hashiras even the strongest were merely cannon fodders to the Demon King. It was only through sheer continuous luck, plot armor, tricks and heavy sacrifice that they finally put down Muzan Kibutsuji. I wanted to kill Muzan Kibutsuji without any sacrifice, and I was not the main character with plot armor. That meant I would have to be strong enough to match Muzan at the very least, which I should mention, no one other than Yorichi ever accomplished. Yeah, it is not realistic yet. So let's start with something more realistic and doable. I promised to be as strong as Muzan in 5 years, a promise that became more and more ridiculous with each passing thought. So what can I do to achieve it? Or what can I do to at least get closer to the goal? The first thing that came to mind was learning all of the breathing styles that exist. I was now a Hashira, meaning my colleagues were the best breath users in the present day. I could definitely learn fire breathing from them. It took me a week to learn flame breathing and 2 weeks to learn thunder breathing. If those feats were used as a base, it shouldn't take me long to learn every breathing styles. After that, I could work on mastering each and every one of them. I should aim to become as proficient at using each unique breath as their respective Hashira users. I think that is completely realistic. In fact, it would take me less than 5 years to accomplish it, which is where the canon starts. Speaking of canon stories, you can be sure that I would do everything in my power to not let that happen. I won't let Tanjiro's family be slaughtered like how it happened in the story. This goal was also personal. If you really thought about it, my backstory was eerily similar to Tanjiro's. Both of us came home after a hard day of work only to be greeted by blood and the cold corpses of everyone we ever loved. A demon had killed our world while we were away. The similarity did not end there as we witnessed tragedy befall our sisters. I was robbed of my hearing and he was robbed of his sister's humanity. I couldn't save my own family back then, I was not strong enough. But goddamn, I will make sure the same thing doesn't happen twice. Maybe I would finally get a bit of solace like how Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man did when he saved a different version of MJ. So yeah, it was personal. And beside it being a personal endeavor, there were many positive fruits that could come out of it. Firstly, I could learn Hitokami Kagura, which is basically a watered-down version of sun breathing. Secondly, I could learn the location of the blue spider lily from Tanjiro's mother. For those who don't know, the blue spider lily is said to have the power to give demons the ability to walk under the sun and be resistant to the Nichiren blade. Muzan had been searching for it for centuries, and the demons were created with the objective of finding the blue spider lily for him. There were also many other things like the possibility of saving Tanjiro's father and convincing the absolutely broken character to join the Demon Slayer Corps, etc. The only problem was that I had no idea where Tanjiro's house was located. The only thing I remembered was that he used to sell charcoal in a village near their isolated home. I have no other clue. But then again, Japan was a small island, how hard could it be to find one home? And what else is there? It had been on my mind for quite a while, but I could try asking for a bow and Nikrin-tipped arrows. The smiths of the Demon Slayer Corps should be able to create one, and hopefully, they would respect the request of a Hashira. I wanted to know how my eyes would affect marksmanship. Maybe I could develop a new breathing style for marksmanship. Who knows, I definitely won't if I don't try, so I was going to try. My world, ever so still and silent, was disturbed by vibrations felt by my skin. It was a tug of reality that threatened to bring me out of my musing. More aware of my surroundings than ever, I felt someone inch ever closer to my skin. I could feel their body heat as they got closer. I held my breath. I knew I was safe and no harm would befall me, yet my body was ready to fight. But then, a small head landed on top of my chest. I could not hear, I did not see, but I could feel their ear on my chest. They were listening to my heartbeat, and strangely enough, that made me listen to my own heartbeat with them. Thupped up, 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 thupped up. My heart beats firm and consistent. Finally, I opened my eyes to see whose head was on my chest. The moment I saw who it was, I felt my heart stop beating. It was an old man. What the actual fuck? I yelled and quickly pushed the old man with a creepy smile off my chest. It was unlike me to raise my voice, much less straight out yell, but the situation deserved it. I was truly shocked out of my mind. What do you think you're doing? I asked. I was checking if you were still alive or if you had problems. Lady Kane told me to check every 6 hours, the old man said. That's reasonable. Why was I so shook anyways? And why do I feel a gigantic sense of disappointment wash over my entire soul? Well, the answer was obvious. I was expecting him to be Lady Kane or even Shinobu, but I guess I was wrong. I really shouldn't get my hopes high just because I woke up on the lap of a beautiful girl once. That was embarrassing. I noticed movement on my side, so I looked towards the window to see Shinobu peeking in like a kitten. A playful smirk danced on her lips and her eyes glazed with mischief. Yes, it was, she said. God, why did I say that out loud? Thank you for keeping an eye on him, Shinobu said with a smile. The old man bowed and went away right after. I stared at Shinobu, and not because of any particular reason other than just being fond of seeing her face. So, you finally decided to wake up after 2 days of sleeping? She asked. It's good to see you again, I said. Same to you, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, she said, and then threw a sword at me. I effortlessly caught the sword with a puzzled look. Why don't you stretch those tight muscles and give me some tips, Hashira, she said. A nice sweat before a bath is always good. It was weird that she asked me for such things right after waking up. Literally, no one does that, at least say good morning first. But sometimes, eyes can tell you more than words. From the eagerness in her eyes and the way she peeked at the window as if she had done it multiple times, I could tell that she had been waiting for me to wake up for a while now. Likely to talk to me because she wanted to ask me for advice. There was also a competitive glint in her eyes. I saw a girl who was motivated to try her best and live up to what she believed was her sister's expectation. She was honest and would go for what she wanted without hesitation like a child. Sure, I said and cracked my neck. She was right, my body was indeed tight and full of knots. Her smile widened and she moved away from the window right as I leapt out from it. I remembered the pattern of wind breathing during my fight with Sanemi, so this would be a good time to try those out. I was feeling refreshed and a bit weaker due to an empty stomach. But I immediately shot towards Shinobu with the sword. Destined to never win, Seiji's POV, what were you thinking inviting him to a spar immediately after he woke up? He is our guest Shinobu, at least feed him first. I ate a bowl of rice while watching Kane reprimand her sister. Shinobu had an awkward smile on her face, trying to come up with excuses but finding none. Didn't I also tell you that he needed rest for at least 4 days to heal completely? I know. Sorry I got carried away because I was excited, she said. It was the worst excuse ever, but I liked the honesty. Besides, sparring with me would not even be considered an activity to him. He beats me as easy as he breathes, right Seiji? Shinobu asked and turned to me. Sure. It was literally true. She huffed, as if she was finally out of the case because I sided with her. Kane grabbed her own face and sighed before turning to me. How's the food, Seiji? It's good. I'm glad to hear that. I am confident in making healthy food but not tasty food. It's good if you like it, she said and smiled. And sorry if my sister was bothering you. Hey. I was not bothering him, we're friends. Were we? I was not sure if people became friends that easily. But then again, the same thing happened with Rengoku. That means now I have 2 friends, a boy and a girl. That's 2 more than what I thought I'd ever have. The sisters were fun to watch. It was crystal clear that they loved each other and got along just from seeing their interaction. Even the way they argued was straight out of the writer's mind when he imagined a perfect sibling relationship. I invited them to eat with me and since neither of them had breakfast yet, they agreed to join. The 3 of us ate our food on the engawa, which was the Japanese version of the porch, while gazing out at the garden. The flower mansion was a serene place meant for healing. The place was filled with good scented flowers and a small artificial stream fed the garden. Its beauty and peace was what allowed many patients to heal faster. We had small talks where the sister asked where I came from, and if I had any remaining families alive. Yes, they legit asked me if I had any families alive because it was so common amongst demon slayers to have their families killed by a demon. It was basically the canon event for most demon slayers and it was why they became who they were in the first place. No one wanted to make a living by killing demons unless they had a thirst for vengeance or deep hatred towards demons unless, of course, it's your family tradition like Rengoku. Heck, being a solider was safer and better than being a demon slayer. I told them I had an aunt and uncle back in my village who adopted me but my parents and siblings were all killed by a demon when I was young. They also told me about their past and how their family was slaughtered by a demon with only the 2 of them being survivors. They said it was Jyomiai who saved them just in time before the demon could get to them. We got lucky because we still have each other after we lost everything. But I couldn't even imagine what it would be like, to lose your parents, brother and sister. Kane said softly. I could see the pity in her eyes and if I was being honest, I didn't like it. It's fine, you get used to it. I lied, you never got used to it. You can't. Losing people you love is like losing a limb or losing your hearing, you lose a part of yourself forever, and you are no longer complete. You never got used to it, you just learned to move forward in your incomplete self. Time heals all wounds. I said again. It will heal me too. Then the conversation shifted towards something fun and lighthearted. They told me stories about their training and how Kane became a Hashira. It was mostly just Shinobu who talked about how Kane became a Hashira. From the way she talked about her sister, I could see the deep admiration she had for her. After we finished the food, Kane gave me another checkup on my condition and even though I could see the condition of my body perfectly with my eyes, it was nice to hear the analysis of a professional. I spent the rest of the day lazing around and practicing the patterns of wind breathing whenever I felt like it. Actually, it did not end there. I spent the next 2 days doing nothing but resting and practicing the different breathing styles. Kane was a busy Hashira, but she managed to share breakfast with us every day. On the other hand, Shinobu was perpetually at the flower mansion and taking care of the patients. She would also train to become a demon slayer whenever she could. She was going to participate in the final selection next year, so she was preparing for that. My relationship with the two sisters grew a lot during the 2 days, especially with Shinobu. As two teenagers of similar age, our topics of interest aligned and there was a special chemistry between us. Shinobu was very different from what I remembered in the anime. In fact, Kane resembled Shinobu in the anime more than she did. One of the main topics we would talk about was books and stories. Apparently, Shinobu was quite fond of stories, especially that of horror or ghost stories. I also liked stories and reading in general, having read many books in my past life. I liked reading different books so much that I learned how to read in 12 different languages. I would often tell stories I remembered from my past life to her. She thought I came up with them and she had termed me as a genius in her mind. Other than that, I was helping around the mansion any way I could, which mostly consisted of helping the patients with broken bones, which was very common. With my eyes, I was easily able to fix dislocated shoulders or joints and also help in aligning broken bones so that they healed faster. But after 2 days had passed, I was finally allowed to be in action again. And my peaceful life came to an end. It was short but sweet. The first thing I did after being told I could fight again was as anyone would have expected. "Let's have a match between us, Kane," I said. "It has not even been 1 second. She blinked. "Well, I have been staying stagnant for too long. I needed to continue my journey towards strength, and what better way than challenging strong opponents. I have also been curious about flower breathing, so I really wanted to see it in action." "I guess it can't be helped," she said, and we went out to the yard to have a match. 15 minutes later, "It's impossible." I lay upon the grass like a leaf in autumn. My gaze was focused on the blue sky and the smoky cloud, yet the endless expanse of blue could not push away the image in my mind. I think what I saw was imprinted on my mind. I can never win against her. Heck, I can't even fight against her. The weight of the words fell on my chest, knocking air out of my lungs. My body felt hot and my brain did not have sufficient blood to process complicated thoughts. All of the blood in my body was rushing to somewhere else. So, here's what happened. After the fight started, I was struck with a frightening realization. My style of fighting required me to look at my opponent's body muscles, blood flow, joint movement, etc. to predict their attacks and reply to their actions. To do this, I used my X-ray vision. And what do you think happened when I finally used an X-ray on a beautiful girl like Kane? Yeah, it would not be wrong to say I fought 2 battles at once. My mind could not focus on the fight at all as it was always distracted by other thoughts. My action was a mix of fighting and trying to hide my hard member. It was impossible. I was, by no means a degenerate. I did not react in such ways even when I peek at other beautiful women. So even though Kane was by far the most attractive girl I met, I was doing fine just seeing her naked body. But when Kane started fighting, it was a different matter. Flower breathing required elegant movement and flexibility, so it almost looked like she was dancing. And when she danced, they danced too. With sweat covering her body, it was too much to take. It was too sensual. I might have superhuman strength, but I was just a teenager. It was a battle I was never meant to win. How embarrassing, I said in absolute defeat. Today, I realized a new fatal weakness of mine, and honestly, I was not sure how to overcome this. I could only hope that this ends when I stop being a hormonal, horny, teenager. Luckily, girls as beautiful as the Kocho sisters were rare. "Are you okay, Seiji?" Kane asked me. She was upside down in my vision as she looked down at me. I looked away and blushed. "Yeah, I'm fine." Respectfully. "It's okay. You just healed, maybe you are still not feeling well." "Yeah, maybe," I said, knowing full well that no matter the condition I was in, I was destined to never win against waifus. Destroyer of demons, Seiji's POV, I'd rather watch a pig trying to climb a tree. Look away then, no one is forcing you to watch me. Shinobu said as she did. Whatever it was that she was doing with her sword. She moved with the grace of a feather, but it was clear that the sword was too heavy for her. The steel in her hand threw her entire posture off balance. It was a horrible sight to see. Can't you just go back to practicing with a wooden sword? I asked, my voice was hopeful. Shinobu was by no means a weak girl, she was simply normal while being surrounded by freaks of nature. She had the strength you would expect a 13-year-old girl to have. She could pick up the sword and swing it. A civilian won't even notice the problem. But with a trained eye, you could see that the sword was heavy for her. She was not strong enough to swing her sword, much less cut off a head. She was simply not meant to be a swordsman. Why don't you practice with a wooden sword? She said while performing movements similar to her sister's. Stop watching me. Honestly, I wish I could. But seeing her try to swing the sword in vain, I knew there was a big chance that she could hurt herself. My eyes were locked on her figure as she practiced. I could predict when and where an accident was going to take place by reading her body and the sword in her hand. Before long, I was proven right as the katana flew off her slender finger. I burst into action, using the concept of thunder breathing. I covered the distance in an instant. I was also moving before it actually happened, so I was just in time to catch the sword before it fell on her and graze her pale leg. She blushed and looked away. Thank you. I knew it did not ring out from the lack of air rushing out of her mouth, but I could read her lips. You're welcome. Would you listen to me now? I asked. She pursed her lips and her big round eyes looked up at me. They had no pupils and looked like the eyes of an insect, but it was beautiful. No. I think this is a great chance for me to give everything I have, knowing that you will save me if I mess up, she said under my eyes full of disbelief. I will take this, she said and took the sword from my hand. She slipped past me so that she could continue practicing on her own. I sighed. I watched her from a close distance, trying to advise her as best as I could while also saving her when she messed up. An hour passed and I couldn't hold it anymore. I knew I should leave it to her to find her own path, but it was unbearable. There was something triggering about seeing someone who I knew would be incredible, stray from her path. Most people wouldn't get it since most people didn't have eyes like mine. The closest thing I could compare it to was watching someone eat a burrito from the middle. You were simply not supposed to do it like that. So I said, you're trying too hard to be like your sister. She stopped practicing and looked towards me. Beads of sweat fell down her dolly face and trailed on her perfect skin. I know you deeply admire her, but you are not your sister and you never will be. You have to stop trying to imitate her. I said. She frowned, but she is a Hashira, yes, but you are not blessed physically like she is. I cut her off and she clenched her fist in frustration. She knew that her body was not strong like her sister's. She was small and weak. It has been her greatest insecurity. You need to find areas where you are blessed as well. I can see something special in you, Shinobu, you just need to learn to see that too. I said genuinely. I hoped this time, my voice did not come out stoic. She remained standing in her place for a long time as she contemplated my words. Then she met my eyes with a question, tell me, what should I do? I shrugged, I don't know. That's for you to find out. But I do have some advice. I said and put a finger on my chin. Shinobu perked up, her eyes expectant. Firstly, even though you suck at swinging your sword, you have no trouble stabbing, so you should polish that area. I said and she knitted her eyebrows in thought. But you can only kill a demon by cutting off its head. Says who? I asked, the Demon King. The Almighty God. Yorichi. I shook my head, where there is a will, there is always a way. If you want to kill a demon enough, you should have no trouble finding ways to kill it. Like using poison. I said while biting down a smile. Poison. But demons have great regenerative ability, poison would not work on them unless it's a why. She paused, her round eyes widening in a silent realization. Yes, what if those poison has wisteria flowers? Remember, it was not a sword that brought the downfall of Muzan and Doma. It was poison. Then silence persists as she went deep into thought. She was testing the theory that came up in her mind, arguing against it and supporting it. I'll take this, I said and slowly pulled the sword out of her hand. She was too deep in thought to even notice. Seems like you figured out something, I will leave you to your thoughts, I said and walked away from her. The moment I turned around, my lips stretched into a smirk. This should help her figure out her fighting style sooner than she did in canon. Although it was questionable, I think I did the right thing. I went around the compound to enjoy the day. I was thinking of what I was going to do in the time being, but my thoughts were cut short when Raven landed on my head. Oh, hey there princess, how've you been? I asked and pet her head as she made herself comfortable in my hair. She nuzzled on my finger for a few seconds before she quickly collected herself. Her eyes turned dead again and she tapped on my scalp. I blinked. There is someone for me. Raven said that someone was waiting for me outside of the mansion. I immediately headed towards the main entrance of the flower mansion, and that was when I met him again after a long time. Hattori. A quick recap for those who forgot. Hattori Kanazuka was the swordsmith who created my sword and delivered it to me. I ran towards him and bowed when I reached him. He had a wide smile on his face which I could see through his mask. It seems like I was not the only one who was happy we met again. Ha 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 ha, look at you now my boy. Already a Hashira in 2 months. He said proudly and surprised me by wrapping his arms around me. He gave me a hug. It's good to see you again too, I said as he let go. But what brings you here? Oh, haven't they told you? Each Hashira gets a new sword made of the highest quality of scarlet Oregon. This sword will be exceptional, unlike the one I made you before. He then showed me the sword he had been carrying on his back. It was the exact replica of mine in terms of size and length, but I could immediately notice the difference when I held it. It was perfectly balanced, without flaw. Without another word, I drew the sword from its sheath and was immediately stunned when I saw the perfection of the blade. This is... Words got stuck in my mouth as I fully pulled out the sword. The first thing I noticed was the engravings at the start of the blade. The word, Destroyer, was boldly written on it with kanji on the opposite side. It was also written, Evil Demons. Put them both together and it meant, Destroyer of Evil Demons. The perfect edge of the blade reflected the light of the sun on my face. It was almost blinding. A true masterpiece, I said in amazement. My eyes took in every little detail of the blade and they agreed with every meaning held by the word. I could feel it. This was it. This was the sword that would end it all. Seiji's POV, she's beautiful isn't she? The movement of his lips brought me back to the real world. Yeah, I said and marveled at the sword for the last time before sheathing. It's one of the best works I've done in my whole life, he admitted with a smile. I have been practicing on making an odachi, so that should be better than the previous one in design as well, not just quality. Thank you for all your hard work. Bah. It's nothing. It is we who should be thanking you. You're fighting the war for us and keeping everyone safe. I heard you even killed a lower moon, so thank you, he said. Oh, and speaking of swords, how's the one that I made for you? You have not come to me for repairs at all, and I assumed it was because you have been inactive. But that's not true, so why haven't you come yet? Do you have another smith who repairs your sword? Actually, the sword was never in need of repair. The only damage it got so far were some chips which I was able to smoothen out with sharpening stone myself, I said. Due to my perfect movement and superior mastery over the sword, there had been no case where I broke my sword or damaged it heavily. It was not a noticeable thing, but it's what sets me apart from other swordsmen. If you learn how to cut perfectly at all times, you will find yourself with less damage to your sword. Ha! I'd call you a liar if you were anyone else. Hattori said with a smile. He clearly knew the skill it took to not damage your sword in every fight as well. Now that I've done what I came here for, I think it's time for me to leave. So soon? How about we sit down for tea first? Nah, duty calls at the moment. I still have much work to do, like delivering a new sword to the Wind Hashira. Well then. I said and put away the odachi before I bowed at a right angle. Thank you yet again. Hattori smiled under the mask. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, kid. You too. Hattori turned around and walked away from the flower mansion. I watched his image disappearing into the horizon and I went back into the mansion. Now I have received my Hashira sword. I guess that means it's time to finally continue my journey again. It's been fun. The next day, couldn't you stay for a few more days? Stop it, Shinobu, he is also a Hashira, he has his own duty to uphold now. I smiled as the two sisters stood in front of the flower mansion to bid me farewell. I was fully equipped with my demon SLAYER uniform along with my new sword, fully ready to take on all the evil of the world once more. Your sister's right, Shibi. Besides, a few more days won't make a difference, it will only make it harder to say goodbye eventually. I said, and the girl had a healthy blush on her face when I called her Shibi. It was a nickname I gave her because Shinobu can be a mouthful. And she can do nothing about it because I earned the right fair and square in Hanafuda, Japanese card games. Kane just smiled teasingly, seeing her sister blush and all. Safe travels to you, Seiji. And you too, Lady Kane. I told you don't have to call me that. Sorry, it stuck to me since everyone in the mansion called you so. I said. Make sure to visit us again whenever you have time, she said, and I nodded. I wish you safety on your journey as well. Shinobu said, but then she smirked slightly, but not too safe, maybe get some injuries now and then so that you are forced to return. Shinobu. Thank you for your hospitality so far. I said and turned around before leaving the mansion. It was fun spending time with the Kocho sisters, but now the slice of life has to end. It was time to end the vain existence of demons again. After a few minutes of walking, the mansion had already disappeared under the thick forest. I looked up into the sky and noticed Raven flying overhead. She flew down before making a nest on my head again. Ready, Raven? Tap tap pause tap, and that was yes in Morse code. Then let's begin. Seiji Shigan. Seiji Shigan. Seiji Shigan. A demon has been sighted in a village located to the north. A demon has been sighted in a village located to the north beside Mount Kashmish. Find the demon and kill it. Caw. Caw. Third POV, Shinobu watched Seiji leave, and if she was being honest in her inner monologue, she was going to miss him. It was understandable, the past few days had been extremely fun. Seiji was possibly the only friend she had of her age, so in a way, it felt like a childhood friend moving away. She broke out of her thoughts when he finally disappeared on the horizon. She turned to her sister only to find her smiling teasingly at her. For some reason, Shinobu immediately got embarrassed. You like him, don't you? Kane said with a knowing look. Like was a strong word. It was also the perfect word. Yeah, she likes him, so what? And no. Shinobu replied. It's not like that. Oh my, I've never seen you blush like that, you fufufu. Kane teased, you're so adorable. But at least I know my sister knows how to choose them. Seiji is quite the looker, isn't he? Not only that, he seemed to have a good character and he is strong. Kane said and then paused. I would move fast if I was you. I said it's not like that. Shinobu denied it and huffed, it's not that serious. After all, she was at the age where her crush could change like the weather. A childhood crush was not that serious. What she valued more was the friendship they now had between them. Besides, aren't you also interested in him? Shinobu asked her sister with narrowed eyes. My, already so protective. Well, it's true that I am interested in him but not like you though. She said, for example, unlike you I don't want to see his PP. I don't want to see it either. Shinobu said, causing Kane to giggle. And don't call it PP, there is a perfect medical name for it. Oh, and what is that? Kane asked and then waited. Shinobu knew but at the moment, she was suddenly conscious about saying it. It's embarrassing. I hate you. PP it is. Death, third POV, it was one thing to hear about death. And another to witness death. It was more horrifying than you would be willing to believe. It was like a cold grip on your heart that tightened with every movement you made. It was unreal. But it was there, someone was dead. That's it. Their love, their story, their dreams, and their memory. All of those came to an end. It was easy to understand but impossible to comprehend the absolute end. And for what? Oh, I like the color of your blood, crimson red, the fuel of life spewed out like a fountain as the demon brutally tore through his daughter. He cried, he cried, he cried, he cried, he cried, and he cried some more. But none of those tears were for his torn limbs, his gaping wound, or his half-eaten neck. It was for his daughter. It was for the life he made, the life he loved. He was glad that his daughter was dead. Her silence at least assured him that she was no longer suffering. Yet her silence did not silence her earlier screams. Those tragic sounds still remained in his ears. A question popped in his barely conscious mind. Why do humans even scream at all when they are in danger or when they are in pain? Humans screamed when they were in danger because it was a cry for help. It was a final struggle to call for assistance from someone else. If that was so, her scream must have been a call for help, and since he was the only one nearby, it was directed at him. His own daughter was calling for help but he couldn't do anything. Why couldn't it just be me? Why wouldn't he eat me instead of her, he thought in his mind while watching the demon devour her flesh. It was a cold truth but the reason was that the girl was younger and tasted better. Such a pretty skull, the demon said while tearing off the scalp from the girl to feast on her brains. Why had he not died yet? Why was he forced to witness his daughter being dismembered like this? He wondered to himself. But his body moved on its own and his heart took control. He had a knife in one hand as he crawled towards the demon. His body moved out of pure hatred and spite alone. Die. 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 He cursed with all his heart. Boom. Someone crashed through the walls of the house and before anyone could react, thunder rang out. It was loud enough to rupture eardrums. The entirety of the house itself was sliced in half as the entire foundation shook violently. After the world returned to normalcy, the demon was already headless and a silhouette was standing in front of him. The father could not make out the details but he saw purple eyes in the dark. It was so unnatural and eerie that it struck him with more fear than the demon's eyes. Those purple eyes locked on the demon as it slowly turned into ash. The father felt his blood growing cold as he gazed more into those eyes. He couldn't believe the hatred he saw in them. There was so much hatred and anger in those eyes that it even eclipsed his. His body grew colder as the adrenaline stopped. Now that the demon was dead, he had no reason to live. He should hurry and meet his daughter on the other side. As the father drew his final breath, he thanked those purple eyes for avenging him and his daughter. He also wished peace upon them. Because living must be hell with that much hatred. Seiji's POV, I watched as the fire I started inside engulfed the entire house. Its raging flame burned the bodies of the father and daughter inside and the house acted as a coffin for them. I joined my hands and gave a prayer for them. I silently watched the fire burning away the house as Raven landed on my head. I did not react and only spoke after minutes had passed. I was too late. Raven tapped on my head and told me that it wasn't my fault. I smiled. It is my fault. If it was not my fault, then whose was it? Was it the fault of the father and daughter for being too weak? Or was it the demon's fault for being hungry? It was none of them. It was entirely my fault, and I was not afraid to take the blame. It will make me stronger, it will make me faster next time. I savored the bitterness in my heart. Next time, it won't happen again. I promised. I saw the entire thing happen. It was times like these when I hated my eyes. I could see miles upon miles forward and observe the scene, but my body was not fast enough to stop them. What a bad day to have eyes. Those scenes will forever be stuck in my mind too. I said. With great eyes also came photogenic memories. It was not as broken as it sounds though. For example, just because I could recall the things I read perfectly doesn't mean I can become a genius. Learning and memorizing were a different thing. The main way I used this ability was to remember patterns in movements. It was how I could read my opponents perfectly and predict them. It was also how I easily learned the patterns of breathing styles. If I saw it once, it's in my mind forever. There were also other uses, like remembering traumatic events perfectly or recalling fond memories. And by fond memories, I meant times like when I sparred with Kane. I smiled. Finally, my mind had found a way to escape the depressing mood jokes and nudes. Peal of mirthless laughter escaped my lips as I left the house. The area around was cleared of trees so the fire should not spread. Then I shifted my mind to another topic. It has been a month since I became a Hashira, and I have spent most of my time going on different missions and sharpening my skills with the sword. The life of a demon slayer was not an easy one, much less that of a Hashira. When you were the literal pillar of humanity against the demons, there was no time to relax. You could always be doing more. So I have been learning to relax a little bit and learn that some causalities were necessary. Actually, I think being constantly surrounded by death and demons had wrapped my mind. Caw. 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 Seiji Shigan. Seiji Shigan. Go to the village of Noseki. Go to the village of Noseki in the east. Travel east to Noseki village. Caw. Caw. What? Already? I thought to myself and looked up at the Kusagi crow circling in the sky. Well, I guess I could rest in the village. The message did not say anything about having to immediately slay a demon, so it's probably a mission that requires investigation first. I think this was a way of Lord Ubuyashiki giving me a break. With Raven nesting on my head and guarding my back, I traveled towards the east to the Noseki village. I had not been there, but I've heard of it before. The sun rose up not long after, and as I encountered fellow travelers on the road, I asked them for directions so I did not have trouble finding the village. At the time before noon, I finally reached my destination. The village itself was peaceful, and after a brief scan from the horizon, I determined that there were around 300 houses. Noseki was definitely not a small village. The scent of tea and herbs wafted through the village. I was but a deaf man, but I could tell that the village was calm and peaceful. Which aligned with what I have heard about the village. Apparently, the village had multiple onsen and it was kinda of a resting place for travelers. Many came to the village for a vacation, and the place was also known for its herbs and tea. That's quite a marvel. I muttered to myself when I finally saw the stone bridge called Ishibashi, which was a centerpiece of the village. It was a bridge that connected the farmlands and the main village. It was ancient, and it was a mystery how the ancestors of the villagers managed to build that. I crossed the river by using the stone bridge and finally entered the village. The people in the village immediately turned their heads towards me. It was understandable since I had quite a remarkable appearance and creepy eyes, as I have been told. Not only that, I was strapped with a long sword on my back. Surprisingly, no one approached me and just looked away after seeing my clothes and the sword behind my back, which I found odd. Normally, people in any village were way more wary of me. Not that I was complaining, I liked that they left me alone. I walked through the village and turned my head around, scanning the place and enjoying the view. There were kids playing and people who were going on with their daily lives. I also noticed that there were proper electrical wires and towers in the village, which was neat. But as I walked through the village, my eyes suddenly caught a familiar face. I stopped and stared. What is he doing here? Oh. You're here already. Like I expected, you are quite fast, ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly as his gems glittered. But still not quite as fast as me, he flashed me a bright smile. Well, it seemed that something else was going on. This was no standard mission because otherwise, he wouldn't be here. The sound Hashira, and the fastest/flashiest demon slayer. Tengen Yuzui. Yo. The hot spring incident, Seiji's POV, standing at the impressive height of 6 feet 6 inches feet and filled with bulbous functional muscles, Yuzui Tengen was an absolute unit. He was standing beside Jyomiai during the Hashira meeting, so he gave the impression of being normal, but now that I took a look at him up close by himself, I realized how truly monstrous he was. You're telling me, this dude was even faster than me? A part of me would never believe it unless I saw it. A creature this big should not be allowed to move that fast. My eyes pierced through the very fabric of his being, analyzing from head to toe like a modern supercomputer. Humans have 2 types of skeletal muscle fibers called fast twitch muscles and slow twitch muscles. Slow twitch muscles contract slower and were designed for long-duration activities. They produce less energy in a moment but can produce energy for a long time. This means that athletes like long-distance runners or cyclists have more of these types of muscles. They had no explosive power but had high endurance. Fast twitch muscles were the opposite, they contract faster. They were designed to produce a burst of speed or power but they fatigue quickly. Athletes like powerlifters and sprinters had more of these types of muscles. They had less endurance for sudden bursts of power. Humans have both types of muscles in their bodies. But depending on how you train, you can have more of either one of these. And as my eyes pierced through Tengen's skin and analyzed his muscles, I was surprised to learn that his body was made up of mostly fast twitch muscle. The ratio between them was so far apart that it should have been impossible. It meant that he was extremely explosive but would not do well in a drawn-out battle. My eyes continued, studying the exceptional mind-muscle connection of his body. His fingers had insane dexterity and the proportionate muscles on both arms told me that he could use them both. He was a warrior who used 2 swords. I also noticed his freak liver and the large amount of white blood cells in his body which would explain his poison resistance. His quad muscles were ginormous but his calves were small due to his long Achilles tendon, which was a tendon that helps with explosive power. It was always incredible to lay my eyes upon such specimen. Humans who were just built different. Their uniqueness was beautiful. Instinctively, my eyes glowed and searched for weakness. The body contained the history of every experience someone had, so I read those. From his rigid thumb, which was no longer as flexible as the rest of the fingers due to being constantly broken, to the small bruises on his pelvis region, my eyes searched for a weakness in his body. That was until my eyes traveled up to his face. Gone was his friendly and joyous expression. His face held a dangerous edge and his eyes spoke of warnings. Oops. I blinked and stopped analyzing. Tengen was not like the other Hashira, he was a shinobi who had trained since he was a child, so he felt it when my eyes searched for a weakness in his body. He probably got serious when he saw me stare at each and every flaw and weakness his body held. That was not very nice, he said. I'm sure it was not the best experience to have someone stare and pin down your weakness with their gaze. I'd imagine the feeling to be like someone staring at your insecurity. I looked down, apologetic. I'm sorry. Welp. It's okay. I will excuse you this time, ha ha ha, he laughed. It's just been a long time since someone looked at me like that. Sorry if I scared you, kid. Scared? I wasn't scared. I just finished pinpointing every part of your giant body I should aim for, to kill you. Is what I would say if I was edgy like literally any main character of high school DxD fanfic on Wattpad. It's nice to meet you again, Mr. Tengen. Just Tengen is fine. I already have such a fashionable name, no need to ruin it by adding Mr., he said and flashed me a smile. Okay then, Tengen. I said, by the way, you said you were expecting me but I wasn't informed anything about you. Is it a mission that requires 2 Hashiras? A mission that demanded 2 Hashiras, were we clearing a hideout of demons or fighting a lower moon or something? Ha ha ha, what do you mean a mission? Ah, you don't know since you are new, but every month, the master will give us a few days to rest, so we are doing just that. Wait, there are no mission. Was that why the Kasagi crow only said to go to the Noseki village and didn't mention anything about slaying a demon? No missions, kiddo, it's a time to let loose. Are the other Hashiras coming as well? I asked, kind of expectantly. Well, they are all invited, he said, but it's pretty rare that they attend. It's usually just me and 1 or 2 other Hashiras now and then. You see, they are quite serious about their job and very uptight, so they don't always take the chance for a break. Me on the other hand, I've never missed one. My lips curved, I see. Literally because I don't hear. Then someone called Tengen from a distance. He immediately turned around and I followed his line of sight to see a woman with black curly hair with bangs and blue eyes. Yuzui. We want to go to the hot springs already. It was one of his wives if I remember correctly. And need I say that she was extremely hot? She was thick as hell. She was exactly what you would imagine a sexy female shinobi specializing in seduction to look like. Okay, Suma. Go ahead, I will be right there. Tengen said with a wave, and Suma quickly left for the hot spring. He turned back to me, his smile was a little more genuine and brighter this time. Your wife? Yeah, one of them, he said. Did you see the joy in her voice? They are the reason why I never miss any breaks. They never get to have me all for themselves with all the work, so any break I can get, I spend it with them. He flashed a smile. You're a lucky man. I said. Sure am. Ha ha ha, he said. Well, I have to go now. As you saw, they are waiting for me. Stay flashy, kid, I will meet you again. My body tensed and I immediately created distance when I saw him inhale huge volumes of air in his body. His muscles contracted and got ready to explode with power. Asterisk boom. Asterisk then he did explode out. A resounding boom erupted, breaking the sound barrier, and even though I was deaf, I could tell by the vibration that it was extremely loud. My eyes barely caught his body amidst the dust as he blitzed towards the hot spring. I was left in utter disbelief. The guy just used a breathing technique to have a flashy exit. I looked down at the small crater. Now there was a small crater on the dirt road of the village. It won't be hard to fix though. I sighed. It seems all of the Hashiras were a bunch of unique characters. First, there was Sanemi with his anger issues, then Shinjuro with his depression and alcoholism, and Kane with her era vibe. Finally, there was Tengen Yuzui. I don't know how to describe him yet. Anyways, armed with the new information that I was not on a mission and was meant to relax, I felt my body loosen up as a sense of relief washed over me. If this was a break, let me enjoy it. By sleeping as much as I want. I said, and then I walked around the town in search of the perfect nap place. It did not take me long to find a small hill near the outskirts of the village which was perfect for a nap. It was extremely similar to the place Eren slept when he was a child. It had a gentle patch of green grass and a small tree provided the perfect shade under the warm sun. I laid down at the place and gazed upon the vast blueness of the sky. My thoughts went back to Tengen Yuzui and his breathing style. He was the user of sound breathing, and like I initially suspected, it would be useless for me to learn that breathing style. It was quite similar to thunder breathing in their pattern, but overall, it was a personalized breathing style meant for Tengen alone. It was a perfect fit for his body, but it wouldn't be the same for me. I was better off using thunder breathing. I also learned that sound breathing would be virtually useless against me since it relied heavily on disorienting your opponent with loud sounds and vibrations. It took advantage of the imprinted instincts of creatures. The ear was an important organ for not only hearing but for balance as well. That meant loud sounds could disturb the balance of beings, even demons I'd assume. Another interesting fact was that humans instinctively flinch or react at sounds higher than 100 decibels even if they braced for it. I'd assume the sound breathing to take advantage of such things as well. And there was the main strength of sound breathing, which was its sheer speed. Yeah, I was able to deduce all that with the things I remembered from the anime and from seeing him execute one form of sound breathing. With such thoughts swirling in my mind and with Raven nestling beside me to protect me, I closed my eyes to enter a world of absolute silence and darkness. I was vulnerable. But under the feeling of the warm sun on my skin and trusting Raven, I let sleep claim my consciousness. I woke up at night. Which was by no means a new experience for me as a demon slayer. In fact, it was my new normal at this point. I stretched under the moon and took some time to refresh myself before I entered the village again. The streets were softly lit up by the street lights and I head towards one of the onsen that I saw in the morning. I reached the onsen soon enough and paid the owner before heading to the changing room to take off my clothes. After I was done, I headed into the hot spring and after cleaning myself with the water and soap, I stepped into the hot spring. "Ha, this is good," I said. "I can get used to breaks." The water, almost too hot, burned away all of the fatigue that had built up in my body during the month as I sunk deeper and deeper into the water. I opened my eyes and looked around the onsen, which by the way, I should have done before entering the hot spring. That was when I experienced the classic anime, walking in on someone at the hot spring, troop, but with a twist. There was someone else in the hot spring. They were naked and with half of their face submerged underwater as they blew bubbles. I stared with a blank face, so here's the twist. It was dude. "It's a shock to see you here," I said, "Tomioka." "Bubbles, you too." I was disappointed at that I couldn't learn sound breathing, but Lady Luck seemed to be on my side. Because a wild water Hashira suddenly appeared. It was high time I learned another breathing style, and this was one I looked forward to the most. Breaks over, I guess. Water breathing get. Water breathing, Seiji's POV, "It's a shock to see you here, Tomioka." Tengen said that usually one or two other Hashriyas would take the break with him, but never in a million years would I expect Tomioka Jo to be one of them. He just never really struck me as the type of guy, both in my past life and in this one. I expected other Hashiras like Kane, Sanemi, and even Jyomiai. Just not him. Ju replied by blowing bubbles as half his face was submerged in water. But I was able to get what he said by the contraction of his throat. Well, at first I thought this was another mission, but turns out it was a rest day or something like that. I said, "I ain't complaining though, I really needed it." Ubuyashiki really was one hell of an employer. My eyes scanned him from head to toe in the span of 1 second. In that short time, I was able to learn a lot. His body was extremely fatigued and there were multiple torn muscles. But the lack of external injuries told me that instead of being in a tough fight, Joe was pushing himself above his limits and he was under rigorous training. That was a surprise. He was already so strong as he was, I wonder what pushed him to train like a shounen protagonist. Or was he always like that? "I can see that you painfully needed rest. You won't see progress until you allow your body to heal," I said, which was funny. I should be the last person to advise on the topic considering I still have the habit of depriving myself of sleep and constantly overworking. Ju blinked at my words before he raised his head above the water. "Yes, I have been training quite hard these days." There was a minute of silence afterwards as we both simply enjoyed the warm atmosphere of the hot spring. The hot water on our skin made every other sensation we had in our body, soreness and pain, vanish. After that, I said, "Would it be okay if I join you in your training for a few days? You want to learn water breathing?" Ju asked me, instantly deducing what I wanted. It was already known that I was a user of 2 different styles of breathing, so it was not a surprise to him that I wanted to learn a third breathing style. Actually 4th, since I was getting the hang of wind breathing. "Yes," I said. If you want to learn water breathing, I can recommend you to my sensei, Urokadaki. I think he will be better suited for teaching than I, he said. I observed his face carefully, so I knew he only had good intentions. But, no. I shook my head. You will be a better teacher than anyone else. You see, I am a visual learner, so I will be able to learn better if there is someone who can show it to me rather than instruct me. One factor why it took me longer to learn thunder breathing than flame breathing was my teacher. While I fought with Rengoku and he could demonstrate the techniques for me countless times, Jigoro was an old man and even executing one form was difficult for him. With my eyes, I learned much better if I could see and copy instead of being guided and taught. And if someone like Ju, who was one of the strongest Hashira, were to act as the one I copied from, I reckoned I would not only learn but become proficient in water breathing quickly. He blinked at my words. His face was extremely stoic, so I had to deduce his expression from the little things like the way he blinked his eyes. Good thing his blinks said a lot. I heard that you have very special eyes compared to us and you are deaf. I guess that is true. Ju said. He probably heard it from Kane or Ubuyashiki. I smiled, indeed. I wouldn't really mind it if you join me in my training, he said. Thank you. I replied. Then silence returned. I mean, what else did you expect when two extreme introverts were in a room together? I looked around the hot spring as the naughty part of my brain told me to look through the walls to peek at the female side of the hot spring. But I resisted such temptations. Not because I was a person with good morals or anything like that, but because I was not alone and it would be absolutely shameful if I got a boner with another naked guy next to me. So. Ju said, but the rest of the sentence died in his throat. This time, it was my time to blink in confusion. I stared at him. He wanted to say something, likely start a conversation so that we could be friends or something if I based his character off of what I knew from the anime. But at the last moment, he hesitated. Maybe his awareness of my disability was stopping him, or because he did not want to disturb me, thinking that I would prefer silence. Don't worry, Ju, I know the feeling way too well. You already had the script in your mind, but you suddenly hesitated right before speaking out and your mind suddenly came up with logical reasons as to why you shouldn't do it. Luckily for both of us, I was blessed with the ability of prediction and pattern recognition. From the contraction of his throat, our situation, and the starting word of his sentence, I deduced what he was about to say. You want to ask me what my first month of being a Hashira was like, I said. He nodded. My lips curved. Well, it was much more relaxing to be honest. But you see, around 5 days ago I encountered these two kids who were forced by a demon to lure in travelers. The demon had a unique blood demon art, and so, I told Jules about the extraordinary experience I had in the last month. He also added a few words and would sometimes advise what I should have done in the situation. He also told me about the significant encounters he had had during the time that he was a demon slayer. Even before we knew it, we were having a very nice conversation in the hot spring. Jules was often misunderstood by many people due to his seemingly stoic face, but I could read him perfectly well. The mere blink of his eyes and the tiniest movements of his brows were enough for me to see his emotions. He found talking to me easier than others, even though he himself did not exactly know why. I learned new things about the Hashira that I never knew before. Like the fact that he became a Hashira at the age of 15 and has been a Hashira for well over a year now. I went to the hot spring with the intention of aiding my healing and to freshen up, but I got much more than I bargained for. Throughout the conversation, I noticed a small curve on Ju's lips which was arching more and more as time went on. He was smiling. I think he likes me. We went out of the hot spring after an hour or so. Ju bid me farewell and told me if I still wanted to, I could join him in his morning training. He himself was going to take it easy with the training since the whole reason he took the break was so that he could heal and rest. But he said he could easily show me his breathing style. It was late into the night and I just woke up, so to keep myself busy, I went to the river of the village and washed my uniform and haori there. The onsen had yukata available, so I wore those in the meantime. Then I spent the rest of the night with a mix of meditating, playing with Raven and training my breathing patterns. When morning came and the sun slowly peeked out from the horizon, Joe finally sought me out. He led me to the outskirts of the village, and when we found a good spot, we began. Water breathing is the most common breathing style. It is easy to learn and its adaptability makes it so that it is helpful in any type of situation. Joe said while pulling out his sword. Water breathing is not aggressive like other breathing styles. Instead, it relies heavily on counterattacks and defensive forms, he said and took a stance. Come at me. Say less. Thunder breathing, first form, without holding back, I pushed myself off at the speed of a bullet. Thunderclap and flash. The very act of me exploding out was loud enough to shake the earth, and it made the sound of thunder. I expected a reaction from him, but my eyes saw that he was still calm. Water breathing, first form, he whispered. Water surface slash. To counter my attack, he opted to swing his sword. The world slowed down as I was left confused. The technique was clearly not strong enough to clash against mine. He was not going for a block either since he was swinging his sword. So what was he planning when he swung his sword? My arm twitched and I swung my sword at him in one deadly stroke. I saw him adjust the grip of his sword and then he returned to motion. But instead of swinging in a way to clash with my sword, just swung from under. My eyes widened as I saw his attack flow under my weapon, and instead of trying to block it, he increased the momentum. With the disturbance, my swing lost its aim and whizzed right past Joe, who tilted his head. Time resumed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk my eyes allowed me to see the world in slow motion, but in reality, everything happened in less than a second. I stared at my sword and replayed how Joe dealt with my deadliest attack with ease. Instead of blocking or dodging the momentum of my attack, he changed the trajectory by applying power under my swing. His movement was smooth, like flowing water. It was also the first time I've seen someone with perfect movement. It was no rocket science, but what I was impressed about was how calm he was. Thunder breathing was fast, my attack happened in the span of 1 second. And he used not a defensive form but an attacking form to defend. At that point, was there a defensive and attacking form in water breathing? Is that what is meant when he said water breathing was the most adaptable? Incredible. I said. I want it. Learning water breathing, Seiji's POV, water breathing. Oh boy, do I like this one. Where should I start? It was the perfect breathing for me. It would not be wrong to claim that this breathing style was handmade for me. In fact, the concepts of many of the forms of water breathing were something I actively utilize in my fighting style. For example, the 9th form, splashing water flow, turbulent, was when the user reduces the landing time and surface area needed when taking each step. This was something I actively did with my perfect movement, but it was a whole-ass form in water breathing. Then there was the 3rd form, flowing dance, which is where the user predicts the movement and location of their opponents and executes a perfect, predetermined movement which looks smooth like a dance or flowing water. Again, it was something I heavily incorporated in my fighting style. My eyes predicted the enemies and I moved before it even happened. Not only me but Jewel was also surprised to see how well water breathing fits me. The so-called monthly break lasted for 2 days, and during those times, I was fully focused on water breathing. In just 2 days, I was nearly able to learn everything about water breathing. Ju proved himself to be a great teacher due to his unexpected enthusiasm. After he saw how well water breathing suited me and the speed of my learning, he became fully committed on teaching me. My training also consisted of meditating near the river where I contemplated the nature of water and strived to become the element. While the stronger ones with blood demon art were able to survive by themselves and even have territories where they hunted, the words of Bruce Lee were valuable even in another world. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. If you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. If you put it in a bottle it becomes the bottle, and if you put it in a teacup it becomes the teacup. Absolute adaptability was the core nature of water. With my eyes, I could see the weakness of my enemies and I could change my fighting style to match their weakness. I did not need to have a concrete style, instead, I became whatever I needed to become to kill my enemies. This concept not only applied to water breathing for me but to fighting as a whole. I did not limit myself to one breathing style, instead, I used any breathing style which best suited the situation and was the greatest weapon to the enemy. If a demon had great regenerative power, I used flame breathing. If they had incredible speed, I used thunder breathing. If they were in groups, I used wind breathing. I have no permanent shape. I was formless, yet I could instantly take the shape of my opponent's fear. Fighting was a conversation, it was debate. You don't get into a conversation with limited words, you failed as a debtor if you followed the script. Instead, I adjusted in real time depending on what the opponent said to me. I strung together words with no purpose individually and crafted sentences that would silence the enemy. Words were all of the things I have learned throughout my life and they were increasing day by day. I was able to combine them and create something new every single time with my understanding and my eyes. That was my talent. It went without saying that learning water breathing was extremely beneficial to me. It might not be a new concept like thunder breathing, but it enlightened me. Unfortunately, time was limited as 2 days quickly passed and we had to resume our normal mission. My training had to stop. At least that's what I thought, but luckily. Ka. Seiji Shigan. Ju Tomioka. You two are to travel together to the west and clear the newly discovered demon hideout. I repeat, Seiji Shigan. Ju Tomioka. You two are to travel together to the west and clear the newly discovered demon hideout. What a pleasant surprise, I said with a huge smile and turned towards Ju. He returned my look with a smile of his own. Like I said, he was unexpectedly into training me the past 2 days, so he was happy that it could go on. We quickly prepared our equipment and geared up for the mission. The 3 wives of Tenjin, whom by now I had got acquainted with, came to us to bid farewell. Stay safe in your mission. Lord Tenjin also wished you the best in your journey. Makio said with a smile on her face. Here, we made lunch that you can enjoy on your travels. Hinetsuru said and gave us a bento. It was thoughtful of her and I had come to enjoy her food. Thank you. But where is Tenjin? Well, the break ends today, so he was a bit preoccupied last night. He was tired, so he slept in today. Sumo said with a wide glowing smile, while Makio and Hinetsuri had blush on their faces when mentioning last night. That's fine, I guess. Tell him to stay safe as well. I said and gave a respectful bow to the women. Damn, I was both jealous and also felt kind of bad for Tenjin. The guy with the most fast twitch muscle just had to have 3 wives, didn't he? His wives were all shinobi and stronger than other women as well. But looking at their faces, they seem happy and satisfied. Turlia Chad. And with that, we left the village of Noseki. It was time for my journey to continue, but this time, I had a companion. Truly, it was a miracle that we got such a mission at the perfect time. Maybe Lady Luck was finally smiling on me after taking my hearing and my family. Third POV, hidden location, the Ubuyashiki mansion. Are you sure that was a good decision? Wouldn't it have been better to send Jyomiai since he is closer to the demon hideout? He will also be able to clear it by himself, so we won't have to waste 2 Hashira. Lady Amain asked her husband, who was looking out at their garden with a permanent smile. We won't win this war if we only think about the present, Amain. He said with a gentle voice that came with a breeze. All his ancestors made the best decisions in the present and never saw victory. He had to be different, he had to look ahead into the future because that was where victory lies. Tomorrow. For today, survival was enough. We need to give a chance for Seiji to grow to his fullest potential. Even if that meant wasting resources now, I truly believe that it will all be worth it in the end. Is that really all there is to it? Well. Ubuyashiki trailed, I might also want to extend their time together. It has been long since Ju met someone he could talk to. That child needs healing, both in mind and spirit after all he has been through. I think they will both help each other move forward. I see. I understand. Lady Amain said with a smile as she gazed at her husband with hidden admiration. They just need to do their best. The responsibilities on Thea's shoulders are heavy, but I believe in my children. Ubuyashiki said as his hair danced with the wind. His illness was getting worse. Yet slowly but surely, he was building a better future. The war and the curse will end in his lifetime. The final test, Seiji's POV, the demon hideout, Seiji. From the side. Ju yelled while slashing the head's demons around him. Already on it. Wind breathing, first form. I whipped my sword and it created a gust of wind. Then I took in huge volumes of air with my mouth before releasing it with great force. Dust whirlwind cutter. I became a whirlwind of blades. A green tube made of wind energy covered my body as I minced everything in my path. I did not even aim for Thea heads, I merely reduced them into scraps of meat. Wind breathing was the most violent breathing style. It had zero accuracy or fitness, which was why I had a difficult time getting used to it. You just slash everything in your path like a tornado which ripped apart anything in its path. There was no targeting weak points, there was no efficiency. You just slice everything into tiny pieces so that you hit the target. It was very primal. The main concept was basically I'd slash. There was nothing else to it. The wind breathing itself gave you an incredible burst of energy. It allowed you to explode with extreme force, but unlike thunder breathing where you utilize that for linear speed, wind breathing lets you devastate everything in your surroundings. It was great for slaying groups of demons. The aftermath of my attack was blood and flesh raining down on me. I felt my eyes twitch as I was drenched in decaying blood of demons. I hate this breathing style. I murmured. I hate the style, I hate what it does, and I hate its Hashira. Then I whipped my sword to clean it from blood and looked towards the remaining demons. Although we had killed a couple dozen of them, there were at least 20 or so demons remaining. Demons were like animals that the lesser demons would form groups to survive. The demons in this hideout were such lesser demons. They were not strong enough to survive on their own, so they worked together. Run! I said, and the demons who were frozen in fear immediately scattered around to save their horrible lives. I could see Jewel on the opposite side of this abandoned mansion, and he was also mowing down the demons like a well-oiled machine. My eyes glowed purple in the dark as I scanned the environment, the position of each demon, the direction they were running to, and the placement of objects in the mansion were immediately registered in my mind like a mental map. I took into account all of the movements I saw around me, I determined their speed and where they would be by the time I reached them. I predicted around 4 seconds into the future. Then I acted on that future. Water breathing, third form. Flowing dance. I danced. My footsteps were perfect, so it looked like I was sliding on the floor instead of taking steps. My movements were elegant and flawless as I left behind afterimage wherever I went. I slashed not directly at them but instead at the place where they would be in the future. I stringed together different attacks and different sets of movements into one flowing motion. To the normal eye, it looked like a comic character in action where phantoms were drawn to signify movement. My long blade left a trail of water as I cut off the demon's head from the most random angles. Water could flow through a mountain, flow over the mountain, flow under the mountain, or flow around the mountain. It took any path possible, but in the end, it always went through. It could not be stopped. Similarly, my blade found their vulnerable necks no matter what they did. They could cover their necks, move their heads, duck under, or try to block. But no matter what they did, they found themselves headless. Time resumed and my blade cutting through the air made a sound akin to flowing water. In an instant, I chopped off the heads of 13 different demons. Their world spun as their heads fell to the ground. Their last vision was of their own headless bodies with my silhouette standing in the middle. Goodbye and go to hell. The world is better without you. 13 huh? I said and smiled, that's a new record. While I bask in my new accomplishment, Zhu finished off the remaining 7 demons. And thus, the mission was complete. A few hours later, the old mansion finally caught on fire. The flames ranged and consumed the building, burning the remnant shadows of the demons along with the dark history of what happened there. I could feel hot air blow past my cheeks, making it quite uncomfortable, so I took a few steps back and stood beside Zhu. The mission is done, he said with a stone for a face. He neither looked pleased nor mad, he was just blank. As if he was looking at a rock in the middle of a road. I gazed at my reflection on my blade and I had a similar expression. But if one looked closely, they would see small hints of satisfaction in my eyes. I stopped looking and sheathed the sword on my back. It has been a week and a half since I met Zhu Tomioka. The mission we were given took longer than expected since the demons were very adept at hiding. Even I, with my cheat eyes, was having difficulties and we had to track them down for more than 4 days. Zhu said these types of missions were mostly given to Gyomei since his perception of the world was different from ours, so he could easily find demon hideouts. But we did not do badly at all even compared to Gyomei. The demons were spread into many villages and they had fake hideouts to cover theater tracks, which was quite tricky. Demons were as smart as humans if not more. So what they had was a proper organization that required to be destroyed from the root. And that took time. But it was a good thing for me because it meant I got to learn more about water breathing and spend time with Zhu, who by the way, was absolutely adorable in character. I wonder if this is what Rengoku felt when he was with me. Zhu was introverted and appeared cold on the outside, but deep down, he was a very kind soul who liked the company of others. He also had deep traumas and a massive inferiority complex, but I mean, who doesn't have a few screws lost in their head in our line of work? The past week has been fruitful. We fought a lot of demons and even though they were weak, it allowed me to study water breathing by watching Zhu fight. Coupled with my own training and my innate affinity with the breathing style, water breathing quickly became the one I was most proficient with. The third form of water breathing that you executed back there was incredible. Zhu said suddenly, breaking the silence. Well, not really since I was deaf, but you know what I mean. Thank you. I said with a smug smile that I failed to hide. Less than 2 weeks of training and you already became more proficient in it than me. Zhu admitted. To clarify, he was referring to the third form only. Water breathing as a whole, I still had a long way to go before I became as good as him. It was to be expected, I had a giant advantage on certain forms because of my eyes. The third form heavily relied on prediction and perfect flow of movement, so I naturally excelled in it. Other than that, I still had a long way to go until matched his mastery over water breathing. Zhu was possibly the person who had the most mastery over theater breathing style. The only other competitor to that title was Shinjuro, who had decades of experience. Just think about it. Almost all of the Hashiras in the anime had something special about them. Mitsuri and Gyomei had superior bodies, Shinobu was a medical genius, Michiro shared a bloodline with Yorichi, Sanemi had his unique blood and Tengen had his shinobi background. But then there was Zhu, who did not have such speciality other than his absolute mastery over his breathing style. But still, he was one of the strongest Hashira. His mastery came from his trauma, pushing him to be the best he could be because he felt the need to fill up for his friend who died to save him. He was so goat that he created the 11th form of water breathing, which allowed him to tap into the selfless state without awakening his demon slayer mark. So there was no debate, when it came to mastering their respective breathing styles, Zhu was on top. Therefore, even I would struggle to compete with that level of mastery. But would you lose? Nah, I'd surpass. Let's go. There is a village close by where we can rest. Zhu said and I nodded. The next day, water breathing, first form. Water surface slash. My eyes saw no hesitation in his muscles as he exploded into action. His sword swung at me with the finesse of a painter. His blade left a trail of water in its path and I felt a cold shiver wash over me. He was serious. I moved away quickly and Ju cut the giant tree behind me. The tree fell to the ground, sending tremors into the earth. My eyes looked at the stump of the tree and noticed its crystal smooth top. That was a show of how clean his cuts were. I swallowed the lump in my throat and I was forced to take a stance. This is a test, Seiji, don't fail me. Saying so, Ju blurred and rushed at me. You must be wondering how I found myself in such a situation. Well, find out in the next chapter because this one is getting too long. Consider joining cause I'm cooking there and it'd take 2 weeks for you to see it. P.S. Sweet, I can fix him. Seiji's POV, Sanemi is still young. He became a Hashira only a few months before you did and he worked years for it. So I can understand why he was skeptical of you at first. If you really get to know him, he is not a bad person at all. Ju said calmly while sipping tea. We were currently at the house the village had prepared for us. Since we were the ones who saved them from the demons, they were very hospitable and even provided us with a whole house where we could stay. I understand, but I still don't like him. My dislike for him did not have a very concrete reason at all. I just didn't like his character and what he did to Nezuko in the anime. But it was also nothing serious. It's not like I won't talk to him or ignore him if he needs help. The level of dislike was only comparable to my dislike for certain foods, like ginger. What I don't understand though is why you are telling me this, I said and crossed my arms. Sanemi is my friend and I don't want you to have the wrong impression just because of one encounter. He is actually very kind at heart. My face scrunched up in doubt. I don't think you are. What? He asked and blinked once, twice. You don't think Sanemi is my friend? Yeah. Why? Because I know he hates you. What? Ju exclaimed as if I just told him he was pregnant. He slammed his hand on the tea table and leaned forward. But he didn't say anything to me. Dude, why would he come up to your face and say he hates you? Are you sure? How do you know this? My eyes. I said, pointing at my eyes. I told you before, I am very good at reading people. Plus, it was clearly shown in the anime that Sanemi and Abanai could not tolerate Ju at all. It was even stated in the data book of the manga. He slumped back down on the floor as a gloomy aura surrounded him. I thought we made progress after we sparred the other day, he murmured in a voice only he could hear, but I saw it. Who cares if he dislikes you? Me and a lot of people like you. I said, trying to console him. It seems I will have to work on it again. Next time, I will make friends with him for sure, he said, and I could see the flash of determination in his eyes. PFTT, it's kind of funny seeing him so secretly eager to make friends. If you want to make more friends, why not start with someone easier? Like Kane or Tengen? I asked. Well, Tenine is a bit older than me and Kane is a girl. I wouldn't know what to say to them, he said and scratched his cheeks. As if you'd know what to say to Sanami either. I do know what to say to him, he defended himself. What else have you said to him other than correcting him on his technique or breathing forms? I asked. It was a guess. And I was correct. Right. I hope you know that you might only come across as condescending rather than being friendly when you did that. What? I didn't know that, said the clueless water Hashira. I shook my head with a slight smile on my face. At least he was comfortable enough to discuss these things with me. Our age gap was nearly 3 years, but our mental maturity seemed to be of the same age, so we quickly became good friends in the span of a week. I watched as he took the biscuit from the table and nibbled on it while deep in thought. He looked stoic and calm to everyone else, but I was able to read the tiniest hints of his features. So, what are we going to do now that we completed the mission? I asked. He stopped eating his biscuit to contemplate my words before his eyebrows fell, and so did the mood. I could see the change in his emotion. Normally, we should return to our individual missions, but I was thinking of taking a break for a few more days so that you can master water breathing to perfection. Oh. I blinked in surprise. You are Truly looking forward to seeing me master water breathing, aren't you? Why is that? I finally asked. Since the time he saw that I had an immense affinity for water breathing and was able to catch the concept almost instantly, he has been very committed to training me and making sure I mastered it. I had an idea on why he was doing so, but I wanted to confirm it. Isn't that obvious? The Demon Slayer Corp is still missing a water Hashira, someone has to assume the mantle and I hope it would be you. Shit, that's exactly what I expected. I could feel a sudden change in the air as Ju's face took a depressed turn. I could see hints of shame on his visage. But you are the water Hashira. I am not the water Hashira, he declared with absolute seriousness in his voice. Oh God. Shouldn't this take place in the 3rd season, which was still around 6 years or something? I could not stress this enough, but I was absolutely horrible in these types of emotional things. I was literally running away from my own traumas and waiting for time to heal me. How the fuck should I help someone else with their trauma? Isn't this where the main character comes in? Tanjiro. Please kindly get your ass over here. I should say something, shouldn't I? What do you mean, you are not the water Hashira? I never did pass the final selection, Seiji, he said and clenched his fist. I am just an imposter who is acting as a substitute until the real water Hashira emerges. Said the greatest water-breathing user to have ever existed. Yeah, right. Actually, I am also an imposter who acts as Seiji Shigan until the real one eventually wakes up. Ridiculous. I'm sorry, but please excuse me. Saying so, Ju got up and went out of the room. I released a dramatic sigh and flopped on the ground. I looked at the ceiling, searching for God between the molding wood and tiles. Please help me. The next morning, Ju woke me up like usual and we headed out to train like we usually do. But this time, I had a different plan. I had a lot of time to think about it yesterday and I have decided to fix Ju and help him resolve whatever issues he had. He was no longer a stranger to me, so I wouldn't let him suffer 6 more years of self-torture just because I didn't like dealing with emotional stuff. I can fix him. We headed to an open space where we could train, but when we reached there, I refused to start to train with him. No. We were in a small clearing with a patch of grass and a small pond on the side. The forest trees surrounded us to create a natural barrier. The morning sun rose on the horizon, its yellow light reflected on the droplets of dew on the leaves, creating magical glitters that were feast to the eyes. The chilly morning air clashed with the earliest warmth of the sun on my skin, creating a pleasant sensation. What do you mean no? I don't want to practice water breathing anymore. I've learned enough. I think I should practice another breathing style instead. I said and crossed my arms. Stop messing around, Seiji. Ju narrowed his eyes. We engaged in a staring contest for some time, but my eerie purple eyes easily won the match. He sighed. Is this because of what I said yesterday? Absolutely. I said, brutally honest. What do you want? Context please, so that I can fix whatever is wrong with you, I replied. There is nothing wrong with me, he said and then muttered in a low voice, it's fine, I think you are ready anyways. Huh? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Ju was suddenly in front of me and even though I saw him, I only noticed him when it was nearly too late. He was not fast by any means, Sanemi or Jigoro was leagues above the speed Ju had just displayed, but he nearly got me. How? It was due to his technique. He had approached me in a perfectly linear path so my eyes didn't notice that he was getting closer. When something is moving towards you in a perfect linear/straight path, the increase in size is so gradual that your eyes often miss it. Why do cars have red lights on their back? It was so that you wouldn't crash into it when the car suddenly stopped. Because when you drive on a straight road and the car in front of you suddenly stops, it's extremely difficult to see that it stopped or that you were getting closer and closer to crashing it since you were driving towards it in a linear path. The same principle applies here. Ju ran up to me in a perfectly linear line so my unprepared eyes nearly missed him. Water breathing, first form. Water surface slash. My eyes saw no hesitation in his muscles as he exploded into action. His sword swung at me with the finesse of a painter. His blade left a trail of water in its path and I felt a cold shiver wash over me. He was serious. I moved away quickly and Ju cut the giant tree behind me. The tree fell to the ground, sending tremors into the earth. My eyes looked at the stump of the tree and noticed its crystal smooth top. That was a show of how clean his cuts were. I swallowed the lump in my throat and I was forced to take a stance. What the actual fuck? If you don't want to train, fine. He was going at his own pace and I was abandoned to pick up the pieces to make sense of what was going on. Why did he suddenly attack? This is a test, Seiji, don't fail me. Saying so, Ju blurred and rushed at me. Seiji versus Ju, Seiji's POV, alright, if you wanna talk let's talk. Question mark. Ju titled his head in confusion but he quickly discarded what I said. He rushed at me as I did the same. We clashed our swords in the middle and sparks ignited due to steel grinding on steel. We exchanged swings and engaged in a terrifying display of swordsmanship. Our blade whizzed through the air, slicing the atmosphere like butter before they met each other in an immediate halt. I must admit, Ju was probably the best swordsman I have fought in the Demon Slayer Corps. His technique was refined and each stroke spoke of years upon years of training. But that amounts to nothing in front of me. My eyes released an eerie glow as I perceived the transparent world. My vision changed and I saw things humans were not meant to see. Different levels of X-ray overlapped in my vision. I saw the real world in slow motion. I saw Ju stripped of his skin so that I could observe his muscles, and I also perceived even deeper and I saw Ju with only his bones. All these images overlapped in my mind as I chose to focus on whatever I desired, whichever I needed. The turf of the world was laid bare in front of my eyes. Asterisk cling. Asterisk cling. Asterisk with each attack exchanged, Ju realized just how futile it was to fight me in a sword match. I blocked high-level combinations with a simple stroke of my blade. There is always a pattern in how people move. It's ingrained in their body as much as memories were ingrained in their brain. I saw every action Ju had taken and every movement he trained to take. It was written on his body, on the shape of his muscles, on the size of his tendons. The situation was even worse for Ju because I had seen him fight on multiple occasions. His fighting style was like a song to me, one I could follow and sing along with. At each passing moment, I was always 5 steps ahead. Water breathing, 7th form. Ju stopped his futile efforts and prompted to a breathing style. He breathed in quick succession and changed the grip on his sword. Piercing rain drop. Out of all the breathing forms in water breathing, the 7th form was the fastest. Ju took a single step forward and started stabbing from different places. His arm turned into a snake and blurred as I saw the sharp end of the blade come at me from different directions. Not only was it fast but it was based on the same concept as before. The sword came in a perfectly linear path, so you never knew when the sword got close to you or when it impaled you. Stabs rained on me like raindrops from the sky. The perfect counter was to step back and move out of range. I had the advantage when it came to reach since I had a long sword, so it was the best option. But I did not take a single step back because I knew that was what Ju wanted me to do. Like I said, 5 steps ahead. I know what he was planning, his body language already told me. So instead, I planted my feet on the ground and held my position. The piercing blade came from different places as if Ju suddenly grew 12 more arms. It was hypnotizing. Yet I did not try to dodge the incoming attacks that promised to skewer me. I calmly pulled up my sword and everything just stopped. Asterisk ting. Asterisk the tiniest tip of Ju's sword was blocked perfectly by the sharp edge of my blade. It was an impossible conclusion since both had such a minuscule surface area, but against all odds, they clashed perfectly. I saw Ju's pupils dilate in shock. This would not work if either of us didn't have the perfect technique. Ju's perfect linear stab put all the force at the tip, so I was able to stop him in an instant. We held the position for a while as Zhu knew the moment he pulled his sword back, I would take the opening to cut him. So he pushed forward instead. Sparks ignited and Zhu made the slightest change in the angle of his sword. That caused the perfect collision to collapse and the stab came at me again. But I easily stopped it by twisting my sword and blocking it with the flat side. More sparks came to life as the tip of his blade grind against mine. Finally, Zhu leapt back and also used our clash to push himself. We both locked eyes and stayed still for a moment before Zhu nodded in acknowledgement of my skills. But then things changed as I felt the favor of the battle change in a single breath. A single breath that Zhu took. My eyes widen. Water breathing, 11th form. He knew it was useless to engage in useless confrontations, so he chose to move to the climax instantly. There was no built-up, there was no warning. It just happened. A huge gush of water erupted from the ground Zhu was standing on and it spread in every direction. Suddenly, the ground became a raging ocean with violent waves surrounding us. I looked around, amazed and horrified at what this implied. I've never seen this before, but I knew exactly what it was. And then the dreaded words fell. Dead calm. The waves under our feet stopped in an instant, replaced by a still body of water. Everything grew quiet, even my deaf ears realized that. The moment stilled. I looked towards Zhu and my breath stopped. He was not there. I could see him but he was not there. What the fuck? My eyes saw him, my vision did not change, I could see his lungs expand as he took in breaths. I could see his heartbeat as it pumped out blood and I could see how the air around him interacted with his physical body. Yet my mind was convinced that he was not there. It was convinced that he was not real. The best comparison was looking at a television. You could see the movement and everything else yet your mind knew that it was not real. If you saw a lion on the screen and even if the lion ran to you, you know it was not real so you won't react. That was exactly what was happening. I saw Zhu but my mind deemed him to be an illusion. Selfless state. It was a state of being that a person can achieve after acquiring Fear Demon Slayer mark. In this state, the user completely erased their fighting spirit, their will to fight, hatred, anger, bloodlust, malevolence, drive and animosity. Once in this state, the user achieves the ultimate focus and tranquility. Their complete erasure of fighting spirit and emotions turned them into something akin to trees or plants themselves. It was extremely difficult to sense them. It was said to be only achievable after having a Demon Slayer mark, but Zhu was able to achieve the selfless state using the 11th form which he created. It's over, said the image of Zhu as he came at me with such elegance and tranquility that he did not appear moving at all. It was then that I noticed another aspect of the 11th form. Laminar flow. It was a type of fluid flow where the liquid flowed smoothly without any disturbance and it did not look like it was moving at all. You can observe this phenomenon in water flowing out of a pipe or a tap. They were flowing but they flowed so smoothly that they looked like they were not moving at all. Zhu's body moved in the same way. My eyes helped me see the movement but anyone else would not be able to see him through their eyes. It would seem like they were cut by invisible blades. How can one breathing form be so overpowered? I asked myself. It was almost like a domain expansion. Zhu finally reached me and swung his sword at me. My mind and my eyes clashed. My eyes still told the truth but my mind refused to believe it. But at last, I was able to convince my body to move. I tilted my head to the side and Zhu's sword which was going to cut my cheek only made a small scratch. I leapt away in an instant. Blood. I felt blood flowing from my cheek. What a strange feeling. I rarely bled. You never fail to amaze me, Seiji. Zhu said, and without any hurry in his movement yet also without wasting any time, he ran towards me again. Usually, my eyes and my mind worked together in perfect sync. But this time, since my mind refused to acknowledge Zhu's presence, there was a lag in the connection. It was not much. It was only a few milliseconds, but those moments of hesitance were vital in a battle like ours. I leapt away again. And then again. And then again. I was running away basically. Ju was as calm as ever. He was not frustrated, he was not angry, he was not anything. He was void of such things, he was literally like an object or a body of water. On the other hand, I felt myriad of emotions brewing inside me. I was going to lose. But then a sudden thirst to prove myself emerged in my heart. When Ju was at his calmest, I found myself burning with passion and will. I suppose this was the flame-breathing side of me acting up. As Rengoku would put it, my heart was set ablaze. An idea struck me. I planted my feet on the ground and lowered my center of gravity. I was done running away. My eyes observed Ju's serene self once more. He was running towards me like a perfect flowing water. I tried my best to predict his movement as far as I could. I based my prediction on his earlier attacks and on the language of his body. Then after the prediction was done, I closed my eyes. My greatest gift was gone. I found myself in a world of darkness and silence. In that darkness, the clash between my eyes and my mind was gone. In that darkness, I moved my body based on the prediction I've made. I attacked the future. Water breathing, first form. I whispered. Water surface slash. This was it. Adapt. I swing my sword. I could not see, but I attacked based on my prediction. Then I felt my sword cut through flesh and I knew I had succeeded. I opened my eyes and red blood filled my vision. Seeing everything returned to normal. Eyes wide in shock, I looked at Ju, who also seemed just as surprised as me. But his expression quickly changed as he smiled softly. Then he fell on his back. Did I just kill him? Ju! I yelled and immediately crouched down near him. I tore open his clothes to look at the cut I made on his chest. Luckily, it was not a deep cut. The slash did not even fully cut through the skin. I released a huge sigh. I acted on my prediction, so it was a little off. I cut him a little deeper than I planned, but he was still safe. I'm so sorry. I got carried away. I apologized immediately. It's okay. I let my guard down thinking you wouldn't be able to fight back. Ju said. I guess you won, he said and released a satisfied sigh. He looked like a boulder had been lifted off his shoulder. Who the fuck cares, you are bleeding, I said and picked him up from the ground so that I could carry him back to the village. We are never doing that again. Never. Seiji's POV, we went back to the house again. After cleaning Ju's wound and determining that it did not need stitching, I wrapped bandages around his torso. Then I let him rest on the futon while I leaned on the wall and stood in the corner of the room. There was silence in the room until it was broken by Ju. He started giving me the context I was asking for. I never did pass the final selection, Ju confessed. There was a boy, his name is Sabito. His family got killed by demons the same as me and we grew up together under the guidance of Urokadaki. We quickly became friends and after years of training, we took the final selection together. He paused and his eyes became unfocused, as if he was looking back into the past. I was weak. I was pathetic. I was immediately wounded by the first demon I encountered. On the other hand, Sabito was strong and he had a heart full of justice. He saved me and everyone else who participated in the final selection. In the end, everyone passed except Sabito himself. He died that day. You see, I passed out immediately after my first encounter and Sabito had to protect me throughout the week. In the end, that cost him his life. Although I survived for 7 days in the mountain and therefore passed the exam, I didn't kill a single demon. So could you really say I passed? I did not comment and simply stared at his figure and the vulnerability of his eyes. It should have been me who died that day. Someone like me isn't worthy of being the water Hashira. I don't even deserve to stand next to the likes of you and the other Hashiras. They were heavy words coming from him, someone I considered to be one of the best Hashira. It was sad how much people could hide inside themselves. Ju truly believed that it would have been better for the world if he was the one who died that day. He felt like he robbed the world of a genius like Sabito who could truly make a difference due to his weakness. He also developed an inferiority complex since that day. The reason why he trained so hard and why he never stopped working was to compensate the world for the lives he had stolen. He tried to fill in the imaginary status of Sabito, who he truly believed would have been a greater man if he was still alive. So you see, Seiji. I want you to take the mantle of the water Hashira, he said, and a single tear fell from his eye. It made my heart ache that the first emotion I saw took over his face was not joy but raw sadness. I don't deserve it. Bullshit. If what I knew from my past life and what I've seen in the past 2 weeks were anything to go by, there was no one else more deserving of the title. But he didn't believe that. What can I do to conceive him? I racked my brain, trying to remember what Tanjiro said when he experienced the same moment. I clearly remember him saying something to Ju that ultimately resolved everything. It was just one phase. But that was enough to remind Ju of what was important and move forward from the past. What was it? Life is all about moving forward, I said suddenly. Ju looked at me in confusion. What? Shit, that was not it. I will answer your question later, but first, tell me if these lines remind you of anything or give you flashbacks. That was what happened in the anime. Tanjiro said something to Ju which reminded him of what Sabito said to him in the past. Then poof, things were resolved. The only problem was that I can't remember what Tanjiro said. Pain is a wound, and wounds heal. Nope. How about this? To overcome tribulations is to become stronger. Still no. It's not about the people we lost but the people we save. The deaths of our comrades have meanings because we the living refuse to forget them. The ones who die have no regrets because they entrust their will to the living. Nope, that's from Attack on Titan. What are you doing really, Seiji? Ju finally asked. God damn it. I can't remember the damn line. Forget it, I'll just say what's on my mind. I'm saying that no one gives a shit about your sad story except you. I said. Was that too harsh? Ju had a visible reaction as he recoiled back. Yeah, I could imagine it was not a reply you would expect after pouring your heart out to someone. But it must be said. Do you know you are the only one who cares? Do you think Sabito would ever regret sacrificing his life for you? How can you be so selfish? Sabito gave his life for you because you are worthy, Tomioka. He entrusted everything to you and it is your duty to live on and pass down their will and memory. You can't just escape their trust and brood about how unworthy you are. You have to live strong for them and cherish the life they sacrificed themselves for. There, I said it. I saw his eyes go wide and his hand came to hold his cheek. I was uncertain whether or not what I said was good or bad. But the silence was too awkward, so I decided to give him some alone time. I'll make dinner, I said and went out of the room. Third POV, slap, don't you ever say that you should have died again. The next time you say something like that, we are through. How can you even say something so selfish? The stinging pain from the slap Sabito gave him, Joe could still remember it so vividly to this day. Your sister knew what she was doing when she sacrificed her life to save you. So don't you ever insult her choice or her memory again by saying something like that. You have to keep living, and pass on the future your sister gave you. That was a conversation he had with Sabito a long time ago, and what Seiji said reminded him of it. How can I forget something like that when it was so important? I'm sorry, Sabito. I'm sorry, big sister Tsutako. Forgive me, Ju said with tears falling from his eyes. It took 2 friends to get that idea inside his thick skull. But now he knows. It didn't matter what he felt because this was bigger than himself. Even if he thinks he is unworthy, he must keep on fighting for them and pass down a better future just as they did for him. He owed them that. He wanted to quit being a Hashira just because he was feeling bad about himself. Oh, how truly selfish he was. Now he knew better. Thank you, Seiji, thank you Sabito. For being my friend. The next morning, their journey together came to an end. Ju's Kasugai crow flew around in the sky and informed him about his next mission. Ju Tomioka. You are to hold an investigation in the village of Kamatsuka. Ka. Ju Tomioka. You are to hold an investigation in the village of Kamatsuka. Ka. Thank you for what you said yesterday. I couldn't even put it into words how much it meant to me. Ju said with a bow. It's okay dude, I'm glad I could help. Seiji said with a flat voice that sounded exactly like someone who had not heard their voice in a long time. There was no emotion in his voice. It was only a cheap imitation of the contraction of the throat box. Ju smiled softly and gazed at the purple eyes of Seiji. He didn't like those eyes at first solely because it felt like they could see through everything, but now he gazed upon them fondly. It was one of the only ways to communicate with his friends. He had to make sure those eyes were looking at him before he spoke. Farewell then, until we meet again. Until we meet again, Water Hashira. Seiji added kindly, and this time, Ju did not feel any insecurity because he had finally accepted the title. The Water Hashira. That's me, he thought to himself. And then they separated. They were comrades fighting for the same cause, but their respective journeys led them to different paths. Ju felt lighter than ever as he ran through the forests. Because for the first time in his life, he did not hate himself. And he swung his sword, not for the sake of compensating but with a purpose. All of which were possible only because of a certain purple-haired, purple-eyed, deaf boy. Time skip, 1, Seiji's POV, 1 month passed. My journey continued after I separated from Ju. It was weird at first not having a companion in my missions, but Raven made sure I was never lonely. What I did while I was on missions was training water breathing like crazy. I wanted to master it to perfection like Ju does, since it was a style that best suited my fighting style. I mostly used water breathing while I slew demons as well, and with each passing day, I was getting better and better. During this time, I also ran into Rengoku again, much to my absolute joy. He was as high-spirited as the last time I'd seen him, and he was incredibly to see me too. He congratulated me on my quick ascension to the rank of Hashira and expressed his admiration. My eyes saw not a hint of envy or jealousy on his face, even though he clearly wanted to climb the rank as well, which made me like him more. Rengoku himself was making progress in climbing the ranks as he had become Kano rank. My eyes could see that he was getting stronger than the last time we met as well. We grabbed food and drink and spent the whole day chatting. We shared stories of our travels, and he was especially curious about how I climbed the rank so quickly and how his father was during Hashira meetings. He also has had many adventures that have made him grow in both strength and character. I was glad he had a relatively safe time, but I also warned him about the strength of the lower moons, and although I knew he wouldn't take the advice, I told him to prioritize his safety if he encountered one. He simply laughed and did not promise anything. We stuck together for as long as we could, and we trained a lot together. I helped him refine his sword skills, and he shared his unwavering motivation with me. I was glad to have met my friend again. In the end, we parted ways and planned to keep in touch using our Kusagi crows to send letters. Other than meeting Rengoku, nothing significant happened during the month. 2 months later, a Hashira meeting was called and every pillar gathered in the headquarters. No one was late or absent. I had never attended a Hashira meeting before, so I was quite excited at the prospect. The meeting basically consists of briefings and statistical reports. Each Hashira shared their experience in their missions and every significant encounter they have had. Some of them were, 1. Shinjuro encountered a lower moon, but it managed to escape before he could slay it. 2. Kane reported about a demon that had a rather troublesome blood demon art, spreading diseases. She brought up the importance of medicine and vaccines in the Demon Slayer Corp and asked Ubuyashiki to give her resources to improve the medical teams of the Flower Mansion. 3. Gyomii brought up an issue of the increasing groups of demons. With the emergence of 4 Hashiras Kane, Ju, Sanemi, and me, the demons were being hunted more than ever and they resorted to living more in groups compared to the past years. He said this could be dangerous for the lower-ranked demon slayers, so he proposed the idea of more group missions instead of individual missions for their safety. Other than these 3, the rest of the Hashiras did not have important things to share. Then we went over the statistics. There were a total of 21 deaths in the Demon Slayer Corps, which was a massive loss for just 3 months. There had been an increase in the death rates and the cause could be directly traced back to what Gyomii had said. There was also a report on all of the demons slayed by the Hashiras and the amount of missions completed. Suffice it to say, I was the one with the most missions completed while Sanemi was the one with the most kill count. The moment that was revealed, I immediately felt a spark of rivalry with Sanemi. We both had the advantage, he had his special blood which can attract demons and I had my eyes which allowed me to easily complete missions by locating demons. Then Ubuyashiki gave us a briefing on the activities of the demon. He showed us a map with all of the demon sightings and we traced their movement. It was there that each of the Hashira was assigned territories which we needed to keep an eye on. Plus, any lower-ranked demon slayers who need assistance in that area will call upon us for help. I was assigned the eastern regions as they had the most villages. Many other minor things were also discussed in the meeting and the whole thing took nearly a day. 1 month later, I returned to the Flower Mansion for this month's break. Shinobu was in the mansion much to my delight and funnily enough, she was still not a demon slayer yet as she missed the latest final selection. "How've you been, Shibi?" I asked as her face lit up upon seeing me. "I've been well," she said with a barely restrained voice. She immediately grabbed my hand after that and pulled me inside. "Why did you not visit again sooner?" "Come on, I have many things to show you," she said excitedly. Apparently, she had been making great progress in her research of demon poison. She said it was all due to my advice that she even thought of developing it. Then there was also her sword, which she had modified by chipping off almost the entire body of the edges, leaving only the sharp tip. She immediately asked me for a spar which I entertained. She asked me my opinion on her newly created fighting style which heavily relied on stabbing and she shared her vision with me. She would have a personalized sword that would allow her to apply poison to her blade. She had lots of ideas. Just coating the sword with poison would not work as that would be almost useless and would chase away the demons with the smell of wisteria. So she had to be creative in its design. A sword whose tip acted as a syringe, a sword with storage for poison at the tip, and a sword that had a small pipe running along the body were some of the ideas she had. I also proposed some ideas like using a rapier, hoping to give her some inspiration. So for the next 2 days, we spent time together on such matters. We would also go out at night, just the 2 of us, under the moon. It would have been romantic if not for our reason for going out. To haunt and experiment on demons. To test her poison, we haunted demons together and used them as lab rats. I spent all 4 days of my break doing such things before I had to leave again. 2 months later, I spent this time mastering my breathing styles. I felt like I had perfected water breathing, so I began trying to learn the 11th form of water breathing. For a whole 2 months, there was absolutely no progress in learning the 11th form, but I did not give up. I never expected learning such an overpowered skill to be easy anyway. I could perfectly replicate the laminar flow and the breathing patterns, but what I struggled with was achieving the selfless state. It was almost impossible to bear no hatred, animosity, or hostility when fighting against demons. It was clear that I would need to face some traumas and fix myself mentally to learn the form, but I believe I could find a loophole with the help of my eyes. There had to be some tricks other than having to stop myself from hating the demons. Because honestly, I don't think I will ever not hate them. I visited Rengoku and Ju during this time to have bro moments, but other than that, it was filled with missions, training my breathing styles and trying to learn the 11th form of water breathing. In no time, a total of 6 months have passed. Time skip, 2, Seiji's POV, 1 month later. Come on, literally what else can you do? I asked as I followed behind the wind Hashira as he angrily walked along the dirt road. Anything other than what you want me to do? He seethed by himself as he took huge, forceful steps which were a contrast to all the elegant and probably soundless steps that other Hashriyas usually take. Why wouldn't you just teach me? You have no excuse, lil bro. How about this? It's because you're not worthy, all right, how about that? He said, and don't call me lil bro. Trust me, that doesn't sound as cool as it sounds in your head. You lost to me, remember? I said, and I could see him visibly vibrate as he marched forward, faster. Speaking of which, don't you remember the bet we made before our fight? The loser does whatever the winner says. I said, and he paused. Then turned towards me, don't fucking try to gaslight me, you little twerp. I sighed and whispered to myself, if you're already this dumb, why aren't you just dumb all the way? I fucking heard that. Araga hitteth. He stomped his feet 3 times before turning back and walking towards our destination again with quick steps. He couldn't do anything. Because right now, under the order of Lord Abuyashiki, we were companions on the same mission. I did not know if it was luck or if it was the meticulous plan of some higher being, but I was paired with Sanemi just when I needed. I had gotten extremely good at using all of the other breathing styles I knew except wind breathing, so I wanted to improve on that. I had copied wind breathing from Sanemi during our fight, but those were only 2 forms, the first form and the 4th form, along with the conceptual pattern of wind breathing and constant breathing. But there were still more than half that I needed to learn. It has been nearly a day since we met up, but I still could not convince him to teach me wind breathing. We were on a mission, so I didn't expect him to slow down just to teach me, but he could talk about the concept and show me the different forms now and then, and it would be enough for me. Then we would use the demons we encountered as training dummies and I would learn the breathing style in no time. At least that's how I learned from Ju. But no, Sanemi refused to even entertain the idea. I would convince him eventually though. We continued our journey to the first destination of our mission and we reached it the next morning, around 3 hours away from sunrise. Our destination this whole time was the location of groups of demons found by one of the lower ranks. We cleared the hideout of demons during the 3 hours before sunrise, but unfortunately, we were unable to slay all of them as some successfully escaped us. After that, we ate and rested the entire morning before we continued our journey at late noon. The mission we were assigned was a long-lasting one. It was basically to clear all of the demon hideouts that had been located so far, both by the scouts and by the lower ranks. The mission was assigned to us because we were both known for our ability to complete missions quickly, and this particular mission needed to be completed as quickly as possible to avoid more deaths. Also, it was because Sanemi knew wind breathing, which was incredible against groups of demons, and so did I. At least I was decent in wind breathing. The mission was expected to last for a few weeks at least, if not a month. You have to teach me wind breathing. It is vital for our mission and it will allow us to slay all of the demons next time. This is no time to feed your ego. If I learn it, it will only be the benefit of the Demon Slayer Corps as a whole. I said, still following behind him because he refused to walk side by side with me. I think he considered walking side by side to be a show of kinship and equality, you know, we are walk together, shoulder to shoulder, kind of thing. So far, he was only letting me walk behind him. You are deaf so you never heard your own voice, but let me tell you, your voice is annoying as hell. So stop talking before you piss me off. I saw him say by looking at the contraction of his throat. Well, he looks pretty pissed off already. So I refused to stop. Come on, put away your pride and I will put away mine. I said and paused a short while before saying again. Please, teach me. And, he walked off. Honestly, how troublesome. Just to let you know, I can also teach you a lot about swordsmanship because currently, your skills are shit. I said. His skills were shittier than even the weakest Hashira because most of his demon-slaying life, he used different means to slay demons. I think I've read somewhere that Sanemi was slaying demons since before he even knew about the Nichiren blades of the Demon Slayer Corps. He would use a variety of weapons and traps to slay them. I don't need to learn anything from you, was his cold reply. In the end, I never was able to convince Sanemi to teach me, at least that's what he wanted me to think to save his own stupid pride. But in reality, I convinced him. He never verbally accepted, but that same night, he lured demons towards us using his blood and he slew every demon that appeared with breathing forms, regardless of how weak they were. Normally, it would only take a simple slash to kill them, but he used his breathing forms to slay them. And not just one form either, but multiple forms of the wind breathing. He never accepted it, but I could see that he was giving me the chance to copy him. He knew I could copy him since I used the forms I knew to clear the first hideout last time. So in the end, Sanemi became my teacher without ever becoming my teacher. Honestly, what a fucking tsundere. 1 month later, a month was more than enough for me to fully learn wind breathing. There were lots of demons to practice on and I used mostly wind breathing during our mission. I think I managed to form a unique bond with Sanemi during this time. Oh fucking finally. The mission finally ends. That means no more sassy weird-eyed boy following me around like a shadow. Maybe not. Sanemi cheered as we walked away from the demon hideout. It was the last of our mission. It took us a month since more locations were discovered during the mission, but we finally destroyed every known hideout. I'll miss you too, buddy. Deaf boy, that's not what I said, he said while glaring at me. We were walking side by side. You may already notice, but he was a lot tamer than a month ago. Our relationship grew in a weird way I never expected. I didn't know if we could be called friends or not, but I think he loves me now. Don't make me kill you right at the end, he said, his glare intensified. Oops, but not really. I meant to say that out loud. Well, maybe he was yet to fall in love with me, but at least he was tolerating me now. I think that's the most you could get from a tsundere like Sanemi. Let's go get some spicy ramen to celebrate. I said, knowing full well Sanemi could not do spice at all. He may be hot-headed, but he had weakness to hot food. I'm not hungry, he said, refusing to admit that he couldn't do spicy food. You mean, you can't eat spicy food? That's not what I said. How do you keep mishearing what I said when you are deaf? He yelled. Oh, don't worry. Then let's go get red bean mochi and other sweet foods. I don't like it, but you can eat all of them like a little girl. I said. Interesting fact, Sanemi has a sweet tooth and his favorite food was red bean mochi. He also liked ohagi, rice ball with red bean paste, and other sweet food. But such was the pride of the wind Hashira that just because I compared liking sweet food to being a little girl, he would never eat them in my presence. Fine. Let's go get spicy ramen, he said and walked forward to lead the way, trying to act enthusiastic and pretend that he was not weak against spice. I'm cruel, aren't I? Well, I never claimed to be perfect. Seeing him force eating spicy food was such an entertaining sight that I couldn't miss it in this world with limited entertainment. To be nice. I will grab a few red bean paste rice balls for him. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed, time skip, 3, author, double chapter. / Seiji's POV, 1 month later, I went to the flower mansion to take a break and to have a medical checkup. While going on missions, I never sustained an injury other than occasional overexertion or muscle fatigue, so this medical checkup was for my general health than anything. Other than my high blood pressure, there was nothing wrong with my health. Though Kane told me to get more sleep as I was going through puberty. Speaking of puberty, it was finally in full force and what can I say except, it was weird as fuck. The most noteworthy change in my body was regarding my dick. Yes, you heard that right, my dick. What was noteworthy exactly, you ask? Well, my dick was ginormous. I think. At least it was the biggest it had ever been in both of my lives. I thought it wouldn't be that big, maybe even smaller than in my past life, because Japanese or Asians in general were not known to have huge cocks. At least that's what I've heard. But I was genuinely surprised. I wouldn't share the exact measurement because that's only for my future wife to know, but know that your boy was blessed in this regard. I personally thought it was really cool. Another thing worth mentioning was my explosion in height. I was 5 feet 5 inches feet less than a year ago, but today, I stood proudly at 5 feet 9 inches feet. I was already taller than most people here. My eyes allowed me to follow the changes in my body in detail, so although I couldn't hear it, my voice got deeper along with the growth of my larynx. But much to my dismay, I have been having no luck in growing my hair. I couldn't grow a mustache for the life of me, so my dream of having a small beard like a goatee seemed to be moving further and further away. Yet I was only close to 15, so I still had hope. My growth also came with an increase in strength. With the right diet and careful/scientific exercise with the help of my eyes, I was growing the perfect muscles. And I think that's where the positive ends. Puberty was a first for me, even including my past life, but everything went well. It was messy in many regards. Wet dreams are a pain, hormone imbalance was a bitch, and acne made me want to cut my face. But all in all, I was managing nicely. I just couldn't wait to grow my hair. I spent nearly a week in the flower mansion, and this time, Shinobu was sadly not around most of the time. I just spent the days helping Kane and constantly refusing her proposal for a spar and teaching me flower breathing. Please Kane, I respect you. 1 month later, I finally mastered wind breathing as much as I could. Like I said before, wind breathing was similar to thunder breathing in the sense that they were opposite to my fighting style, so mastering it took a while. During this month, I finally had the privilege of visiting the swordsmith village. I was blindfolded and guided, not carried by a female scout from the Demon Slayer Corporation. For the record, the blindfold did absolutely nothing as I used my eyes to see through it. Therefore, I knew exactly where the swordsmith village was located. Traveling took a day through terrible terrains and places not accessible to normal humans, but in the end, we reached the place without a problem. The swordsmith village was located between tall mountains which were all somehow surrounded by wisteria trees, but in a way that did not make it obvious. There were also heavy guards starting from about 10 kilometers away from the village. It was located near a lake from which the villagers fish and access water. When I came into the village, I immediately visited my old man Hattori, and he was extremely glad to see me. He immediately asked me if I had come to retrieve the katana I gave him, but I laughed and told him no. Hattori repaired any flaws in my odachi and praised me for my ability to maintain the sword. He welcomed me as a guest, and we finally had time to have proper conversations during this time. At one point, I brought up my idea of having a bow and arrow, and we went on a long discussion about it. How would a bow and arrow help me? At first, it might seem like a completely ridiculous proposal since demons required beheading to kill them fully. But with the poison Shinobu was developing, it would be more than possible to kill a demon with an arrow. But still, the cons might outweigh the pros. The only thing I knew was I definitely could kill weaker demons from kilometers away without having to run to them one after another. It can also be helpful when dealing with demons who have the ability to escape by teleporting a certain distance, like Gyoko Upper Moon 5. Also, there were times when I failed to reach demons before they killed civilians. In those times, I wish I could have some form of projectile attack. I spent a total of 3 days in the swordsmith village. I used the time to rest and enjoy the hot springs. I also picked up some smithing skills with my absolutely broken eyes. My eyes were helpful in making swords as well, and I could see the best metals and also find out parts that contain impurities and adjust wrong alignments. All in all, my visit to the swordsmith village was productive and the time was well spent. 2 months later, a Hashira meeting was called again, and everyone else attended like usual except for Shinjuro. The reasons for his absence were unknown, but the other Hashiras were clearly upset. But the meeting commenced like usual. It started with a statistical report where it was said that we lost a total of only 12 members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki thanked us and said it was all of our hard work that his children were safe. I and the others could not help but feel a sense of pride. We had much to improve upon, but it was great knowing that we were making progress. They also released the performance of the Hashiras again, with me being the one with the most completed missions and Jyomiai having the most kill counts this time. Suffice it to say, Sanemi was pissed that he was not on top. There was also a sharing among the Hashiras again about their encounters as they reported things that they thought were important. I usually remained silent during this time because I still lacked the insight they had. Killing demons and completing missions were what I was good at. Strategic thinking and proposing ideas to improve the organization as a whole were things I was really not good at. You can't be good at everything, I guess. One interesting thing discussed during the meeting was the end of demon tribes. Yeah, the year when demons got together into different groups as a new survival strategy to counter the emergence of multiple Hashiras was called the Year of Demonic Tribes. And it has finally come to an end. The demons realized that working together was not helping them, instead, it allowed us to slay them easier as they gathered in one place. So they stopped. The sighting of demons in groups plummeted and we decided to allow more individual missions to the lower ranks again. Also, another lower moon had fallen at the might of Jyomiai, the stone Hashira. Ubuyashiki expressed his gratitude to the strongest demon slayer. With all of those and some more, the meeting came to an end. 4 months have passed. Time skip, 4, Seiji's POV, 2 months passed. I have deemed it to be impossible for me to learn the 11th form of water breathing. I did everything correctly, I followed the right breathing pattern, and I could perfectly imitate Ju's movement. But what I could not copy was his selfless state. I did not know how he did it, but it was impossible for me to completely erase my fighting spirit. There had to be at least something in you while fighting. It could be hate, it could be excitement, hostility, fear, or any other emotions. It was impossible to not feel anything, at least that's what I think. If you did not feel anything, what was even the point of fighting altogether? What makes you move against the enemy? How could you harm something without at least feeling anything? It was psychopathic behavior. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that Ju was able to fight even after erasing all his fighting spirit due to his immense sense of duty. It was a sense of duty that came from his traumas. It made him move and get the job done even when he was not feeling anything, like a robot that was programmed to complete a task no matter what. Dead calm. That was the name of the form. I guess I had to accept that I was not the only one who was incredibly special. Ju had something in him that I could not replicate even with my eyes and all my genius. Hopefully, though, I will be able to achieve the selfless state normally if I ever awaken my Demon Slayer mark. Just for the record, I had absolutely no intention of ever awakening my Demon Slayer mark. The reason was pretty obvious, I didn't want to die at the young age of 25. So that meant I had to be significantly stronger than the rest. I would have no unreasonable power-up in the middle of the fight, so I always had to be superior to my enemies. The training continued. My swordsmanship was impeccable, but there were always new ways to improve. I changed my training style a bit and focused on one breathing style for a week, and then I focused on another in the second week and so on. Demons were never ending. You truly realized that when you were slaughtering them every single day. It really did not matter how much we kill, they would always multiply. To stop this war, we need to kill the demons from the root, which was Muzan Kibutsuji. Then again, that seemed even more impossible. So I trained and trained and trained and trained. I got stronger and stronger and stronger. My techniques got more and more refined, and my skills increased day by day. My experience stacked up to build me up as a warrior. Each error and mistake shaped me to become a killing machine as pain molded me into the bane of demons. Not only that, I was also naturally growing stronger as I aged. I was certain that I was easily the second strongest Hashira by now, only below Jyomiai because he was just built differently. As I grew taller, I stopped strapping my sword on my back. Instead, I constantly carried my sword in one hand. This helped me draw my blade faster and also provided me with a non-lethal weapon as I used my sheathed sword as a blunt weapon. I gained the habit after I had to carry supplies on my back. Then I realized it was much better when I was constantly carrying my sword, sheathed or not, instead of strapping them on my back. So most of the time, you would see me carrying a long-ass sword in one hand, sometimes using it as a cane as I hunt down demons. 1 month passed. I took it easy during this month. I spent the time traveling across Japan, constantly keeping an eye out for that one home in the forest where Tanjiro lived, but still, no success. I visited Rengoku in his home again and I spent some time there. We trained together and I also learned that Shinjuro's depression was getting worse. He was officially a bum, a shameful shell of his former glory. All he cared about these days were complaining and drinking wine, just like how he was portrayed in the anime. He barely completed missions and refused to attend Hashira meetings. It was honestly a sad sight to see. I was considering asking him for a spar or at least asking for teachings to improve my flame breathing, but as he was now, it was not possible. He refused to even teach his own son, telling him that he would never be as good as people like me no matter how hard Rengoku trained. I stayed with Rengoku for a few days. We trained together and cooked giant meals which we enjoyed after each training session. I also got to meet his cute little brother who thought I was literally the coolest guy ever. Ha ha ha, it was nice to have a young admirer. They were so innocent. It made me want to be better to not disappoint them. After leaving, I visited Jewel and then Sanemi. I ended up helping them in theater missions as well and asking both of them to spar with me. Of course, we only used their respective breathing styles while sparring and in the end, I won both sparring sessions. Rather easily. I spent 1 whole month doing such things. 1 month later, Jyomiai Himejima, please take me under your wings. I said and did a 90-degree bow to probably the only human stronger than me. I've learned flame breathing, thunder breathing, water breathing, and wind breathing. Now it was finally time to learn the last breathing out of the 5 major breathing styles, which was also known as the strongest breathing style. If I was Thanos collecting the Infinity Stones, this would be the final stone. I'll be honored, Seiji. Jyomiai replied as a small stream of tears fell from his eyes. So, that's it? I asked myself. It was easier than I thought. I was expecting some challenge like Sanemi, but I didn't know Jyomiai was chill like that. Nevertheless, I smiled and thanked him. I had been delaying learning stone breathing because I wanted to grow physically first so that I could complete the training Jyomiai would give me. But now I have grown enough. Standing at the height of 5 feet 10 inches, my body was filled with compact muscles that made sure that I was no longer inferior to any of the Hashriyas in terms of strength. Take care of me, I said with a nod. Same to you, Jyomiai replied. And so, my training in stone breathing began as I went under the wings of Jyomiai Himejima. 2 months later, water breathing taught me to be formless and shapeless like water. Adapt to your enemy and find a way through them, whether it be flowing over them, around them, or under them. But then stone breathing's like, nah. Stone breathing taught me to stay true to myself and never falter. I was not meant to change or adapt to my enemies, instead, I should crush them all with unyielding force. Be an unstoppable force and an immovable object. I could not comprehend for the life of me how these 2 breathing styles even derived from the same breathing. Stone breathing emphasized strength and endurance. But unlike thunder breathing or wind breathing, it did not focus on bursts of strength. Instead, it focused on continuous application of strength. It also emphasized on momentum, that is, utilizing the momentum of each strike so that as the battle went on, I would become stronger and last in a drawn-out battle. I should be like a boulder rolling down a mountain, gaining more force the longer I went on. The training started much like how it started for Tanjiro. I had to push a giant boulder even bigger than Tanjiro's and learn to stay under a weight waterfall. The waterfall training was meant to build my endurance and also sharpen my persistence, which was what stone breathing was all about. The boulder pushing training was meant to teach me the concept of constant application of force. Basically, I did not have to have the burst of strength to move the boulder. If I stayed persistent and applied force on the boulder, over time that would build up and naturally move the boulder. While pushing the boulder, I learned that it's not about using a single burst of energy or power, but maintaining a steady and continuous exertion of force. This was akin to the idea of endurance and persistence. Constantly applying pressure, rather than stopping and starting, ensures steady progress. This part of the training was the most tricky one, and it took me nearly a month to complete them. But after that was done, the rest of the training was a breeze. There were no forms I could copy from stone breathing as it required the use of weapons other than a sword. But Gyomei took his time teaching me about the basic concept of stone breathing and also showed me examples of the forms that I could copy. He even referred to a stone Hashira in the past who used a giant claymore to help me. In the end, other than the constant breathing of stone breathing, I had to recreate the forms to fit me. But with all my mastery over breathing styles as a whole, I was able to create forms for stone breathing pretty easily. After 2 months, I learned everything I could from Gyomei. Stone breathing proved to be the hardest breathing style I'd ever learn. I think this one would take me years to fully master. But for now, I could say that I had learned all of the 5 major breathing styles. The idea of beating Muzan Kibutsuji still felt as impossible as ever. I thought it'd be a little different after I learned all the breathing styles, but nope. Well, like all the past MCs before me had said, more power. 6 months past time skip. 5. Seiji's POV. I had been focusing on demons too much. I deemed them to be the vilest creatures in the world, the source of all evil. In the process, I had forgotten that humans could be just as evil if not more than demons. After all, every demon was once a human. So would it not be more correct to say that humans were the source of evil? I was in a town located in the east. It was the place where people from rural villages came to trade. It was the boiling point of the economy in this region. I watched as a little girl was dragged on a leash like a dog by a bald man. Her eyes were devoid of life. There was no sparkle of youth in her eyes, although she was but a child. Her hair was messy and unkempt, her body was small and malnutrition. She looked like she was 7 even though my eyes told me she was 11 years old. My eyes saw everything. I saw all of the abuse the little child had endured till now. There were fractured bones that never fully healed and bruises that were still purple. Fuck, I did not want to describe it anymore. I ran up to the man. Hey, what do you think you are doing to the little girl? I asked, nicely. Not because of a lack of anger but due to an overwhelming amount of it. Maybe it was something in my eyes that forced the truth out of him, or maybe it was because the drunk man couldn't care less. But the man said, "She's my slave, her parents sold her." A slave, huh? At this age, there was still the practice of slaves in the rural areas. She's not reacting to anything anymore, you see. He said, and his hand went across the child's face with a loud smack. The girl's head turned and her lips immediately started bleeding. But she did not even release the tiniest scream of pain. She's broken. I am going to sell her to the prostitution house. I did not move a single muscle and simply stared at the little girl. When he mentioned prostitution, I used my X-ray on the little girl again. The absence of her hymen made my already cold blood colder. I knelt down in front of the little girl. I stared at her light purple eyes which were eerily similar to mine. My eyes failed to read her. I could even read Ju's stoic face, so that meant the girl was truly not feeling anything anymore. Like the guy said, she was broken. I untied the leash on her body and pushed her aside. Hey! What do you think you're doing? And finally, something snaps. My sheathed sword found its way to the man's jaw, disorienting him and dropping him to the ground. And then I started beating him in the most painful way possible. For the first time in my life, my eyes searched for the most painful ways I could harm a human. It was something I often did with demons but never on a human. I searched for soft tissues, places where there were most nerves. I started destroying his body. I hit his thighs, I hit the soles of his foot, I crushed his testicles and beat at every possible place where he wouldn't pass out or die. The people around quickly formed a crowd around us as people who never bat an eye seeing an abused child started telling me to stop. But no one walked forward to stop me. I think it's something about my eyes that made them freeze whenever they tried to approach. I looked at the humans around me as I would demons because, at that moment, I couldn't tell the difference. Blood splattered, pieces of flesh flew off and bones cracked and protruded out of the skin. Yet the man was still conscious because I forced him to be. He squealed like a pig, incoherent because I had long since broken his jaw. I tortured him for as long as I could before I stopped. There was no longer a way I could torture him. If I continued, he would either no longer feel it or it would only free the man of his pain by killing him. I turned my head to look at the small girl who watched everything happen. I searched for an emotion, at least a small satisfaction or fear on her face, but I found none. She was simply void. Then I looked around me. By now there were many people crowing around me, whispering to themselves. Were these really the people we were protecting against the demon? I don't want to protect them. When I promised to take the title of Hashira and promised to protect the weak from demons, I did not mean to protect these people. I finally rest my eyes on the man groveling on the ground again and I drew my blade. I sheathed my blade again. I took money from my pocket and threw most of it at his disfigured form. Get well soon, I said. Because I'm going to come again. Death was too good for him. I grabbed the child by her hand and dragged her away from the town. 2 months later, for the next few days after I found her, I took care of the child. I dropped every mission I had and only focused on her. I cleaned her body, I tended to her wounds from the medical knowledge I'd learned from Shinobu and I fed her with all the foods she could eat. But even after days passed, the girl still remained broken. She was like a soulless flesh in the form of a girl. It would take time for her to heal from all that she'd been through. She also never did things without a command. She was molded to act like a slave. Even if she was starving she wouldn't eat until I said so. The same goes for sleeping, talking, going to the toilet etc. Unless I told her to, she wouldn't do anything. She couldn't decide anything for herself. I also learned many things about the girl in the past few days. Like for example, her name was Kaneo and her parents sold her when she was only 4 years old. I made her retell everything that had happened to her so far. Luckily, she was not raped or sexually sold like I initially thought. Her hymen probably broke during many of the beatings she had to endure. After caring for her for a few weeks and helping her in any way I could, I brought her to the flower mansion, the place she rightfully belonged. If you didn't know, she was Kaneo, the student under Shinobu which we saw in the anime of Demon Slayer. She was also the love interest of the main character Tanjiro. She was meant to be found by Kane but it seemed I encountered her first. I brought her to the flower mansion and entrusted her into the hands of the Kocho sisters. I was by no means someone who could take care of a child. I was constantly traveling and had no home, but the flower mansion always had either of the sisters due to their job so they would be better at taking care of a child. So I decided to follow the canon and let her be raised by the Kocho sisters. It was for her own good. But when I was about to leave her, she ran up to me and grabbed my haori just like she had done during the weeks I had been taking care of her. I looked at her and I saw that she did not want me to leave. It was the first emotion I saw on her face, the first thought I read off her, and it completely melted me. So in the end, I stayed with her in the flower mansion for 2 months. I stayed with her until she was comfortable amongst the Kocho sisters. I was also able to teach her many things from then on. The progress was slow but the girl was healing, both in mind, spirit and body. Her small stature was slowly filled with healthy fats and muscle and after 2 months, she looked like a normal child. But after 2 months passed, I had to leave again. But this time, she had gotten along with the sisters and she felt safe with them. So I bid her farewell. And also, I ended up giving her my last name when we were creating documents for her. So she was Kaneo Shigan. She ended up being my little sister, I guess. Consider it a small change. In the canon, Kane gave her the name Kaneo Kocho as the girl had no name. 4 months later, the next 4 months were filled with constant training as I increased my mastery over every single breathing style. Not only that, but I also started creating new forms of breathing by mixing the breathing styles. Although some breathing styles could not be mixed due to their polar opposite nature, I was successful in most of them. Technically, I was creating a new breathing style by combining them, but I did not count it as such. I would develop my own breathing style later on. I spent the months training, visiting the flower mansion and doing missions. A Hashira meeting was also called again, and other than the fact that I was assigned a new territory, nothing significant happened. In the blink of an eye, time passed. And it had been a total of 2 years since I became a Hashira. Today, I turned 16 years old. At 16, I stood at 6 feet tall with a new air of maturity. 2 years was a long time, and I had grown in both body and character. Also, after developing new breathing forms which were a mix of 2 breathing styles, I was now the strongest among the Hashiras. It was not official yet, but if my eyes were to be truthful, I was indeed the strongest. I think I grew well during these past 2 years. 16th birthday, 3rd POV, the flower mansion. I spy with my little eyes, something dirty and in the air. Seiji said to the little girl sitting between his legs. A small smile tugged on his face as the little girl turned her head in search of what Seiji just described. It did not take long for the girl's moving head to stop in one direction, and she pointed at something flying in the air. It was a fly in the distance. That is correct, Seiji said, and rewarded the little girl by patting her head. Kaneo melted in his touch and praise, her eyes sparkled with joy even though she did not know how to smile. They were sitting on the veranda of the flower mansion while gazing at the garden outside. The place had quickly become their favorite place to hang out. Now, next one. Seiji hummed and then looked around at the garden. Oh, you need to do this one quickly. I spy with my little eye, something with 6 legs. Kaneo's purple eyes glazed over in focus before she quickly spotted something that fit the description. She pointed towards it again. It was the ant on a falling leaf. Correct again. Amazing, you have such good eyes, Kaneo, he praised her, and she bit her tongue in joy. She wanted to smile, but years of being hit for smiling made her body incapable. Kane Kocho watched all of this from a distance. She did not even realize that she had been watching for nearly an hour now. At first, it was the insane display of superior eyesight that attracted her attention. But it was the wholesome moment of bonding between Seiji and Kaneo that made her stay. They were so cute together. It had been 6 months since Seiji had come to their doorstep and asked if they could take care of the little girl, explaining to them how he met her and how she needed help. He said he was not qualified to take care of her and that they would be better for the job of raising her. But if what she was seeing was anything to go by, she'd say he was the perfect fit for the role. They looked like father and daughter, especially with Thea's similar eye color and Thea's incredible eyesight. He'd make a great father. Kane thought to herself with a fond smile. Seiji Shigan, he was just a child when she first met him. But in only 2 years, the boy had become a handsome young man, grown and reliable. Was it so common for boys to change this much after going through puberty? He was only a few months older than her younger sister, but he was already someone she could depend on. She frequently asked for his help whenever she was facing troubles in her mission. Not only her but the other Hashriyas as well. Seiji was the Hashriya with the quickest mission succession rate. For some reason, he preferred roaming around Japan instead of staying in his territory, so he was the main ally the other Hashiras would call using Their Kusagi crows if they ever needed an extra hand in Their mission. In just a few years that he had been in the Demon Slayer Corps, he had become the single most important factor in the organization. Even more so than Gyomii, since it was not often that they needed such firepower. It was his incredible efficiency that set him apart. There was the water Hashira, the wind Hashira, the stone Hashira, the flame Hashira, etc. But since Seiji had no singular breathing style, he was often simply referred to as Hashira no Hashira, or, the pillar of pillars. Sis, you are staring again. A voice suddenly snapped Kane out of her musing. She closed her eyes and her lips tugged a teasing smile before she turned back to look at Shinobu. Was I didn't realize. Seeing them both together is just too sweet, she said. That's the same excuse you used last time. You stare at him even when he is alone. Shinobu said. You know, you constantly tease me about how I am in love with Seiji, but aren't you actually the one who's in love with him? Shinobu said, quirking a grin. You fufu, trying to tease me? That won't work. Kane said and flicked her little sister on the forehead. Why are you here, Shinobu? Is the preparation finished? She asked. Shinbu rubbed her forehead and said, yes. We just need to do the finishing touches and you need to distract him for a bit before leading him to the hall. Won't be hard considering how he is naturally distracted by you. Shinobu pouted and looked at her chest, which was still just a budding flower, before looking at her sister's chest, which had already blossomed. Oh, Seiji had a preference, all right. And he made it painfully obvious for everyone since his eyes were his everything. I'll do my best. Kane said, and they both walked towards Seiji. Okay Kaneo, enough playing with Big Brother, it's time to study. Shinobu called out. Kaneo looked up to ask for confirmation, and after Seiji gave a nod, she robotically stood up and ran to Shinobu. There was no whining or protest that you'd often find in a girl her age. Her past made it so that she followed orders naturally. Shinobu grabbed Kanoa by the hand and they both walked away from the veranda, leaving only Seiji and Kane together. She walked towards Seiji and she sat down beside him. She was a little too close, much to his fluster and her amusement. What brings you here, Lady Kane? Nothing in particular, just wanted to enjoy the view in your company. Also, I told you not to call me lady, she said. I feel like it creates an invisible wall between us. We are close enough to drop the formality, are we not? Or was that just on my part? She slightly pushed her small shoulder on his bigger frame. Of course, Kane. I feel close to you as well. He said, his face stone cold. He must believe that his face didn't give away anything. But after 2 years of knowing him, Kane could read him well. Although his face was stoic, his ears hidden between strands of purple hair were turning red at the tip when he spoke. That's his way of blushing. She'd never told him about it because it was adorable when he thought he didn't give away his true emotions. Anyways, what do you think about the new flowers I planted in the garden? The camellias? They are beautiful. Oh, you know about them? A little. The camellia blooms in early spring and winter. They are said to be a symbol of elegance and love. Seiji said the few things he knew, maybe hoping it would impress the Wani-san. Which he did. Wow, I didn't expect that. Usually, boys are absolutely clueless when it comes to flowers. Well, I am a self-proclaimed admirer of beauty, so I know a lot about beautiful things, which most flowers are. Really? Then do you know about those? Kane asked and pointed towards a flower bed beside the pond. Poini. Peony, she corrected him in her mind. Another thing she found absolutely adorable was how he was unable to pronounce certain things. Most of which were words that rely on the tone to convey the meaning. Even with his eyes, his deafness still made him disabled in some ways. You know them. They are very rare and I was lucky enough to get them from this one village during my mission last year. The two of them sat together and chatted about the flowers in the garden for a few minutes. Kane was glad to find someone knowledgeable about flowers. Although Shinobu liked flowers, she was more interested in butterflies. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have something to show you. Kane said, her main objective nearly slipped her mind during the conversation. Seiji stood up first and offered his hand. She stared for a bit before she took it, her smaller hand perfectly fit in his bigger hand. Then with ease, he pulled her entire weight off the floor. She was caught off guard and stumbled forward to his chest. Once a smaller boy, now he stood at 6 feet, easily towering over her. She quickly turned around. "Follow me," she said, hiding the red in her cheeks. They both walked together to the hall and they paused when they reached the front door. Seiji tilted his head, wondering why they suddenly stopped. And then the door was slammed open. "Happy birthday." The hall was decorated with flowers and balloons. There was a giant cake in the middle and the people inside sang happy birthday in unison. All of the Hashiras had gathered today along with all of the friends Seiji had made so far, including Rengoku. The people working in the mansions were also there along with people Seiji had saved in the past. It was not in Japanese culture to celebrate birthdays. But it was Seiji, affected by his past life culture, who started the trend of celebrating birthdays by wishing and giving gifts to his fellow Hashiras when it was their birthday. And today, everyone decided to celebrate his birthday to return the favor. He just turned 16, which was the age of adulthood in samurai culture. "What a beautiful day this is," Jyomi said with tears falling from his white eyes and a big birthday cone on his head. "Happy birthday Seiji," Ju said with a smile. "Don't misunderstand, Ju forced me," was Sanemi's excuse even though he was the one who blew all the balloons used to decorate the hall. "Let's set our hearts ablaze in celebration," Rengoku said, standing beside his father who came because he was promised free wine. "Happy birthday." Naturally, Tengen was the loudest of them all. Pretty sure he used his breathing style to make his voice even louder. Seiji stood there, frozen for a moment before a bright smile stretched across his face. He pushed away his desire to say, "You guys were so fucking obvious. I saw it coming from a mile away." Instead, he gave them the appropriate reaction of surprise for their effort. But the joy he felt in his heart could not have been truer. Marriage? Seiji's POV, so it's been 2 months again since I turned 16. The Demon Slayer Corps decided to throw a huge party for my birthday since I was officially an adult in samurai culture. And if you didn't know, Demon Slayers were samurai who slay demons. After my birthday, I immediately received a letter from Abuyashiki, telling me that he was sorry to miss the birthday celebration. And in the same letter, he wrote that I could take a vacation for as long as I needed. I was confused at first because how the fuck did he know I was going to ask for a vacation? For those who had forgotten, let me refresh your memories. At the age of 16, I was finally permitted to claim my inheritance. It was why I took the exams during the training arc, remember? So I was planning to ask for a break so that I could settle the documents. But Abuyashiki somehow knew it beforehand and granted me permission. Honestly, it was a little creepy. Anyway, it has been 2 months since then and I had finally settled everything. I was now the rightful owner of huge acres of land and every savings my brother and father who were both high-ranking military officers had was finally mine. I was filthy rich now. Well, I was rich before since being a Hashira and completing as many missions as I did paid quite well. But now, I was not just rich, I was filthy rich. "Seiji, it's time for breakfast." I looked through the walls and saw my aunt call for me. In the next second, she realized how stupid she was for calling a deaf person and she came to my room. It has been 2 years, so of course that would slip her mind. She slid open the door to my room and said, "It's time for breakfast Seiji." "Coming," I said and got up. On the floor were beautiful paintings I had made just this morning alone. Could you have guessed that having special eyes and perfect movement allowed you to create masterpieces? I didn't know it until I tried. I went out of my room and joined both my uncle and aunt on the table. We all ate the food while having a small conversation between eating. Things were just as it used to be. I had been staying with them for months now since, anything involving the government officials took an extremely long time. If the inheritance did not have sentimental value or was extremely valuable, I wouldn't even bother claiming it due to the hassle. I never told them specifically that I was only here to claim my inheritance. They must have thought that I was finally back. Seiji, what is your thought on marriage? I saw my uncle say. Finally talking about a topic other than politics? Sure, I can tolerate this one. Marriage is cool. I said while putting a boiled egg in my mouth. Protein. What is your opinion on you getting married? He asked me again. I nearly scoffed. Marrying? I dared not even think of that in my line of profession. I hope I don't, but I could die any fucking moment. It would only take one encounter with the top 3 demons of the upper moon or Muzan. Then I'm cooked. I was strong but not on their level just yet. But marriage? That was the dream and one I would hopefully get to experience. I was not given a family in my past life, and the one I was born into in this life got taken away from me. So why not make a new family? After everything was over, I hope I could make a big family. That's the dream. I said with a shrug. My uncle and aunt both looked at each other and smiled. I did not know why, but I suddenly had a bad feeling. What? I asked before putting another boiled egg in my mouth. We found a girl. Pause. And then. I spat out the egg in my mouth and started choking on their words. My uncle quickly passed me water and I downed the thing in a few seconds. After that, I took a deep breath and said. What do you mean you found a girl? We found a girl you can marry. The father is an old friend of mine and his daughter is exactly the same age as you and she is looking for a husband. Aren't I a little too young? I asked with a strained face. Nonsense, it's the perfect age. She can already marry by law at the age of 15 while you will be able to marry next year. It's the perfect time for an engagement. I sighed and rubbed my forehead. What makes you guys even think of doing such things? That too without my consent. Well, I apologize if we were being too hasty, after all, you just returned. But you are already more than capable of marrying. You have claimed your inheritance, so you have land and house. Not only that, you have the money and you said you also had a high-paying job. Plus, you are handsome and you are educated. There is no reason for us to think otherwise. My aunt said. If you want, we can stop, my uncle said. Yes. And wait until next year. No. Well, I could understand where they were coming from. It was Japan and traditionally, if you were financially stable and had a home, it's common sense that you would marry next. And most marriages were arranged with the parents setting up the couple. They were excited to take the role of my parents that way and find a good girl for me. I understand that. But sadly, I couldn't comply with their desire. Not by a long shot. I'm sorry, mother, father. I said, calling them with the name I should have been calling since they adopted me. But I can't marry yet. Heck, I don't know if I will ever be able to marry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I am not ready to love someone like that. I'm not ready to have a family again. I said seriously, and I could see that my words had effect on them. I couldn't have a family again. Not until I eradicate every single one of those demons. Not until I made sure they would never rob me of my treasures again. Not until I made sure I could protect my love. I see. I understand, my boy, my uncle said with a firm smile while my aunt wiped a tear from the emotions she felt when I called her mom. And we're sorry to push the topic suddenly on you before asking your opinion on it. It's fine, we will cancel everything, my uncle said, and my heart was finally at peace again. After that, we continued eating our food. The atmosphere was a lot lighter than before as we all had smiles on our faces. Even though we decided to cancel the engagement, we still need to meet them to show respect. It would be an insult if we suddenly told them we canceled it. Can you do that for me? My uncle asked and I nodded. Good. Well, the girl's name is Mitsuri Kenroji, *slam. I slammed my hands on the table, making all of the dishes jump from the force before they scattered and fell. I stood up in an instant. Did you just say, Mitsuri? Why yes, her name's Mitsuri Kenroji, my uncle replied. Dear respected father, please next time, start with that. You nearly made me commit the biggest fumble in history. I said and wiped my lips. Then I turned around and headed towards the door. Where are you going, Seiji? Where else? To my wife's house. I said and raised my arm like I was the luckiest man in the world. I'm getting married. What? But you said, sorry, I don't hear what I said because I'm deaf. My aunt ran up to me and grabbed my hand. Let's not get too hasty, Seiji. You still need to wait a year to even legally marry. Then we just have to do it illegally because I'm ready. I said, my voice had never been firmer. After the name of the girl dropped, the situation had taken a complete turn. Mitsuri Kenroji, Seiji's POV. I ain't fumbling this one. No way. Traumas be damned. Do you remember that guy who rejected Mitsuri? You know, the one with circle spectacles who had the whole internet coming together just to hate on him and call him an idiot? Yeah, I ain't going to be like that guy. No chance I was going to fumble that badly. In all seriousness, Mitsuri Kenroji was my waifu even in my past life. So the chance of meeting her was already incredible, but having the chance to get married to her? I will just have to crown myself with the title of a fanfiction protagonist because there is no other way I could get this lucky. Even if I did not end up marrying her, I wanted to see her just once. I was a deep admirer of beauty, so I really wanted to see for myself just how beautiful she was and find out if she could compare with girls like the Kocho sisters. Not only that, I was curious to know how her body would look like since she was known to have supernatural strength since birth. So all in all, I was excited to meet her. But they live in Tokyo? I said while having flashbacks of the last time I was in Tokyo. I encountered Muzan Kibutsuji the last time I was there and I promised myself to never visit the city again. The experience was unforgettable as it was the closest I had been to death. In the Azusa ward to be specific, my uncle said with a nod. Is there any problem? No. I shrugged. The part of me that was a simp for Mitsuri easily won against the part of me that feared Muzan. When should we go? I asked and both my aunt and uncle looked at me weirdly. You are awfully excited about this so suddenly. Fine, if you want we can go today itself. And so, the three of us headed towards the Azusa ward of Tokyo after we finished our breakfast. Our visit would be a surprise for them since my uncle didn't know I would be so enthusiastic and therefore did not tell them. It took us the whole morning and the early afternoon to reach the ward. My uncle and aunt were not young anymore, so the journey took some time even though we took carriages in most part of the journey. Late in the afternoon, we reached the Azusa ward and came upon the Kenroji's household. The house was decently big with a huge compound surrounding their home. It was obvious that their family was well off. We entered the compound and looked around at all the flowers and trees. It reminded me of the garden back in the flower mansion. There was also a small, artificial stream with a red bridge over it to make the whole place authentic. I immediately recognized that as the place where Mitsuri was rejected many times. The servants greeted us warmly and immediately went to inform the master. It did not take long for the head of the family, Daddy Kenroji, to come out and welcome us. What an unexpected surprise. Thank you for accepting my invitation and coming so quickly. Kenji Kenroji said. Sorry for intruding out of the blue, but my son could not wait to meet your daughter, my uncle replied. Is that so? Thank you for your kindness, Seiji. I've heard great things about you and I appreciate you going along with the arrangement of us old men. Kenji said, with a small bow, and I bowed even lower to show respect. Come, let me give you a proper welcome, my friend. Kenji said and led us to the house. He and my uncle engaged in small talks as we walked. He also showed us around the compound for a bit before he brought us inside. I'm sure you all must be tired from coming all the way here. Allow us to host you for dinner, I will tell the cook to make more portions. Kenji said as we sat down in the living room. That'd be wonderful, my uncle laughed kindly. Soon, other members of the family came to the living room and we introduced ourselves. I learned that Kenji and his wife had 6 children, with Mitsuri being the middle child. Their older children were already married and were living in the same compound but at different houses. The mother of the household was an elegant older lady with beauty marks under her eyes, and oddly enough, she reminded me of my mother. My uncle and Kenji engaged in a conversation where I also participated as the main topic was about me. My aunt on the other hand was entertained by Kenji's wife Junko as they left to look at the flowers in the garden. Junko, as the mistress of the household, also had to supervise the servants cooking and working. So that left only us 3 dudes to talk. So Seiji, I heard that you are a master of kendo and you won even at national level. Tell me, have you ever considered opening a dojo? Kenji asked. Ah, my most feared question. My plan for the future. There was no plan for me. It was honestly hard to plan for the future when I was not sure I would even survive past 25. It was a weird situation. If things went according to the canon story, Muzan Kibutsuji would die in the final battle, which would take place when I was 19. If we win and I survive, maybe I would consider opening a dojo. I could teach not only swordsmanship but also breathing styles to preserve the tradition of demon slayers. I have learned all 5 major breathing styles, so I could definitely do that. Also, maybe I should preserve the history of demons and demon slayers so that the sacrifices everyone had made would not be forgotten. It would be better than becoming fictional characters in Zenitsu's story. It didn't even have to be officially recognized, it could just be a myth with enough evidence for people to believe in. That'd be interesting. Anyway, to the question, I replied with an answer I had made many years ago. I was a kendo master, which was something Japanese people respected greatly due to the samurai culture which had not completely died out yet. I was also educated. And coupled with my family's legacy as military officers, I said I planned to do the same. My achievements in kendo tournaments and my family's connection would make it easy for me to thrive there. It was a great plan. I would surely look like a boy with a good future ahead, even though in reality, I was not sure I even had a future. I planned on surviving and saving everyone, but I was also not delusional. The conversation went on as the 2 dudes kept glazing at me, but I was becoming quite impatient because I hadn't met the person whom I had come all the way to see. Where is she? I asked in my mind. It had been an hour since we arrived. Excuse me, but can you tell me where the toilet is? I asked out of the blue. Sure. It's that way. Kenji said and pointed to the left. Go past the corridor and turn left. Thank you. I said and got up before walking away. I allowed my head to turn and look around the house. My eyes released a glow as I used my X-ray vision to scan the entire house. I walked through the corridor and then I suddenly stopped when I finally saw the person I was searching for. But I saw her in a state I never expected, so I paused in surprise. Then I changed my path from the toilet to the room where I found her. In a few seconds, I stood in front of the dark room where she was in. I slid open the door. Wah! I heard a yelp of surprise. I looked at the young woman with black hair and beauty marks under both her eyes. I was not really focused on her appearance, instead, my attention was on her expression and the situation. What are you doing? I asked. My usual stoic voice might have sounded colder to her because she flinched back like a criminal being caught committing a crime. She stuttered as she looked at her own hands, which were black from dye. What I saw was not the bubbly perfect waifu that we saw in the anime. It was not the sweet and confident girl that I expected. It should have been obvious. That girl did not exist yet. That was 4 years in the future. What I got was something much more raw and real. A girl trying to be something she's not because that's the only way she thought she'd fit in. Hello. I'm your future husband and I want to know. I said and walked closer to her. What are you doing? Is this love? Third POV, she was different. She was always different from the others. But she didn't know how scary that was until she turned 15 when she faced her first rejection. That day, she learned that to be different was to be not normal. And to not be normal was to not fit in. I don't think this can work, you are just too strange. You have no softness or gentleness a lady should possess. You are like a gorilla. My hand hurts when you hold it, was what her first fiancé said to her before canceling the arranged engagement. He said a lot, but maybe he wouldn't have said so much if he knew how much each word hurt her. Her heart bled behind a brittle smile, and that was when she realized the deep sorrow that came with rejection. He didn't want her. But who could blame him? After all, men wanted a weak woman they could protect and provide for. They wanted a woman with a healing touch of love and care. They wanted a woman who was modest. They wanted a dignified noble lady. All of which she was not. She was a woman stronger than any man she had ever encountered. Her touch could crush rocks, they were not soft or healing. She was not modest, her generous bosoms but made her look like a shameless seductress. She was loud and ate a lot, the opposite of what a noble lady should be. She was everything she shouldn't be, and that made her sad. Mitsuri had been intrigued by romance and love ever since she was little. She had read many books and listened to stories about love and romance. Her dream was to find love someday and become a wife. She wanted to dedicate herself to a man she loved who would treasure her like the most precious jewel. She wanted to fall in love with a man who was stronger than her, someone who could protect her from anything in the world. That was the dream of her youthful self. But as she got older, she learned that her fantasy would never come true, all because she was different. But that's okay, she told herself. She could still find love. But alas, she was apparently not fit for the love she was searching for. From a young age, Mitsuri learned that love was the most important thing in the world. To love was to be human. It was the meaning behind everything in life. It could be love for an art, love for a concept, or love for other people. She thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world. Yet even amongst all else, romantic love, the love between husband and wife was what she wanted the most. After all, familial love made sense, friendship also made sense. But two strangers loving each other to the point of being able to sacrifice everything they had? Two unrelated people deciding to forever be together because they thought they couldn't live without the other person? That sounded so silly. It was illogical. It was beautiful and Mitsuri wanted it. But, "Mother, do you think I will ever be able to find a husband?" she asked after her 5th rejection. "Oh sweetie, I'm sure you will meet a man one day who would love you just as you are. Like me and your father do," her mother assured her. Miss Yuri stayed silent as if accepting her mother's words, but deep down, she didn't believe her. So she decided to do everything she could to fit into the ideal lady. She started dyeing her hair black and wore unflattering clothes. She also started starving herself, both to weaken her body and to behave like a proper lady. She changed herself to become a girl men would like. She was willing to kill her true self if it meant finding love. It might sound stupid to others, but it was not stupid for the future love Hashira. Everyone was born with a purpose, hers just happened to be love. But even after she changed herself, she was still getting rejected. Her suitors were still able to see past her mask. Be normal. Fit in, was what she told herself daily. She was chasing the wrong thing in her youthful nativity. It was not love that she was pursuing, at most, it was merely approval. Love was true. So even if she was accepted, it would only be a cheap imitation of love. That day, Mitsuri had another guest. It was a new suitor, one that her father talked highly about. The boy was her age and according to her father, he was the perfect fit for her. But there was one problem. They came to the house unannounced, so Mitsuri had no time to dye her hair black or to change her clothes. She had to hide in her room as she quickly changed her clothes and started smearing black paint on her bright hair. At one point she used to love her pink and green hair, they were happy and colorful, but no suitors liked it. They didn't want a wife that stood out too much. They wanted a girl with the beauty of the moon, not the big bright sun. But while she was busy dyeing her hair, the door to her room suddenly slid open and she was caught red-handed, or should she say black-handed. There he was, her next suitor. One that would reject her soon enough with how things were going. He was handsome, remarkably so. It was something she noticed immediately when she spied on him as they came to her house. But at the moment, her mind did not even register that. Her eyes froze when they greeted his bright purple ones. Those eyes saw everything. Everyone felt uncomfortable when those eyes, which seemingly felt like they could see through every secret, fell upon them. It was especially severe for Mitusri, who was full of secret insecurities. She felt like all of her flaws were laid bare to him. She couldn't hide anything, her mask crumbled. Fear started creeping up her heart. It was a fear that a criminal would experience if they were caught committing a crime. "What are you doing?" he asked, and she flinched back. His voice was cold, he was mean. She supposed it was natural since she was trying to catfish him. Words got stuck in her throat. There was a clot of nervousness stopping them from coming out. How could she possibly speak under the gaze of those eyes? They saw through everything. He had seen her true self. "Hello. I'm your future husband and I want to know what you are doing," he said and walked close to her. "Wait, what?" Her breath hitched. That was when she noticed that there was no repulsion in his eyes even though he had seen through her. They were just really mean, but there was nothing else. No disappointment, no repulsion. There was no rejection. "I was just dyeing my hair," she said, the nervousness melting like ice in summer. "But why would you do that?" he asked. "Your hair is pink and green, it's an exotic color." Then his lips curved ever so slightly. "It's beautiful." "What?" Her hair was beautiful. That's the first time someone said that to her. Her cheeks couldn't help but burn for some reason. Her heart started racing. It was racing due to fear and embarrassment. Her stomach was doing somersaults in her belly. "Is this love?" she thought to herself. What she was feeling was awfully similar to what she had read in the past. Just then, her father and another man came to the scene. She looked at her father and saw his face fall as if realizing the situation. His expression showed that he thought they were done for. "What is the meaning of this?" the man asked. "Oh, nothing, uncle. It's just that Mitusri has something on her hair. It should be fine after she washes it off," the boy said and turned around. "Sorry to disturb you, we will wait in the living room," the boy said before he pushed at the man, and they both returned to the living room. Mitsuri and her father watched them leave with wide eyes before they both looked at each other. They were both equally surprised as the anticipated rejection never came. A realization struck them in the silence. Their guests were okay with Mitsuri's appearance. Kenji smiled at his daughter. "Go clean your hair quickly and come to the living room," he said in excitement. Mitsuri nodded and ran to the bathroom to clean her hair. After which she went to the living room to greet the guests and her suitor. During all this, Mitsuri's heart just won't stop beating like an engine. Her cheeks blushed and her eyes sparkled. Had she finally found someone who wouldn't reject her? Would she find love this time? New objective, Seiji's POV, pink. It was pink. Not just any pink, it was bubble gum pink, the color you would expect on Barbies and angels. Obviously, I was talking about her muscles. I don't know where your dirty little mind had gone, but I was referring to every fiber of muscles in her body. Although, I could assure you that she was pink there as well, considering how her body was mostly the color of pink. There are two types of muscles in the human body. I've said this before, they are fast twitch muscles and slow twitch muscles. Fast twitch muscles were white and slow twitch muscles were red. But there was also another muscle type which was the color of pink. Normally, you would never find this in the human body or mammals in general. The only creatures I knew had pink muscles were fishes. They require incredible strength to swim with the heavy resistance of water, so they have pink muscles. Pink muscle was the combination of red and white muscle, slow twitch and fast twitch muscle. They were a mix of the two, the best of both worlds. And apparently, Mitsuri's muscles were made entirely of said pink muscles because obviously she was just built differently. Not only that, her muscles were 8 times denser than normal. Her body was different from the extraordinary bodies I had encountered. Rengoku, whose body was bred to be a swordsman, Tengen's body was built for speed, Gyomii was simply a superior human. But Mitsuri was even more extraordinary than that. It was simply alien, something which I never even thought was possible. It was simply divine. I shifted my focus to her outer appearance and my X-ray stopped. Her facial features were delicate and cute. Much to my surprise, her beauty was comparable to that of Kane's. I said comparable because their beauty was fundamentally different from the other, so there was no way to tell who was prettier. Kane possessed an elegant beauty with sharp features that effortlessly exuded sensuality. She was like the moon. On the other hand, Mitsuri had delicate features with adorable shapes. She gave off the feeling that she should be protected. Her beauty was blinding, noticeable to anyone who looked at her general direction, unlike Kane, who got more beautiful as you looked at the detail of her face. She was like the sun. Suffice to say, I was not disappointed. The only thing left to do was try and tear my eyes away from her because I think I'd been staring for too long. My thoughts were cut short when I felt my uncle pinch me on my thighs. I blinked and returned to reality. It was then that I noticed Mitsuri shifting uncomfortably in her place. I understood my mistake immediately. Although the subject of my analysis never realized the abilities of my eyes, humans felt instinctively uncomfortable when they were so thoroughly observed. They couldn't pinpoint why, but most people had told me I have creepy eyes. And it was really not smart to stare too much at the girl who had many insecurities. Which was incredibly stupid, by the way. How the fuck was a beauty like her insecure? I never thought I would see the expression she currently had on her face. It was one of the downsides of meeting these beloved characters too soon. They had not gone through the things they were meant to go through, so they had not grown yet. I'm sorry. I was just enchanted by your beauty, I said with a straight face. I didn't mince my words. Much to my amusement, Mitsuri started getting extremely red. I could see steam rising from her head. She was adorable. Are you sure it's not because of the unusual hair color that you were staring at her? Don't be afraid to be honest, many of the previous suitors had complained about her hair. Kenji said, causing her daughter to stop blushing as she remembered some bad memories. Way to ruin my Riz, Daddy Kenroji. My Riz was already horrible, but you ruined even that. No, I have no problem with her hair and instead find them pretty. I actually have a friend with hair just as colorful as hers. I said, the image of Rengoku flashed in my mind. Oh, is that so? Good to hear. Kenji said with a smile. After that, silence fell between us. Mitsuri was way too shy, while my social skill level was not high enough to start a conversation with a pretty girl like her. Our respective parents were all too amused as they watched us. Now that Mitsuri is finally here, why don't you two get to know each other? Kenji said, Mitsuri dear, why don't you show Seiji around the garden? Okay, she squeaked out before standing up. She gestured to follow me and I did. We walked out of the house, leaving the two men to themselves. I followed Mitsuri to their garden and we slowly walked beside each other. That was until we walked across the red bridge above the stream. She suddenly stopped and when I noticed, I turned back to look at her. I want to apologize for what happened back there, she said and bowed down so low that I was impressed by her flexibility. It was nothing worth apologizing for. No, she shook her head, although you were okay with my unusual hair, I tried to deceive you by dyeing my hair. I'm so sorry. It was really not a big deal considering people dye their hair all the time. Even older women did it to hide their silver hair or because they didn't like their natural hair color. It was why dye existed in the first place. But I guess it was the intention that counts. I nodded, I accept your apology. She wore a blue kimono with flower patterns on it. The setting sun cast a warm orange hue over us, but the world was as bright as day when I looked at her. Her exotic pink and green hair danced to the tune of the breeze, and when she gave me a bright smile, it was almost a bit too much like someone suddenly injecting honey and syrup into your bloodstream. Too sweet. I looked away. Let's see. I need an objective here, don't I? Or else I would not be able to interact with her properly. I've already done it for Ju, so let's do this again. Let me change Mitsuri earlier than in canon and speed up her character development. The objective was to make her realize that she was enough and she didn't need to change. There were people who would accept her as she was and even treasure her because of her uniqueness. Honestly, that sounded like a problem every teenager had faced at least once in their life. Mitsuri really was the most normal one among the Demon Slayer cast, wasn't she? Are you hungry, Mitsuri? It was a question I already knew the answer to. My eyes told me that she was starving herself. Her body was not getting the appropriate nutrients that it needed. Her body needed food even more than the few beggars we encountered while coming here. Why don't we go to a restaurant to get something to eat? I asked her again. But we are going to have dinner soon, she said with a puzzled look. I shook my head. If my uncle and aunt were present, they might judge her. I wanted her to eat as much as she could, so it was better to take her to a restaurant. I want to eat with you. Only the two of us. I said, and she blinked cutely before blushing. Okay, she said, and then we both left the Kanroji compound and headed to a restaurant in the town. And that is all your order, sir. Thank you for coming to us, the chef said with a tired smile. Sweats traveled down his aged face. Omurice, pork cutlets, miso soup, rice, fish, onigiri, sakura machi, etc., all kinds of foods were on the table which were meant for a family. All the foods looked like they were meant for 20 people, while only Mitsuri and I sat opposite each other. Are you going to eat all of this? Mitsuri asked me with a gulp. I was deaf, but I felt like I could hear her stomach growling. We are going to eat all this, I said. We? Yes, we. I have special eyes that can see things, so I know you are hungry and your body needs the food. I said. She did not say anything, just looking at the food on the table. Why are you hesitating? The reason you were holding back was because you were afraid that your suitor wouldn't like it, right? I said, well, worry not, I am actually really attracted to girls who can eat lots of food. Really? She asked. Really, I said, and picked up a sakura machi with my chopsticks and brought it close to her mouth. I remember in the anime that the reason why her hair turned pink and green was because she was eating too many sakura machi. It was her favorite food. Finally, she took the food in her mouth and she never stopped after that. Meanwhile, I simply enjoyed the incredible sight of a rather small girl eating food meant for 20 men. It was astonishing, especially with my eyes that could see everything that happened inside. I was going to teach her that it was okay to be herself. She didn't need to change, the world can change instead. Helping a waifu, Seiji's POV, holy shit, it's all gone. Call me dramatic, but I know you would react the same way after witnessing a girl finishing the amount of food meant for 20 people all by herself. It was bullshit, like many other things in this world of shounen anime. How the fuck did she weigh 56 kilograms with muscles 8 times denser than normal? All canon, by the way. How the fuck did her body digest all those foods so quickly? Where the fuck did those energy go? Honestly, I got over such illogical observations a long time ago. This world was different from my past life, their logic could not be compared. That much should be obvious when there was a demon king who looked like Michael Jackson and got his power from a flower. But still, this was one of the rare occasions when I was shocked. Her body was just a fucking mystery even with my eyes. It did not follow common logic. How the fuck can it do that? Why the fuck was it so beautiful? I wanted to explore it. Mitsuri blushed a deep shade of red while looking down at the ground. She had finally come to her senses after finishing all the food. She released a cute little burp after which she immediately covered her lips. Even though I told her she could eat as much as she wanted, there was guilt and shame on her face. You know what, maybe the gods gave me all the wealth I had just so that I could provide for this little glutton wrapped in a fluff of cuteness, and, I am always 2 steps ahead, you finished it all, I said. Maybe my voice came out more bewildered than expected because she shrunk even smaller and nodded. That's amazing. You ate it all, I said as genuine laughter rolled off my throat. It was rare that I would laugh. Mitsuri seemed to realize that too, even though she'd only known me for a few hours. Her big round eyes gawked at me like they were looking at the strangest sight. I didn't even get to eat anything. She inclined her head. I am so sorry. Don't sweat it. We still have dinner waiting for us anyway, I said. I couldn't even order more because the shop literally served us everything they had. This was also why there were no onlookers to gawk at Mitsuri like she was an animal in the zoo. I made sure to send all possible distractions away before letting her indulge in her food. Let's return, I said, and we both left the restaurant. We returned to the Kanroji compound just in time for dinner, and believe it or not, Mitsuri was still able to eat a normal portion of food after all that. Dinner was a joyous affair. My uncle and Kenji were old friends, and that was evident. With the 2 men of the family getting along, the rest of the members did too. Stories about when Mitsuri and I were young were shared. Mitsuri's parents especially had a lot of things to talk about and many tales to tell. She was kind of like the odd one in the family, in a good way. Her parents said she was nothing like her other siblings, so she had plenty of fun stories. My uncle and aunt also shared stories of how I grew up. Mine were not as humorous or fun as Mitsuri's, but they were remarkable achievements. As a reincarnated person and a prodigy, I was extremely mature for my age when I was young and achieved many impressive feats. I was a little sad that my uncle and aunt did not have a funny story to share about me. At that time, I was laser-focused on getting stronger, so I sacrificed my childhood. I barely even spent time with them. But even with all that, they were always so kind and understanding. They didn't ask anything in return while I was suspicious of them and chalked their kindness to them wanting my inheritance. They never stopped loving me. But here I was, still calling them uncle and aunt even in my mind. Forget addressing them as mother and father, I haven't even acknowledged their names. I was bitter. My suspicions, thinking I was smarter than everyone else and the barrier I erected around me, were just a way for me to cope because truthfully, I never wanted to love again at that time. I didn't want to have a family again, because the pain I felt when it was taken from me was too much, too unbearable. I didn't want heaven if it meant risking hell. I just wanted to be fine. But those fears were slowly dying as strength grew in its place. As I was gaining the power to protect my family and ensure it was not taken from me again, the barriers slowly crumbled away. So I hoped in the future, we could get even closer. Anyway, after dinner, we stayed for a little while longer and the important question was imposed upon me. So Seiji, what do you think of my daughter? Did you get along well? Kenji asked the question. Although my parents had arranged the meeting, it was still ultimately my decision whether I was engaged with Mitsuri or not. Kenji was asking for an answer to that. If I didn't like her, I would say something like praising her daughter or say things like how I wanted to get to know her better. I shouldn't outright say that I didn't want to marry her, as that would be a great insult. Basically, if I didn't say I wanted her as a wife, it would be the same as rejection. Anything other than confirmation would be taken as rejection. So what did I say? She'd make a lovely wife. I was not sure where I was going with this or whether I truly wanted to spend the rest of my life with Mitsuri, but I left that for 20-year-old me, who by that time would have probably ended the demon war or died trying. But the reactions I got from Mitsuri and her parents made me glad I accepted. Mitsuri herself had a small and earnest smile with tears of joy, while her parents were truly glad to find someone who did not reject their daughter instantly. After that, we left the Kanroji household. Since it was too late to go home, we went to an inn nearby where we all spent the night. The next morning we went home. Although the engagement was seemingly done, we were not rushing it. I was not even legally able to marry yet, so marriage was still a thing in the far future. All in all, it was a great experience. The next day, I think this was the first time I had ever been on a proper date. Shinobu and I would go out at night to hunt and experiment on demons, while Kane and I had gone on a joint mission on more than one occasion, but those were not dates. Mitsuri and I were currently walking around the compound. We had just returned from the market and now we were taking a peaceful stroll in the garden. She had gotten noticeably comfortable around me, but she was still guarded and hesitant to be her true cheery self. I was able to get a glimpse of it, but at the moment she was still hiding in fear of rejection. While we were walking past the huge stacking boulders near the stream, an idea suddenly struck me. I stopped walking and looked at the stones. Seiji? Mitsuri, do you think you are stronger than me? I asked suddenly and she blinked in surprise. What makes you say that? No reason. I was just curious. I said. You are a man, of course, you'd be stronger than me, she said, but my eyes see through her lies easily. Now it was not just a matter of helping her. The fact that she thought I was weaker genuinely rubbed my ego the wrong way. Let's show her that she was not the only one with special talent. I went ahead to one of the smaller boulders. It was around the size of a car wheel and would probably weigh around close to 100 kilograms. I picked it up with ease and put it over my head. Ah! Mitsuri gasped softly in surprise. I put down the stone in front of her and said, now you try. She was hesitant at first, but seeing how I easily picked the stone up, she thought it would not be a problem if she did the same. She didn't know that the stone was already heavy enough that no normal man would even be able to lift it. She picked it up and also put it above her head. I was genuinely surprised at the ease with which she threw the weight up. My eyes glowed purple as I watched her pink muscles produce raw strength like it was Thea's sole purpose. That was good. But how about this one? I said before grabbing another boulder, a bigger one this time, and lifting it up again with no effort. Muscles trained with the eyes of the transparent world since when I was a child were nothing less of perfection. It won't lose to her pink muscles. Or maybe it will. I thought to myself when I saw her easily throw up the weight again. For some reason, I found that extremely hot. Did I have a thing for strong women? I couldn't help but imagine a child between us. What if he inherited my eyes and talent with her body? Wouldn't he basically be the second coming of Yorichi? If I didn't end Musen, he probably would. Anyway, Mitsuri and I entered a contest of strength. Although hesitant at first, Mitsuri became increasingly competitive as I was able to match her strength with no real struggle on my part. In the end, I was the winner. Although she had an incredible body, she had never trained in her life while I had trained for more than half my life. Plus I did a lot of training with boulders during my training with Gyomii. I was not exactly normal either, so it was natural for her to lose. Mitsuri's labored breath came with smoke. Her cheeks were flushed red and sweat covered her body. Although part of it was because she was tired from all the lifting, most of it was because, oddly enough, she was very turned on at the moment. Her eyes shone with lust as she looked up at me from the ground she sat on. I don't think she even realized what she was feeling. And I probably wouldn't too if not for my eyes that saw everything. So she has a strength fetish? I made a mental note in my head while scratching my cheeks helplessly. I sat down beside her and waited for her to calm down, which she eventually did after 10 minutes. You are very different from other girls, you know that, right? I said suddenly. The mind was clear after a good workout, so she immediately perked up. Her brain processed my words quickly. Yes. Do you know how you are different? I asked. She stayed silent for a few seconds before she confessed with eyes looking down, no other girls are as strong as me, nor do they eat as much as I do. Unlike them, I am not elegant. I am not ladylike, she said with sad eyes. Are you sad about that? I asked and she nodded. Well, you shouldn't be. I said, it means that you are special and all of the people who rejected you are merely envious. You don't have to change and pretend to be someone you are not. Mitsuri. Do you want to live your whole life as someone you are not? No. I don't want that, she said after a thoughtful silence. Then stop pretending. I said, you know, I was told that I would meet you 2 days ago, but I don't think I've really met you. I promise you, after you start being true to yourself, you will find that there are people in this world who will not only accept you but love you for who you really are. Really? Her voice was shaky and I could see tears forming in her eyes. Yes. There are your parents and also. I said and pointed at myself, there is this guy. It was not a lie. Although I met her only a few days ago, I have known her since my past life. I absolutely loved her character when I watched the anime. Her bright personality and bubbly attitude were a huge contrast to the tragic themes of the anime. Even in an intense fight against the upper moons, she was unapologetically being herself. While everyone fought out of hatred and revenge, she was the only one fighting because of her love for her friends and the Demon Slayer Corps. I was always attracted to that, probably because I was so hateful. Thank you, she whispered softly as her tears finally flowed down her eyes like a dam. Then she lunged at me and her arms tightly wrapped around my torso, knocking the breath out of me. Thank you so much, she said and cried in my chest. It was easier than I expected. I wonder how much she needed to hear those words. No problem, Mitsuri. I said and patted her head. She continued bawling her eyes out and she hugged me even tighter. But her giant balloon breast acted as a cushion so I was not hurt even with her insane squeezing strength. It felt amazing. I'll take this as my reward. End of vacation, Seiji's POV, 1 month later, Seiji. Mitsuri called out while she ran up to me with the smilest smile on her face. Her eyes met mine but I didn't meet hers. Instead, my eyes were locked on something else. Ever heard of jiggle physics? Well, that shit was even more magnificent in an anime world. My eyes could not focus anywhere else. God, I love gravity. But you know what's even better? When it was in slow motion. God, I love my eyes. She reached me after a few seconds because I refused to move from my spot. Forget running up to her, I had to resist the urge to create distance so that I could enjoy the sight a little longer. Did I keep you waiting for long? She was able to ask without missing a breath even after running up to me. Nope, you are right on time. As always. I said and she tilted her head to the side before pushing out her chest, making them jiggle again and appear bigger. I think she knew I liked them. There she stood in front of me, Mitsuri Kenroji, in all her glory. Without a mask, without a lie. It took a month but at last, I got to meet her. And she was beautiful. She wore a long black skirt with a white top and a haori over her dress. She was dressed in a very modern fashion, which was a trend these days in cities like Tokyo. But she wore it because it was easier to move compared to a kimono and it felt more comfortable. Her hair was bright exotic pink with green ends that seemed to shine alongside the sun. Coupled with her bubbly attitude and her dress, she attracted many eyes. But she did not shrink under those gazes and only smiled at mine. What are we going to do today, Seiji? She asked with excitement in her eyes. We have been going on many dates this month to get to know each other better, so there was not much that we haven't done. Be it going to parks, trying out different restaurants or riding a train, we've done most of the things that could be done in the city. So today, I thought of something unique. We are going to the mountains, I said, and Mitsuri blinked her emerald eyes, unsure if that was exciting or not. In the end, she seemed to come to the conclusion that anything with me would be fun, so she grinned. Let's go then. She said before pulling me forward and leading me somewhere as if she knew where we would be going. I kept myself from telling her that we were going in the opposite direction. In the bustling city of Tokyo, Mitsuri led me through the streets for a while until she eventually stopped and turned back with a blushing face. The mountain is this way, right? I chuckled, which only made her more embarrassed. We left the city of Tokyo and went to the mountains. I have been there before, and I cleared a small path through the forest when I planned this date. The only problem was the hiking, which was not really a problem for us with our superior physique. We didn't even break a sweat. I led her to beautiful places in the forest like a flower garden, a small pond, or places with beautiful sceneries. All of which I knew because I liked beautiful places. It was a great experience for Mitsuri, who was a city girl and spent her life in urban areas. We even encountered a few animals while we hiked up the mountain, a friendly deer, timid rabbits, and a cute little fox. She was enjoying the date. The only time I saw her smile wider was when we were on a food tour where we tried every bakery in the city of Tokyo. We spent the entire afternoon in the mountains, enjoying the isolation and peace that the city could not provide. It was just the two of us, and Mitsuri seemed to be very conscious about that, considering she blushed a lot today than other days. In the end, we finally reached the peak of the highest mountain where a picnic basket awaited us. There were food and other things that I left yesterday and were protected by yours truly, Raven, from other animals while I was away. Then Mitsuri proceeded to flex her cooking skills by making food with the items and ingredients. As someone who liked eating, she was great at making food. We sat down in a comfortable spot and enjoyed our time while eating. We stayed like that for nearly an hour before the sun finally began to set. It was the end of the day and the beginning of my favorite time. Sunset. We enjoyed the sunset together. The sun sank into the horizon, giving the last warmth of sunshine in the color of thick honey and the promise of rising once more. The sun, which had shone so brightly, finally rested behind the mountains, signifying the end of another day which can never be reclaimed. Darkness descended to the world, but only for a moment, as countless stars took the place of the sun in the sky. They glittered like gems in the sky, finally getting the time to shine after being outshined by the sun. They seemed to be competing for the spotlight as they spread infinitely in the endless expanse above. The moon hung in the air, its gentle ray replacing the sun's. The transition between day and night, the blue sky and the black sky, was an incredible scene that I never got tired of witnessing. "It's beautiful," Mitsuri said. Her green eyes were able to reflect the beauty of the sky. "It is." I agreed. "Thank you for bringing me here." I smiled. She was always so grateful for every good thing that happened to her. It was one of her greatest traits. We peacefully sat under the night until Raven suddenly flew towards me and sat on my head. I was surprised, since she had not done this ever since I was on vacation. But then what she told me shifted my entire mood in an instant. "Demon. Seiji?" Mitsuri instantly called my name when she felt the sudden shift in my mood, but I did not respond. My eyes started glowing purple as I turned my neck to look in the direction where the demon was coming from. My eyes pierced through the thick jungle and skipped the distance before locking on the body of the disgusting creature. The demon did not know why, but he flinched when my eyes landed on him. A foreboding emerged in his vile heart, but he was too stupid to heed the warning his instincts were no doubt giving him. He continued making his way towards us. "Seiji? What happened?" she asked while nudging my shoulder. "You're making me scared." She was a very emphatic girl, so even though she did not know what was happening, she could feel it through me. "It's nothing, don't worry," I said and got up from the blanket on the floor. Then I made my way to a tree and grabbed my sword, which was propped against it. I knew something like this could happen, so I left my sword here yesterday. I felt more complete when I had the sword in my hand than when I did not. By then Mitsuri had come up to me, so I told her to stay behind me. Even before a minute passed, the demon reached us. He walked out of the forest and came to the clearing. Well, what do we have here?" the demon said while licking his lips. The demon was around 7 feet tall with a very muscular body. His eyes were completely red and demonic, and he had 3 horns on his head. I could tell at a glance that he was stronger than ordinary demons. If I had to guess, he was the demon that ruled over the territory of Tokyo. Strong demons had their own hunting grounds and territories after all, just like top predators. If it is not a couple having a romantic time in the mountains alone. The demon said in evil amusement, not knowing that they just served themselves on a silver platter. Seiji. Mitsuri whispered, her body trembled and she lightly tugged at my haori. What is that? She was scared and understandably so. She had never seen a demon in her life and the one before us was especially intimidating with his hulking stature. That's a demon. I said, don't worry, it won't hurt you while I'm here. Her body stopped trembling and I could see her heart calming down after my words. Whatever it was that stood before us, my words were enough to comfort her. That was incredibly adorable. I thought in my mind and I couldn't help but smile. I never smiled genuinely in the presence of a demon before. She always made me do the most shocking things with no effort whatsoever. Oh, you know about demons. That makes me wonder, he started and his voice got incredibly low. I could see the vibration, why you are not running away. Silence hung in the air after his words fell. A chilling breeze blew upon us. Then I broke the silence, I pity you. Huh, he mumbled, confused. Then I grabbed the hilt of my sword and stepped 1 foot forward to get into a stance. I did not explain my sentence but I thought in my mind, how unfortunate he was to encounter a Hashira while he was on vacation. He truly had bad luck. But I suppose that's karma. Wait, that sword, he said and his eyes shook with rage and veins popped around his eyes. Are you a demon slayer? I took a breath as insane volumes of air filled my lungs. Then I exhaled in a pattern that was unlike any singular style of the 5 major breathing styles that I have learned. The pattern was a mix between 2 breathing styles. My body cut through the air, faster than the speed of sound. My attack had no sound because it could not catch up to me. I was too fast for the demon to notice me. Wind breathing and thunder breathing were the fastest breathing styles. When mixed together, I was able to attain speed, unlike anything the demon had ever seen. I was easily faster than even the sound Hashira. My blade swung at an even faster speed. Discarding air resistance, my blade bit into the demon before it could even think. In the next instant, I was behind the demon and time resumed like normal. A loud explosion of sound followed but the sound was so high-pitched that it was impossible to hear with the human ears. But the animals living in the mountain all reacted to the sound. The demon's face split into 3 before his entire head slid off his neck. Soon after, his body also started falling apart as it was cut into 100 pieces by the wind blades. It was the speed of thunder breathing first form, thunderclap and flash mixed with the violent waves of wind breathing 7th form, gale, sudden wave. The result was a catastrophe that happened in less than a second. Ha! I released a sigh and sheathed my sword after the demon was reduced to dust. It has been 3 months since I took the vacation after my 16th birthday. I guess this was the universe's way of telling me that I needed to return. It's time to end my vacation. And I guess I have a little explaining to do. I said and turned to Mitsuri who was not terrified at all. Her cheeks were flushed red and her breath was haggard and she was excited. But most importantly, why is she looking at me like that? Breaking the news to Mitsuri, Seiji's POV, I guess I have a little explaining to do. I said but then I stopped when I saw the state she was in. Her eyes had a primal glint in them, her cheeks flushed and her breath came out needy. A quick glance at her with the transparent world and I saw her womb throbbing and her walls clenched. Is she? No. She is fucking turned on right now. Holy shit, like girl, I know you have a fetish for strong men but what the hell is this? I thought while looking at her. But then again, maybe it's not so strange considering one of her main reasons for joining the Demon Slayer Corp was to find a husband, a man stronger than her. And what was in front of her was the strongest Hashira, so I couldn't fault her. Are you okay? I asked, lacing fake concern in my voice. I like her hot and bothered to be honest since it was due to me anyway. Ah, she gasped and came back to reality. A massive blush found her cheeks and her innocence won over her fetish. I'm okay, she muttered, gathering her bearings. She shook her head and the last thought of indecency left her head as questions replaced them. Seiji, what was that? That was a demon, I answered. A demon? Like from folktales and books? They are similar, except demons are real, as you just saw, I said and gave a comforting smile when I saw fear emerge on her face. Don't be afraid, there are people like me, the demon slayers, who protect society from these demons. Her pretty eyes locked with mine and I could see thoughts swirling behind them as she processed my words. She tore her eyes away and looked at the place where the demon previously lay, sliced into many pieces, but it was no longer there. She gulped. I trust you, was her final reply. Adorable. Why is she so adorable? I walked forward and gave her a hug. She was surprised at first before she melted in my embrace and her arms snaked around my body to hug me back. Let's return, your parents would be worried by now. I said. And it was not really appropriate for a woman to stay with a man after the sun was down, even if they were engaged. It could even destroy their reputation. If we suddenly broke the engagement, she would have a harder time finding a suitor just because she was with a man even after the sun fell. It's just the culture. Japanese put purity in high regard, especially for women. It was the greatest virtue she could have. We walked down the mountain and I used the time to answer her question and explain the hidden war that had been ongoing for hundreds of years now. The war between demons and demon slayers. I explained to her what demons were, how the sun's rays were deadly to them and how they needed the flesh of humans to survive. Why human flesh though? Can't they just eat animals like us? She asked. It was a genuine question that made me hum in thought. Probably because they are still part human and their body need human flesh in particular for sustenance. Their stomachs could also be only attuned to digesting human flesh. Or most likely, humans just taste better than any other meat and it could increase their strength as well. She was intrigued by the demon slayers as well. Demons can regenerate and heal from most weapons except ones that are made from a special ore called scarlet ore, which is found on the top of mountains absorbing sunlight. You want to see it? I said and put my sword forward. She became flustered instantly. No. No. It's okay, she said. It was considered a show of great respect and trust if a samurai allowed you to touch and see his sword. It was considered a part of their soul and it meant the samurai allowed you to see their soul. It was an act that showed a close relation, an intimate one, especially if it was to a woman. I didn't really care about those though. After the Meiji Restoration, such traditions were stopped, but since that was recent, it still exists today. Here, it's okay, I don't mind. I said with a smile and shoved it in her hand so she could take a look. It was not that I took the culture seriously, but she did, and I wanted to see her blush more. She carefully examined my odachi in her hand. Even with her limited knowledge, she could feel that it was a masterpiece, a weapon above the rest. It's heavy, she commented. Was it? I've been using it since I was 13 years old, so I go used to the weight. The muscle structure of my body also developed to carry and swing the long blades, so at this point, it felt like normal katana to me. After that, she carefully returned the sword to me. So this demon slayer, are they strong? She asked me. Yes, they are strong. Extremely so when compared to normal people. The Hashiras are able to do feats no ordinary man would believe in their life. I said. Incredible, she said. Are they even stronger than you? I paused my steps and Mitsuri did too after she noticed. She looked back, a little worried that I might not like her question for whatever reason. I only flashed her a smile. I always wanted to do this. No. After all. I said, I am the strongest. PFTT, that sounds sillier than I thought. I said with a chuckle. She seemed to be impressed though, and she believed me. Not that it was a lie. With my mixed breathing, I could now speedbliz even the likes of Jyomiai. Let's hurry. I said. Coming. I'm a coward. Did you ever notice? Almost all of the connections and bonds I have formed in this life was with characters I have known in the past. I was not brave enough to form deep connections with people I was not aware of, real people whom I never knew as a character. Because the last time I bonded with random people, my family, I lost them, and I had never mourned harder for a loss. That's why I'm afraid now. The characters I knew from my past life, I was aware of their future somewhat. I knew when they would die, when they would be in danger, and I also knew they were strong, most of them being Hashiras or future Hashiras. This decreased the risk of me losing them significantly. It was one of the reasons why I never formed a close relationship with my aunt and uncle. They were weak and I had no clue about what would happen to them in the future. There was too much risk in loving them too much. On the flip side, this was why I easily formed a connection with Mitsuri. She was strong, and a future Hashira. She only died at the end of the canon story, so there was a low risk for loving her. She shouldn't die randomly. She was strong, I was here, and fate was on her side. But now I found myself questioning this mindset. What if my existence had changed the future too much at this point? What if her survival was not certain anymore? I'm not sure I want Mitsuri to become a demon slayer. It was a strange change in my mindset because I had every intention of being the one to introduce her to the Demon Slayer Corporation. She viewed it as a family in the canon, a place that accepts and values her. The thought of bringing her with me after I returned even crossed my mind. But now I was against it. It was strange because I had no problem with Rengoku being a demon slayer and a Hashira's, even knowing it would lead to his death, and I consider him my best friend. Did this overprotectiveness stem from the fact that I viewed her as a wife already and wanted to protect her? I'm not sure. But all thoughts aside, I think it's time to end all this. I need to leave now, I have duties to fulfill. So I broke the news to my uncle and aunt first. They were initially surprised, but it did not take them long to accept the fact that I was not done with my travels. I was sure that Mitsuri's parents wouldn't have a problem as well, since I couldn't even marry legally yet. But the main problem lies in Mitsuri. How would she take the news? So today, I called her to a restaurant that had great dessert. Let's see how this goes. A hopeless romantic, third POV, Mitsuri. Mitsuri was a hopeless romantic all her life. She dreamed of love, she hoped for love, and so she had a great expectation for love and how it would feel like. So would you believe me if I said it was better than she ever expected? Because it was. To love someone romantically was vastly different and exactly how she imagined it would be. Love was not butterflies in her stomach, it was her stomach doing somersaults. Love was not being flawless to earn it, it was being loved despite the flaws. Love was not about looking perfect, it was the perfect way she was seen. Love was not about who is stronger, it's the safety she found in his arms. It was not a soft caress like she hoped, but a violent pull, one that left her breathless but alive despite the lack of air. Love was beautiful. More than she'd ever hoped it would be. A month ago, she wouldn't believe it. She wouldn't believe that she would be so fulfilled, she wouldn't believe how perfect she felt now even when she was far from it. She tried to be like other girls. She tried to fit in. She was dyeing her hair black and ate less to become weaker and appear more elegant. She was trying to hide all the aspects he loved about her. Such a silly thing. He liked her. No, like he really, really likes her. Not the horrible disguise that she was putting on, just her. And that was more liberating than she could put into words. It was different from her family's love. Her father and mother loved her as a daughter, her siblings loved her as a sister. Even if someone else had taken her place, and another was born instead of her, they would still love that person the same because she would still be their daughter and sister. But his love was different. He loved her because she was herself. Knowing that, she felt enough. Knowing that, she realized she didn't need to fit in. Who cares about other people? Who cares about other men? Only he was everything and more. This mindset was quite different from her canon counterpart where she was comfortable with her own skin and found a place in the Demon Slayer Corps. But the outcome was the same, her being true to herself, so Seiji did not even notice. Or does he even love me back? Her legs which had been kicking came to a stop and her jolly mood suddenly shattered like glass with that single question. She had the habit of getting ahead of herself and living in her own delusions. So, did Seiji love her back or not? At least, he must love me a little, right? She said while looking up at the ceiling as she lay on her bed, futon. It had been a month and he had not rejected her yet. He had also invited her more frequently to dates, and from what he said, he was happy with the engagement. That should imply that he definitely loves her back, right? At least he must love her a little. She was delusional sometimes, but she was not so out of touch with reality that she would expect him to love her as much as she did or as quickly as she did. Because as it was already said, Mitsuri was a hopeless romantic all her life. Falling for him was about the easiest thing she'd ever done, as if she was born to do so. But she hoped he loved her back even just a little, like how he loves a puppy, or is that too much because he really loves puppies, she noticed. I don't know. I don't know. She said, rolling around the bed, the emotions in her heart demanded action. She looked like she'd gone mad. But I guess that's what happens when a girl experiences her first love. It was like the first seed on a fertile, virgin soil. Right then, Mitsuri heard something knock at her door. She was surprised at first, and a little scared. But when she heard repeated knocking/pecking sounds, she left her bed and slid open the door. Ah, Raven, she was surprised to see the black sparrow in the middle of the night. The bird gave her a dead stare as if it was not too amused at her existence. Mitsuri felt like she had wronged the bird somehow by her mere presence in this world. Then she noticed the letter the bird had on her feet. She beamed a smile. It was probably Seiji. There was a lack of communication in this world, so he would often send Raven to give letters. Usually, the letter would contain the time and place where they would meet for a date, so Mitsuri took the letter and eagerly opened it. She was not disappointed as she saw a time and place for a meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow, but we had a date today, she said in surprise before a wide smile took over her face. They only went on dates for 2 to 3 times a week. This was the first time they would meet 2 days in a row. Did he really miss her that much already? Did he want to see her again so soon? Such thoughts swirled in her mind. The bird's eyes got more dead when it saw Mitsuri's smile. She turned around and quickly flew away from the happy girl. Oh, he really loves me, she said and held the letter near her heart. Now she had to sleep quickly so that tomorrow could come sooner. The next day, I have to leave. I know this is sudden, but there is no better way to say it. Chato fucking Matt, please. I'll miss you. Miss her. She'll probably die. I plan on leaving today, so this will probably be the last time we see each other for a while. Seiji's POV, we were in a cafe, or kissaten as it was called here. Many cafes were emerging all around Japan due to the Western influence, and this was just one of them. Mitsuri sat across from me and she was enjoying her castella. She cupped her cheek with one hand while using a fork to feed herself with the other. She would also give me a melodious hum of satisfaction which I truly wished I could hear, but I could tell it was pretty just from the vibrations. Castella was expensive as hell for no reason and she wanted 10. But seeing her eat like that was worth every yen. Is it good? She replied with a nod as her mouth was stuffed with the sponge cake, but she gave me a radiant smile that was just as loud as any yell of affirmation would be. I returned a small smile and sipped my tea. I enjoyed watching her eat because she was beautiful, but she didn't show any discomfort because she had gotten used to my staring. We enjoyed the early rays of the morning sun in the cafe. But by the time the sun had fully risen, it was time to drop the bad news to her. Mitsuri, the reason why I called you here was because I wanted to tell you something. I began and I watched every movement of her face to read her reaction. I have to leave. Her face just froze. I could not read her at all because all her facial expressions just froze like ice. I know this is sudden, but there is no better way to say it, I said, but still, I saw no reaction from her. Even her heart completely halted its beat. I'll miss you. I plan on leaving today, so this will probably be the last time we see each other for a while, I said, and finally, she exploded. I was deaf, but even I knew that was loud. What? Leaving? Why? Where? She slammed against the table and stood up before bombarding questions at me, but I put a finger on her lips to silence her. I also pushed her boobs to stop them from jiggling because I did not want to be distracted by them while we were on a serious topic. Settle down please, it won't make much of a difference if you scream, I said. She took a deep breath and settled back into her seat. She leaned forward, using her boobs as a pillow while she brought her face close to mine. Maybe she hoped to seek answers behind my eyes with how intently she was looking at me. Why? That was the most important question to her. I could see cracks of vulnerability on her face when she asked. She probably wondered if she did something wrong or if I was fed up with her. It was nothing like that, I made sure to show that with gentle eyes. Remember what I told you yesterday? She nodded. I am a demon slayer and the strongest amongst them, which means I am important. I have been taking a break for 3 months now. It is time for me to return to my duty. I said. I see, she said and withdrew from my face. A silence settled between us and I allowed her to process what was said, the little that was said. In only just a month, our relationship had seen much growth. Her because I was the one who helped her get over her issues, and me because I knew her and liked her from my previous life. Our time together was unlike the time I spent with Kane, Shinobu, or any other person because when we hung out, we did it solely to get to know each other and to enjoy the other's company. There were no jobs or missions in between. When will you come back? She finally asked after some time. I'll visit frequently. I replied, it's not like we won't see each other again, only that the time between our meetings will be longer. The area around the city was under my territory anyway, so it wouldn't be much trouble to visit her monthly when we get breaks. There isn't anything much I can do, is there? She finally said with a helpless smile. It saddens me to see her so down. I'm afraid not, I said and reached out to pat her head. Her hair was soft and fluffy like a weird mix between silk and cotton. It's okay. Like you said, we'll meet again, she said, more to herself than to me. I knew she had a lot more things to say which she pushed down because she was not brave enough to say it. Her beating heart, her throat contraction and her breath told me so. But she was afraid of annoying me by being too clingy, and she felt that it was not in her place to tell me what to do when we were just fiancés. A part of me wanted to bring her with me, but more of me wanted her to stay and be safe. I was here now and I could work to cover everything she would have contributed if she became a Hashira. She didn't need to be in danger, she didn't need to fight when she didn't like fighting. Enough of this heavy mood. This will be our last date for a while, so let's enjoy it. I said, and she joined my enthusiasm not long after. Yeah. Let's go have the best time ever. And so, we left the cafe to start the date. Since we wanted to enjoy ourselves as much as possible, we did what both of us liked. Cloth shopping. And I'll cut anyone who says it's gay. If you remember, I was quite a fashion enthusiast since I appreciated appearance and beauty. This was also not just any cloth shopping, it was kimono shopping. We went to the most popular shopping district which was known for its kimono, both handmade and machine-made. They had everything from plain colors to the most colorful ones, ranging from dirt cheap ones to noble luxurious ones. We both tried many different kimonos and asked each other for opinions. Mitsuri was into the colorful ones with patterns while I preferred plain ones with nifty designs and the right measurements. Because in my opinion, no matter how beautiful it was, as long as it did not fit you perfectly and complement your shape, it was only a disappointment. A rainbow vomit if I were honest. To my eyes, such imperfection was triggering and the opposite of beauty and elegance. Why don't you try this? I said, showing her a pink kimono with good patterns. Pink suits you. Okay, she said before taking it and running to the changing room. When she came out again, I had a thoughtful look. I was facing a problem. She looked good in absolutely everything. It didn't matter what kimono she wore, she looked extremely beautiful. Clothes were meant to make you beautiful, but she made clothes beautiful instead. Her body had the perfect proportions, she was built like a hentai heroine. Small shoulders, generous breasts, and then she had a small waist and wide childbearing hips that created the famous hourglass figure. That's not all, as your gaze lowered, you would be met with thick supple thighs and a perfect rear the shape of a heart. It makes me want to write a wish fulfillment fanfiction. That time I got reincarnated as Mitsuri's favorite chair. We'll take that too, I said to the owner of the store. That too? Why don't you just buy the whole store at this point? Ha ha ha, she laughed while she held a mountain of kimono. I simply stared at her, contemplating. Wait, seriously? In the end, Mitsuri convinced me not to buy the store. She picked 2 kimonos that she liked and said she didn't need more. I ended up buying one for myself as well, plus a new haori which was not fully white but had purple cubic patterns for decoration. After we were done shopping we went to a kabuki theater to watch a play. I proposed to watch a normal play but Mitsuri, being the sweetheart that she was, said she preferred to watch a shadow play. She chose this while keeping my deafness in mind. There was no dialogue in shadow play and it relied on visual storytelling, so she thought it would be a better experience for me. We watched the shadow play, enjoying ourselves with the story of 2 couples who got separated by the horrors of war. I was worried that it might have a tragic ending and make her not only sad but compare our situation with the story, but luckily, they both survived and married and lived happily after the war. Finally, we ended the date with how we began, food. We visited a total of 6 restaurants where we both ordered a normal quantity of food. We created this perfect strategy in our earlier dates. We get to try the foods of different restaurants while not attracting any unwanted attention from the sheer amount of food we consume. Well, mostly Mitsuri, but I ate well above the standard as well. After the end, I walked Mitsuri to her home. We also indulged in the absolute debauchery of unprotected hand-holding as we walked. Why are you looking at me so intently, silly? Mitsuri asked while we walked in the calm of the evening. I was just wondering where all the food went. Your stomach remains completely flat, I said while looking at her belly. She blushed deep red much to my amusement, but then her eyes shone with a hint of mischief and the desire to get back at me. I don't know, maybe here, she said and suddenly shoved her boobs up. But much to her disappointment, my face was stone cold. Call me Alex Piera. Or maybe not, because she had a teasing smile on her face, much like Kane. Impossible. My face would never betray me. You're so cute when you blush, she said, and I was genuinely caught off guard. Was she verbally teasing me back? She never did that. Was it because we won't see each other for a while? Nevertheless, who's blushing? I'm not blushing. The proof was in her eyes. When I looked at my reflection in her emerald eyes, my face was absolutely stoic. She smiled wider and pinched my ear. Only when her fingers touched my ears did I notice how cold her fingers were. Or were my ears heating up? They are, aren't they? Don't tell me people could see me blush from my ears all this time. What am I, a fucking tsundere waifu? I covered my ears instantly, causing her to giggle. Har har, very funny, I said, keeping my hands on my ears. Maybe I should grow my hair just to hide it. A few minutes passed and we reached the Kenroji compound. God, why did her house have to be so close? I wouldn't mind if it was still a couple 100 miles away. Well, this is it, she said and folded her arms behind her back. She turned around and faced me. Goodbye, Seiji. Goodbye, Mitsuri. She smiled and waited for a few seconds longer than necessary, as if she were waiting for something. I knew what she was waiting for, and I was hoping for it too. But my dumb ass remained rooted in place like a whole tree. She released a breath she didn't know she was holding. Nothing happened. Come on, aren't you gonna do it? My mind questioned me. Bye, she whispered and turned around. Then she walked away. Before she left an arm's reach, I grabbed her hand and gave a small tug. She released a cute yelp and spun around to land on my chest. The moment she looked up, I leaned down and gave her a small peck on her lips. It was brief, it was soft and a little wet. It was perfect. I fucking did it. Mitsuri quickly turned beet red in my arms, and I know this was out of the script, but I leaned in and gave her another peck on her lips. This time, I felt it more clearly. Her lips were warm and they were like the most tender petal of a flower. Finally, I released her. I'll see you again soon, I said, and my shamelessness suddenly ran out. I had used up all of my courage and the few I borrowed from God knows where. So with the speed of the fastest Hashira, I fled the scene like a criminal who had just committed a crime. It was my first kiss. I would regret running away years later because that was not cool at all. But we all had our first kiss at some point, right? So you guys should understand me. It was nerve-wracking, on par with peeking at Musen Kibutsuji. Important note, the reason Seiji's romantic development with Mitsuri is much quicker than Kane and Shinobu is that the Kocho sisters never made any advances on him. Shinobu liked their friendship and never really made a move other than secretly crushing on him. Kane is at the stage of denial where she holds herself back from loving her sister's crush/best friend. On the other hand, Mitsuri is all in on it. She laid her feelings bare for Seiji to see, without holding back. She knows what she wants to love and to be loved. In the anime too, we see her trying everything she could to change just so she would find love and a husband. It is also both their first love and experience, so things develop quickly. Mitsuri is the love Hashira for a reason. The Kocho sisters would need to up their game if they don't want him to be snatched by Mitsuri. The return of the main character, Seiji's POV, at the crack of dawn, I left the city of Tokyo with a small smile and a heavy heart. I thought I would never say this, but I was going to miss the city, even with the high possibility of Musen Kibutsuji living in it. Because I had people I was going to miss. After gaining enough power and becoming the strongest demon slayer, my relationship with my aunt and uncle became deeper on my part as I finally had the courage to do so. Not only that, I had a fiancé, and it was not just any girl but Mitsuri fucking Kenroji. Suffice it to say, I would be returning after a month or two. I took my time traveling through the thick temperate forest of Japan. I did not want to tire myself because I needed to adjust my body to a new sleeping schedule where night was day and day was night. If I tire myself too much, I'll be sleepy at night. Raven was on top of my head. She seemed to be in a good mood due to the fact that it was just the two of us again. I swear she acts more like a cat than a bird sometimes. After I was miles away from the city, a kasugai crow finally flew above me. I had a small smile on my face. I was itching to slice some demon up after the long vacation. When you describe me as a character, I hope you remember the deep passion I have for my job. A really, really deep passion. I read the movement of the crow's throat to understand the mission. Raven also translated it to me with Morse code, and I made sure there was no miscommunication. No individual mission. That's unfortunate, I said while processing the retail of the mission. The North that place was wet and had leeches this time around. EW. Wait, Kane is going after a lower moon? I said, trying to push down the chilling premonition that immediately invaded my mind. Nothing bad would happen. I warned her so. It seems like the Demon Slayer Corps was having a rough time with their most important pillar going on a break. So much so that they would send their healer on an investigation mission which normally takes very long. I could imagine the amount of missions piling up since I was no longer speedrunning through them. Well, it's good to disappear like this sometimes. It makes people appreciate your presence when they see the consequences of your absence. I thought to myself as I changed the direction of my travel to the far north. Am I allowed to think like that when said consequence could mean the loss of many lives? I thought while humming. How much of what I do is due to my job/duty, how much of it is a product of hate? How much of me is a genuinely good person who wants people to stop dying? I asked myself in silence. One thing about being an adolescent was that you started to ask questions with no answers in an attempt to find your identity and know yourself. Am I a good person or am I a bad person? I entertained such thoughts while traveling to the north. It has been some time since I last saw Kane. I hope she is doing okay. That woman is a ticking time bomb, but I don't want to worry too much and raise red flags. Unconsciously, I quickened my steps, breaking my perfect movement to cover the distance faster and more efficiently. After traveling for more than half a day, I finally reached the Aomori region. By that time, the sun had long since set and demons began crawling out of their hell hole. I stood atop a ridge and observed the horizon. I was not enjoying the scenery, instead, my eyes carefully observed every little thing in the forest. My vision zoomed in and zoomed out through different areas. I could see squirrels fighting for nuts on the right side of the forest. I saw a mother bird vomiting worms and feeding her chicks in the center. I saw a snake stalking its prey on the ground. I saw leaves falling due to the wind, and I saw fishes dancing in a small pond. My eyes were many times more powerful than the eyes of hawks and eagles. Although processing all the information from such a wide range could be exhausting, I pushed myself. After 10 or so minutes standing on that ridge, I finally saw a kasugai crow in the furthest part of the horizon. The small flower decorating its head was all I needed to realize whom that crow belonged to. Kane, I said. The crow was flying around in search of assistance. It was not an emergency, but it showed that Kane needed help. How many times had it been like this? I asked myself while readying myself to take action. I had been getting Kane out of a sticky situation more times than I could count. This mainly had to do with the fact that she was supposed to die around this year. I was more focused on her, making sure she was safe. Thunder breathing, first form. I crouched down and loaded my leg like a spring. Thunderclap and flash, 20% output, 50-fold. I burst out like a terrible hurricane and used my modified first form for a total of 50 steps. My speed was not at maximum, but my muscles were less strained as a result. It was a new application of the first form I invented. I could cover up to 30 kilometers at incredible speed using this technique. I used the branches of the trees to propel myself forward, my feet never touched the ground. After talking 50 steps with thunder breathing, I found myself in a completely different area altogether. The kasugai crow was much closer on the horizon, and with my eyes, I could finally see the situation that needed assistance. My eyes narrowed, ignoring the distance while I looked upon the scene kilometers away as if I was there myself. I sighed in relief when I saw Kane struggling to fight against a group of demons led by a lower moon. The situation was grave, but it was nothing compared to what I feared the most. Flower breathing is horrible against a group of enemies, I said while shaking my head. Although her life was not in danger, I suppose I should help her. I pulled out my sword from the sheath and grabbed at the long hilt. I brought my sword above my shoulder, which was completely different from how it was meant to be held. I was holding the odachi like a spear. Why? Because I was going to use it as such. My pupils shrank as I stopped focusing on one area. It was like a mix between unblurring the background and zooming out in a camera. Instead of zooming in on one area and seeing the details, my eyes started calculating the distance, the movement of the wind, and the exact angle which I needed to hit my target. My brain processed the information and commanded my body to execute a calculated action. I did not even do this intentionally, it was all unconscious. Like how you unconsciously calculate the trajectory, speed, and other factors of an object before you catch it. It was what any human could do, but I pushed the limit to a frightening degree. Esoteric art, breathing styles. Thunder wind breathing, unerring lance. The muscles in my arm exploded, producing the sound of thunder due to the sheer release of sudden force. I threw my blade like a spear. Its edge sliced through the atmosphere and traveled to the target with incredible accuracy. It took a few seconds before my sword plunged itself right between the groups of demons and Kane. They all paused for a moment to observe the strange sword that came out of nowhere. Oops. I was aiming for the boss. I guess no matter how overpowered my eyes were, it was not enough to hit a target from kilometers away with a sword thrown like a lance. But that was enough because I saw Kane's lips curve in a small smile and the demons shrunk when they took a closer look at the sword. I used thunder breathing to reach them as quickly as possible. Author, no one seemed to like the idea of Seiji using arrows even though I thought it'd be cool ASF. But still, he will throw his sword. Join my Patreon to support the book and read ahead. Patreon, Emmanuel_Capricorn main characters Aura, 3rd POV, Kane Kocho, fuck. Such profanity rarely left the pretty lips of Kane Kocho. But if one looked at the situation she was in, they would no doubt understand her and say her curse was justified. And what exactly was the situation she found herself in? Well, she was surrounded by a few dozen or so high-level demons. That alone would give any Hashira a run for their money, but to make matters worse, there was a lower moon leading them. Fortunately for her, the lower moon was ranked 5th, which meant that the demon was one of the weakest even among the lower moon demons. She knew this from the kanji number 5, etched in his left eye. Nevertheless, it was a very problematic situation that she found herself in. You have no hope of getting out of this alive. You will die and I will feast on your corpse before I bring your head to him, the lower moon said while watching from a safe distance. The demon was a coward. And he will reward me with his blood for a job well done, the lower moon said with ecstasy. Was it normal for demons to get hard when revealing their evil plan? She thought to herself when she saw the tent in his pants. She wanted to bleach her eyes when she saw that. She moved with the grace of a dancer and the elegance of a painter while dodging the attacks coming from all the demons around her. The sound of her sword fending them off was the only thing reigning in the surroundings other than the nasty growls of the demons. She was tired. She had been investigating the demon for almost a week now and it was filled with exhausting work because the demon was smart and deliberately destroying her mentally before ambushing her. Honestly, Kane wondered how Seiji did all those investigation missions so easily. When he was active, they never had to worry about such jobs. Stop moving, damn it. One demon screamed and lunged at her with reckless abandon. She smiled seeing that. Finally, it was the opening she was waiting for. It was a mistake from the enemy which she planned to take full advantage of. Flower breathing, 4th form, the world turned pink and flowers started coming to life. Crimson Hanagoromo, her blade became a beautiful flower that curved and twisted in itself. The demon tried to block her slash but it simply curved into the opening and sliced his head off. The splash of demonic blood and the trail of her blade creates the image of a blooming flower. The demons nearby paused as a sweet smell assaulted their senses. They were momentarily awed by the scene. Kane at that moment looked like an angel. She smiled. She can manage this. Flower breathing, 5th form, her arm became loose, dangling like a new plant, a young flower. That was until it burst into action and painted beautiful curves of 9 slashes. Flowers bloomed, and her movement was poetry in motion, the best of grace. In one single instance when demons drew breath, 9 heads fell. Blood splattered violently but strangely enough, not a drop touched her, as if the world was careful to not stain her beauty. It was violence at its most beautiful. Beauty at its most cruel. Peonies of futility, she whispered before the demons dissipated. What the hell are you guys doing? Go! Attack her before she kills anyone else. The lower moon was the first to escape from the trance. Kane exhaled sharply, blowing her bangs up before she engaged against the demons once more. After that, there was no more opening she could take advantage of. Flower breathing relied a lot on the eyes of the user. In a sense, it was basically Seiji's normal fighting style but watered down. The user fought best when they could focus on one enemy instead of multiple, since they didn't have special eyes like Seiji who could process and focus on multiple opponents at once. A pair of eyes could only focus on one enemy at a time. So with no more openings, Kane was slowly pushed back. The lower moon also joined the fight a few times, which made her defeat even quicker. But the lower moon never engaged in a long fight, fearing that she might have a trump card. Which she did. Do I really need to use that? She thought to herself. She was referring to the final form of flower breathing that could enhance the user's eyes so that they could see in slow motion. However, the technique could cause the rupture of blood vessels in the eyes and cause partial blindness, so it was a risky technique that she preferred not to use. If she used it, she would no doubt win this confrontation or at least assure her survival. But she was still hesitant to do so, hoping she would find a better way out of this. Seiji. The image of a purple boy appeared in her mind and she immediately became flustered and embarrassed. She almost lost focus and allowed a demon to slash at her. It was understandable, after all, it was shameful that she was hoping for help from him even though she was supposed to be his senior. She couldn't help it. If someone was always there to have your back for so many times, you would naturally start relying on it. And Seiji had always been there for her. Every single time some trouble emerged in her life, he was there to save her. This was because Seiji, knowing that Kane would be in danger soon according to canon, was fully focused on her. Whenever she was on a mission, he would also remain close to her and immediately rush to her when she was in need, fearing that it would be her end. He did this to other Hashiras too, but he gave his everything when it came to her. This had been happening for almost a year now, ever since she turned 17. Which was the year when she would encounter Doma and die according to the canon timeline. It was this exact care that Seiji showed which made her eventually fall for him. Which, by the way, she still hadn't accepted yet. It was impossible for a virgin girl to not fall in love when a man showed her such care and attention. For no particular reason as well from Kane's perspective. She was fine till the fourth time he helped her, but from then on, he slowly grew in her heart. Such protectiveness really tickled her femininity. There was no way else to put it. She shook her head, dispersing all thoughts because the claws of one demon came too close to her liking. It was lucky that they didn't have tricky blood demon art. She took a sharp breath and leapt back to create distance. She brought her sword close to her chest and her posture changed. A sudden stillness fell in the air and even the demons stopped. Every instinct collectively screamed out, danger. Kane blinked. She was just about to use the final form of flower breathing but was left confused. The breathing technique never had such weight before. Was it really her? No. It couldn't be her because she felt the danger too, like something stronger than all of them combined was watching them. It was then that they heard a sharp whistle. It was the sound of a blade cutting through the atmosphere like butter. Unbothered by the laws of physics, it flew straight at them. Thunder followed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk then a long sword, the color of purple, planted itself on the ground, separating Kane from the groups of demons. The ground shook and the force stirred up a cloud of smoke. But even when the dust settled, no one moved an inch. Even the demons stopped. It was as if the blade had created an invisible line separating Kane from the demon. The two groups were in different dimensions entirely. The demons were evil and violent, yet even they didn't dare cross the invisible line. They stared at the sword which was planted on the ground. Evil demon, the demons read the kanji on the sword. The letters seemed to call out to them. Destroyer. That's another Hashira. The lower moon gasped and looked in every direction rapidly, afraid that someone would ambush him too. It's a long sword. It's purple, one of the demons said and shrunk back in fear. Demons were as smart as any human. The only difference was that they were more aggressive and they had supernatural powers. So like any human society, rumors also spread amongst the demons. Everyone knew whose blade that was. The long katana and the purple color made it unique from every other sword. Seiji Shigan. He was the most dangerous Hashira because he had no weakness, unlike the others. He also had the ability to pinpoint any ticks used by demons. Terrorizing a village used to be the most efficient way to live for a demon, and only the very top demons were able to enjoy this privilege. But now, no one ever wanted to do it. No one wanted to control or terrorize a village. Because if you did, the purple Hashira would come to your village, find out instantly any tricks or manipulation you used, and he would hunt you in the daylight. You cannot hide. Hiding was not the best way to survive anymore, running was. Your best survival was trying to run from the now fastest Hashira. Because you couldn't hide from the purple Hashira. And it was said that the Hashira was the most brutal demon slayer of all. They said it was because he was deaf and he couldn't hear you begging, screaming, or crying. He was absolutely ruthless. The cruelest one is the deaf Hashira. Beware of the deaf Hashira. Run from the purple. The sun is kinder than the long sword. At least, that's how the rumors went. So they knew him, they knew Seiji Shigan. Of course, they would know him. After all, he had completed more missions than most of the Hashiras that ever existed in just 2 years. Such a massacre would not go unnoticed by the demons. He is still far away. He is kilometers away, the lower moon suddenly exclaimed after checking the scent in the air. Kill that titch quickly, the lower moon commanded. After hesitating once more, the demons attacked Kane again, but this time, they were not able to push her back anymore. Their spirit was already beaten and they fought with eyes on their back, fearing that the purple one would reach them by now. Their main concern was on escape routes instead of the Kane. On the other hand, Kane fought with everything she could, without conserving energy to prolong the fight because she knew Seiji would reach her soon. Half a minute passed. Wait! How is he already this close? The lower moon suddenly said after catching a scent in the air again. Seiji used thunder breathing so he easily covered the distance. Now the lower moon was panicked. Run. They turned around and were about to run and escape from different directions, but it was all too late. Because by the time they decided to run, the hilt of the long sword already found a hand. Esoteric art, breathing styles, a cold whisper. The only sound. Storm breathing, water plus wind plus thunder, first form. Tempest fury. Maybe it would have been better to die by the beautiful flower breathing, because what came next was the most violent way a demon could die. Their bodies splattered throughout the forest, torn apart, blown apart before everything else was ripped and minced. Master of breathing styles, Seiji's POV, my arm stung after throwing my sword. You could imagine how taxing it would be, to use thunder breathing and wind breathing simultaneously when thunder breathing alone strained the body. If I were not such a bullshit character, then it would have been impossible for anyone. You have to remember that no one could learn sun breathing because it was really stressful for the body, so Yorichi had to teach the early Hashiras a watered-down version of sun breathing and help them shape their style. In a way, one breathing style was all the human body should be able to take. But I was an anomaly due to my body, which was trained perfectly since I was young, and because of my impeccable mastery over breathing styles. Mixing breathing styles was like using 2 languages in one sentence. Still, even I had limits. My current limit was using 2 breathing styles at once. Of course, this was still more taxing to the body than normal breathing, so I mostly used it to finish my opponents instantly. Fortunately, I was constantly improving my technique and my body was also growing stronger, so I pushed this limit day by day. Eventually, I hope to be able to use all breathing styles at once. Still won't stop after being warned, huh? I said with mirthless chuckles while looking at the scene kilometers away. I inhaled sharply. Raven flew off my head and I lowered my body, locking my joints like a spring. Purple lighting crackled around my body, and the ground caved in due to the weight of my raw strength. Then I exploded out with the speed of lighting and the intensity of thunder. Thunderclap and flash, 10-fold. Although I just spammed the technique before, I forced my body to do it once more. I would count this as my monthly leg day. In just half a minute, I reached the place where the fighting took place. The demons immediately turned around to flee, but it was all too late. Should have taken the warning when they had the chance. The world was in slow motion from my perspective as I carefully inspected the situation. The lower moon was ranked 5 and with a glance, I could tell that he was weak, much weaker than the one I slayed before I became Hashira. The rest of the demons were also nothing in my eyes. They could be a threat to middle to lower ranked demon slayers, but in front of a Hashira, they were cannon fodders. They were ants. Seeing that, I deemed it to be safe enough to train myself. If they posed a real threat, I would have been more cautious, but they did not. So let's do this, let's use 3 breathing styles all at once. An important lesson I learned about mixed breathing was that there were some breathing styles that were impossible to mix. This was because of their opposite nature. For example, if you tried to use 2 breathing styles at once, you could use thunder breathing and wind breathing, thunder breathing and flame breathing, wind breathing and flame breathing. But you could not use flame breathing and water breathing or water breathing and wind breathing. They just had completely different concepts behind them. So you could say there were some breathing styles you could use together and some others that you could not, no matter how skilled you were. But, this changed when you used 3 breathing styles at once. At this point, you could use any breathing styles you want and mix them together. So it was possible to use water breathing, wind breathing and thunder breathing together even though wind breathing and water breathing opposed each other. This was because thunder breathing acted as a bridge that connected them. Wind breathing was explosive, violent and chaotic. Water breathing was about precision, adaptability and accuracy. Then there was thunder breathing, which was a mix between both. It was an explosion but also controlled and precise. If you remember, what made thunder breathing so fast was that you explode out but concentrating on a single point and linear path. Therefore it acted as a bridge between the 2 completely opposite breathing styles. Esoteric art, breathing styles. I whispered while the demons fled. I actually had a name for this. Water breathing, wind breathing and thunder breathing all together. Storm breathing, first form. Tempest fury. My arm exploded to action as every fiber of the muscles in my arm worked together to produce raw strength in a single instance. Thunder breathing. A shockwave erupted and a small hurricane formed from my swing. Wind blades came to life and ripped apart flesh and bones. Wind breathing. My arm did not lose accuracy even when it moved with such force. The kinetic energy of my swing was controlled and I hit only what I wanted, the demons. Even the wind blades only hit the demons, nothing else, not even a mosquito was not harmed in my attack. Water breathing. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a violent gust of wind turned the demons into mashed flesh and they splattered around the forest. But none of the mess came to my direction. I remained silent and stood in my place. Not because I was trying to act cool but because my body was genuinely stuck. I kid you not, using 3 breathing at once was not kind to the body. I only used 1 attack and I felt like I just worked out the entire day. This was why I would never use it against a serious opponent yet, it was too ineffective and crippled my body. The human body has limits. I exhaled all of the air in my lungs and finally, I could feel my body again. Although fatigued, I could move. I turned around to lock eyes with Kane, who had awe and wonder in her eyes. My male ego was pleased to impress a pretty girl like her, which by the way was one of the reasons why I did what I did. Training myself was the main reason though. Long time no see, I said. But she did not respond and shifted her eyes to somewhere else. Rude. Behind you, she said. I read the movement of her larynx, so I moved before her words fully left her mouth. I drew my blade, sharp and in perfect condition, and sliced behind me. I could see behind me from the reflection of my blade, so my blade easily found the neck of the lower moon. The sharp edge of my sword bit into his flesh. I did not even put much force as his own momentum pushed against the blade and sliced off his head. His body crashed on my back, blood stained my clothes before he fell. But his decapitated head fell in front of me and landed near my foot. It gave me the chance to stare down at his pathetic state before he disappeared. Luckily, his blood stain also turned into dust. Ha! If Jill could one-shot Lower Moon 5, so can I. How did you do that? Do you have eyes behind your back? Kane asked me. She just saw me use 3 breathing styles all at once and wanted to know how I was aware of what was happening behind me. She has priorities all right. Like some of you, complaining about the logic behind my deafness when literally there are much stranger things that define logic here. There is a reason why I always kept my blade in pristine condition. I said, I could see him from the reflection when I drew my blade. Oh, she nodded with a realization. Then she fully stood up and gave me a beautiful smile that was just enough. Welcome back, Seiji. Please don't leave us for so long again, things were difficult without you, she said. Next time I go on a vacation, I'll have already killed the Demon King. I said, causing her to laugh, not knowing that I was dead serious. You saved me again, huh? How many times did that make? I shrugged, I'm not counting but a few times. I can't thank you enough. I'm not sure if there even is anything I can do to repay you, she said while tilting her head. You don't need to repay me anything, you give me free healthcare. That is more than enough. I said. If only she knew how much that meant to me. But. I said and crossed my arms and said sternly like a father scolding his daughter. You took an investigation mission by yourself, huh? I thought I told you not to do that. She was lost for words, sorry. How do I explain to someone that they will die soon so they need to be careful and take my words seriously? Wait, can you even do that? Why should I follow your words like a little girl? What are you, my husband? She asked me in return but soon lost her heat under my narrowed eyes. Is that what it would take to make her listen to me? In my defense, the Demon Slayer Corps was short on manpower. Although I'm ashamed we found out this way, you were doing 3 Hashira's worth of missions so your absence meant the same as the absence of 3 Hashira's suddenly. I needed to step up or people would continue dying, she said. That was reasonable. If not for the fact that she would die and last time I checked, the dead helps no one. Well, now that I was back, hopefully, nothing bad would happen. I have done so much that the butterfly effect would probably change the future of Kane by now. It's just that I wanted to make sure, at least until she turned 18. Maybe then I would relax a bit. I sighed, that's fine, now that I'm back please avoid dangerous missions, okay? I said. Investigation missions were dangerous specifically because you had no information beforehand. You could be tracking a random demon or the Demon King himself without even knowing. A normal slaying mission where the demon was already identified was much safer compared to it. A short silence followed, actually it is always silent for me but Iquim, before I broke the silence by asking. Wanna catch a bite? It's literally midnight. What a dumbass question. Sure, she said and flashed a smile. Okay, maybe it was not a dumbass question. She seemed happy with the idea, enthusiastic even. Let's go. And so we did. Soon after, the fact that there would be no restaurant open during the night hit me so we literally had to catch a bite. At first, I hunted and tried to kill a rabbit for food but Kane stopped me, saying that it was too cute to eat. Then I went after a wild pig but she said it was too dirty and ugly to be eaten. Talk about being spoiled. Finally, we found a deer and it was acceptable to the flower Hashira. The love Hashira, 3rd POV, Mitsuri Kanroji, a day without him felt wrong, like a meal without salt if she had to describe the feeling. It was truly odd she felt that way when she had been living 16 years without him. It was only a month ago when they met but she felt like she'd known him her whole life. And she missed him, as if she had known him her whole life. It's been years. She whispered while gazing up at the blue sky, like she saw him do often. She imagined that anywhere he was, he would look up at the sky too and at this moment, they would be seeing the same scene. There you go again, lost in thought. It's only been a week. Her mother said while stitching patterns on a blanket. A week that feels like years, she thought in her mind. He said he would return after a month, did he not? Stop thinking about him and he will be back in no time, her mother said. How the heck was she supposed to not think about him? Trying not to think about him in itself was thinking about him. Come, help me with this, her mother finally said, and Mitsuri dragged herself up from the veranda and sat down beside her mother. Hold this for me, and cut the threads. Her mother said, and Mitsuri moved absent-mindedly. Her body was doing the task, but her mind was not on the same task. She couldn't help but worry. Demons. Those nasty beings that feed on humans and lurk in the night. Seiji told her that they were stronger than humans and the Demon Slayer Corp was the only shield protecting innocent lives from the demons. Seiji himself was in the Demon Slayer Corps. No one knew, but he was fighting battles to protect everyone. He was not like those soldiers who killed other humans in wars, he was genuinely protecting humanity. Even though he was not rewarded with medals or fame, he did it for his family who were killed by demons. He fought to make sure no one would face the same tragedy that he did. Mitsuri really admired him. But she couldn't help but worry at the same time. What if he got hurt while fighting against those demons? What if she didn't even want to finish that line of thought. I should be with him, the thought suddenly invaded her mind and wouldn't leave. She was supposed to be his wife, was she not? And the duty of a wife was to always support their husband. Should she really be staying still like this? You are gifted, Mitsuri, you are incredible. Seiji once told her while he was teaching her some fighting moves so that she could protect herself. He said that all her life, she was forced to hide her strength, so he wanted her to release all those shackles and freely use them. He said she should know the limits of her body. He said it was a crime for her to not know what her body was capable of. You always say that, do you really think so? She said while looking at herself. Seiji was strong, many times stronger than herself, especially when he used his strange breathing, so she did not have to hold back when she was with him. That also made her feel that she might not be that special. Absolutely. I am certain that you can become stronger than most people with a little bit of training, he said with a smile. She remembers this interaction. Does that not mean that she could become a demon slayer and fight alongside him if she trained? Maybe then she would be more helpful than just staying here. But he told me to wait for Hai, she thought in her mind. Her mind was telling her that Seiji did not want her to do it. Maybe because he was so protective of her and did not want her to ever be in danger. Yet her heart was telling her to do it. There was a strange calling to the idea of being a demon slayer, as if she was born for it. In the end, Mitsuri was one to follow her heart instead of her mind. She suddenly stood up, spooking her mother, and she yelled out. I have decided, she said with sparkling eyes. What is it, Mitsuri? I have decided to go to him and always stay by his side. What? You don't mean, her mother asked, but Mitsuri was already gone. She ran around the house and into her room. She quickly packed everything she would need. Her mother could only watch in confusion before her father joined. What's going on, dear? I'm not sure myself. I'm still figuring it out, the mother replied. The old couple stood still and watched as their daughter ran around the house, collecting odd things and packing a bag. A few minutes later, she stopped in front of them. Mother. Father. I have decided to go to Seiji. Mitsuri said with determination. Calm down, dear, are you sure this is a good idea? Do you even know where he is? Her father asked. All they knew was that Seiji would travel around Japan due to things related to his job. Yes. She lied. But she could figure that out later. That still doesn't mean that you should just leave so suddenly. Her mother said sternly. I'm sorry, mother and father, but I need to do this. My heart is telling me so, she said and quickly fastened her bag behind her. Goodbye. Love you. She said and ran out of the house. She was too fast for her parents to say anything. That girl, honestly, her mother said with a helpless shake of her head. Ha ha ha, this reminds me of when she was young, her father laughed. It was not the first time Mitsuri tried to run away from home. But that was only when she was a child and during her early teens when she was getting rejected. "Aren't you going to run after her?" her mother asked, to which they both looked down at his belly. He had been putting weights in his older years, he was not as fast as he used to be, so there was no way he would catch up to her. "Don't worry, what's the worst that could happen?" the father asked. "Are you insane? What if she encountered bad men?" her mother said, leaving the father confused. "I don't want us to pay for others' medical bills again," she clarified, and the father nodded. Last time Mitsuri was bullied for her hair and catcalled, a single swing sent a man flying and he broke many bones. "I'll send a servant to follow her," the father said, and immediately left for the courtyard. Mitsuri stood on the outskirts of the city. She looked at all of the different roads leading to different places and she did not know which one to choose. Maybe she should have planned better before she ran off. Now she did not know what to do. Should I just return? Maybe I should ask Seiji's parents and try again tomorrow, she said with a sigh. A blush appeared on her cheeks due to embarrassment as well. She was not really the type to think things through. She was a bit of a musclehead. She was about to return when a crow suddenly landed on the branch of a tree nearby. And much to her shock, the crow started speaking in a very deep and commanding voice. "Miss Kenroji, I was going to respect Seiji's wishes and not intrude in your life, but I see that you have come to a decision," the crow said while staring straight into her soul. Honestly, Miss Yuri wanted to scream. But a part of her was fascinated. "How do you know me?" she asked. "We know a lot of people, Miss Kenroji. My master is constantly in search of new talents, there was no way we would have missed someone as special as you," the crow said. "Let me ask you one thing, Miss Kenroji. Do you want to be a demon slayer and fight beside your fiancé Seiji Shigan?" Mitsuri blinked, equally creeped out and impressed that the crow knew so much. But the answer was obvious, it came from the heart. Yes. She felt like the crow smiled at her answer. "Then follow me," saying so, the crow took to the sky and Mitsuri followed after him, and so, Mitsuri set off to chase after her love. Fighting the Kocho sisters, Seiji's POV, this is ridiculous. Thud, my back hit the ground in a thud of humiliation and defeat. I looked up and saw Kane looking down on me with sweat falling down her fair face, which was glowing pink due to her body temperature. I thought I would be able to win against her since I now had a fiancé and someone I like. With the new commitment, I thought I would fare better and seeing her bare body would no longer throw me off. But no, a horny man was still a horny man, no matter if he was engaged or had a wife. It's just how we were created, how we evolved. At the age of 16, I discovered that I might be a scumbag. "Are you okay?" she asked, concern on her face. The strongest Hashira, losing due to the allure of a woman. "Just great," I thought and pushed myself off the ground. Similar to me, Kane was stronger when fighting against humans and in one-on-one. Even if she was weaker than other Hashiras, in a duel she was just as strong, so I could not quite beat her without using my eyes. Well, I could, but without my eyes, my attacks would lose their accuracy and I could harm her. Imagine I use mixed breathing without my eyes, I would obliterate her without even intending to do so. And God forbid I won't harm a single strand of her hair. "Thank you for the spar, I think I'm fine now," I said. I challenged her to a spar, saying that I needed to wash off the sluggish stain on my skills due to the long vacation. "It's the least I can do," Kane replied with a small smile. "You know, you are losing a ton of aura whenever you lose to her," a voice suddenly came from the veranda of the flower mansion. I turned my head and saw Shinobu sitting there. My eyes did not immediately go to her face though, they first landed on her chest as I thought about how much things could change in just a few months. The last time I saw them, they were humble B-cup. But now they were proud and confident D-cup. They were not as big as Kane's, but her small stature made them more pronounced. Still, both of them lose to Mitsuri in this aspect. My future wife was the final boss of tits. Not Sigma at all, Shinobu said while shaking her head as I contemplated if it really was a good idea to teach her about brain rot words. Don't say it like that, Shinobu, he is clearly holding back against me. If he really wanted to, he can defeat me anytime. Kane replied in my stead. That's what I'm saying, it's a simp activity. Shibi, are you still mad that I didn't get you anything from Tokyo? I asked and she turned her head with a pout. Not really, she was definitely still upset about that. I mean, I totally forgot that she asked for something when I left. It was my bad. Just then, Kaneo ran up to me with water in her hand. Her face was still stoic and she remained silent, but I could read the emotions on her face now because she had them. Thank you, Kaneo, I said with a smile and took the water from her before taking huge gulps. After I was done, I wiped my lips and said, now that that is done, how about you show me your new insect breathing style, Shibi? I heard that you are quickly climbing up the ranks with it. Only if you let me coat the tip of my sword with a paralysis poison, she said with a closed-eyed smile that looked extremely gentle. I was going to ask why, but I was confident that she wouldn't be able to even land a single scratch on me, so I said. Sure, she beamed a harmless smile before coming up to me on the open ground. Meanwhile, Kane picked up the silent Kaneo like a teddy bear and went to the veranda. She plopped Kaneo on her lap and they both watched us from a safe distance. Ready? I asked with a smile. My eyes glowed purple as I took a quick glance at every single inch of her being. All truths were revealed. The information I got from a glance was akin to someone who spent weeks studying her. The change in her fighting and breathing style resulted in a change in her body. Her new techniques were imprinted on her. Her frontal delts, shoulders, were incredibly developed, and so was her triceps. They were denser and many times more powerful than 2 years ago, which hints at her fighting style heavily relying on stabbing. Her hamstrings and the tendons in her legs were strong as well, telling me that she could lunge at me with incredible speed or she could jump extremely high. Her forearms were a little different from other swordsmen. They were more attuned to gripping a sword than being dexterous in handling a sword. All these unique features of her body told me how she was different from the average swordsman. They also told me her full capacity, how strong she could stab, how much force she could produce and how long she should be able to last in an all-out battle. I still did not know how she was going to put together these stats, but I was now aware of the overall capability of her body. I could also see how she trained, and the history of her physique. My mind was already predicting how she would move and fight. My ears turned red and I blushed due to other things I had seen. Ahem. But it was not time to delve into that. Another thing that caught my attention was her sword, which was the exact replica of her canon counterpart. Even with my influence, it seemed that remained the same. I could see that her sword was crafted by a master and had a unique design. There was a small tube inside her sword that could inject poison into the enemy. So she was not just coating the tip of her sword with poison. Even though I saw it, I was not fully aware of how that worked. Here I come. Shinobu said before she disappeared. She was actually faster than I expected. I realized that I had not taken into account how truly small and light she was. But such speed was not enough to even quicken my heartbeat. She lunged at me while stabbing her sword. I mirrored her movement and stabbed my odachi forward, and in a split second, the tip of my sword connected with the tip of her sword. A shockwave exploded and her movement paused in an instant. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it was the same block I used against Ju, but unlike him, Shinobu did not seem shocked. She expected such incredible feats from me, so she was not surprised. She quickly pulled back her sword and then her arm blurred. Multiple stabs came at me, aiming at different vital points in my body. The sheer speed made the air sing a chilling tune. Impressive. Water breathing, 7th form, I said, and my body moved with grace and ease. My mastery over water breathing was such that movement flowed through my body without even much intention. Almost like pressing a button and my body automatically moving on its own. Piercing raindrop, I matched every stab that came my way. Water not only adapts but it often mirrors. It had the capacity to become anything. As the saying goes, if you put water into a cup it becomes the cup. Sparks flew as the tiniest tips of our blade connected multiple times in a show of superhuman precision. We were more precise and accurate than even any machine invented. Insect breathing, first form, she whispered, and the exchange stopped. Butterfly dance. I saw butterflies emerge from her long haori. She pushed herself off the ground and leapt above me. She looked like a fairy with the butterflies around her. I followed her until the sun blinded me. When she saw that I was blinded and her position was in line with the sun, she delivered a stab, but this time, she twisted her blade. I tried to block her with the flat side of my sword, but the tip of her blade twisted and changed trajectory. Without much effort, I tilted my head and the sword flushed past my ear. It was close enough to even cut parts of my purple hair. She landed behind me and pulled back her sword with extreme force. I was confused at first until the tip of her blade, which was like a hook due to the thinner body, hooked against my blade and she pulled my sword down. She created an opening. I didn't use my eyes, so I was pleasantly surprised. Then her sword came at me, faster than ever before. It aimed straight at my chest for a larger target. She didn't need to leave a fatal wound. A scratch was all she needed due to her poison. My eyes allowed me to naturally perceive the action in slow motion, but with my sword being pulled down, I could not block. I had no time to dodge either due to the speed of her stab. Was I going to lose? Absolutely not. I was not like those MCs in anime who got beaten by waifus no matter how strong they were. Being reincarnated and living the fanfiction life was all about destroying the tradition. I already lost to Kane, so ain't no way I was going to lose against Shinobu too. My hand moved at the speed of sound like a whip and I caught her blade. The body of her sword was thin and had no sharp edges, so I could grab it with no problem. I'm glad to see that you finally found your own path, I said with a genuine smile. She pushed and pulled at her sword to get it out of my iron grip, but she failed. So she returned my smile with a harmless one. It was only possible due to your help, she said before tapping her foot on the ground. A sharp blade emerged from the top of her sandals and she kicked at me. But I easily stopped it with my foot. I already saw all her hidden weapons when I took a glance at her before the fight. That's dangerous, and adorable at the same time, I said, and I could see veins popping on her forehead. She didn't like it when I treated her like a little girl. She was a very small girl, so naturally, she hated being treated like so. In the end, she sighed and admitted defeat. I heard Kaneo clapping for me and I looked at her with a fond smile. Her face was void of expression, but I saw her eyes shining. You did well, Shinobu. You have improved a lot. Kane said, to which Shinobu nodded, proud of herself. Just then, a kasugai crow flew above us and landed on the roof of the house. Kane Kocho, Seiji Shigan. Master Ubuyashiki summons you for a Hashira meeting. Hashira meeting rhymes with drama, Seiji's POV, I am happy to see you all safe and healthy today. Kagaya Ubuyashiki said while all of us knelt down in front of his veranda. He was barely sitting up on his futon, clearly the disease was getting worse. We are glad to see you healthy as well. All of them said in unison except me, of course, because I was the main edgy character who bowed down to no one. Kidding. It's just because of my years and I still had trouble matching the intensity of these samurai traditions. Not to mention Ubuyashi was not actually healthy, I know with my eyes. Rise up, my children, it is unsightly to see the pillars kneel to a sick man like me. I told you, you don't need to do so. Ubuyashiki said softly. That just made us want to do it even more though. The man really deserved some respect, especially after giving me that long vacation. Yeah, I'm that easy to bribe. We all rose and stood in front of him. He looked at all of us with a fond smile, like a father gazing proudly at his children. All of the Hashiras were here except for the fire Hashira, Shinjiro Kyojiro. But it was not a surprise since he had been missing the Hashira meetings frequently. Seiji, he called me and I responded. It's good to have you back, my boy, he said with a smile. I knew how hard it was for him to talk, so I was happy that he spared me a few words personally. Thank you, I'm happy to be back as well, I said. I was glad to hear that you were able to settle your inheritance and spend time with your family, he said. He knew all these things because I would send him letters monthly while I was away, asking how the Demon Slayer Corp was doing and reporting on what I encountered or what I'd accomplished. Like that demon I slayed in Tokyo, for example. And congratulations on your engagement. Thank you. That got a few raised eyebrows from my fellow Hashiras, but most of them just shrugged it off. After all, it was not rare for a boy my age, with parents, to be engaged to a girl. It was one of the privileges of having a good family and not being an orphan. Well, most of them at least, because one person absolutely exploded in shock. What? It was Kane. I was deaf, but I could hear the surprise in her voice. I turned to look at her and saw the absolute shock and horror on her face. What do you mean engagement? Ah, Seiji's parents arranged an engagement for him while he stayed with them. Ubuyashiki explained. You mean like, with a girl? She asked. Now what the fuck does that mean? Do I not look straight? Why would I be engaged with a man? I suppose. Ubuyashiki chuckled. Then her head snapped towards me. I was caught off guard by the intensity of her eyes. And you accepted? Why did I feel like I committed a crime? Yes. So, you are going to get married with this girl? Hopefully. If I live long enough for that. I had absolutely no clue why, but a hurt look painted her pretty face. It was not like when she got hit during training or by a demon. It was like someone stabbed her in the chest. Why, she said, I could hear her voice quiver almost, why didn't you tell me? Okay, hold the fuck on. I need to do a very deep analysis of my life to understand the context of this situation. Because the way she was reacting almost made it seem like she was in love with me. There was no other way to explain such a reaction. But that was completely insane. Was she in love with me? It was impossible to tell because of her teasing nature. It was hard to tell when she was flirting or when she was teasing me. Because of this, even if she actually had feelings for me, I would have chalked it up to her messing with me. Or, was she not teasing me all this time? Was I being like those dense main characters even though I despised them? I thought I was different, especially with my eyes. I knew Mitsuri loved me, I knew Shinobu had a small crush on me. I was aware of these things because I could see deeper with my eyes. But what about Kane? Did I also notice her feelings, but I just ignored them thinking she was just teasing me? Now I was completely confused. My mind went into a loop as thoughts buzzed in my head like bees. I'm sorry, I was not sure what I was apologizing for. But the look in her eyes made my heart feel like it should apologize. After my words fell, I finally noticed that all eyes were on us too. Every Hashira present was silent as they observed the small drama with rapt attention. Kane too quickly took notice of this and she quickly hid her feelings, shelving them away behind her closed-eyed smile that looked playful. Era, what are you apologizing for? I was just surprised, that's all, she said and covered her mouth with her haori while she giggled. I always thought of you as my little brother. It felt like yesterday when you became a Hashira as a child. It completely caught me off guard to hear you take such a drastic step in life, she said. I guess you are all grown now. Okay, now I feel dumb. But my eyes saw it so clearly. Was this just an act? Did I misunderstand it? Or was my misunderstanding a misunderstanding? Come on, I was an absolute amateur in love. I did not have experience in both lives. It was unfair to give me such a complicated situation. After she said that, the others nodded their head, finding it reasonable why she was so surprised. But strangely enough, tears started falling from Jiomiai and he sobbed silently. Why are you suddenly crying again? Sanemi asked. Nothing. Jaime answered and looked up to the sky, nothing at all. But he just cried harder. He definitely knew something we didn't. Okay everyone, let us begin today's Hashira meeting, Ubuyashiki said, and the meeting started. The Hashira meeting proceeded like usual. There were no strange things happening, even Kane acted completely normal. The only difference was that the statistics this time were horrible compared to other times. It was a direct consequence of my absence. It couldn't be stressed enough how valuable I was in completing missions. With my eyes, I could do an investigation mission that would take other Hashiras weeks, in less than a day. That meant that no other Hashiras had to do an investigation mission and waste their time. They could focus their efforts on other things. It could be seen that I really lived up to my title of the Pillar of Pillars. The meeting took less time than usual as we were able to complete it at noon. One of the main reasons was that Ubuyashiki was sick and could not talk for too long. In the end, he had to end the meeting to take his medicine and rest up. He told us to spend the remaining time with each other as it was not often that we would gather in one place. And all of us were happy to be given the time as well. Ju immediately came up to me after the meeting, asking me about how my vacation was and about my engagement. Tengen soon joined in, calling himself the master in the way of being a good husband. He presented the fact that he could keep 3 wives happy as proof of his qualifications. He offered to teach me some tricks and advice which I seriously considered. I was not sure, but I think Jaomi was listening to our conversation from far away. He had crazy good hearing, so he need not come close to hear us. But all that came to an end when Sanemi walked up to me and yelled. Seiji! I challenge you to a duel. There he goes. Let's fight. He always challenged me to duels and he lost worse with each time. I sighed, a little tired of constantly beating him up at this point. I tried to discourage him by beating him really badly once. I only used wind breathing, but Sanemi was anything but a quitter. He was like David Goggins if he had anger issues and Asian. But seeing him walk up to me, I suddenly had an idea. I did not want to fight him, but there was someone I wanted to fight. All this time, I had called myself the strongest Hashira, but it was not official yet. So let's make that official. I will deal with you later. I said, Hashirama style, before turning towards Jaomi. Big brother Jaomi. I challenge you to a duel. Hey, asshole. I challenged you first. Sanemi raged behind me. Jaomi turned his body to face me. His crying face had now grown firm like a stone and he said. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. One of us could get hurt. He joined his hands in prayer. By, one of us could get hurt, he meant I could get hurt. He was aware of how strong he was and for the longest part of his life, he had lived in fear of his own strength. I would never get him to accept officially. So I pulled out my sword and held it in a way that the blunt side was facing forward. Then in a gust of wind, I disappeared from my place which was in the middle of Tengen and Ju. Their eyes widened in surprise, but I am committed to my decision. In the blink of an eye, I was in front of Jaomi. Not only that, my feet were above the ground and I swung the blunt side of my blade down at him in a perfect arc. His hand moved in a blur and he stopped my blade with his plan. Veins popped out in his hand as the weight of my attack pushed down on him. The ground he stood on caved in. A cobweb of cracks formed around his feet and a violent shockwave followed. Please accept my request. I insist. I said with a grin, eyes glowing purple. If you say so. Raw strength explode.